It felt as if he had been thrown into an endless washing machine, as Chung Ran's consciousness was torn to pieces amidst violent rotations and ripping. His final memory was fixed on a ghastly white lightning that tore the sky during a trip and the sudden weightlessness as the cliff beneath him collapsed. Excruciating pain and a relentless buzzing overwhelmed him, his innards seemingly displaced and twisted into a chaotic mass. After what seemed an eternity, the devastating spinning gradually subsided, replaced by a heavy, all-pervasive dull ache and an indescribable weakness. Cold and damp. These were the first sensations Chung Ran experienced upon regaining consciousness. He struggled to open his eyes, his vision taking a long time to focus. Before his eyes, instead of the expected lights of a rescue team or the white walls of a hospital, there lay an unfamiliar, impenetrably deep, dark green expanse. He lay on a beach of coarse gravel mixed with damp silt as briny seawater repeatedly lapped at his lower legs, imparting a biting chill. The rhythmic sound of the waves filled his ears, yet there was also an odd, clamor-filled silence, a vibrant, unsettling cacophony that sent shivers down his spine. Countless unfamiliar insect and bird calls, shrill, deep, piercing, and hoarse, blew in from the jungle behind him, as if emanating from the gaping mouth of a colossal beast weaving an immense primordial web of sound. The air was saturated with a complex array of scents. The briny tang of seawater, a faint sickly sweetness from decaying vegetation, the rich aroma of earth, and an indescribable wild primitive musk. Chung Ran struggled to sit up, only to discover that his bones felt scattered and his muscles throbbed with pain. Gritting his teeth, he propped himself on his elbows and glanced around in bewilderment. It was an arc-shaped bay with a narrow beach, and behind him loomed an immense jungle whose towering mass stretched beyond sight. The trees were bizarre beyond belief. Some impossibly tall with canopies resembling grand pavilions, others with enormous grotesque leaves unlike any known species in any botanical guide. In the distance, undulating mountains emerged faintly through a thin mist, sketching a completely unfamiliar skyline. The sky was a clear cerulean, yet the sun's position and radiance were strangely off, appearing extraordinarily glaring and almost immense. "Where is this?" A hoarse, parched voice emerged from his throat, startling even himself. Fragmented memories began to coalesce. A corporate team-building trip, an unexpected storm, a detour taken to avoid the rain, and then that bizarre lightning vortex that seemed to bridge another world, utterly consuming him. Transmigration. The word only seen in online novels stabbed into his mind like an icicle, sending a shiver racing down his spine. No, it couldn't be. There must be some mistake. Perhaps he had merely been swept away to an uncharted, deserted island. The instinct to survive overwhelmed all his chaotic thoughts. Forcing himself to remain calm, he began to assess his condition. His quick-dry mountaineering jacket was riddled with tears, stained with mud and seaweed. Fortunately, his limbs appeared unfractured despite numerous bruises and abrasions. He reached into his pocket only to find his phone was missing, perhaps lost in the temporal vortex or sunk to the ocean floor. His wallet remained, yet the cash and credit cards inside were virtually worthless in this place, practically as useful as a scrap of paper. He managed a bitter smile and continued his search. At last, in the side pocket of his trousers, he felt a hard object, a multifunctional Swiss Army knife. It was a habit honed from his love for DIY and outdoor activities, always carrying a few tools. In that moment, the small knife became his sole and most treasured piece of modern equipment. Additionally, there was another lifesaver, a fire striker sealed within a waterproof casing attached to his keychain, which against all odds had not gone missing. There's water, a fire source, and basic tools. It isn't all doom and gloom, Chung Ran murmured to himself, attempting to rally his spirits. But when he looked up once more at the deep, unfamiliar, and ominously threatening primeval jungle, an overwhelming chill of despair surged from within. He knew that in such an environment, fresh water and a secure shelter were essential for survival. He licked his cracked lips as fierce thirst seared his throat. Seawater was undrinkable. He needed to find fresh water. With a deep breath and every ounce of strength, Chung Ran stood up, his legs trembling. Leaning on a rough reef rock to steady himself, he began to carefully survey his surroundings. Near the beach's edge, close to the jungle, vegetation grew denser with tangling vines and colossal ferns nearly as tall as a man. He dared not venture deep into the jungle. Instead, he moved cautiously along its edge by the beach, his eyes keenly scanning for traces of fresh water or a relatively safe resting place. The sand beneath his feet gradually gave way to damp soil and decaying leaves, soft and yielding, producing a faint squelching sound with each step. Suddenly, an extremely loud, piercing roar resounded from deep within the jungle, a deep, violent sound unlike any animal he had ever known. Chung Ran's body went rigid, his heart constricting so abruptly it nearly stopped beating. He dropped into a crouch, concealing himself behind a massive, strangely antler-like plant, holding his breath and not daring to move. The roar continued for several seconds before gradually fading away, and even the insect and bird calls in the jungle seemed to pause momentarily before resuming. A cold sweat broke out along Chung Ran's back. He gripped his Swiss Army knife tightly, his knuckles blanching under the strain. This place was unequivocally unsafe. He knew he had to act quickly. Advancing nearly 100 meters along the border, Chung Ran's eyes were drawn to an area of slightly elevated terrain dotted with rocks. There at the jungle's edge, several massive boulders formed a natural semi-enclosure with an overhanging rock face above that offered some shelter. More importantly, in the shadow behind the rocks, he spotted expansive patches of moisture-loving moss and some unusually broad verdant plants, a sign that freshwater might be nearby. Suppressing his excitement, he cautiously approached. Sure enough, beneath a crevice in the rocks, he detected an extremely faint trace of flowing water, the moist soil gradually exuding droplets that gathered into a basin-sized murky puddle. It was freshwater. Chung Ran's heart leapt with joy, yet he remained rational, knowing that even seemingly clear water might harbor pathogens and parasites. He bent down, first sniffing it for any foul odor, then dipping a finger and tasting a drop. It revealed only an earthy tang and a slight astringency, confirming it was indeed freshwater. Yet he dared not drink it directly. He needed a container to boil the water. As he pondered how to fashion a makeshift vessel from available materials, his peripheral vision caught sight of a clump of plants nearby, perhaps bamboo. Not exactly bamboo. The stems were sturdier with shorter internodes, yet still hollow. He couldn't quite identify the plant, but its hollow structure signified it might serve as a container. He retrieved his Swiss Army knife, selected a suitably thick piece of this bamboo-like plant, and began laboriously cutting it. The plant's fibers proved extraordinarily tough. After nearly 10 minutes of strenuous effort and beads of sweat, he finally managed to cut off a roughly half-meter-long section to serve as a bamboo tube. Using the small drill on his knife, he bored a tiny hole in one end of the bamboo tube and painstakingly cleared its internal membrane. A rudimentary water container was thus fashioned. He carefully channeled the seeping water from the rock crevices into the bamboo tube. Though slow, this process kindled hope. After gathering roughly a third of the tube's capacity, Chung Ran turned his gaze toward a corner formed by massive boulders. Here, with a rock at his back and lateral cover, only a bit of reinforcement in front was needed to form a decently secure temporary shelter, one that provided a relatively open view of both the beach and the jungle. He needed materials. Grasping his knife, once more he set off towards the jungle's edge in search of suitable wood and vines. He chose a hardy-looking shrub, chopping off some branches as thick as an arm for supports, and cut a copious amount of supple vines to serve as ropes. The process was even more arduous than he had imagined. The vegetation here was exceptionally tenacious, with every cut demanding tremendous effort. His palms soon blistered, and the blisters burst painfully. Sweat soaked his clothes, clinging to his wounds and intensifying the discomfort. Yet he dared not stop. The sky, once bright, was slowly being tinted with the colors of dusk, changing faster than he was accustomed to. The myriad sounds emanating from the jungle grew more vibrant, more menacing. He needed to secure a refuge, a place to shield him from wild beasts and the chilling cold, before nightfall. Finally, as the setting sun bathed the sea in a resplendent, yet eerie golden, Chung Ran completed his makeshift shelter. He leaned coarse branches against the rocks to assemble a framework, layered it with fine twigs and large fern leaves, and finally secured everything tightly with vines. Though rudimentary, it was enough to block the wind and rain, offering a relatively enclosed safe haven. He slumped at the entrance of his shelter, gazing at the murky freshwater in his makeshift container and the Swiss Army knife and fire striker he treasured as if they were priceless. An overwhelming loneliness swept over him like a tide, enveloping him completely. This was not a known corner of Earth. It was an entirely unknown, perilous world. He, Chung Ran, an ordinary office worker, now faced the daunting question of how to survive in this alien realm. At that moment, a faint, strange whimper mingled with the rustling of something being dragged, drifting toward him on the sea breeze in intermittent whispers. The source of the sound appeared to be just behind another outcrop, not far away. Chung Ran's heart skipped a beat. He gripped his knife tighter as his body tensed, warily gazing in that direction. Was it a beast? Or a fellow castaway? The sound was extremely faint and intermittent, almost lost amid the ceaseless roar of ocean waves and the rustling of the jungle. Within its sobbing strains lay an indescribable agony. Chung Ran's heart pounded wildly in his chest, his hand gripping the Swiss Army knife, trembling with the force. Was it a trap? Or perhaps a creature that preyed on compassion? He had seen too many cunning predators in nature documentaries. But what if it were human? That thought sprouted within him like wild grass, untamed and fast-growing. At that moment, the gnawing loneliness became painfully clear. If it were merely another distressed soul, perhaps. He took a deep breath and forced himself into calm analysis. The sound emanated from a cluster of rugged dark rocks to his front right about 50 to 60 meters from the shelter he had just built. Crouching low, he used scattered boulders and bushes on the... As he drew nearer, the sound became ever clearer, sobbing that unmistakably carried a human, possibly feminine quality, while the dragging noise resembled a body scraping harsh ground. Holding his breath, Chung ran cautiously, peeked from behind the edge of a massive reef, glancing toward the source of the sound. The sight before him made his pupils contract in shock. There lay a girl clad in a filthy, torn outdoor jacket. Her left leg was ensnared by several thick, ink-green vines studded with sharp thorns. They writhed as if alive, tightening their grip, with thorns piercing deeply into her trousers and faint dark red blood seeping out. Her face was deathly pale, lips cracked and dry with cold sweat mingled with grime on her forehead. Summoning her last strength, she vainly clawed at the vines, her fingertips already lacerated and bleeding profusely. Her movements grew ever weaker, the sobbing fading into a hoarse murmur, her eyes filled with agony and the terror of impending despair. It wasn't a beast, it was a living human being. A girl ensnared in a deadly predicament. Without a moment's hesitation, Chung Ran roared, "Hold on! Don't move!" as he sprang from behind the reef. Startled by the sudden human voice, the girl's murky, despairing eyes flashed with incredulity before being overtaken by deeper terror as she weakly cried, Don't come closer. These vines, they move. They have thorns." Ignoring her warning, Chung Ran swiftly advanced, though he refrained from rashly touching the eerie vines. Observing closely, he discerned that the vines were not moving autonomously, rather they operated like trigger-activated predatory structures that coiled ever tighter in response to struggle. One end was deeply embedded in the moist mud of the rocky crevice. "Trust me, don't move," Chung Ran commanded with unwavering resolve as he quickly unsheathed his Swiss Army knife, selecting its stoutest serrated blade. He crouched down and with precise aim placed the serrated edge against a section of the vine that was less tightly bound and began socketing with determined force. A grating sound, screech, snick, filled the air. The vine's fibers were remarkably resilient, far tougher than the shrubs he had previously felt. The sawing process was excruciatingly slow. With each stroke, the other vines seemed to sense the prey's resistance, writhing more noticeably and tightening their grip further. The girl let out a stifled cry of pain as her body convulsed slightly under the tightening grip on her leg. "Hang in there. It'll be quick." Veins bulging on his forehead, Chung Ran poured every ounce of strength into the knife handle, increasing his sawing pace. Sweat trickled down his temple, falling onto the rugged rock and spreading instantly. At last, with a soft crack, the first vine snapped, at the break a viscous, acrid, milky fluid seeped out. The constricting grip of the vines eased slightly, rekindling a glimmer of hope in the girl's eyes. Without pausing, Chung Ran continued in the same manner, sawing through the second and third main vines. Every cut demanded immense effort. His arms ached and his blistered palms throbbed with searing pain, yet he gritted his teeth in silent determination. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. The sea breeze, tinged with salt, gently stirred the disheveled strands of the girl's hair. She looked at the stranger who had suddenly appeared to rescue her, noticing the taut determination on his side profile and the droplets of sweat falling gradually, replacing her terror with an indescribable reassurance. When the final main vine was severed, the entangling tendrils suddenly lost their vitality, drooping limply as they fell away. Without delay, Chung Ran reached out, carefully avoiding the thorns, and pulled the now lifeless vines off the girl's leg. Her pants were torn to shreds, revealing raw, bloodied flesh. Fortunately, the thorns seemed non-venomous, causing lacerations and severe bruises only. "Can you stand?" Chung Ran extended his hand, his voice tinged with fatigue, yet unwavering. The girl Meng Ting hesitated for a moment before accepting the hand, scarred and mud-stained, that was offered to her. Her hand was icy and trembling slightly. With a gentle pull, Chung Ran hoisted her up. But the instant her left leg touched the ground, a searing pain shot through her, making her gasp and nearly collapse once more. Quick as lightning, Chung Ran steadied her. "Your leg is injured and cannot bear weight," he murmured, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the dimming skies and glanced back at his makeshift shelter. Though it wasn't far, traversing the rugged reef with an injured person was no easy task. I am Meng Ting," she murmured softly. Leaning against his arm, the girl, Meng Ting, weakly introduced herself, her voice as soft as a whisper. "Thank you. Thank you for saving me." "Chung Ran," he replied succinctly, then scanned the area. "This place is unsafe. Once dark falls, who knows what lurks. My temporary camp is over there. We must hurry." Without waiting for further consent, there was no other choice in these circumstances. He bent down and spoke in a low tone, "Forgive me." Immediately thereafter, he wrapped one arm around Meng Ting's back and slid his other hand under her leg, executing a classic bridal carry to secure her safely. Meng Ting gasped, her pale face momentarily flushed with a hint of red, yet understanding that this was the fastest way, she did not struggle and quietly said thank you for your trouble. Chung Ran had no time to feel the weight or the warmth in his arms. His full attention was fixed on the treacherous path below. The slippery rocks and uneven terrain demanded utmost caution as he advanced. Though Meng Ting was light, the prolonged exertion was taking its toll on Chung Ran. His breathing grew heavy, and the short distance felt interminable. Finally, upon reaching a shelter beneath a giant boulder, Chung Ran, nearly spent, carefully laid Meng Ting onto a corner bedded with dry leaves. Breathless, he slumped by the entrance, declaring, "We are safe for now," as every muscle in his body protested. Meng Ting curled up in a corner, surveying this meager shelter that barely qualified as a home. Though the shelter was exceedingly rudimentary, it at least shielded them from wind and rain, bestowing upon her an unprecedented sense of security. As she looked at Chung Ran's weary profile and the life-saving Swiss Army knife by his side, a torrent of conflicting emotions overwhelmed her. After a brief rest, Chung Ran regained some strength. He picked up the bamboo tube and offered it to Meng Ting, saying, "Drink some water, but slowly. It's fresh water, though I couldn't boil it, so I cannot guarantee its absolute safety." Meng Ting accepted the bamboo tube, its weight reassuring in her hand. Parched, she sipped gently. The cool, slightly earthy water slid down her dry throat, bestowing an indescribable relief. Suppressing the urge to drink greedily, she only sipped a small amount before passing the tube back to Chung Ran with a soft, "You drink too." Chung Ran accepted without hesitation, taking several hearty gulps. The crisp water momentarily alleviated some of his fatigue. "Your leg needs treatment," Chung Ran observed, examining the stark wounds and bruises on her limb. "They aren't deep, but they must be cleaned to avoid infection." Alas, there was no clean water available. Upon hearing this, Meng Ting struggled to sit up straight, her gaze shifting towards the vague silhouettes of plants illuminated by the dim light outside. After a moment's scrutiny, her eyes brightened as she pointed to a cluster of plants with oval leaves and small yellow flowers, saying, that is Di Jin Chow. I recall it clears heat, detoxifies, staunches bleeding, and reduces inflammation. And over there, a plant with heart-shaped leaves known as fishy grass can reduce swelling. If we can find water to clean the wound and crush these herbs to apply, it should help considerably." Chung Ran paused in surprise, looking at Meng Ting with astonishment. "You know these plants?" Meng Ting nodded, her face regaining a hint of vitality as she explained, "I studied botany, specializing in plant taxonomy and ethnobotany, and I have some knowledge of their medicinal properties." A botany expert. In this strange primordial island with its bizarre vegetation, the worth of a botanical scholar surpassed even his Swiss Army knife and flint. This meant they could more effectively identify edible flora, locate medicinal herbs, and potentially uncover even more resources. Splendid. For the first time since arriving in this world, Chung Ran broke into a genuine smile, truly a blessing in misfortune. Quickly he rose and, following Meng Ting's instructions, carefully gathered the designated herbs while retrieving the precious water from the bamboo tube. Without any proper container to boil water for disinfection, their means remained limited. After a moment's thought, Chung Ran used his Swiss Army knife to cut a relatively clean strip from the hem of his quick dry shirt, dipped it in the precious freshwater from the bamboo tube, and gently began cleaning Meng Ting's wound. The cool strip of cloth touched her wound, causing Meng Ting to wince in pain, yet she bit her lip to hold back any sound. Chung Ran worked as gently as possible, meticulously wiping away the mud and blood. After cleaning, he placed the gathered Di Jin Chow and fishy grass on a flat stone, and using another stone, he carefully ground them into a sticky paste, which he then delicately applied to Meng Ting's injured leg before loosely bandaging it with the remaining cloth. By the time all was done, darkness had completely enveloped the sky. Only the moonlight and starlight shimmering on the ocean offered a faint glow. The jungle became even more clamorous, with bizarre roars and hissing cries emerging in a relentless chorus both near and far, a constant reminder of imminent danger. Inside the shelter, the two fell into a brief silence. Outside, the wild world roared, while inside their breaths came in hurried, uneven rhythms. "Can we ever go back?" Meng Ting asked, cradling her knees as she gazed into the boundless darkness outside, her voice trembling with both hope and fear. After a moment of silence, Chung Ran looked at the cold flint in his hand, then shook his head and said in a low, clear tone, "I do not know. But for now, staying alive was all that mattered." He lifted his gaze as if peering beyond the meager shelter toward the perilous yet opportunity-laden prehistoric world. "From tomorrow, we must secure a stable food supply, find safer water, and fortify this camp," he declared firmly, "for two are always better than one." Meng Ting looked at his blurred yet resolute silhouette in the darkness, feeling the cooling relief of the herbs on her leg, as her overwhelming fear and despair were gradually eased by his reassuring words. With a soft nod, she inched closer into the corner. The darkness enveloped the unfamiliar landscape like thick ink, saturating every corner. Only the ceaseless crashing of waves against the shore and the increasingly vivid primal cries and rustling from the jungle formed a haunting prehistorical nocturne. Inside the makeshift shelter, the space was cramped and stifling. Cheng Ran and Meng Ting huddled in opposite corners, separated by an invisible boundary. The air was thick with the bitter scent of herbs, the briny tang of the sea breeze, and an indescribable tension that hung between them. Though they were temporarily safe, the confusion of their dire predicament and the fear of the unknown coiled around their hearts like cold vines. "We can't just sit here," Cheng Ran broke the silence, his voice resonating in the confined space. "The temperature drops quickly at night, and we need a fire." Without fire, they could not keep warm, fend off any approaching beasts, or prepare food and water for the future. The flint was his crucial ally, but starting a fire required suitable tinder. He carefully stood up and poked his head out of the shelter's entrance, using the faint starlight to search for dry twigs and leaves nearby. There were few dry combustibles along the beach's edge, most of them damp. After some effort, he managed to gather a small handful of relatively dry twigs and fibrous leaf sheaths shed by some large ferns. Upon returning to the shelter, he cleared a small patch of ground and meticulously scraped some dry leaf sheaths into fine fluff using his Swiss Army knife, forming a small nest for tinder. He then arranged the twigs into a conical shape above the tinder. "Block the wind for me," Cheng Ran whispered to Meng Ting. Understanding his intent, Meng Ting shifted to the inner side of the entrance, using her body to shield against the chilly sea breeze that seeped through the rock crevices. Cheng Ran took out the flint and knife, bringing the blade close to the tinder, and swiftly scraped the flint against the blade. Scrape, scrape, scrape. The crisp sound of scraping echoed loudly in the silence, each stroke releasing a few fleeting and bright sparks that danced onto the tinder. The first spark extinguished itself. The second left a dark spot on the tinder before fading away. Cheng Ran's heart sank slightly, but he did not lose heart. Adjusting his angle and pressure, he persisted. Scrape, scrape. Another series of sparks erupted, one of which fortuitously landed in the driest, fluffiest center of the tinder. A faint, almost imperceptible red glow appeared. Cheng Ran immediately held his breath, leaning in close, blowing gently and carefully, as if nurturing a precious treasure. The red light flickered, threatening to extinguish at any moment. Meng Ting watched anxiously, her hands instinctively clenching. 1 puff, 2 puffs, 3 puffs. Finally, a wisp of nearly invisible blue smoke spiraled upward, and then that red point suddenly expanded into a small, lively golden flame. The flame eagerly licked at the dry tinder, producing a soft crackle, and quickly ignited the twigs above. Success! The orange flame burned steadily, dispelling the darkness of the corners, casting a flickering light upon their faces, and bringing a tangible warmth that soothed their spirits. Wonderful! Meng Ting couldn't help but exclaim softly, her pale face illuminated by the warm glow, her eyes sparkling with the light of survival. Instinctively, she reached her hands toward the flames, relishing the heat that chased away the chill. Cheng Ran let out a long breath, a hint of fatigue mixed with relief visible on his face. He carefully added slightly thicker branches to stabilize the fire. With the flames flickering, this simple rocky corner began to resemble a true home, marking their first solid stronghold against the untamed wilderness. As warmth spread throughout the space, their bodies ceased to shiver from the cold, and the taut nerves began to relax. "How's your leg feeling?" Cheng Ran asked while tending to the fire. "Much better. The herbs are quite effective, the cool sensation is noticeable, and the pain has lessened significantly," Meng Ting replied, moving her ankle cautiously. Though she still hesitated to apply pressure, her condition had clearly improved. "Thank you for your treatment, it was very professional. Just some basic survival knowledge, nothing compared to your expertise." Cheng Ran shook his head, looking sincerely at Meng Ting. "Meng Ting, we are in this together now. To survive here, we must rely on each other's strengths. Your knowledge of plants could be the key to our survival, or even thriving." He paused before continuing. "I know some basic survival skills. Building shelters, making tools, setting traps, and my physical condition is decent. But our most urgent problem is a stable food source and safe drinking water. Depending solely on foraging for wild fruits and luck hunting is far too unstable." Meng Ting nodded seriously, the firelight dancing in her intelligent eyes. She understood Cheng Ran's intent. This was about clarifying their roles and leveraging their advantages. "I agree." She organized her thoughts before speaking. "Today I noticed several edible plants growing near the beach, including the rocky area where we gathered water. For instance, there's a type of sorrel with thick, slightly sour leaves. Its tender stems can be eaten raw and are rich in vitamins. There's also a ground-hugging plant known as purslane. While the local variety might vary, it has similar characteristics and should be edible. Cooking it would be even better." She pointed toward a direction in the darkness outside the shelter. "Tomorrow at dawn I can identify them more carefully and systematically search for more edible or even medicinal plants. If we can find starchy tubers or fatty nuts, our food structure could improve significantly. That's fantastic. Chung Ran felt a surge of energy. You can handle the plant identification and gathering. It'll continue reinforcing this shelter, blocking the front with thicker wood and thorns, leaving only one movable entrance. Additionally, I plan to venture to the jungle's edge to see if I can set a few simple traps to catch small animals. He picked up a bamboo tube. And for water, the seepage in the rocks is too slow and not clean. We need to find a more stable water source like a stream or spring. If I can find suitable clay, I could also attempt to make a few pottery jars for storing water and boiling it. Listening to Chung Ran's well-organized plan, Meng Ting felt a sense of reassurance. This man was calm, decisive, and possessed practical survival skills. Collaborating with him indeed heightened their chances of survival. You can make pottery. You know how? Meng Ting asked, surprised. I dabbled in pottery before and understand the basics. But here, whether it works or not depends on luck. Chung Ran left his statement unfinished. But we have to try. Drinking raw water poses too great a risk. The two of them sat around the campfire exchanging ideas. Meng Ting would be responsible for plant identification. Their roles were clear and each had their responsibilities. The warm flames and clear objectives dispelled some of the loneliness and despair. Although the road ahead remained uncertain, Chung Ran added a thicker log to the fire, ensuring it burned longer. He looked at Meng Ting and said, "They'll take the first watch and you can take over later. We must ensure that someone is always awake to keep an eye on our surroundings." Meng Ting nodded, not wanting to overexert herself. Her leg needed rest, and Chung Ran's arrangement was reasonable. She leaned against the rocky wall, wrapping her tattered jacket tighter around herself, feeling the warmth of the campfire and the cool relief of the herbs on her leg. Fatigue washed over her like a tide. In the soothing sound of the crackling flames and Chung Ran's steady breathing, her tense nerves gradually relaxed, her consciousness began to blur, and she slipped into slumber. Chung Ran sat by the fire, his Swiss Army knife within easy reach, his ears alert to every sound outside. The distant, unidentifiable roars of beasts still sent shivers down his spine, but with the campfire lit, a preliminary plan in place, and a partner to rely on, he felt a surge of confidence. He gazed at the flickering flames, his expression sharpening with determination. Survive, then find a way to thrive. This prehistoric island would present them with unprecedented challenges, but it could also signify a new beginning. The first pale light of dawn seeped into the shelter like diluted ink. Chung Ran opened his eyes almost immediately, the fatigue from his night watch not allowing him to sleep for long. The campfire had burned down to ashes, leaving only wisps of blue smoke and lingering warmth. He moved his stiff body and looked across. Meng Ting was still asleep, her breathing steady, her face looking much better than the night before, though her brow remained slightly furrowed, as if her dreams still troubled her. He noticed the cloth bandage on her leg was secured well, with the faint, bitter scent of herbs hanging in the air. Rather than waking her immediately, he gently pushed aside the branches that covered the entrance and cautiously peered outside. Morning mist enveloped the bay and distant jungle, everything appearing hazy and tranquil. Yet beneath this tranquility lurked an unsettling vitality. The peculiar calls of birds and the chirping of insects were clearer than at night, the air damp and fresh, infused with the scent of plants and earth. His sharp gaze swept across the beach, the rocky area, and the jungle's edge, confirming there were no signs of nocturnal visitors. His eyes fell on the crevice where they had drawn water yesterday. The seep was too slow to meet their long-term needs. Finding a stable water source was an urgent task for the day. He retreated to the shelter, added a few twigs, and carefully reignited the campfire. A faint flame flickered back to life, bringing light and warmth. The rustling sounds roused Meng Ting. Her eyelashes fluttered, and after a moment of confusion, she quickly regained her alertness. She attempted to move her injured left leg. The pain had subsided considerably, though the bruised area remained stiff. "How do you feel?" Chung Ran offered her a bamboo tube containing the remaining small amount of fresh water from the night before. "Much better. I should be able to manage a little walking," she replied, taking the bamboo tube and sipping the water, feeling it refresh her throat. "Today we need to find water, gather more food, and reinforce the camp," Chung Ran stated succinctly. "I'll scout the area first to see if there's a stream nearby. Since your leg is a bit cumbersome, stay close to the camp and identify those plants you mentioned last night. Be careful." Meng Ting nodded in agreement. Their roles were clearly defined, maximizing efficiency. Chung Ran picked up his Swiss Army knife and a sharpened hardwood spear, an improvised weapon he had crafted during his night watch. After reminding Meng Ting not to wander far, he crouched low and slipped out of the shelter cautiously, making his way along the boundary between the jungle and the beach, venturing toward the unexplored side from yesterday. He moved lightly, ears attuned to any unusual sounds, eyes scanning the surroundings constantly. The vegetation here was denser with huge cycad-like plants extending their feathery leaves and layers of various ferns. The ground was soft, covered in thick humus. After walking about a mile, he heard a faint but continuous sound of flowing water. Chung Ran's spirits lifted as he followed the sound. Pushing aside a cluster of large serrated leaves, he was greeted by a stream roughly 2 meters wide, its clear waters glistening at the bottom. The stream trickled out from deep within the jungle, flowing toward the distant sea. A water source. He felt a surge of joy, but did not rush forward. Years of outdoor experience cautioned him that water sources often attracted animals and hunters. He crouched low, hidden among the vegetation, and observed carefully for over 10 minutes. The banks of the stream showed signs of animal tracks, small hoofprints resembling those of deer alongside large three-toed claw marks that sent a chill down his spine. Confirming there was no immediate danger, he quickly dashed to the stream's edge, cupping his hands to taste the water, sweet and refreshing, far superior to the seep. He immediately filled the bamboo tube, preparing to take it back. However, just as he turned to leave, a deep, menacing roar erupted from the jungle behind him. Chung Ran's hair stood on end, and without a second thought, he lunged sideways. A tawny figure streaked past the spot where he had just stood, its claws scraping the stones by the stream with an ear-piercing sound. It was a feline creature comparable in size to a modern leopard, but more robust with exposed canine teeth. Its fur was mottled, and its eyes glinted with a feral hunger, clearly regarding Chung Ran as a ready breakfast. A saber-toothed tiger, or some similar prehistoric predator. Chung Ran's heart raced as he gripped his wooden spear, tightly fixating on the beast. Missing its attack, it nimbly turned, crouching low, emitting a threatening hiss as it prepared to strike again. He couldn't run. It was a fight to the death. In that crucial moment, Chung Ran's gaze inadvertently flicked to the jungle behind the beast. Something in his mind seemed to shift, an odd sensation rising within him. He felt as if he could see the beast's attack trajectory blurred, yet imbued with a sense of probability. One trajectory in particular stood out clearly, aimed at his right shoulder. Was it an illusion? Or? There was no time to ponder. The beast's hind legs propelled it forward again, its speed astonishing. Instinctively, instead of blocking as planned, Chung Ran followed the direction indicated by that clear trajectory, twisting to the left while stabbing the spear forward with all his might. Thud! The tip of the spear met with solid resistance. Accompanied by a pained and furious roar, Chung Ran felt a tremendous force reverberate through the spear, his grip breaking as it flew from his hands. The beast sustained a deep gash on its neck, exposing bone, yet it pressed on, grazing past Chung Ran's body and crashing heavily to the ground, blood instantly staining the pebbles by the stream. Wounded severely, the beast became enraged, but the wound on the tiger's mouth brought a refreshing sensation under the application of herbal ointment, yet the tumult in Chung Ran's heart remained unresolved. That fleeting, eerie feeling, reminiscent of a glimpse into the trajectory of an attack, lingered like a ghost. He meticulously recalled every detail. It was not a clear image, but rather an instinctual direction intertwined with vague assessments of possibilities. Was it a hallucination born of intense tension? Or was it related to crossing through that temporal vortex? He kept his thoughts unvoiced, cautiously flexing his fingers. In a situation where survival eclipses all else, any incomprehensible or uncontrollable variable could spark unnecessary panic. He needed to observe more. The morning light thoroughly dispelled the mist, fully revealing the primal and magnificent nature of this prehistoric bay. Meng Ting's leg injury had indeed improved significantly, although she still walked with a slight limp. Her movements were much more fluid. She carefully placed several excavated prehistoric taro roots on a flat rock, scrutinizing them. The tubers are intact with no signs of insect damage or rot. They are of excellent quality, she remarked, gently brushing off some soil with her fingers to inspect the color and juice of the cross-section. However, for safety, sake, we should only try a small piece the first time, and they must be thoroughly roasted or boiled. Chung Ran nodded in agreement. Survival required caution. He directed his gaze towards the newly discovered stream, a twinge of dread within him, yet overshadowed by a sense of urgency. We found a water source, but the path to collect it poses risks. We need containers that can hold a substantial amount of water and can withstand boiling. His eyes fell upon the moist, dark-colored soil at the stream's bank. We need to try making pottery. Pottery. Meng Ting looked at him, her eyes shining with curiosity and expectation. What do you need me to do? First, we need to find suitable clay, Chung Ran explained. It must be sufficiently sticky and contain minimal impurities. Additionally, we need more firewood, preferably hardwood, that burns longer and at higher temperatures. Their tasks were clear once again. Meng Ting would continue identifying and gathering edible plants near the camp while collecting suitable firewood. Chung Ran, armed with a wooden spear and several makeshift wraps, made from large tough leaves, headed back to the stream. This time, he was more vigilant, observing from afar for a long, while ensuring there were no traces of predators or other dangerous creatures before approaching swiftly. He meticulously examined the soil along different areas of the stream banks, ultimately selecting a red-tinted, fine-textured clay layer. Using a sharpened stick, he excavated the clay and placed it into leaf wraps. Simultaneously, he collected some fine sand to mix in, reducing the likelihood of cracks during the drying and firing process. Upon returning to the camp, Meng Ting had gathered a small pile of firewood of varying sizes and identified several types of edible wild vegetables and spicy wild ginger, enriching their menu. Cheng Ran poured the clay onto a smooth slab of stone, adding the right amount of sand and water, and began to knead and pound it repeatedly. This was an immensely labor-intensive and patience-testing process, requiring him to expel all the air from the clay to achieve an even texture. Sweat dripped from his brow, mingling with the dirt and leaving streaks on his face. Meng Ting assisted by adding water, watching as the originally loose soil gradually became pliable and smooth in Cheng Ran's hands as if it had come to life. Unable to resist, she tried to knead a small piece herself, but found it far more challenging than it appeared. The clay was either too dry and cracked or too wet and sticky. Apply even pressure, feel its elasticity, Cheng Ran instructed briefly. At last the clay was sufficiently kneaded. Cheng Ran pinched off a piece to attempt making the simplest of pottery, a bowl. He employed the coiling method, rolling the clay into uniform strips and spiraling them upwards, dipping his fingers in water to meticulously smooth and compress the seams. His movements were not overly skilled, but exhibited remarkable focus and steadiness. Meng Ting watched as his sturdy yet dexterous fingers shaped the clay, gradually giving birth to a crude but discernible bowl. Cheng Ran then fashioned several larger jar bodies and a few small cups for boiling water. The entire process spanned most of the day. By the time the last jar body was partially completed, the sunset had once again stained the horizon red. All the clay pieces were carefully placed near the campfire, ventilated but protected from direct heat, to dry in the shade. Next comes the most crucial step. Firing, Cheng Ran said, gazing at the row of clay forms with a grave tone. Success hinges on this moment. We need to construct a simple kiln, or at least a fire that can maintain high temperatures. They chose a downwind spot outside their shelter and dug a shallow pit. Cheng Ran stacked stones to create a rudimentary circular firebox, carefully placing the fully dried ice cold and hard-to-the-touch clay pieces in the center, while layering dry wood and hardwood around, and on top, leaving gaps for air circulation. As night fell, the campfire blazed anew, but this evening brought an even more intense focal point. Cheng Ran took a deep breath and extended the torch toward the small kiln. Flames quickly engulfed the dry firewood, crackling loudly as tongues of fire licked at the stones, causing the temperature to rise sharply. The orange glow illuminated the tense and expectant faces of the two. Cheng Ran continuously added firewood, controlling the flames to ensure that heat could be evenly transmitted to the clay within. This was a slow and torturous process. The air was thick with the aroma of burning wood and the unique scent of clay being fired. Meng Ting sat nearby, occasionally passing firewood, her gaze never leaving the burning kiln. Time slipped by slowly as firewood was added pile after pile. Cheng Ran's forehead was beaded with sweat, and his skin felt scorched from the heat. He could see through the gaps in the flames that the clay pieces inside were beginning to glow faintly red. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, when the last batch of hardwood was about to burn out, Cheng Ran signaled for Meng Ting to stop adding firewood. They needed to allow the kiln to cool naturally. A rapid temperature change could cause the pottery to crack. The flames gradually diminished, leaving only dark red embers and ash enveloping the clay forms that had withstood the fiery trial. The waiting time for cooling was equally long and agonizing. Just as the two were wholly absorbed in the kiln, a sound erupted from deep within the jungle. A roar that was starkly different from the previous night, deeper and more penetrating, like the heavy beat of a drum. The sense of pressure embedded in that sound surpassed anything they had ever heard, as if it emanated from an extraordinarily massive apex predator. Both felt the hairs on their arms stand on end, instinctively grasping their weapons. Cheng Ran's wooden spear and Meng Ting's sturdy stick, which she used as a walking aid. After the roar, there was a brief silence. Even the usual chirping of insects ceased. Then further in the jungle, several other animal roars erupted, seemingly responses tinged with alarm. Cheng Ran and Meng Ting stood back to back, vigilantly scanning the dark boundary of the jungle, their hearts pounding. The roar served as a reminder that the true masters of this land might yet remain hidden. The dangers they had faced previously could merely be the tip of the iceberg. Tonight, I fear we cannot sleep, Cheng Ran whispered, tightening his grip on the wooden spear. Meng Ting nodded, heavily illuminated by the flickering light of the campfire and the embers of the kiln. She could see Cheng Ran's top profile and the sharp glint in his eyes. The warm glow of the fire and the residual heat of the kiln seemed insufficient to dispel the chilling warning that echoed from the ancient wilderness, sending shivers down their spines. Hope and crisis intertwined like the uncertain forms of pottery within the kiln, weaving a suspended melody on this prehistoric night. The profound roar that seemed to shake the very soul echoed through the air, akin to a massive stone plunging into a tranquil lake, stirring up tumultuous waves in the hearts of the two individuals. In the latter half of the night, Chung Ran and Meng Ting hardly closed their eyes. Leaning against the cold rock wall, they kept the campfire intentionally low, providing just enough light and warmth to avoid drawing attention, their ears attuned to every murmur of the dark wilderness outside. The jungle appeared to fall into a brief silence in response to that roar, followed by an unsettling rustling, a cacophony of subtle footfalls and fluttering wings, as if the creatures were fleeing from an unseen threat. This invisible pressure was far more suffocating than confronting a saber-toothed tiger directly. As dawn broke with a pale light on the horizon, it seemed that the disquieting presence had not approached their camp, allowing the two to relax their taut nerves slightly, though fatigue lingered unmistakably in their eyes. "Has it gone?" Meng Ting's voice was tinged with a hint of hoarseness. "Uncertain, but it should be safer during the day," Chung Ran replied, stretching his stiff limbs and casting his gaze toward the now-cooled kiln. Ashes and remnants of charcoal covered its surface, obscuring the contents within. The outcome of their endeavor would directly influence their impending survival. Taking a deep breath, he carefully used a long stick to sift through the layers of ash. Meng Ting approached, propping herself with her own stick, holding her breath in anticipation. As the ashes were gradually cleared away, the scene inside the kiln began to reveal itself. Several pottery pieces stood quietly, their colors transformed from the original earthy yellow to various shades of reddish-brown, their surfaces coated with a layer of soot. Chung Ran's heart raced. He gently tapped the edge of one of the ceramic bowls with his stick. Clink! A crisp, slightly echoing sound rang out, not the dull thud of shattering. It was a success. Joy erupted uncontrollably in Chung Ran's eyes as he hastily retrieved the bowl with his bare hands, ignoring the warmth. The bowl was solid, pleasantly smooth to the touch. Despite its rudimentary shape and the presence of several bubbles and mottled marks, it was undoubtedly a genuine piece of pottery capable of holding water and enduring the test of fire. He continued to pull out the other pots and cups one by one. Most had been successfully fired, with only one pot exhibiting a noticeable crack due to uneven heating, rendering it a second-rate piece, but still usable for storage. "We did it." Meng Ting couldn't contain her exuberance, lifting a ceramic cup and repeatedly caressing its coarse yet sturdy texture as if cradling a priceless treasure. With these containers, they could store ample fresh water, boil it for sterilization, and cook food, leading to a significant enhancement in their quality of life. Chung Ran promptly filled the intact pot with fresh water from the stream. This time he was more vigilant, ensuring absolute safety before proceeding. Setting the water pot over the rekindled campfire, he watched as the flames gradually licked the pot's bottom, the surface of the water beginning to bubble, a profound sense of achievement swelling within him. "With pottery, we can try cooking those taros and wild vegetables," Meng Ting remarked, gazing at the boiling pot with a relaxed smile. She carefully peeled the prehistoric taro she had dug up the previous day, cutting it into small pieces, and washed some sorrel and purslane before adding them to the rolling hot water. Soon a delightful aroma, a blend of starchy sweetness, and for the two who had subsisted on wild fruits and the occasional charred meat for several days, this was undoubtedly a tantalizing prospect. In the interim, while waiting for the food to cook, Chung Ran did not idle. Using the cracked pot, he fetched more wet clay from the stream, beginning to knead new pottery pieces. He planned to create larger water storage jars and even attempt. This breakthrough in technique opened up a world of possibility. Meng Ting kept a watchful eye on the pot over the fire while continuing her explorations around the camp. Her leg injury was nearly healed, allowing for greater mobility. Her gaze was as precise as a scanner, not overlooking any unfamiliar plant. Suddenly, she stopped about 30 meters away from the camp on a sunlit slope. There grew a cluster of oddly shaped herbaceous plants with slender stalks and tassel-like clusters of small fruit. Although the grains were considerably smaller and sparser than modern wheat, the structure. Her heart raced as she nearly dashed forward, carefully plucking a cluster, peeling back the outer shell to reveal small pale yellow seeds inside. She placed them in her mouth, chewing gently, and a faint yet distinct sweetness of starch characteristic of cereal plants spread across her palate. Chung Ran. Chung Ran. She excitedly ran back to the camp, momentarily forgetting her slight discomfort, holding the plant high. "Look, this could very well be wild wheat. Or its ancient ancestor." Chung Ran, upon hearing this, immediately set down the clay in his hands and took the plant from her to examine closely. Although he was not well versed in plant classification, the appearance of the seed head bore similarities to grains he recognized. Are you certain? The characteristics are remarkably similar. Although the seeds are quite small, the yield must be exceedingly low, but this means we might have found the source of grains. Meng Ting's voice trembled with excitement. If we can find more, even attempt to harvest and cultivate. Staple food. The dawn of true staples. If the success of pottery laid the foundation for survival, the discovery of what might be wild wheat ignited the spark of civilization's continuity. They exchanged glances, both seeing in each other's eyes a flame burning brighter than the campfire itself. However, in that moment of hope, Chung Ran's peripheral vision suddenly caught movement near the edge of the camp, close to the jungle, where a thicket swayed unnaturally, a motion that could not be attributed to the wind. He instantly became alert, pulling Meng Ting behind him, seizing a nearby wooden spear, and hissed, "Who's there?" The thicket ceased its movement, plunging into a hushed silence. Yet Chung Ran's sharp gaze had discerned beneath the large fronds of ferns a blurred footprint that was certainly not that of a beast, along with signs on the ground that suggested something had hurriedly dragged across, covering its tracks. Someone was watching them. Or perhaps it was some form of advanced intelligent being. The joy that had just surged from the pottery and grains was abruptly replaced by a chilling dread. Chung Ran's low murmur pierced the stillness of the afternoon, startling several vividly colored prehistoric birds hiding in the nearby bushes. Meng Ting, shielded behind him, felt her heart tighten as she followed his gaze toward the now motionless thicket, where only layers of deep green leaves and indistinct, yet glaring drag marks on the soil were visible. There was no response, just the rustling of leaves in the wind and the distant, persistent chirping of insects. Yet the sensation of being watched did not dissipate. Instead, it clung to her like a persistent shadow, becoming clearer and colder. "What is it?" Meng Ting whispered, her fingers instinctively tightening around the hem of Chung Ran's shirt. "Unclear," Chung Ran answered, his gaze sharp as he gripped his wooden spear, taking a cautious step forward, his body poised for an immediate sprint or defense. The footprints don't resemble those of a wild animal, but they don't quite look like those of a normal human either. He refrained from recklessly pursuing into the jungle, aware of the peril in being outmatched. He remained stationary, scrutinizing the area carefully. The footprints were somewhat elongated with distinct toes, yet they seemed to lack an arch resembling those left by a creature accustomed to walking barefoot on soft ground, and were smaller than those of an average adult. The drag marks were hastily concealed, leaving behind more visible flaws. "It has fled," Chung Ran observed for a moment, confirming that whatever it was had moved away, allowing him to relax his tense muscles slightly, though his brow remained furrowed. Very alert and adept at concealing its traces. This indicated that the watcher likely possessed a degree of intelligence rather than being merely a beast acting on instinct. This realization was more unsettling than facing a known predator. The two retreated back to the campfire, the earlier joy brought by pottery and wild wheat replaced by a heavy sense of worry. The bubbling pot still exuded the aroma of food, yet it no longer sparked any appetite. "Let's eat to maintain our strength," Chung Ran urged himself to remain calm, serving Meng Ting a bowl of cooked taro and wild vegetables in a freshly made clay bowl. "Regardless of what that was, we must survive and bolster our defenses." Meng Ting accepted the warm bowl, the heat of the food alleviating some of the chill within her. She took small bites of the soft, glutinous taro, its flavor bland, yet her thoughts raced. What could it be? The island's primitive people? Or other travelers like us? "Both are possibilities," Chung Ran replied, eating quickly while analyzing the situation. If it's primitive people, their intentions are unpredictable. They could be curious or hostile. If they are other travelers. He paused, leaving the thought unspoken, but Meng Ting understood his implication. Under dire circumstances, fellow humans could sometimes be more dangerous than wild beasts. After finishing this tasteless meal, Chung Ran sprang into action. He could no longer afford to expose their campsite completely. First, he utilized his Swiss Army knife and vines to set up several simple snares around the perimeter, particularly near the jungle's edge. The traps were straightforward, made from pliable vines tied to easily disturbed, noise-making piles of dry branches, serving mainly as early warning systems. Next, he fortified the front defenses of their shelter. He cut thicker. Dawn tore through the night, casting a cold light upon the Duladen camp. Chung Ran was already prepared, a Swiss Army knife secured at his waist, a sharpened wooden spear clutched in his hand. On his back, he carried several roasted taro chunks wrapped in large leaves and a fish bound together with vines, along with a newly crafted small clay pot filled with oil-soaked dried moss and fine wood shavings, his fire starter kit. Meng Ting poured the last bit of fresh water into the bamboo tube Chung Ran had brought and handed it to him, her eyes filled with concern. Be careful. If you encounter danger, retreat immediately, don't engage recklessly. Rest assured, scouting is my priority, Chung Ran replied, accepting the bamboo tube. His gaze swept across the fortified camp and the unassuming tripwire traps. You two keep watch here. No matter what sounds you hear, don't leave the camp area easily. He conducted a final check on the seal of the fire starter kit, nodded at Meng Ting, then turned and crouched, slipping through the makeshift barrier of thorns and sharp wood. He quickly vanished into the dense vegetation upstream along the stream. Left alone in the camp, Meng Ting felt an unprecedented sense of emptiness and pressure. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. With Chung Ran off on an adventure, she had to ensure that her presence was valuable. Grasping a sturdy wooden stick, she began her routine patrol around the camp, meticulously inspecting each trap to ensure they were intact, confirming there were no new suspicious traces. Her attention then shifted to several precious spikes of what seemed like wild wheat. Carefully, she rubbed the tiny grains from the grains were shriveled and scarce, but they represented hope. Recalling her knowledge of modern yet here time seemed to hold a different significance. She decided to find a small, relatively flat sump. Using stones and wooden sticks, she loosened the soil, removing stones and the roots of weeds, and gently planted some of the grains, covering them with a thin layer of soil. After carefully watering them with stream water from her clay pot, she gazed at the freshly turned earth, silently praying for their germination and growth. Time passed slowly in the midst of waiting and busyness. The sun grew increasingly hot, and the sounds of the jungle remained noisy, but the feeling of being watched seemed to diminish. Perhaps the unknown presence had followed Chung Ran away. This thought made her even more uneasy. Meanwhile, Chung Ran trekked upstream along the stream. The further he ventured, the denser and more tangled the vegetation became, with enormous palm-like trees stretching their vast fan-shaped leaves to obscure much of the sky, allowing only dappled patches of light to filter through. The air was humid and thick, with the rich scent of decaying matter mingled with an exotic floral fragrance. The stream grew turbulent. The banks were no longer sandy, but lined with slippery moss-covered rocks and tangled tree roots. His progress was exceptionally challenging, requiring intense concentration. He had to be vigilant not only of his footing, but also of the dangers lurking from the depths of the jungle. The tip of his spear remained pointed toward any potential threat. Several times he heard distinct rustling from the bushes beside him, as if a sizable creature was moving parallel to him. However, when he paused to be alert, the sounds vanished, creating an unsettling sense of being followed. After traveling roughly 2 or 3 miles, the terrain began to rise, and the stream narrowed at a bend flanked by steep rock walls. Here Chung Ran once more experienced that peculiar feeling of forewarning. It was as if a string in his mind had been lightly plucked to above. On the left rock wall, several loose stones, following a trajectory of probability, began to tumble toward him. Without hesitation, Chung Ran lunged forward. With a crash, a few fist-sized stones grazed his back and plunged into the stream, sending up a splash of water. That was close. He lay on the slippery rock, his heart racing. Was it merely natural dislodgement, or... He suddenly looked up, his sharp gaze scanning the top of the rock wall. In that moment he saw it. Behind a dense tangle of vines adorned with small purple flowers at the top of the rock wall, a pair of eyes. They were unlike those of any beast, with pupils in the shadows, exhibiting an eerie golden hue that bore a clear, intelligent curiosity, even a hint of surprise. It seemed taken aback that Chung Ran had managed to evade detection. The eyes met Chung Ran's gaze in a fleeting connection, lasting no more than half a second before abruptly retreating behind the vines, vanishing from sight. Almost immediately, a faint, swift rustling sound echoed from above, receding quickly. Chung Ran scrambled to his feet, trying to find a way to climb and pursue it, but the rock wall was slick and steep. By the time he managed to reach that position, the creature had long since disappeared, leaving behind only a few broken purple flowers and several narrow footprints on the ground resembling those he had discovered outside the camp. The footprints led deeper into the jungle. Chung Ran stood still, his brow furrowed. Golden-hued pupils. Those were certainly not human eyes. Were they some form of humanoid? Or perhaps an even stranger presence on this island? This encounter confirmed this ability had saved him twice now. He decided not to venture further. The Watcher had become alert, and the situation upstream was unclear. It was too dangerous to take risks alone. He noted the location and direction, then began his journey back. The return path felt exceptionally long. He sensed a dull heaviness. Was it exhaustion, or... When he trudged back to the familiar, Meng Ting was anxiously waiting at the entrance of the camp. Upon seeing him return safely, a smile of relief spread across her face as she hurried toward him. How was it? Chung Ran shook his head, briefly recounting his experiences along the way, including the rockfall and the golden-eyed creature, but omitted the details of his forewarning ability, attributing his survival to good fortune and instinct. Golden-colored eyes, eh? What is on this island? I do not know, Chung Ran replied, his voice heavy with fatigue and gravity. But it is certain that we are not the only. Moreover, they are continuously observing us from the shadow. He raised his gaze to the encroaching twilight of the jungle, those golden eyes etched into his mind like a brand, bringing forth a deeper unease and mystery than any prehistoric monster ever could. The news that Chung Ran brought back was like a heavy boulder tossed into the recently tranquil waters of their hearts. The pale golden pupils, the gaze filled with wisdom. These were far beyond their imagination of the prehistoric world. By the campfire that night, the atmosphere was more somber than it had been on any previous night. That is not a beast, Meng Ting said, hugging her knees, her voice taut with tension. It understands how to use falling rocks, knows how to hide and track. It may even possess intelligence comparable to ours. The fear stemming from this realization was more profound than when they faced the saber-toothed tiger. Chung Ran nodded silently, poking at the fire with a stick, the sparks crackling as they flew up. It is observing us with unclear intentions, but for now it hasn't shown any direct aggression. He attempted to analyze rationally to soothe Meng Ting and himself. We need to pick up the pace. We must enhance our self-defense capabilities and establish a more secure base. The heaviness and blurred memories that followed the use of his precognitive ability made him wary. This power seemed to come with a cost, not something to rely on lightly. True strength must come from solid preparation and personal fortitude. The next day, Chung Ran decided to prioritize the creation of ranged weapons. The risks associated with melee wooden spears were too great in the face of an unknown threat, especially one that might possess intelligence. Distance was life. He selected a type of wood that was both tough and elastic, laboriously chopping a straight, unscarred branch of moderate thickness with his Swiss Army knife. After stripping the bark and carefully refining its shape, he carved notches at both ends, slowly shaping a rough longbow in his hands. This process consumed most of his day as he repeatedly tested the flexibility of the bow arms, ensuring they would not easily snap. However, he encountered trouble while crafting the bowstring. He experimented with several flexible tree bark fibers and thin vines he had on hand, but either they lacked strength or they were too brittle, snapping with the slightest pull. Without a suitable bowstring, even the best bow would be useless. Watching yet another vine snap, Chung Ran frowned deeply. Meng Ting, observing nearby, was unable to assist as her understanding of plant fibers was limited. Perhaps we need to find a specific material, Meng Ting suggested thoughtfully, like the inner fibers of a certain tree bark or the core of a particular vine. Chung Ran exhaled a heavy breath and nodded. The search for materials would require time and luck. He carefully stored the unfinished bow and temporarily shifted his focus back to fortifying their campsite and food supplies. Using the collected wood, he began constructing a simple platform about a meter off the ground, which could serve as a sleeping area, isolating them from the damp ground and crawling creatures, and could also function as a small lookout point in emergencies. Meanwhile, Meng Ting continued tending to her little experimental field. The seeds she had sown likely wheat. In the afternoon, Chung Ran returned to the creek for water, this time particularly vigilant, his gaze scanning the rock walls and thickets. However, this sensation was subtle, not a warning of danger, but rather a kind of direction. Hesitating briefly, he approached. Parting the thick leaves, he discovered that the stems of these plants were extraordinarily resilient. He attempted to cut off a segment, peeling back the outer skin to reveal dense, resilient white fibers within. A surge of inspiration filled Chung Ran as he twisted several strands of fiber together. The resulting thin cord was not only strong, pulling on it firmly, the fibers stretched only slightly without breaking. This was it. Meng Ting was both surprised and delighted. Together, they worked to strip dry and twist the fibers, ultimately crafting a bowstring that was uniform in thickness and full of resilience. At the moment the bowstring was attached to the bow arms, a true bow was born. Chung Ran drew it back a few times, the bow emitting a satisfying soft groan poised for action. He fashioned several straight wooden shafts, meticulously crafting sharp arrowheads from flint for the first batch of arrows. Although lacking feathers for stabilization, their accuracy would significantly decrease, yet they still possessed considerable lethality at short range. As dusk approached, Chung Ran found a thick trunk outside the campsite to use as a target. He knocked an arrow, his arm muscles taut, aimed, and released. Whoosh! The arrow flew forth with a thud, embedding deeply into the trunk, the tail vibrating violently. Success! Chung Ran and Meng Ting exchanged smiles. This was another significant technological breakthrough since the discovery of pottery and wheat. With the ability for ranged attacks, their sense of security had greatly increased. However, just as Chung Ran prepared to shoot a second arrow to further test the bow's performance, a dense and unusually thick fog began to seep from the depths of the jungle, without warning, quickly enveloping the surroundings of the camp. Visibility plummeted, and even the nearby trees appeared ghostly. At the same time, Chung Ran felt a sudden heaviness in his head. The lethargy following the use of his ability washed over him again, more pronounced than before. Shaking his head to clear his mind, he focused intently on the source of the fog. Amidst the swirling gray-white mist just at the edge of the jungle in the shadow of a giant tree, he once again saw those eyes. The pale golden pupils seemed to glow in the obscured haze calmly and intently observing the bow in his hands and the arrow lodged in the trunk. There was an unmistakable scrutiny in that gaze, even carrying a hint of something akin to assessment. It had witnessed the entire process. It had seen the birth of this new weapon. Chung Ran's heart tightened, and he immediately raised his bow, knocking an arrow aiming toward that direction. But the fog swirled, and those golden eyes, like a specter, silently vanished into the thick mist and darkness, leaving behind a profound stillness around the camp, and a chilling unease growing in the hearts of the two. It seemed to know every advancement they had made. The hum of the arrow leaving the bowstring seemed to reverberate in the air, yet the mist, as mysteriously as it had arrived, quickly dissipated. Sunlight poured down again, illuminating the damp vegetation surrounding the camp. The pale golden pupils and their owner's ghostly figure had completely melded into the jungle, leaving no trace behind, only the taut bowstring of Chung Ran and the pallor of Meng Ting's face. Chung Ran slowly lowered his bow, feeling the heaviness in his head recede like a tide, yet a deeper sense of fatigue lingered. He vividly recalled the sensation of drawing the bow and aiming, as well as the fleeting surprise, or perhaps assessment, in those golden eyes. However, the specific shape of those eyes and the details of the surrounding facial contours felt veiled, requiring effort to bring to mind. The cost of this ability seemed to be becoming evident with use. It saw your bow. Meng Ting's voice trembled with fear. Could it? It saw, and it was very much concerned. Chung Ran interrupted her, his gaze sharply scanning the direction where those eyes had vanished. But it did not attack, instead it retreated. This alone was a signal worth pondering. Was it wary of the new weapon, or did it have other intentions? In the following 2 days, the camp remained unusually tranquil. The sensation of being watched had disappeared, and even the usual disturbances from wild animals were significantly reduced, as if an invisible barrier had isolated this area. Chung Ran and Meng Ting did not dare to let their guard down, taking turns to stand watch day and night. Chung Ran seized every moment to practice archery, crafting more arrows, and even attempting to create rudimentary fletching from the feathers of birds to improve accuracy. The experimental field Meng Ting had been tending finally yielded good news. Several tender green shoots broke through the soil. Although they could not yet confirm they were wheat, the emergence of life was enough to uplift their spirits. She expanded her search radius and discovered several edible tubers and vitamin-rich wild fruits, gradually enriching their food supplies. On the morning of the 3rd day, while conducting his routine patrol around the camp, Chung Ran discovered something that certainly did not belong to nature near the edge of the jungle, close to where the golden eyes had disappeared the day before. It was a remarkably smooth piece of black flint shaped uniformly with sharp edges, clearly a meticulously crafted stone dagger. Beside the dagger lay several vibrant plump red berries which Meng Ting had previously identified as non-toxic and sweet, the best-tasting fruit they had found so far. There were no footprints, no other signs. These 2 items lay quietly on the ground, covered with fallen leaves, as if they had appeared out of thin air. Chung Ran did not touch them immediately. He cautiously observed the surroundings for a long time, confirming there were no ambushes before carefully using a stick to nudge the dagger and berries over. What is this? Meng Ting exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise as she saw what Chung Ran had brought back. The craftsmanship of the dagger far surpassed the crude tools they had made from broken stones with smooth lines and a uniformly sharp edge, truly a work of art. The berries, too, were a symbol filled with goodwill. It was left by them, Chung Ran mused, weighing the cold, smooth dagger in his hand, his tone complicated. Is it an apology, a gesture of goodwill, or the beginning of a trade? Regardless of the intention, it conveyed a clear message. Those hidden in the shadows, possessing pale golden pupils, exhibited higher intelligence, understood the art of crafting fine tools, and were willing to communicate. They want to communicate with us. Meng Ting picked up one of the red berries, its fragrance enticing. Could this be a test of an alliance? It seems more like a demonstration of strength and a lowering of their stance, Chung Ran analyzed. They witnessed the power of our bows and arrows, and perhaps believe we have qualified for dialogue. The dagger is a testament to their craftsmanship, while the berries express goodwill. He recalled the scrutiny and assessment in those golden pupils, understanding now. What should we do in response? Meng Ting asked. Actively engaging with an unknown intelligent species bore significant risks, yet it also held potential opportunities. Establishing contact, Chung Ran pondered for a long while, his gaze falling upon the red berry. For now we hold our ground, he finally decided. We'll accept this gift, but won't We must continue to develop ourselves, fortifying the camp stock. We will wait until we are stronger until they appear again. He picked up one of the red berries and handed it to Meng Ting. Meng Ting hesitated for a moment before accepting. The sweet juice burst in her mouth, rich with flavor, the closest she had come to experiencing the taste of civilization since arriving in this world. Cheng Ran also took a bite, and the flavor was indeed delightful. Yet his attention was primarily on the dagger. This weapon would undoubtedly greatly enhance their efficiency in food preparation and toolmaking. This gift from the depths of the mist, under the watchful gaze of those golden pupils, rippled through their hearts like a stone cast into still waters. Fear still lurked, yet an uncontrollable curiosity and a faint but real possibility of an alliance began to quietly take root. The survival game on this prehistoric island seemed at that moment to have welcomed new players and introduced entirely new rules. The smooth stone dagger and the sweet berries brought not pure reassurance, but rather a suspended tension, an uneasy blend of anticipation and quiet dread. Cheng Ran meticulously honed the blade and secured it to a sturdy hardwood hilt with supple leather thongs, fashioning a compact razor-sharp weapon that vastly improved efficiency in both butchering game and carving wood. Meng Ting meanwhile silently acknowledged that gesture of goodwill, turning her attention more intently to her field, the few tender seedlings that had broken through the soil. Under her careful tending, they had grown taller, still slender, yet resiliently unfurling their verdant vitality. Life at the camp proceeded with quiet routine, yet beneath its surface, unseen currents stirred. Each day Cheng Ran practiced archery and set additional concealed pit traps beyond the perimeter, each lined with sharpened wooden stakes. He deliberately refrained from invoking his uncanny prescience. The disorienting, memory-eroding dizziness it induced triggered an instinctive wariness within him. Calm shattered on the fifth dawn. Before the first sunbeam had fully dispelled the forest mist, Cheng Ran, on his habitual morning patrol, discovered a hunched figure beside one of the newly dug pits at the camp's outer edge. Not a beast, a humanoid figure, slim with skin the warm, burnished hue of aged bronze. Judging by build, he was male. He leaned half-slumped against the pit's rim, his left leg bent at an unnatural angle, clearly ensnared by the trap. A deep, bone-exposing gash torn open by the stakes below stained the surrounding earth crimson. He wore a crude short skirt stitched from soft animal hide, and faint traces of white clay pigment streaked his torso, now blurred, almost ghostly. Most arresting of all, even in unconsciousness, the delicate outline of pale gold irises shimmered faintly beneath his closed eyelids. The golden-eyed clan. Cheng Ran's heart lurched violently. He instantly tightened his grip on his bow and swept his gaze across the surrounding woods. No ambush, no hidden figures. Only this wounded youth, judged by his unlined face and slight frame, lying alone beside the pit. His breath was shallow, his face drained of color by blood loss. Cheng Ran did not move forward. Was this a ruse, a ploy to win trust through feigned injury? Yet the wound was unmistakably real, the steady seep of blood, the pallor of shock, the raw vulnerability, all undeniable. Hesitation lasted only a heartbeat. He turned and gave a sharp, piercing whistle toward the camp. Moments later, Meng Ting arrived, clutching a wooden staff and a pouch of herbs. At the sight before her, she drew in a sharp, audible breath. He's injured. Fell into our trap. Cheng Ran spoke tersely. Do we save him? Meng Ting studied the youth's mangled leg and his shallow, labored breathing. Her healer's instincts overrode caution. Yes, we must. This is no deception. Without further pause, Cheng Ran stepped forward. With his stone dagger, he severed the vine constricting the youth's ankle, then carefully dragged him clear of the pit's edge. Meng Ting knelt, immediately examining the wound with practiced hands. She rinsed it thoroughly with clean water, then applied a generous poultice of crushed Euphorbia humifusa and Hautoinia cordata, renowned for staunching blood and quelling inflammation. The youth flinched, emitting a faint, stifled groan, but remained unconscious. His skin burned with fever. Meng Ting gathered bark known for its antipyretic properties, brewed a decoction, and, with Cheng Ran's help, coaxed the bitter liquid down his throat. Once the wound was treated, they carried him back to camp and laid him upon Cheng Ran's elevated platform. Throughout, Cheng Ran maintained absolute vigilance, his bow always within arm's reach. The youth remained insensible for most of the day. Not until the afternoon did a low moan escape his lips. His eyelids trembled, then slowly lifted. What opened were eyes of pure molten gold, luminous, clouded with the haze of awakening and weakness. Then swiftly wariness flickered across them, followed by a trace of fear. He tried to rise, but the movement wrenched his injured leg. A stifled grunt escaped him, cold sweat beaded instantly across his brow. Don't move, Meng Ting said, her voice gentle, though she knew he likely understood none of it. She pointed to his bandaged leg, then to the herb-laden bowl beside him, signaling rest, healing care. His golden gaze drifted between Chung Ran and Meng Ting, then settled on the flint dagger at Chung Ran's waist, the very one gifted by his own people. His eyes traced the camp's modest yet purposeful layout, the fire pit, the drying rack, the longbow leaning against the rock face. The suspicion in his expression softened, replaced by something layered: curiosity, appraisal, quiet calculation. He stilled, made no further attempt to rise. Chung Ran picked up a clay bowl filled with steamed taro paste and held it out. The youth hesitated, then accepted it. He sniffed cautiously, dipped a fingertip into the paste, and tasted it. Satisfied, he began eating, slowly, weakly, yet with an innate, unself-conscious grace. When he finished, color returned faintly to his cheeks. He raised his head, met Chung Ran's gaze, and extended a single finger. First he pointed to his wounded leg, then toward the direction of the pit, offering a rueful, apologetic smile. Next he drew his palm sharply across his throat, gesturing toward the depths of the jungle, his expression tightening with unmistakable terror. Finally he turned to Chung Ran and Meng Ting, pressed his palms together before his chest, and performed a strange, solemn gesture, unmistakably one of gratitude and plea. Chung Ran and Meng Ting exchanged a glance. Understanding bloomed, wordless and immediate. He had not come to spy or attack. He was fleeing something unspeakably dangerous, had stumbled blindly into the trap in his desperation. And that final gesture, it spoke not only of thanks, but of sanctuary sought, or warning delivered. Chung Ran drew a slow, steadying breath, and reached for communication. He pointed first to the youth, then toward the jungle's heart, raising his brows in silent inquiry. The youth understood. Urgency flashed across his face. He nodded vigorously, then repeated the throat-cutting motion, the look of terror, before pointing emphatically at Chung Ran, then at the camp itself. Spreading his arms wide, he mimed encirclement, then nodded again, firm and grave. A chill snaked up Chung Ran's spine. The golden-eyed youth was issuing a dire warning. Something vast and terrible was drawing near, closing in on their camp. Almost as the youth completed that final gesture, Chung Ran's head reeled, suddenly, violently. That familiar, unsettling prescience surged forth, sharper, more visceral than ever before. Fragmented, blood-scented images flooded his mind: colossal scaled talons, jagged fangs, dripping viscous saliva, and a ravenous, savage consciousness. Hunger and fury incarnate, advancing steadily down the upstream ravine, bearing down upon them. The cost struck instantly. A crushing vertigo threatened to buckle his knees, the vivid details of those visions already fraying, dissolving like smoke. He shook his head hard, fought back the nausea, and his face hardened into granite resolve. Snatching up his longbow, he barked low and urgent to Meng Ting and to the wide-eyed youth. Prepare for battle. Something immense is coming. Chung Ran's voice pierced the taut air like an icicle. Meng Ting paled, instantly snatched up a hardwood club and several sharp-edged flint stones, and retreated swiftly to the edge of the platform, shielding the golden-eyed youth whose mobility was severely impaired. The youth, Chung Ran, fought through the vertigo and disorienting sense of memory fragmentation brought on by overusing his precognitive ability. A savage, blood-soaked will pressed upon them from upstream, tangible, suffocating, accelerating. He could not perceive the creature in full. He assessed the situation in an instant. The traps encircling the camp would be laughably ineffective against such a behemoth. Their sole advantage lay in terrain. They stood with their backs to a sheer cliff face, flanked on both sides by thorny deer fences. Only the front remained exposed. Meng Ting, fire. Pile everything combustible before the camp entrance. Chung Ran barked, voice taut and rapid. Then Ale caught the spear without hesitation. Though his left leg lay motionless, his grip was unwavering. He nodded. Chung Ran meanwhile used long branches to drag the hottest. Whoosh. The kindling ignited instantly. A wall of flame, nearly waist-high. For a moment it severed visibility, and offered, almost before the flames had fully risen, it stood nearly 5 meters long. A grotesque fusion. A row of dark red bony spines ran along its spine like serrated daggers. Its tail lashed the air like a steel whip. Its comparatively small head bore cold vertical yellow. Its maw gaped wide, crowded with dagger-like teeth. A spine-backed dragon, or something terrifying. Chung Ran drew a sharp, involuntary breath. No wooden spear, no pit trap could hope to fell a creature of such magnitude. The beast hesitated at the fire's edge, pacing restlessly, roaring deep enough to vibrate bone and marrow. Yet hunger soon overrode instinctive caution. It inhaled deeply, chest swelling, then exhaled a torrent of foul, acrid breath. Not flame, but forceful enough to buffet the firewall, sending flames wavering and dimming entire sections. Loose arrows. Chung Ran roared, and drew his bowstring to the ear. Thwip. The arrow streaked forward, but the beast twisted its head with uncanny speed. With a dull thunk, the shaft buried itself deep into the coarse, leathery hide of its neck, sinking no deeper than rubber might yield. The wound was superficial, and the insult ignited fury. Rule war. Enraged beyond reason, it charged. Hold it. Ale's golden pupils contracted to hair-thin slits. He inhaled, deep controlled, and hurled the spear with every sinew straining. It arced with lethal precision, straight into the beast's gaping maw. The timing was flawless. The creature had no time to evade. The spear vanished into its throat. A distorted, agonized shriek tore from its lungs, its charged, faltered head thrashing wildly in desperate, violent spasms. In that fleeting vital interval, Chung Ran's second arrow flew, aimed not at armor or scale, but at the narrow, vulnerable patch of softer tissue beneath the beast's lower eyelid, now briefly exposed by its contortions. The arrow sank home, fletching first, deep into the socket. SSSSS. AAGH. Another shriek, higher, rawer, ripped the air. Blood gushed from the ruined eye. Blind with pain and rage, the beast veered violently, stampeding directly toward Chung Ran, each thunderous footfall shaking the ground like distant artillery. Chung Ran staggered backward, bow singing again and again, arrows striking head and neck only to ricochet off armored hide and bony ridges. Meng Ting hurled flint stones with all her strength, aiming to distract, to blind. As the beast closed in on the final deer fence barrier, Chung Ran's vision blurred, his skull throbbed, but he forced his consciousness into focus one last time. A searing premonition flared, not of the beast itself, but of the ground just ahead and slightly left of its charging path, the deepest pit he'd ever dug, the first he'd laid camouflaged with leaf litter and soil, its bottom bristling with fire-hardened wooden stakes sharpened to lethal points. Drive it left, he rasped, already sidestepping, loosing arrows not to wound, but to provoke. Meng Ting understood instantly, hurled a burning log hard to the beast's left. Ale, immobile but resolute, let out a piercing shrill whistle. Blinded and enraged, its judgment eroded, the creature wheeled, surging leftward, drawn by firelight and provocation, straight toward the concealed pit. Crunch, tum. A deafening crash, splintering wood grinding earth, and the beast's massive forequarters plunged downward. Its belly and chest impaled themselves upon the dense thicket of hardened stakes. A scream of unimaginable agony split the sky. It writhed, blood geysering, staining the pit walls, soaking the soil crimson. Each convulsion widened the wound's life ebbed with every pulse of scarlet. Chung Ran did not relent. Through splitting headache and swimming vision, he drew, aimed, and fired, again and again, driving his remaining arrows into the creature's remaining eye and deep into its open mouth. The thrashing lasted a full quarter hour, then dwindled to shudders, to shallow twitches, to the soft, ceaseless trickle of blood. Before the camp lay devastation. The fire wall had guttered into gray smoke. The deer fences lay shattered. The air hung thick, saturated with coppery blood, acrid smoke, and the sour stench of the beast's final involuntary voiding. Chung Ran slumped against the rock face, breath, ragged sweat, and grime, and dried blood plastering his clothes to his skin. His mind felt hollowed, like a chamber emptied of memory. Much of the battle had already blurred. The precise sequence of foresight that guided the beast into the pit, the exact cadence of his own commands, all fading into indistinct impressions. Meng Ting hurried to his side, face tight, with worry and lingering dread scanning him for injury. Above, Ale exhaled slowly, tension draining from his frame. His pallor had deepened, exhaustion and blood loss weighing heavily upon him, but his gaze, when it met theirs, held profound gratitude and something deeper still, recognition. He placed a hand over his heart, the same strange solemn gesture, and pointed first to the beast's corpse, then to Chung Ran and Meng Ting, finally gesturing toward the dense ancient forest from which he had come. His voice was thin, strained, yet unmistakably earnest. Friends, tribe, a shared enemy, shared blood, brief, flawless coordination. In this primordial wilderness, such things forged the oldest, strongest bonds of alliance, raw, unspoken, elemental. This sudden, harrowing clash had been perilous beyond measure, yet it had also unlatched a door not merely to survival, but to the deeper, older secrets of this land. And as Chung Ran and Meng Ting met Ale's gaze, golden, weary, sincere, they knew without need of words that their relationship with this amber-eyed native had irrevocably entered a new epoch. A suffocating miasma of blood hung over the camp, overwhelming the freshness of foliage and the salt tang of sea breeze. In the pit lay the colossal carcass of a Jibei long, its spine back motionless at last. Dark crimson blood had soaked deep into the earth at the pit's base, pooling in small, glistening hollows. Chung Ran slumped against the rocky wall, his temples throbbing as though struck by a mallet, his vision blurred at the edges, doubled and indistinct. He pressed hard upon his brow, striving to dispel the searing disorientation wrought by overuse of his precognitive faculty, the gnawing vertigo, the eerie sense of memory unraveling. The precise sequence by which he had guided the beast into the trap now eluded him. Only fragmented images remained, fleeting and insubstantial, accompanied by an instinctive certainty, details slipping like sand through clenched fingers. Meng Ting, disregarding her own exhaustion and lingering dread, first examined Chung Ran with meticulous care. Satisfied that he suffered only from profound physical depletion and mental strain, with no visible wounds, she exhaled slowly, her shoulders relaxing at last. Only then did she turn toward Ali, who sat upon the raised platform. His face was pallid from blood loss and pain, yet his golden eyes blazed with startling intensity, fixed unwaveringly upon Chung Ran, filled with unspoken gratitude and something deeper, a quiet, almost reverent awe. Fine, Chung Ran rasped, shaking his head at Meng Ting and gesturing for her to tend to the wounded first. She understood instantly and moved without hesitation to re-examine Ali's leg. Though the trap's wound had been cleaned and staunched, the earlier struggle had reopened its edges, yielding faint seepage. With practiced gentleness, she cleansed the injury anew and applied fresh dressings. Ali submitted in silence, offering stiff, tentative smiles whenever their glances met, awkward gestures of goodwill. After a brief respite, Chung Ran forced himself upright. Before him lay not merely the corpse of a slain leviathan, but the tangible dissolution of mortal peril, and an unprecedented trove of resources. To waste it would be unthinkable. He retrieved the flint dagger, gifted by the golden-eyed clan, now bound to a wooden haft, and approached the pit's rim. The beast's hide was coarse and thick, nearly impervious, yet its belly, torn open by sharpened stakes, offered vulnerable purchase. He began cutting, laboriously, relentlessly. Though the flint blade was keen, the sheer scale of the quarry rendered progress agonizingly slow. Once Ali was settled, Meng Ting joined him, wielding sharp-edged stone fragments to assist in the work. From the platform, Ali watched their efforts intently. Then, with terse, guttural syllables, he pointed first to the dark crimson osteoderms along the beast's spine, then to Chung Ran's flint dagger, shaking his head firmly, before gesturing emphatically toward the soft, ruptured belly and nodding decisively. He was instructing them, guiding them toward more efficient butchery. Chung Ran and Meng Ting exchanged a glance and complied, without hesitation, abandoning all attempts upon the armored dorsal plates. Their focus shifted wholly to the abdominal wound, and efficiency surged. First, they peeled away great swaths of intact, supple hide, prime material for warm garments, bedding, or future vessels. Next came the meat, vast cuts of vivid crimson flesh, pungent with iron-rich musk, yet undeniably vital, a reservoir of protein for days to come. While severing muscle near the spine, Chung Ran made an unexpected discovery. Just beneath the nape, nestled within the dense tissue, lay an object roughly the size of a clenched fist, dark gold in hue, unervingly dense and resilient. Neither muscle nor bone, yet radiating a subtle warmth to the touch, as if humming with latent energy. With considerable effort, he severed it and held it aloft, turning it slowly in the fading light. Ali, watching from above, gasped audibly. His golden irises flared, his expression shifting instantly from calm observation to stark astonishment. He spoke rapidly, several clipped, urgent words, pointing first to the golden mass, then to Chung Ran, miming absorption and strength with deliberate, sweeping gestures. Chung Ran's pulse quickened. Was this truly something extraordinary? For now, he tucked the artifact away, resolving to examine it more closely later. The butchery continued for half a day, until the western sky bled crimson once more. Before the camp rose a modest mountain of meat and a single immense hide, still raw, awaiting tanning. Both Chung Ran and Meng Ting stood on the verge of collapse, smeared head to toe in gore, but as they surveyed their bounty, a quiet, grounded satisfaction settled deep within them. They kindled a larger fire, skewering generous portions of meat on green branches. Fat sizzled and spat as it dripped onto the flames, releasing an aroma rich and savory, gradually eclipsing the metallic stench of blood. Chung Ran took the first perfectly roasted slab, crisp outside, tender within, and carried it up to Ali on the platform. Ali accepted it with both hands, murmuring again in halting, accented tones, "Sia, sia." He blew gently across the surface, then devoured it ravenously, evidence enough of his hunger. Around the crackling hearth, feasting on charred meat and boiled taro, a palpable ease unfurled, the hush of survivors breathing freely once more. Though language remained a fractured bridge, shared peril and simple, earnest gestures dissolved much of the distance between them. Chung Ran pointed to himself, Chung Ran, then to Meng Ting, Meng Ting. Ali repeated the names, his pronunciation strange, yet unmistakably faithful. Then he tapped his own chest and declared clearly, Ali. Names, the first true thread of connection. Next he began naming the world around them. Fire Sola, Water Nuya, Bao. His gaze lingered upon it, edged with reverence tack. Stars scattered across the vault of night Ista. Cheng Ran and Meng Ting listened intently, repeating each word, committing the alien phonemes to memory. In turn, they named objects in their own tongue, pottery taro tools, while Alii absorbed them with equal diligence. Thus, beside the firelight, a rudimentary bilingual lexicon took root, imperfect, halting, yet profoundly functional. Through broken phrases, exaggerated pantomime, and charcoal sketches traced upon flat stones, they began articulating needs, intentions, even questions. Alii explained that his people called the beast Laker, meaning the ravager of stone-backed peaks, a sovereign predator of these lands, dwelling usually in the deep jungle and high mountains, rarely venturing near the shore. He had strayed alone in pursuit of a rare medicinal herb and been hunted. Panic had driven him here, stumbling blindly into sanctuary. He expressed gratitude once more, then with gesture and fragmentary speech indicated that his clan dwelled in a nearby valley. When his wound healed, he would guide them there. Pointing first to Cheng Ran, then to the dark gold relic from Laker's nape, he shaped his hands to convey power, honor, reverence, implying the artifact held sacred significance among his people. Night deepened. The fire snapped and sighed. Though the path ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty, and contact with Alii's clan bristled with unknown risks, they were no longer adrift. They had found a friend, a potential ally, a living doorway into this primordial world. Cheng Ran turned the warm golden mass over in his palm, then touched his temple, still tender, still clouded. Thoughts churned, restless and layered. Power exacted its price. And here upon this land of marvels and menace, the true journey of survival, of understanding, of becoming, had only just begun. Dawn's light pierced the mist between the trees, gilding dewdrops with crystalline clarity. Though the camp still bore faint traces of yesterday's bloodshed and hurried labor, scattered debris, a lingering tang of iron in the air, it now thrummed with a quiet, resilient vitality. Strips of game meat hung from a makeshift rack above the crackling hearth, slowly smoking into savory jerky. The air was steeped in the rich, earthy perfume of wood smoke and roasting flesh. The immense pelt of the lakel lay stretched across sun-warmed stone, its surface scraped clean of fat and residual tissue, awaiting the next stage of tanning. Ale's recovery was astonishing, perhaps a gift of the golden-eyed clan's unique physiology, or perhaps the efficacy of Meng Ting's herbal poultices. The wound on his leg had already scabbed over, though strenuous movement remained impossible. He walked steadily, now leaning on a sturdy wooden staff carved for him by Cheng Ran. He stood at the camp's edge, watching Cheng Ran and Meng Ting prepare for departure. His golden eyes gleamed, not only with anticipation, but with a subtle, almost imperceptible tension. He pointed eastward toward the embrace of distant mountains and repeated the new word he had learned the night before: tribe. Home. Cheng Ran nodded. To journey to the Golden-Eye tribe was to step into an entirely unknown social order, one where peril and promise walked hand in hand. Yet he understood with quiet certainty that survival on this treacherous island could never rest upon two shoulders alone. To gain recognition, knowledge, and perhaps even alliance from its native people was not merely prudent, it was essential. Only then might they hope to move beyond mere endurance and into belonging. He selected their gifts with deliberate care. A generous bundle of smoked lakel jerky, proof of their skill as hunters and their willingness to share. Several newly fired ceramic bowls and jars, their forms refined and harmonious, a testament to their emerging craftsmanship. Meng Ting in turn chose several non-toxic herbs renowned for their potency, wrapping them carefully in broad leaves. She also brought a few tender seedlings of prehistoric wheat, their delicate green shoots, just unfurled roots cradled in moist, dark earth, a quiet experiment designed to probe the tribe's understanding of cultivated plants. Lastly, Cheng Ran wrapped the dark golden tissue harvested from the lakel's nape in soft, supple hide and secured it close to his chest. Ale's reverence for this fragment told him it was no ordinary relic. Preparations complete, Cheng Ran slung his longbow and quiver across his back, fastened his flint dagger at his waist. Meng Ting secured her hardwood staff and herb satchel. Ale, leaning lightly on his staff, led the way. The three departed the temporary camp, their fragile haven for over 10 days, the crucible of their earliest struggle for survival, and vanished into the emerald heart of the forest. Ale did not follow the river upstream, but instead wove through the dense undergrowth, navigating with uncanny familiarity. He knew this land as if it were inscribed upon his bones, finding narrow shaded paths both passable and concealed. Though his gait remained slightly unsteady from injury, his steps were sure, his movements fluid and silent, as though he were less a traveler than a whisper of the woods itself. Cheng Ran and Meng Ting followed, closely, senses sharpened, eyes scanning every shadow and rustle. Here the vegetation grew older, grander, colossal ferns unfurled like cathedral canopies, thick vines coiled around ancient trunks bearing blossoms of surreal hue and fragrance, some heady and intoxicating, others cool and elusive. Unfamiliar insects darted on iridescent wings. Birds with plumage like molten bronze called from unseen perches. Life pulsed everywhere, vibrant, intricate, breathtaking. And beneath its beauty, danger stirred, unseen and unnamed. Midway, they crossed a sunlit forest clearing where low shrubs bore clusters of plum-sized violet blueberries. Ale paused, gestured permission, and plucked one, biting into it openly to signal safety. Chung ran, and Meng Ting followed suit. The fruit tart and sweet, its juice bursting vividly on the tongue, a welcome boon for the road. Meng Ting noted the plant's features with meticulous attention. As they pressed eastward, the land rose gradually. A faint, acrid scent of sulfur began to thread through the air, accompanied by a deep, rhythmic rumble, low and resonant, like the slow inhalation of the earth itself. Ale explained it was the breath of the earth, a phrase he rendered with a tribal term and sweeping gesture. Chung ran, and Meng Ting grasped its meaning only through context. After several hours of steady travel, they crested a gentle moss-draped slope, and the world opened before them. They stood at the rim of a high plateau. Below lay a vast mountain-ringed valley. At its center, a broad river wound like a silver serpent through lush plains and softly rolling hills. Most astonishing of all were the veils of white vapor rising gently across the valley floor, especially near the mountain bases and along the river's bends, evidence unmistakably of the hot springs Ale had described. And there, directly beneath them on a terrace shelf beside the river, nestled dozens of dome-shaped dwellings. These were no crude huts of thatch and saplings, built of rammed earth timber and a pale chalky mortar, perhaps lime derived from limestone or calcined shell. They exuded solidity and intention. Their roofs were thickly thatched or covered with enormous waxy leaves. Smaller enclosures nearby held placid pig or alpaca-like herbivores. Farther still, along the river's fertile banks, lay fields clearly tilled and planted with unfamiliar crops. This was the settlement of the Golden-Eyed tribe, a prehistoric community that had already mastered rudimentary agriculture, animal husbandry, and architecture. Its sophistication surpassed even Chung Ran and Meng Ting's most ambitious conjectures. As they stood transfixed, the valley below had already taken notice. From the village, several small figures broke away and advanced swiftly up the slope. Warriors tall and lithe, bearing long spears, their golden eyes sharp with scrutiny and guarded vigilance. Ale stepped forward without hesitation, raising his voice in rapid, resonant speech, his own tongue urgent and melodic, and gestured broadly with open hands. Chung Ran drew a slow, steadying breath, tightened his grip on the bow, then deliberately relaxed it. He glanced at Meng Ting, giving the barest nod, calm resolve, readiness. He knew with absolute clarity that the true trial had only just begun. A group of warriors from the Golden-Eye tribe swiftly approached, their agile forms adorned with healthy bronze skin smeared with simple white clay paint. The tips of their long spears were crafted from finely polished obsidian, gleaming with a sharp chill under the sunlight. Their gazes were as keen as eagles', first landing on Ale, taking note of the wound on his leg and the wooden staff in his hand. Upon seeing he was unharmed, a flicker of surprise and relief crossed their eyes, soon replaced by heightened vigilance directed towards Chung Ran and Meng Ting, two outsiders whose unusual attire and unfamiliar faces piqued their interest. Ale hurried forward, rapidly explaining in the tribal language, gesturing towards Chung Ran and Meng Ting, as well as his own leg wound. His tone was animated, evidently recounting the tale of danger and rescue. He particularly pointed to the longbow on Chung Ran's back and gestured towards the general direction outside the valley, mimicking the roar of the rakel and the struggle of falling to the ground. As the warriors listened to Alesh's account, their initial wariness gradually gave way to surprise and incredulity. To single-handedly slay an adult rakel, such feats were exceedingly rare in the legends of their tribe's hunters. When their gazes returned to Chung Ran, there was less scrutiny and more curiosity mingled with a hint of awe. One warrior, bearing a faint scar across his forehead, stepped forward. His eyes swept over Chung Ran and Meng Ting before settling on Chung Ran's face. With a rough but clear voice, he said, "Come with me, elder. See." The communication proceeded more smoothly than anticipated. Chung Ran nodded, signaling Meng Ting to follow. Under the escort of several warriors, they trailed behind Ale along a well-trodden dirt path leading to the settlement below the valley. As they drew closer, the intensity of Chung Ran and Meng Ting's astonishment grew stronger. The dome-shaped houses appeared even more orderly than from a distance, with thick walls and small windows covered by some transparent mineral resembling mica. The village was clean and orderly, with clearly defined pathways, and even simple drainage channels could be seen. Women were pounding grains with stone mortars in front of their houses, while children chased and played in the open spaces. Upon spotting the strangers, they paused their activities, their golden eyes wide with curiosity. The air was filled with the sense of smoke-roasted food livestock and a faint yet pleasant aroma reminiscent of herbs and earth. What caught Meng Ting's attention particularly were the small garden plots enclosed by branches beside some houses where various unfamiliar crops were planted. Among them was a squat plant with broad leaves, likely the precious herb Ale had been tracking earlier. This was not a primitive and savage tribe, but rather a settlement with a considerable degree of civilization and order. They were led to a relatively spacious square in the center of the village. The ground was paved with smooth stones, and in the center burned a large bonfire seemingly eternal. They later learned it was the tribe's sacred fire. Beside the fire sat 3 elderly members of the Golden-Eye tribe. These were the elders of the tribe. The eldest among them had snow-white hair and a face lined with wrinkles, yet his golden eyes were deep and profound, as if harboring endless wisdom. He held a wooden staff topped with a massive crystal. To his left was an elderly woman with gray hair and sharp eyes scrutinizing Meng Ting and her plant bundle. To the right was a robust, middle-aged man with a serious expression, his gaze lingering more on Chung Ran's bow and the flint dagger at his waist. Ale respectfully bowed to the 3 elders and recounted in detail the incident of danger and rescue, his tone filled with gratitude towards Chung Ran and Meng Ting. The 3 elders listened quietly, their faces betraying little emotion. Once Ale finished, the central elder slowly spoke in a low, hoarse voice imbued with an undeniable authority. Though Chung Ran and Meng Ting could not understand the tribal language, they felt the weight of his words. Ale acted as an impromptu translator, his vocabulary limited, but he gestured to convey the essence. The elder asks, "Where you come from? What? Help us." This question was crucial. Chung Ran had anticipated such an inquiry. He could not reveal the truth. Time travel would not be believed, yet he could not fabricate a lie that could be easily exposed. After a moment's contemplation, he replied with a deliberately slow and clear tone accompanied by gestures, "We come from the other side of the distant sea. Our ship was destroyed drifting to here." He pointed at himself and Meng Ting help Ale, because he is human and we are also human. In the face of danger we should help each other. This response not only explained their origin, the other side of the sea was distant and mysterious to this inland tribe, but also expressed their stance, a shared humanity. After hearing Alesh's stuttered translation, the elder's golden eyes flickered slightly, though he did not offer immediate judgment. Next, Chung Ran signaled to Meng Ting, and the 2 carefully presented their prepared gifts. When the smoked rakel jerky was revealed, the elder's expressions subtly shifted, especially the serious middle-aged elder, who nodded slightly, clearly recognizing the strength and sincerity represented by this gift. As Meng Ting produced the ceramic bowls and jars demonstrating their capability to hold water and withstand fire, all 3 elders, particularly the elderly woman, displayed clear signs of surprise and interest. Their tribe still relied on heavy stone pots and cumbersome hollowed-out logs, and the lightweight practicality of the pottery dazzled them. Meng Ting offered the herbal bundle, pointing to several of the plants while mimicking actions of treating wounds and reducing fever. The elderly woman picked up one herb, sniffing it carefully, and even tasting a bit, her eyes sparkling with recognition as she nodded at the elder, evidently acknowledging the value of these herbs. Finally, Meng Ting gently presented the prehistoric wheat seedlings carefully wrapped in wet mud. She pointed to the tender green leaves and then to the cultivated land at the village's edge, mimicking the actions of growing and harvesting. She was unsure of the agricultural development of the Golden-Eye tribe, but this was both a test and a demonstration of the new knowledge they could bring. The elder's gaze lingered on the fragile seedlings for a moment as a barely perceptible wave flickered across his deep golden pupils. It was now Chung Ran's turn. He took a deep breath and retrieved the item carefully wrapped in soft leather. As he unwrapped it layer by layer, revealing the dark, golden, uniquely textured tissue from the neck of the rakel, the usually steadfast elder tightened his grip on the staff slightly. The middle-aged elder stood up directly, his gaze intense as he fixed his eyes on the tissue. Ale timely reiterated that this was the core of power that Chung Ran had obtained after slaying the rakel alone. The elder slowly extended his hand, signaling Chung Ran to pass it over. Upon receiving the dark golden tissue, the elder's bony fingers gently stroked its surface, feeling its warm and resilient texture. He closed his eyes as if perceiving something. Moments later, he opened his eyes, and the weight in his gaze towards Chung Ran intensified with an unprecedented seriousness and recognition. He returned the tissue to Chung Ran and, tapping the ground with his staff, spoke a few words to Ale. Joy illuminated Alesh's face as he turned to Chung Ran and Meng Ting, struggling to articulate the message. The elder says, "You are the tribe's friends. Welcome to stay. This heart of rakel is your trophy and also proof of being a distinguished guest of the tribe." The heavy stone that had rested on Cheng Ran and Meng Ting's hearts finally fell. Through their life-saving grace, practical gifts, and demonstrated potential, especially Cheng Ran's solitary defeat of the Rakel and acquisition of the core of power, they had successfully earned the preliminary recognition and friendship of the GoldenEye tribe. The door to deeper secrets of this prehistoric world finally creaked open for them. The identity of friends bestowed by the GoldenEye tribe opened an entirely new world for Cheng Ran and Meng Ting. They were settled in a vacant domed earthen house on the outskirts of the village. Despite its simple furnishings, only a straw-covered earthen bed and a few stone platforms, the sturdy walls and the roof that sheltered them from the wind and rain far surpassed the makeshift camps by the beach. More importantly, they gained the right to move relatively freely within the valley along with the opportunity to learn. Language served as the bridge for communication and the first step toward understanding this civilization. Il became their most enthusiastic teacher. Every morning, he would arrive at their earthen house leaning on his wooden staff, ready to impart knowledge. He pointed at the sky, the earth, the rivers, and the flames, repeating the tribe's words. He mimicked the sounds and movements of various animals, teaching them vocabulary related to hunting. He brought everyday tools, gathered plants, and prepared food, explaining each item in detail. Cheng Ran and Meng Ting absorbed these unfamiliar syllables and meanings like two parched sponges. Cheng Ran had an exceptional memory, quickly mastering vocabulary related to hunting, toolmaking, and terrain descriptions. Meng Ting, on the other hand, had a natural talent for plants, herbs, and daily life terminology. They began to experiment with more complex phrases and gestures to express themselves, often resulting in humorous misunderstandings, yet the barriers to communication were slowly being dismantled. While learning the language, they also cautiously demonstrated their value, a kind of unspoken reciprocity that served to solidify their standing. Cheng Ran observed that although the tribe possessed exquisite obsidian spearheads and flint tools, their pottery-making skills seemed to be in nascent stages. The pottery they used was thick and crude, prone to cracking. With the elders' consent, he rebuilt a small pottery kiln in a corner of the village. He did not keep his knowledge to himself, inviting several interested young tribesmen to join him, guiding them step by step through the processes of selecting clay, kneading, shaping, and firing. When the first batch of lightweight, sturdy, and well-shaped pottery emerged from the kiln, it drew countless curious onlookers from the GoldenEye tribe who marveled at the results. The elder responsible for daily resource management, an elderly woman they learned was named Sam, meaning Wisdom Eye, came to inspect, her satisfaction unmistakable. Meng Ting devoted much of her energy to examining the plants surrounding the tribe. With the elder Sam's tacit approval and accompanied by an elderly woman knowledgeable about plants named I'm, meaning Breath of the Earth, she systematically explored the vegetation in the valley and its surroundings. She identified several nutrient-rich tuber plants that the tribe had yet to utilize and instructed the women on how to handle and cook them safely. She also discovered that while the GoldenEye tribe had domesticated several crops, their farming methods were rudimentary and yields were low. She cautiously suggested improvements such as more reasonable spacing and simple composting methods, and successfully conducted a more refined trial planting of the prehistoric wheat seeds she had brought in IMS small garden plot. Elder Im showed great interest in the new plants and planting concepts brought by Meng Ting. However, integration was not without its challenges. Not everyone in the tribe harbored goodwill toward the two newcomers. Especially among a group of young hunters led by a robust middle-aged elder named Lei, who was the tribe's hunting chief, there was skepticism about Cheng Ran's legendary solo kill of the Rakel, believing it owed more to luck and traps than true valor. Their gazes toward Cheng Ran often held scrutiny and subtle provocation. Cheng Ran felt this pressure but chose to endure, focusing his energy on learning and observation. He sensed that the dark golden object referred to as the Heart of Rakel by the elder was more than just a symbol. Several times when he caressed its smooth surface alone, he felt a faint, indescribable warmth seep into his palm, accompanied by a vague pain and dizziness in his mind, as if two forces were conflicting or merging. This made him more cautious, reluctant to probe further. Days passed quietly in learning and labor. Cheng Ran's archery skills grew increasingly refined. He even attempted to craft a more powerful hardwood longbow using the materials provided by the tribe. In a small demonstration, he accurately shot down hanging fruit from a distance of 100 paces, earning the respect of some hunters, including Lei, who had previously underestimated him. Meng Ting's relationship with Elder Im deepened. She not only absorbed the vast botanical knowledge accumulated by the GoldenEye tribe, but also began systematically recording her discoveries and the vocabulary of both languages on smooth animal hides with charcoal. She realized that the ecosystem of this valley was extraordinarily unique, with many plants containing unknown properties. One evening, Ale brought news. Thick leaden clouds had piled up in the sky, and an unusual damp chill hung in the air. After observing the celestial signs, the elder announced that the grain rain season was approaching. This would herald days and nights of continuous torrential rain, causing rivers to swell and lowlying areas to flood, making hunting and gathering extremely difficult, a challenging time that the tribe must always prepare for each year. The tribe became busily engaged in reinforcing homes, checking drainage, and stockpiling firewood and food. Chung Ran and Meng Ting stood in front of their earthen house, watching the bustling crowd and the darkening sky. They understood that their period of comfortable learning had come to an end. The impending grain rain season would not only test the tribe's survival capabilities, but also serve as a true assessment of the value of these two guests. They had to prove that they were not just learners, but also contributors capable of offering assistance during a crisis. As the winds of change approached, the atmosphere in the valley subtly transformed into one of tension and gravity. The leaden clouds hung overhead like an enormous wet blanket, pressing down on the valley as if within arm's reach. The wind grew sharp and icy, stirring up the fallen leaves and dust, producing a mournful sound. The air in the Jintong tribe was so heavy it felt as if one could wring water from it. All the tribe's people hurried about, their faces marked by an instinctive reverence and worry for the impending grain rain season. Chung Ran and Meng Ting joined in the frantic preparations. They assisted the tribe's people in reinforcing the mud-walled houses with a mixture of wet clay and grass stalks, checking and clearing the drainage ditches surrounding the dwellings. Utilizing his knowledge of mechanics, Chung Ran, along with several young tribesmen, used sturdy logs and vines to add extra support to the lower houses near the riverbank. Meanwhile, Meng Ting worked alongside Elder on directing the women to move the herbs laid out to dry and the stored grain seeds to a higher, drier public granary, a vast stone pit partially buried underground. She also made sure to cover the experimental field they had tended together, including the precious, prehistoric wheat, with makeshift rain shelters made from branches and thick leaves. When the first drop of rain fell heavy and cold, it struck the mud roof with a sharp crack. Instantly, it was as if the heavens had burst, a torrential downpour unleashed itself. The dense curtain of rain blurred the line between sky and earth, drowning out all sound except for the deafening roar of the rain and the howling wind. Soon the rain pooled on the ground, transforming into streams, while the once gentle river began to rise at a visible pace, its murky waters surging and battering the banks. The makeshift drainage ditches dug by the tribe quickly became overwhelmed, and lowlying areas began to flood. Chung Ran and Meng Ting stood at the entrance of their mud house, cloaked in rain gear sewn from thick leather barely sufficient to keep the rain at bay, gazing at the apocalyptic scene outside with hearts heavy. Such a catastrophic natural disaster, even in modern society, could cause severe damage. In this prehistoric era, it was a true test of survival. For the first few days, the tribe managed with their stored supplies. However, the relentless rain showed no signs of abating, continuing day and night. The river finally breached some of the lower banks, beginning to inundate the lower areas of the valley. Several livestock pens close to the riverside were submerged, sending the animals into a panic, with some swept away by the flooding. Some inadequately fortified houses began to leak, and even one particularly vulnerable mud house suffered a wall collapse under the continuous soaking and erosion, fortunately after its inhabitants had already evacuated. Panic began to spread within the tribe. At that moment, from the downstream side of the village near a mountain face, terrified shouts and chaotic footsteps were heard. A young hunter soaked to the skin and covered in mud stumbled forward to report that the second granary, housing almost a third of the tribe's winter provisions and many precious tools, was surrounded by rising water due to a minor landslide blocking the drainage channel. The heavy wooden door was on the verge of giving way under the pressure of the flood, and water had already begun to seep into the granary. Upon hearing the news, everyone's expression changed. Losing those supplies meant that even if the flood receded, the tribe would face the dire crises of famine and technological regression. The elder immediately gathered people for a rescue mission. However, facing the waist-deep rushing water and the debris sliding down the hillside, the tribe's people attempted several times but could not approach the granary. Ropes thrown into the water were swept away. Elder Lay led the hunters in a desperate attempt to swim across, only to be violently pushed back by the murky waves, barely escaping being swept away. Someone must climb the side of the mountain to clear the blocked drainage or forcibly open the reserved vent at the back of the granary and retrieve the supplies inside. Elder Lay shouted, wiping the rain from his face. But the side of the mountain was perilously slippery in the downpour, covered with loose rocks. With the surging flood below, a single misstep could lead to a fatal fall. Silence fell over the crowd, even the bravest hunters showing signs of hesitation. In that moment of despair, Chung Ran stepped forward. His mind raced, calculating the feasibility and risks of the route. That sidewall path was extremely dangerous, yet he sensed the faintest glimmer of a safe probability trajectory in his mind. He felt the heart of lacquer he kept close to his body radiate a slight warmth. "I'll go," Chung Ran's voice though soft cut through the rain. Everyone turned to him, their expressions a mix of emotions. Meng Ting grasped his arm tightly, her eyes filled with worry. Elder Lei regarded him with surprise, and his golden pupils quickly replaced by deep skepticism. "Outsider, this isn't something to be accomplished by luck," Elder Lei replied sternly. "I understand," Chung Ran answered calmly, unstrapping his longbow and quiver, taking only a flint dagger and a bundle of sturdy vines. "But I have a way to secure myself. I need a few people on the other side to assist. Once I clear the blockage or open the vent, you must quickly form a human wall to relay the supplies." The elder's penetrating gaze lingered on Chung Ran for a moment before he struck his staff decisively against the ground. "Do as he says. Lei, take people to assist." There was no time to hesitate. Chung Ran firmly tied one end of the vine around his waist and handed the other end to several strong tribespeople to secure it to a large boulder behind him. Taking a deep breath, he glanced at Meng Ting before turning and like an agile monkey leaped toward the slick, steep rock face. The rain blurred his vision and the rocks were cold and slippery. Chung Ran heightened his senses to the extreme, using hands and feet cautiously along the faint and perilous probability trajectory in his mind. Each step and grip was accompanied by the sound of falling stones and the racing of his heart. He dared not lose focus, nor could he afford to use his predictive ability, which came at the cost of memories. He relied solely on pure skill, courage, and that intangible guiding thread. Below, the flood roared like a gaping maw. Above, debris continued to trickle down. Time seemed to freeze. The tribespeople held their breath, eyes fixed on the unfamiliar figure struggling on the cliff face. Meng Ting clenched her hands, her nails digging into her palms. Finally, Chung Ran made it safely to the vent at the back of the granary. He drew his flint dagger, prying open the vent cover half buried in mud and stones, and began to clear the debris blocking the drainage channel. Sweat mingled with rainwater trickled down his forehead. With each portion, cleared water surged out from the granary. The tribespeople below saw a glimmer of hope and erupted into cheers. Elder Lei watched with a complex expression as Chung Ran worked above. At last, he waved his hand, leading the hunters to form an unstable human chain between the front of the granary and the rescue team against the raging current. When the last sizable stone was pried free, the drainage channel cleared and the water level inside the granary rapidly decreased. Chung Ran squeezed through the vent into the granary, beginning to pass bags of grain wrapped in animal skins and crates of tools down to Elder Lei at the front of the human chain. The transfer was tense yet efficient. When the last batch of supplies was safely moved, Chung Ran finally descended the vine, sliding down with the help of the tribespeople, utterly exhausted. He had barely regained his footing and caught his breath when Elder Lei strode up to him, locking his golden eyes onto Chung Ran's, now devoid of previous doubt, replaced with pure recognition between warriors. He extended his fist, thumping it heavily against his chest, then reached out his hand to Chung Ran. It was a gesture of the highest respect from the Jintong tribe. Chung Ran hesitated for a moment before extending his fist to lightly touch Lei's. The downpour continued to flood, still unabated. Yet in this critical moment for the survival of the Jintong tribe, a deeper trust and friendship forged through shared struggle and sacrifice ignited warmly in the cold rain. After enduring relentless rain for over 10 days and nights, the leaden clouds as if torn apart, the air was thick with heavy moisture, the river remained murky and turbulent, yet its waters began to recede slowly, revealing riverbanks ravaged by erosion and felled trees. The Jintong tribe appeared as if it had weathered a catastrophe. Most of the low-lying houses had taken in water, leaving a muddy mess. The tribespeople wore expressions of weariness, yet there was also a sense of relief at having survived. They began clearing the silt, repairing their homes, and transporting supplies from the high storage areas, attempting to restore normalcy to their lives. In the wake of this natural disaster, Chung Ran and Meng Ting's actions, especially Chung Ran's daring solo rescue of the supplies, transformed their standing within the tribe. No longer merely the cautious outsiders or the guests with peculiar knowledge, they became truly accepted and respected members of the community. Elder Lei greeted Chung Ran with a fist thump to his chest, and the young hunters under him looked at Chung Ran with admiration. Even the usually inscrutable Grand Elder, when he occasionally glanced at Chung Ran, exhibited a touch of warmth in his ancient golden eyes. This elevation in status brought greater influence and responsibility. After discussions, Chung Ran and Meng Ting decided to not merely showcase scattered techniques, but to embark on systematic innovations aimed at enhancing the tribe's overall survival capabilities. The first initiative focused on improving tool efficiency. Chung Ran observed that the tribe relied on manual labor to craft stone axes and spears, resulting in low productivity. He recalled the early human use of levers and principles of reduced effort. Gathering sturdy wood and rope, he designed a simple bow drill and a treadle grinding machine that utilized the elasticity of tree trunks to rapidly sharpen stone tools. Though rudimentary, these inventions multiplied tool-making efficiency several times over. Initially, the tribespeople regarded these peculiar devices with skepticism, but after Chung Ran demonstrated how to swiftly bore neat holes in hardwood and easily sharpen rough stone shards, gasps of astonishment filled the air. A few elder craftsmen responsible for tool-making hurried to him, their eyes gleaming with fervor, eager to learn. Meng Ting focused on agricultural and medical improvements. After the flood receded, she surveyed the inundated lands with Elder M. She pointed out that while the flood had caused destruction, it had also deposited fertile silt from upstream. She suggested that instead of merely restoring the land to its former state, they seize the opportunity to redesign it, excavating deeper drainage ditches and attempting to dig ponds in some low-lying areas to store water for future droughts and explore fish farming. She also systematically compiled a catalog of the tribe's known medicinal plants, sketching simple illustrations on smooth tree bark with charcoal, marking the harvesting seasons, processing methods, and primary benefits, and began teaching the women responsible for herbal collection more standardized methods of preparation and storage. The few ancient wheat plants she brought protected under a rain shelter thrived through the rainy season, bolstering her confidence in promoting grain cultivation in this world. However, not all changes were smooth. When Chung Ran attempted to introduce a more efficient and far-reaching spear thrower to the hunters, some accustomed to traditional throwing methods hesitated, viewing it as insufficiently valiant. Similarly, when Meng Ting proposed concentrating on sowing certain collected plant seeds instead of relying solely on foraging, some tribe members feared it might disrupt the blessings of the spirit of the earth. Chung Ran and Meng Ting understood that changing mindsets would require time. They did not force the issue, but instead sought to influence gradually through practical results. During a small-scale hunt, Chung Ran effortlessly captured a medium-sized deer from a distance using the spur thrower, leaving the skeptical hunter speechless. Meng Ting patiently explained that concentrated planting was intended to better honor the spirit of the earth, leading to more stable and bountiful harvests. Amidst these days of busyness and adaptation, Chung Ran felt distinctly that the void and blurred areas in his mind, left by overextending his predictive abilities, seemed to be expanding slowly. At times, he would suddenly forget details of events that had recently occurred or feel an unfamiliarity with familiar words. This sensation of memories being quietly stripped away sent a chill through him. He became more certain that this strange ability was a double-edged sword, and the warmth occasionally emanating from the lacal heart, pressed against his chest, seemed to have some subtle connection to these side effects. He hesitated to trigger his predictive power, actively relegating it to a passive last resort for emergencies. One evening, as the setting sun cast its golden rays over the rejuvenating valley, Chung Ran was guiding a few young people on how to adjust the bowstring tension of the bow drill when Ali came rushing and holding something in his hands. It was a small sculpture made from freshly fired clay, rough, yet vividly expressive, depicting a figure climbing a steep rock face. Chung Ran, it looks like you. Ali thrust the statue into Chung Ran's hands, his face alight with pure reverence. The tribe, the children are making this, learning from you. To be brave. Chung Ran held the still warm figurine, feeling the friendly and even somewhat dependent gazes of the surrounding tribespeople. At the same time, he was acutely aware of the persistent sense of emptiness in his memory, leading to a mix of emotions in his heart. He knew that they had taken root in this prehistoric land, their fates intertwined with that of the Jintong tribe. The spark of innovation they ignited was quietly altering the trajectory of this tribe. Yet the path ahead was destined to be fraught with unknown costs and deeper challenges. The seeds of civilization had been sown, but the soil nurturing their growth was far more complex and mysterious than they had anticipated. The valley, under the cleansing rain and the diligent efforts of the people, gradually restored its order and even radiated new vitality. The newly dug drainage ditches crisscrossed, effectively guiding away the accumulated water. The land once covered in mud appeared more fertile after being turned over. Several newly planned ponds brimmed with rainwater shimmering under the sun. The changes brought by Chung Ran and Meng Ting were akin to pebbles cast into a lake with ripples continuously expanding. However, Chung Ran was not content with this. Although the innovation of tools had improved efficiency, the limitations of stone and bone implements still persisted. He yearned to find a more resilient and malleable material, metal. He vaguely recalled that common early metal ores like copper and tin often coexisted in specific geological environments, particularly near riverbanks or mountain fault lines. He shared this idea with Meng Ting Elder Lei and Elder Sam the Eye of Wisdom. Instead of directly mentioning metal, he described it as a harder, malleable, glowing stone. To his surprise, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Elder Sam's murky golden pupils. After a moment's contemplation, she spoke slowly and clearly, revealing that in the tribe's ancient oral history, there was indeed mention of something called Tears of the Sun, which bore similarities to Chung Ran's description. It was said to exist deep within a canyon where the earth split open and hot water flowed. However, that location was regarded as a restless zone of the earth spirit, filled with dangerous gases and scalding springs, and tribe members typically avoided it. This revelation invigorated Chung Ran. A geothermal active zone was precisely a sign of possible mineral deposits. He immediately resolved to organize an expedition. This time Elder Lei did not oppose. Instead, he took the initiative to propose leading a team of the most capable hunters. Chung Ran's performance during the flood had earned his absolute trust, and he was also filled with anticipation for the stone that could forge more powerful weapons. Meng Ting insisted on joining as well, believing her knowledge of botany could assist in identifying useful resources along the way and perhaps even discovering indicator plants associated with mineral deposits. After 2 days of preparation, a small team consisting of Chung Ran, Meng Ting Lei, and 4 experienced hunters set off. Ale, whose leg injury had just healed, remained in the tribe. They followed the now much gentler river upstream, traversing the slightly disordered yet vibrant valley left in the wake of the flood. The further they went upstream, the more rugged the terrain became. The banks were no longer flat river beaches, but were gradually replaced by steep slopes covered with dense vegetation. The faint scent of sulfur in the air grew stronger, and the temperature seemed to rise slightly. Along the way, Meng Ting did indeed discover several new plant species, among which some ferns grew unusually tall, and she carefully collected samples. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, they arrived at the canyon entrance described by Elder Sam. It resembled a mountain pass, cleaved by a giant axe with steep rock walls displaying an unusual blend of dark red and ochre hues. The valley was shrouded in mist, not ordinary water vapor, but thick white steam infused with a strong sulfuric scent perpetually escaping from fissures in the rocks, and the ground hissing ominously. Several murky, steaming streams wound their way out of the canyon, merging into the main river. The valley was dotted with hot water pools of varying sizes, some merely warm, while others boiled violently, bubbling with gas. The environment here was indeed perilous. A careless slip could mean falling into a scalding spring with dire consequences. Chung Ran signaled for everyone to don the masks they had prepared, made from multiple layers of soft leather and charcoal powder for simple filtration, a suggestion from Meng Ting, and cautioned them not to touch any water bodies lightly. They cautiously explored along the relatively dry, solid edges of the rock walls. Chung Ran's sharp gaze swept over the rock walls on either side and the scattered stones on the ground. He searched for features that might indicate the presence of metallic minerals, distinct colors, crystalline forms, or abnormally heavy stones. He occasionally paused to strike a small rock with his flint dagger, examining it closely. Suddenly, beneath a vividly colored rock wall long saturated by hot water, several chunks of stone glimmering with green rust and small hints of dark red metallic luster caught his attention. He hurried forward, picked one up, and found it weighty in his hand. Scraping away the surface with his dagger revealed a bright yellow metallic texture. It was malachite, a common copper ore. The dark red fragments nearby were likely natural copper particles. I found it. Chung Ran suppressed his excitement and handed the ore to Lei and Meng Ting. Lei took the heavy stone, shimmering with an unusual glow, and his golden pupils filled with astonishment. Though he did not understand what it was, he instinctively sensed its extraordinary potential. Meng Ting examined the ore closely, and on the ground nearby, she discovered several patches of uniquely growing blue-green lichen. These plants usually thrive in copper-rich soil, she added, providing supporting evidence for the existence of mineral deposits. Having confirmed the presence of the ore, Chung Ran refrained from venturing deeper into more hazardous areas. They collected several samples of different types of ore and meticulously recorded the terrain and safe paths near the canyon entrance before deciding to return. With a clear source of minerals identified, their next step would be to consider how to safely extract and attempt to smelt it. The return journey was significantly easier. The thrill of discovering potential metal resources alleviated their fatigue. As night fell, they set up camp beside a clear tributary. A bonfire crackled as they roasted their catch of wildfowl, and Lei and the hunters gathered around Chung Ran, listening intently as he described the sharper and tougher tools and weapons that could be forged from this Tears of the Sun, their eyes filled with longing. Meng Ting sat a little farther away, sketching the newly discovered plant species on a piece of tan soft leather by the firelight. When she drew a shrub with serrated leaves and small purple flowers, her pen hesitated slightly. She vaguely remembered seeing this shrub in a sparsely growing area while passing through a forest in the afternoon, as if it had been trampled by something. However, at the time her focus had been on searching for minerals, and she hadn't delved deeply into it. Now, with her mind quieted, that unusual sight became clearer in her memory. It did not resemble a beast's path. The traces were more chaotic, and she struggled to recall, but it seemed that near the edge of that sparse shrub something half buried in the soil reflected a glimmer of light in the sun. She hadn't paid it any mind then, but now she thought that sheen didn't seem natural. She quietly shared her discovery and doubts with Chung Ran. His brow furrowed upon hearing her words. Taking the plant sketches from Meng Ting, he pointed to that area. On the way back tomorrow, let's take a detour and check it out. In the deep night, all was silent save for the crackling of the bonfire and the soft footsteps of the night watch hunters. Chung Ran leaned against a tree trunk, yet sleep eluded him. Amidst the joy of discovering copper mines, Meng Ting's revelation had awakened him to a reality. This land was not solely inhabited by the GoldenEye tribe and themselves. The GoldenEye people who watched and left gifts were friendly, but who could guarantee that no other potential threats existed? He instinctively touched the smooth heart of lacquer at his chest, once again sensing the faint dizziness brought on by the hollow memories that lingered in his mind. Power and cost, opportunity and danger always walked hand in hand in this primordial world. Under the starlight, the distant mountains loomed like slumbering giants, silent and mysterious. Their return journey might not be as calm as their arrival had been. The dawn light pierced through the thin mist that lingered in the canyon, casting a cold hue over the camp. Chung Ran awoke almost instantly, the unusual traces mentioned by Meng Ting from the previous night lingering in his mind. He roused the others, briefly explaining the situation, and decided to divert their path to investigate the forest that had raised Meng Ting's suspicions before returning to the tribe. They retraced their steps along the route they had taken, and then under Meng Ting's guidance deviated from the main river channel and ventured into a denser mixed forest. The trees here were tall with thick underbrush, and the light filtered through in mottled patches. After walking for about half an hour, Meng Ting halted and pointed to an area on the left. "It's over there." The group followed her gaze and saw a patch of shrubs with serrated leaves and small purple flowers where the growth appeared particularly sparse and chaotic, starkly contrasting with the surrounding natural environment. The soil was trampled repeatedly, leaving disordered traces. Some branches had been broken, the ends already dried, indicating that this was not a recent occurrence. Chung Ran signaled the hunters to spread out and keep watch while he lay and Meng Ting cautiously approached the area. She crouched down, meticulously examining the traces on the ground. The footprints were very vague, severely damaged by fallen leaves and subsequent wind and rain, making it difficult to discern their specific shapes and numbers. Yet it was evident that they were not made by a single beast, but rather resembled the activity of a group. "Look here." Meng Ting gently brushed away the loose soil and leaves at the base of a heavily trampled bush with a twig. Half buried in the dirt was an oval object about the size of a fingernail, its edges unusually smooth, appearing to be neither stone nor bone, but rather a dull, grayish-white material. The surface seemed to have once been painted, but was now worn away, leaving only a few dark red speckles. One end had a very tiny perforation. Chung Ran carefully picked it up with the tip of his dagger and placed it in his palm for inspection. This was not a natural object, it was undoubtedly man-made, and the craftsmanship was remarkably refined. What was it? An ornament? A counting tool? Or perhaps some form of token? Elder Lei took the small object and sniffed it at his nose, then rubbed its smooth surface with his fingertip. A serious expression flickered in his golden eyes. "It doesn't belong to our tribe," he spoke in a low voice, "nor does it match the style of any known tribes nearby." This implied that in this area they believed to be relatively familiar there might exist an unknown group with a certain level of craftsmanship. Are they foes or friends? Are they merely passing through, or have they been lurking nearby for an extended period? This discovery cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. The joy of recently finding mineral deposits was dampened by an invisible pressure. Chung Ran carefully stored the small object and collaborated with Lei to search the surrounding area more extensively, yet they found no further valuable clues or clear indications of the group's whereabouts. It was evident that the other party was extremely cautious, covering up most of their traces. "Let's head back to the tribe," Chung Ran decisively declared. Blindly searching here was futile. They needed to relay the discovery of the mineral and the potential unknown threat as soon as possible. The atmosphere on the return journey was noticeably heavier. The hunters ceased their conversations, becoming more vigilant as they scanned the surroundings, alert to any movement in the grass or rustle of leaves. Meng Ting also fell silent, her mind racing with thoughts of the small object's shape and material, trying to glean some clue from its design, but to no avail. The vastness and complexity of the prehistoric world far exceeded her imagination. Chung Ran walked in the middle of the group, maintaining vigilance, while feeling a slightly clearer warmth emanating from the heart of Rakel in his chest. The emptiness in his memory still persisted, but what troubled him more at this moment was a prickling sensation on his back, as if unseen eyes were following them from the shadows. He turned suddenly several times, or looked back through the cover of trees, yet saw nothing. Was it merely a psychological effect, or was it a scout from that unknown group? They quickened their pace, and finally on the afternoon of the third day caught sight of the familiar outline of the Jintong tribe at the valley's entrance in the distance. News of the exploration team's return along with samples of the tears of the sun set the entire tribe ablaze with excitement. The tribe's people gathered around, curiously gazing at the shimmering green and dark red stones in Chung Ran's hands, exclaiming in awe. The Great Elder and several core elders, including Sam, and I personally came to greet them. However, when Chung Ran placed the mineral samples and the mysterious gray-white object on the stone platform before the Great Elder and briefly reported on the exploration results and their findings in the forest, the joyful atmosphere in the square suddenly turned to ice. The Great Elder picked up the heavy copper, or merely glancing at it before handing it to the eager elder Sam. His attention was more focused on the small gray-white object with the perforation. His bony fingers gently pinched it as his deep golden eyes fixed on the worn dark red speckles, his brow slowly furrowing, revealing an unprecedented gravity. This is... The Great Elder's voice was low and slow, as if each word carried weight, the Valley of Oblivion. A mark of the silencers. Silencers. Chung Ran and Meng Ting echoed in unison, a term they had never encountered before. Upon hearing this term, Elder Lei and several other older hunters immediately darkened in countenance. The Great Elder raised his head, scanning Chung Ran, Meng Ting, and all the gathered tribespeople, and slowly said, "That is a legend from long ago. On the other side of the mountains near the Blackstone Forest, it is said that there exists a group of people who do not interact with the outside world and are taciturn. They are powerful and exclusive. The last contact with them was during my grandfather's time, and that encounter was not pleasant." He paused and pointed at the dark red speckles on the gray-white object with his staff. "This red is blood. It symbolizes their territorial marking, or a declaration of war." A deathly silence fell over the square. The tribespeople who had just celebrated the discovery of new resources now wore a shroud of gloom. A potential, possibly hostile, powerful neighbor posed a threat far more unsettling than ferocious beasts or violent natural disasters. Chung Ran and Meng Ting exchanged a glance, witnessing the shock and concern mirrored in each other's eyes. The progress of civilization seemed destined to be anything but smooth. Just as technology began to glimpse the dawn of advancement, external challenges had quietly approached. The Great Elder pushed the copper ore back toward Chung Ran. His voice regained its calm, but bore an undeniable resolve. "The tears of the sun must continue. The tribe needs greater strength. But we must remain vigilant against the shadow of the silencers. Chung Ran, Meng Ting, the knowledge and power you bring are now more crucial than ever." The bonfire was rekindled, yet the flickering flames could not fully dispel the tension that hung over the tribe. Chung Ran gazed at the heavy copper ore in his hands, then looked toward the mountains sinking into twilight in the distance. Exploration and survival, cooperation and confrontation. The next grand and perilous chapter on this prehistoric stage was about to unfold. The words of the Great Elder sank like heavy stones into the tranquil surface of a lake, sending ripples of unease through the hearts of every member of the GoldenEye tribe. The legend of the Silent One and the bloodstained mark cast a shadow over the flickering flame of hope that had just begun to glow. Yet this sense of impending crisis also ignited a stronger drive for action. The Great Elder's decision was clear and resolute: to continue developing the Tears of the Sun, enhance the tribe's strength, and simultaneously bolster their defenses. Chung Ran immediately immersed himself in the work. Together with Elder Lei and several of the most, they were no longer satisfied with merely the rudimentary fences. Secondly, around the village's perimeter, they would dig a deep trench. Finally, within the village itself, they would utilize the layout of the... This was a massive undertaking requiring a substantial investment of human and material resources. However, under the looming threat of the Silent One, the entire tribe was united like never before. The men took charge of felling trees, transporting stones, and excavating trenches. The women focused on crafting stronger ropes, preparing food and water. Even the younger children followed behind, helping to carry small stones or passing tools. The pulley systems and levers designed by Chung Ran greatly facilitated the transportation of heavy materials, significantly boosting efficiency and garnering respect from the tribespeople for his wisdom. Meng Ting, along with Elder I'm, dedicated more energy to logistical support and medical preparations. She systematically organized all confirmed safe food sources around the tribe, instructing the women to cure large quantities of jerky and sundry vegetables to expand the cellar's reserves. She also led several skilled young women in extensively gathering various herbs for hemostasis, anti-inflammation, and fever reduction, carefully preparing and categorizing them for storage. Meanwhile, she did not neglect agricultural improvements. With the help of the tribespeople tending to crops, several stalks of prehistoric wheat had begun to form heads. Though still small, this was a thrilling sign. She started experimenting with dense sowing on a newly cleared, more fertile plot of land. As the defensive works progressed vigorously with the trench taking shape and the base of the first watchtower already built, Chung Ran resolved to embark on another critically important endeavor, smelting. He selected a site on the village's edge near the river, away from the living quarters and downwind. With no ready-made furnace, everything began from scratch. He directed the tribespeople to mix fire-resistant clay with sand and stones, constructing a rudimentary vertical furnace with a wide belly and the successful forging of the first rough copper axe was like a spark igniting a fire on the arid prairie, instantly kindling the enthusiasm and hope of everyone in the Goldeneye tribe. The metallic luster, distinct from stone or bone, and its weighty texture heralded a formidable power unlike any other. Chung Ran did not pause. He immediately threw himself into improving smelting techniques and producing more copper tools. He led a group of tribe members headed by Elder Sam, who shared his keen interest in crafting. Together, they meticulously experimented with the ratios of charcoal to, or adjusting the rhythm of the bellows and the structure of the furnace, striving to enhance the furnace temperature and the purity of the molten copper. Although failures were still frequent, cracked furnaces, oxidized copper, and excessive bubbles in the castings, every small advancement thrilled the participants. Before long, the second and third batches of copper tools emerged. No longer limited to mere axes, they now included chisels, awls, and small knives, even attempting to cast several robust copper spearheads. These tools and weapons were quickly put to use. The copper axe far surpassed the efficiency of stone axes in felling trees, while the copper chisels and awls allowed for finer woodworking and bone crafting. The copper spearheads embedded on sturdy wooden shafts became the new armaments of Elder Lay and his elite hunters, easily piercing the thick hides of beasts that had previously resisted stone spears. The transformation brought about by metal was both immediate and profound. The overall working efficiency and armament level of the tribe escalated rapidly. The tribe members wielding their newly forged tools and weapons felt a renewed confidence in the face of potential threats. However, Chung Ran remained grounded, undaunted by the initial success. He understood that the current copper output and crude weaponry were insufficient to confront a potentially hostile force of any civilized semblance. The construction of defensive structures and the gathering of intelligence needed to be simultaneously reinforced. At his suggestion, Elder Lay dispatched more patrols, organizing teams of 2 or 3 to patrol the outskirts of the tribe, particularly towards the direction of the Blackstone Forest, conducting more distant and covert reconnaissance. Their mission was not to engage in combat, but to uncover traces of the silencers, discerning their movements and scale. Meanwhile, the defensive works at the valley entrance were being hastily constructed day and night. Deep trenches had been excavated, lined with sharp wooden stakes at the bottom. A low wall built from thick logs and stones extended along the inner side of the trench, while several key watchtower frames had been erected, allowing hunters to keep watch and utilize height for shooting. That night, it was Chung Ran's turn to stand watch with the hunter, Yinzhua, a young hunter known for his agility and alertness, patrolling the area between the village outskirts and the base of the first watchtower. The moonlight was bearable, yet the shadows in the forest were patchy, obscuring visibility. The two moved silently along familiar paths, their ears attuned to any unusual sounds. The night insects chirped rhythmically, and distant unknown beasts occasionally emitted low howls, all appearing tranquil. However, as they approached a dense thicket of brambles to the northeast, Chung Ran felt an almost imperceptible pulse from the heart of Laker in his chest, accompanied by a familiar sting in the hollow recess of his mind. Something was amiss. He halted abruptly, raising a hand to stop Yinzhua, and they swiftly melted into the shadows of a large tree. Chung Ran held his breath, his sharp gaze scanning the thicket that appeared particularly deep under the moonlight. He did not see anything, but the sensation of being watched and the imminent danger felt eerily reminiscent of his previous encounters with saber-toothed tigers and falling rocks. Only now it was more subtle. He gently tapped Yinzhua and pointed towards the thicket, signaling for caution. Yinzhua understood, quietly unslinging his longbow and knocking an arrow, its tip gleaming dully under the moonlight, reminiscent of the newly forged copper spearheads. Seconds ticked by with only the sound of wind and insects in the air. Yet Chung Ran's alertness did not wane. He trusted his instincts and the premonitions from the enigmatic heart of Laker despite the heavy toll it exacted on him. Suddenly the shadows at the edge of the bramble thicket appeared to writhe unnaturally. A figure almost blending into the environment sprang forth from behind a massive fern, moving with astonishing speed directly towards Chung Ran and Yin Zhua's hiding place. Its movements were not those of a beast. They were too coordinated and purposeful. "Loose the arrow," Chung Ran hissed, stepping forward in an attempt to discern the assailant's form. Yin Zhua reacted instantaneously as soon as Chung Ran spoke. The bowstring twanged, and the copper-tipped arrow flew with a faint whoosh aimed straight at the shadow. Clearly caught off guard by such a swift and precise counterattack, the shadow hesitated mid-sprint, seemingly attempting to evade, but the arrow was too swift. With a dull thud, the arrow embedded itself deep into its shoulder. A suppressed, agonized cry, neither human nor beastly, escaped the shadow as it staggered, yet did not fall. Instead, it rolled sideways with surprising agility, vanishing into the deeper darkness of the thicket, leaving only a few drops of thick, dark purple liquid splattered on the grass, and a faint, peculiar scent in the air reminiscent of rust mixed with decaying matter. Chung Ran and Yin Zhua did not pursue. The nature of the enemy was unclear, and rushing into the dark thicket was far too perilous. Yin Zhua hurried forward to inspect the spot where the arrow had struck and the bloodstains left behind. His expression turned grave as he looked back at Chung Ran. "It hit, but it got away. That wasn't a beast, nor anyone from any tribe we know." Chung Ran crouched down, dipping his fingers into the dark purple blood. It felt cold and viscous to the touch, the smell nauseating. The unease within him intensified. This mysterious watcher, moving so surreptitiously and managing to escape after being struck, was not to be trifled with. This was likely a scout from the Silencers. They immediately returned to the village, sounding the alarm with a hollow wooden drum covered in animal skin, signaling an emergency. The deep and urgent drumbeats shattered the night's tranquility, rousing the entire tribe. Elder Lei, along with the Great Elder and all corps members, quickly gathered around the bonfire in the square. After hearing Chung Ran and Yin Zhua's report, and seeing the dark purple stains, expressions of grave concern washed over their faces. "They've already come this close." Elder Lei clenched his copper spear, his voice low and filled with anger. The Great Elder's profound gaze swept over Chung Ran, lingering on the impenetrable darkness of the night sky, and he spoke slowly. "It seems the Silencers do not intend to remain silent any longer. The days of peace may be numbered." He turned to Chung Ran and lay his tone resolute. "Accelerate all preparations. The main body of the defensive structures must be completed within 5 sunrises. Smelting cannot cease. We need to produce more weapons. Deploy all hunters and expand the patrol range." The bonfire crackled, illuminating the somber yet determined faces of the tribe members. The shadows of war loomed ever closer. A low, resonant alarm drumbeat, like a stone cast into stagnant water, rippled across the night sky above the golden-eyed tribes, stirring waves of tension through the sleeping settlement. After a brief surge of commotion, the tribe's long-honed discipline reasserted itself. Men seized newly forged bronze spears and stone axes, dashing with practiced speed to pre-assigned defensive positions along the village perimeter. Women guided elders and children in orderly retreat toward the sturdiest stone dwellings and semi-subterranean granaries at the village center. Meng Ting and Elder Im, assisted by several aides, carried bundles of medicinal herbs, fresh water, and supple leather bandages to the central plaza, where they kindled a fire and established an impromptu field infirmary. Chung Ran and Elder Lei stood behind the newly erected earthen rampart, their gazes fixed unblinking upon the northeastern horizon. The air hung thick with damp earth, acrid sweat, and an intangible aura of lethal stillness. Far off, the thornwood, the very grove that had swallowed the mysterious watcher, lay unervingly silent, like the hush before a storm's fury breaks. "They will strike before dawn." Elder Lei rasped, his voice gravelly with certainty. His calloused palm slid slowly along the cool, polished shaft of his bronze spear. "Night assault is their hallmark." Chung Ran nodded. His heart beat heavily, not from fear but from the weight of responsibility and the sharp, watchful dread of an unseen foe. Instinctively, he pressed a hand to his chest. The Laker heart pulsed faintly, yet persistently, a warmth, both comforting and unsettling, entwined with the dull, gnawing ache emanating from the hollow expanse within his memory. Time dragged, viscous and taut beneath a moon veiled and revealed by scudding clouds. From the watchtower, hunters signaled repeatedly, hands slicing the darkness, reporting no movement beyond the thornwood. Then in the hour just before dawn, the blackest, deepest hour, the first arrow rose, wrapped in oil-soaked cloth, its tip blazing like a venomous firefly. It arced silently through the night, then shrieked as it pierced the thatch roof of a hut on the village's edge. "Enemy attack!" The warning cry erupted just as flames leapt crackling and hungry. In that instant, dozens more flaming arrows streaked from the darkness, aimed deliberately at outer dwellings and wooden palisades. Their intent was clear: to ignite chaos, blind defenders with smoke and glare, and fracture the line of resistance. Fire teams, advance! Elder Lay roared. Clad in soaked hides and clutching clay water jars, tribesmen surged forward, beating back the spreading flames with desperate vigor. Almost as the fire teams moved, a rapid, rhythmic drumming of footsteps erupted beyond the rampart, swift, light, and chillingly precise. Dozens of figures materialized from the forest's edge like phantoms, lean, sinewy, their skin a sallow, unhealthy gray in the dim light. Dark ochre war paint masked their faces. In their hands gleamed obsidian-tipped spears and weighted slings. They advanced in eerie unison, silent save for the whisper of wind over blades and the soft, relentless thud of bare feet on loam, exuding a suffocating predatory pressure. The silent ones. Loose arrows! Elder Lay commanded, thrusting his bronze spear toward the onrushing shadows. From the rampart parapet and the watchtowers behind, golden-eyed hunters released their bows. Arrows flew in dense, deadly swarms, mostly flint or bone-tipped shafts, but interspersed with a few gleaming copperhead bolts that caught the fire. The silent ones were clearly prepared for archery. They raised crude wicker shields or twisted aside with uncanny agility. Most stone-tipped arrows were deflected or missed entirely, inflicting scant wounds. Yet those few copper-tipped bolts proved devastating. One punched clean through a wicker shield, its momentum undiminished, and buried itself deep in the chest of the warrior behind, eliciting only a choked gasp before he crumpled. Another struck a silent one mid-roll, shearing through thigh muscle and nearly shattering the femur with brutal, unyielding force. For the first time in battle, the lethality of bronze weaponry manifested, raw, shocking, undeniable. A subtle hesitation rippled through the silent ones, charge, a fractional slackening in their terrifying cohesion. They had not anticipated such piercing power at range. Seizing the opening, Elder Lay bellowed, a sound like splitting timber. His bronze spear lunged forward, a viper striking from its lair, aimed at the lead silent one chieftain. The chieftain parried with blinding speed, but the obsidian spearhead shattered against the bronze shaft with a sharp metallic clang. Before he could recover, Elder Lay twisted his wrist, driving the spear point deep into the chieftain's shoulder joint. More golden-eyed warriors followed, leaping into the fray. Beyond, Chung Ran did not join the melee. He remained behind the rampart, bow in hand, drawing and releasing with relentless precision. His targets were select. His archery, honed by relentless practice and hard, each copper-tipped arrow found its mark, relieving immense pressure. Meanwhile, Meng Ting worked tired. Wounded tribesmen were carried or limped in groaning or mute. She forced calm upon herself, cleansing wounds with clear water. Elder Im assisted. The battle was savage. The silent ones fought with terrifying strength and utter disregard for their own lives, their coordination flawless. Though the golden-eyed warriors were courageous and armed with superior bronze weapons, they appeared outnumbered, and the sheer, chilling silence underlying the enemy's frenzy was deeply unnerving. Just as the defensive line began to buckle, threatening to collapse back upon the rampart, Chung Ran's head exploded with pain. His chest burned, the Laker heart searing hot, and a wave of visceral, blood-tinged forewarning crashed over him like ice water. He jerked his gaze toward a seemingly tranquil thicket on the flank. Almost before his eyes focused, three figures erupted from the undergrowth, taller, colder, more profoundly alien than any silent one yet seen. They moved without sound, gliding like shadows, given form. Their target, unmistakable, Elder Lay, locked in furious combat at the forefront. Lay, left flank now? Chung Ran screamed, even as he wrenched his consciousness inward, summoning the agonizing, memory-devouring power of precognition. Whine. His skull felt pierced by 1,000 needles. Dizziness wrenched at his senses, the world blurred, veiled in frosted glass. Yet within that disintegration, within the rushing void where memories dissolved, he saw the trajectories of the three attackers, the branching possibilities of Elder Lay's defense and evasion. Block left, dodge right, step back half a pace. He rasped the words, shredded by mental exhaustion. Elder Lay, deep in the vortex of battle, heard the raw, distorted urgency in Chung Ran's voice, and trusted it absolutely. Without thought, he obeyed. His left arm shield slammed upward to deflect a blow. His body snapped rightward, and his heel scraped backward half a step. SHHHK. Thump. A poison bone dart hissed past his ear. A barbed short blade, grotesquely curved, sliced the air inches from his waist, tearing through his leather armor. And because of that half step, the third assassin's killing strike, a downward hammer blow meant to crush his skull, slammed harmlessly into packed earth. The three assassins froze stunned. Their meticulously choreographed ambush had been thwarted by an impossible instinctive counter. That single suspended heartbeat was all Elder Lay needed. Eyes blazing, he lunged, not away, but in his bronze spear, a bolt of thunder. It pierced the throat of the assassin whose lunge had left him exposed, silencing him with a wet, gurgling choke. At the same moment, Chung ran, fighting nausea, and the hollow, yawning void expanding in his mind, loosed his final copper-tipped arrow, pinning the second assassin to the ground as he attempted to retreat. The third assassin let out a shrill, inhuman whistle, a sound like breaking glass, and melted backward into the pre-dawn gloom, vanishing as swiftly as he had appeared. The death of their leader and the collapse of their ambush shattered the Silent One's resolve. That piercing whistle was the signal to withdraw. What remained of their force receded like a dark tide, swift, silent, leaving only devastation and the thick, coppery reek of blood. On the eastern horizon, the first pale blade of dawn finally pierced the night. Golden-eyed warriors leaned on one another, standing bloodied and breathless upon the rampart and its shadowed base, exhausted yet radiant with the profound, trembling gratitude of survival. They had held their home. Chung ran slumped against the earthen wall, his face ashen, his clothes plastered to his skin with cold sweat. He stared eastward where the sky bled from indigo to rose, feeling the widening emptiness in his mind, a hollow, dizzying void, and the slow, cooling weight of the Laker heart against his ribs. Their first direct confrontation with the Silent Ones had ended in a Pyrrhic victory, brutal, costly, and hard-won. But Chung Ran knew with cold certainty that this was only the opening act. The threat remained, and the power he wielded, the power that saved them, demanded a price that grew ever clearer, ever heavier with every use. The dawn's light banished night's shadow, entirely laying bare the valley's grim tableau. Inside and outside the low earthen wall, chaos reigned, shattered weapons, scattered arrows, and congealed blood, crimson dark for the golden-eyed clan, eerie violet-purple for the Silent Ones, mingled in grotesque disarray. The air hung thick with the coppery tang of blood and the acrid bite of spent smoke. Exhausted warriors moved in solemn silence, supporting one another as they combed the battlefield, gently lifting their fallen kin back to rest, piling enemy corpses for pyres to forestall plague. Chung Ran was found by Meng Ting, an ale slumped against the wall, his face as pallid as bleached rice paper, his brow slick with cold sweat, his consciousness adrift. He responded sluggishly to Meng Ting's urgent calls. She immediately examined him. No grievous wounds marred his body, yet his pupils were unfocused, his pulse rapid and feeble, as if every last ember of his vitality had been consumed. Her heart sank. Recalling his prior episodes after wielding that uncanny premonition ability, she grasped the truth at once. With Ale's help, she bore Chung Ran back to their earthen hut and laid him down. She brewed a decoction of calming, cure-reviving herbs and coaxed it drop by drop past his lips. He sank into deep sleep, but even then his brow remained knotted tight, as though wrestling some invisible torment. Meng Ting kept vigil beside him, her gaze tracing the hollows of fatigue etched upon his ashen face. Worry coiled within her, sharp and nameless, a quiet ache behind her ribs. Gently she retrieved the heart of Raker Long, kept close to his chest, and cradled it in her palm. Its warm, dark gold tissue retained its luster, yet seemed subtly dimmer than before. Memory stirred. Each of his collapses had followed its use, especially last night's pivotal warning cry. Was this power drawn not merely from the artifact's reserves, but from his own memory? The thought chilled her to the marrow. Just then sunlight pierced the window at a precise angle, striking an inconspicuous depression on the heart's surface. Meng Ting's sharp eye caught it instantly. Within the dark gold matrix, impossibly fine silver traceries, thinner than spider silk, flickered into visibility, refracting the light like whispered glyphs. These were no natural striations. They bore the unmistakable precision of deliberate, intricate inscription, perhaps a map, perhaps a pathway. Her breath caught. She hurried to the window, holding the artifact aloft to catch the clearest light. Though most lines remained elusive, too labyrinthine, several appeared to converge upon distinct markers. One in particular echoed the delicate fractal shape of spore capsules from a rare fern she and Eldarim had once observed near a luminous, moss-draped hot spring valley. Was this a cartographic key? A silent summons? The revelation struck her with seismic force. Yet she stilled her pulse, said nothing. With reverent care she returned the heart to Chung Ran's side, and resolved to wait until he awakened before delving deeper. First he must heal. Chung Ran slept nearly a full day. When he opened his eyes again, it was the next dawn. The crushing headache and vertigo had eased, but a yawning hollowness now echoed in his mind. Fragments of last night's battle, especially the final desperate act of foresight and command, had dissolved into fog. He remembered that he had acted, but not how. The mechanics of the cascade of perception and utterance, erased as though scoured by an unseen hand. Meng Ting recounted her discovery and suspicion. Chung Ran ran his fingers over the heart, its sheen faintly restored, his expression grave. The cost of power was real, and far more terrible than he'd imagined. Memory was the bedrock of self. To lose it was not mere forgetting. It was slow dissolution, a quiet death of the soul. We must uncover its origin, he said, voice raw as crushed stone, and decipher these markings. Perhaps its source holds the means to master, or mend, this toll. Meng Ting nodded, then described the fernspore motif and the hot spring valley. Elder Im called it a place where the spirit of the earth stirs, potent yet perilous. Our people seldom venture deep. They agreed once Chung Ran regained strength and tribal stability settled, they would seek that valley. In the days that followed, the golden-eyed clan moved through grief with solemn industry. They held grand funeral pyres for their fallen warriors. Leaping flames consumed mortal forms while courage and deeds ascended, preserved in memory, enshrined in song. Defensive works surged forward with renewed urgency. All knew the Silent One's retreat was only a pause. Though still frail, Chung Ran insisted on guiding the effort. He refined watchtower designs, adding cover and strategic firing slits, and sewed the outer perimeter with concealed pits and iron-shod barriers. He also advanced bronze metallurgy, experimenting with trace tin ore, discovered alongside copper veins, though ratios remained unrefined. Still, the resulting alloy proved markedly harder, yielding spearheads and arrow points of superior sharpness and resilience. Meng Ting turned her focus to logistics and healing. She perfected methods for drying and storing medicinal herbs, ensuring lasting potency. She identified the alkaline ash of a native plant ideal for wound cleansing and instrument sterilization. With Elder Im, she expanded cultivation of starchy tubers and transplanted high-yield wild greens into village gardens. Amid shared sorrow and shared peril, Chung Ran and Meng Ting ceased being guests or benefactors. They became woven into the clan's very fabric, its mind and muscle indispensable and inseparable. In the eyes of their people, trust burned clear and unreserved, deep, steadfast, absolute. Elder Lei presented Chung Ran with a newly forged short sword, bronze tempered with a whisper of tin, and placed it in his hands with ceremonial gravity. Forged by our finest smith, shaped to your grip. Take it, Chung Ran. You and Meng Ting, you are our brothers and sisters. Chung Ran accepted the weapon, dense, cool, gleaming with the deep, verdant gold of tempered bronze, and felt the weight of recognition settle into his bones. He lifted his gaze to the ramparts rising ever higher around the valley, to the figures moving with tireless resolve, to Meng Ting beside him, her eyes steady, unwavering. He knew the road home might be lost beyond reckoning. But here they had forged something irreplaceable, a home to defend, kin to cherish. The Silent Ones loomed like a blade above their heads, the void in his mind like quicksand beneath his feet. The path ahead was steep and shadowed, yet they walked it, not alone. And civilization's flame, kindled in resistance and guarded by love, would burn all the brighter for it. Chung Ran's body, under the meticulous care of Meng Ting and the herbal treatments, recovered more swiftly than anticipated. However, the emptiness in his mind, a remnant of overusing his precognitive abilities, lingered like a festering wound refusing to fade away. Occasionally during conversations, or while concentrating on a task, he would find himself momentarily at a loss for words or forgetting details that had just been clear. This insidious erosion of memory instilled a fear deeper than any physical pain. Meng Ting's discovery, a subtle pattern possibly hidden within the heart of Raquel, became the only glimmer of hope in the darkness. Both knew that the exploration of the hot spring valley, marked as the source of the breath of the earth, was imminent. This quest was not merely to seek methods to manage the side effects, but might also unveil the origins of this mysterious organization, perhaps even revealing deeper secrets of the prehistoric island. However, the tribe had just endured a night raid, suffering significant losses, and their defenses were still being fortified. The threat of the Silent Ones loomed like a shadow. Thus, proposing an expedition away from the tribe into the unknown was no small matter. One evening, Chung Ran and Meng Ting took the heart of Raquel to the stone house where the elder resided, perched atop the village. The room was filled with a faint herbal aroma, and the great elder sat on a low couch covered in thick animal skins, accompanied by Elder Sam and Elder Lei. Chung Ran did not conceal anything. He articulated as clearly as possible the symptoms of memory loss he experienced after using his special abilities, along with the subtle patterns Meng Ting had discovered on the heart of Raquel, which resembled a map. He emphasized the necessity and potential risks of exploring the hot spring valley. We suspect there may be clues related to this heart of Raquel or to my ability, Chung Ran concluded, his voice calm, yet resolute. This may determine how well we can face future threats, whether from the Silent Ones or my own issues. The great elder listened in silence, his deep golden eyes slowly moving between Chung Ran and Meng Ting, finally resting on the dark golden artifact held in Chung Ran's hands. His thin fingers tapped gently on the crystal of his staff. Elder Sam leaned in closer, examining the faint silver patterns that were only visible under certain lighting, as pointed out by Meng Ting. Her brow furrowed tighter, as if she were recalling something from a distant past. Elder Lei, however, was more concerned about the practical implications. That valley is deep near the active breath of the earth. The ground is unstable, and there are toxic gases. Even the oldest hunters of the tribe do not dare to venture too far. It's too dangerous for the two of you. We must go, Meng Ting replied softly but firmly. Cheng Ran's condition cannot be delayed. Furthermore, I am very interested in the plants there. Elder Im mentioned that many rare species from outside grow there, and we might find more useful herbs. We will prepare thoroughly and avoid known danger areas. After a long silence, the great elder finally spoke, his voice low and hoarse. The heart of Raquel is a remnant of ancient power. The tribe's legends mention its connection to the source of the spirit of the earth. Sam, do you remember those ancient songs? Elder Sam looked up, a glimmer of recognition in her eyes. Yes. The songs speak of the place where the tears of the sun fall, the golden heart guiding the way, passing through boiling rivers to reach the hall of the sleeping giant. She pointed to a mark on the heart of Raquel that resembled the spore sac of a glowing fern. This symbol bears a striking resemblance to the eye of the giant described in the song. The ancient song and the mysterious patterns corroborated each other, enhancing the significance of this expedition. The great elder made a decision. Select 4 of the most agile and mountain-savvy hunters. You will lead them personally to escort Cheng Ran and Meng Ting into the valley. Remember, your mission is to explore and gather information, not to take risks. You have 5 days. I return regardless of your findings. He then turned to Cheng Ran and Meng Ting, his gaze profound. The tribe needs your wisdom. Return alive. With the Council of Elders' support secured, preparations commenced swiftly. Meng Ting gathered a substantial supply of antidotes, restorative herbs, and treatments for burns and insect bites, along with enough rations and fresh water for 7 people over 5 days. Cheng Ran inspected everyone's weapons, ensuring their bows and bronze weapons were in good condition, and prepared sturdy ropes, torches, and long poles for probing the ground and dispersing toxic gases. On the 3rd morning, a 7-member team set out quietly through the morning mist. Alongside Cheng Ran and Meng Ting were Elder Lei, as well as hunters Rock Claw Hawk, renowned for his vision stone foot, skilled in climbing, and Gray, for an experienced elder hunter. They traveled along the familiar path upstream, crossing the gorge where they had previously found copper, or pressing deeper into the mountains. The surrounding landscape grew increasingly desolate and bizarre. The lush rainforest gave way to heat and acid-resistant ferns and low shrubs. The air grew thick with the scent of sulfur, the temperature noticeably rising, and the ground occasionally trembled beneath their feet. In the distance, columns of white steam curled upward from the mountain crevasses. Following the patterns and the interpretation of the song by Elder Sam, they trekked along a dry riverbed carved by hot water streams and strewn with jagged rocks. Beneath their feet lay soft, colorful rock fragments formed from various mineral deposits, crunching softly as they stepped. Steep blackened rock walls rose on either side, marinated in steam. They moved with utmost caution, with Rock Claw and Hawk Eye scouting ahead, using long poles to test the ground, avoiding brittle crust or scalding mud pits. Gray, for relying on his seasoned experience, discerned the varying dangers of odors in the air, guiding the group away from areas filled with lethal colorless gases. Along the way, Meng Ting continuously documented newly discovered plants. Despite the harsh conditions, this environment harbored many unique species, some of which she had never seen in any records. At the end of the dry riverbed, they found the boiling river described in the song, a broad area dotted with hot springs of varying sizes and intermittent geysers. The murky hot water bubbled and gurgled, releasing white steam that obscured visibility. A tremendous roar filled the air. According to the patterns on the heart of Raquel, they needed to traverse this hazardous area to reach a stone wall beside a geyser that continuously spewed short columns of water. This was the most perilous stretch of their journey. They chose a spot where the hot springs exhibited relatively gentle activity, using a mound of condensed sulfur rock as stepping stones. Elder Lei took the lead, confirming the rock's stability before the others quickly followed one by one. The scalding vapor seared their skin, and the acrid scent made them dizzy. At last they reached the opposite bank unscathed. Beside the geyser, which emitted warm rather than scalding water, stood a steep rock wall long soaked in moisture, covered in thick moss and minerals. This is the endpoint indicated by the patterns, Cheng Ran declared, raising the heart of Raquel against the stone wall. The water columns erupted, periodically splashing droplets that washed away the moss and sediment from the wall. Cheng Ran and Rock Claw approached, carefully scraping away as the covering was. The content of the murals was abstract and enigmatic at the center. Below the murals was a winding path etched into the stone leading into the depths of the spiral flanked by symbols akin. Most startlingly, at the edges of the mural, they discovered these streamlined, futuristic geometric patterns clashed. Everyone was rendered speechless by the ancient. Chung Ran felt that the heart of Raquel, in his chest resonated. Here indeed lay a colossal secret, not only concerning his abilities, but possibly tied to the very origins of this island, and even the true history. The ancient murals shimmered through the mist, their vivid depictions of a colossal burning spiral and the surrounding bizarre creatures seemingly gazing at the intruders across the eons. The cold, damp touch of the stone wall contrasted sharply with the warmth radiating from the lake heart in Chung Ran's chest, causing his heartbeat to subtly synchronize with the faint resonance emanating from it, as if the hollow void in his mind were stirring with delicate ripples. Is this a mark left by our ancestors? Yin Zhua gazed in awe and confusion at the murals, the content of which clearly surpassed the current knowledge inherited by the Jintong tribe. Elder Lei furrowed his brow, his stout fingers brushing over the later added geometric symbols that bore a technological flair. He spoke gravely. No, this is not all of it. These new marks. The style is wrong. They resemble more what they left behind. He was evidently referring to the silencers. Meng Ting's attention was drawn to the winding path and directional symbols depicted at the bottom of the mural. She retrieved a simple map sketched in charcoal on soft leather, comparing the patterns on the lake heart with the instructions in the mural. Her finger finally rested at the end of the path, the center of the spiral symbol. According to the markings, the entrance should be nearby. Meng Ting's gaze swept across the stone wall covered in moss and minerals. The path leads to the center of the spiral, but all there is here is solid rock. Chung Ran suppressed the urge to use his abilities to probe the cost of which he was presently unable to bear again. He approached the stone wall, tapping carefully beneath the mural. Most areas returned a dull, solid echo, but when he struck directly beneath the spiral symbol, in a spot thickly covered with white travertine, the sound carried a faint, imperceptible hollowness. Here, Chung Ran exclaimed softly. Yin Zhua and Shizhu immediately stepped forward, cautiously clearing the travertine deposits with their stone axes and copper chisels. With the sound of cracking, a massive stone slab, differing slightly in color and texture from the surrounding wall and exhibiting irregular gaps along its edges, gradually emerged. This slab had evidently been embedded, later crafted with exceptional skill, nearly blending seamlessly with the rock wall, almost undetectable without careful inspection. The slab bore no handles or obvious mechanisms for opening. Chung Ran Lei and Yin Zhua joined forces to try to push it, but it remained immovable, heavier than they could have imagined. We need a lever. Chung Ran observed the gaps in the slab. Shizhu and Hui Mao quickly fetched a sufficiently thick and sturdy fossilized wooden trunk from nearby. Together they wedged one end of the trunk into the gap at the bottom of the slab, using the rock as a fulcrum, and pushed with a synchronized effort. Hey yo! Accompanied by a deep, powerful shout and the trunk's strained groan, the heavy stone slab finally yielded a narrow opening. A gust of cold air imbued with a potent musty scent, yet oddly mixed with a faint metallic tang, rushed out from the gap, billowing their garments. The opening was just wide enough for one person to pass sideways. Chung Ran ignited a prepared torch bound to a long pole and stepped in first, the flickering flame barely dispelling a small patch of the profound darkness beyond the door. Before him lay a man-made, downward-sloping narrow passage, its stone steps deeply worn and the walls smooth, as if perpetually rubbed by some unseen force. He'll go first, Lei, you cover the rear. Chung Ran inhaled deeply and squeezed through. Meng Ting followed closely, then came Yin Zhua, followed by Yin Yan. Elder Lei and Hui Mao entered last, wedging the lever in the door gap to prevent the stone door from closing unexpectedly. The passage was eerily silent, only the sound of their breathing footsteps and the crackling of the torch echoed within the confined space. The air was cool and damp, carrying an increasingly distinct metallic tang. The passage continued steeply downward, the steps slippery, requiring their utmost caution. After approximately the duration of a stick of incense, the passage widened, revealing a faint glow ahead. This was not the light of the torch, but a soft pale blue luminescence emanating seemingly from the rocks themselves. As they finally emerged at the end of the passage, the sight before them left them all in stunned silence. They found themselves in an immense underground chamber beyond imagination. The ceiling soared high, adorned with clusters of crystals radiating that same pale blue glow, like stars, providing the primary source of light. In the center of the space lay a tranquil jet-black underground lake, its depths daunting to behold. Most striking of all was the massive skeleton standing on the shore of the lake. The form of the skeleton was unlike any they had ever seen, resembling neither dragon nor beast, its size overwhelming, with the skull alone magnitudes larger than the largest lakel. The bones exhibited a dull metallic sheen, suggesting a peculiar fusion of metal and biological material rather than pure organic bone. The skeleton was remarkably intact, lying in a posture of quiet repose, as if in guardianship or perhaps in slumber. Surrounding the colossal beast's skeleton were scattered fragments of clearly artificial objects, yet with styles entirely distinct from those of the Jintong tribe, or even the Silencers. Twisted metal rods, shattered translucent crystal panels, and intricately engraved metal discs lay amongst the debris. What kind of monster is this? Ing Yan's voice trembled. Even the bravest hunter of the tribe struggled to maintain composure in the face of such an unfathomable behemoth. Meng Ting's gaze, however, was drawn to something embedded within the chest cavity of the giant skeleton near where the heart would be. There it appeared was a fragment that differed in texture from the surrounding bones, emanating a faint golden light, its shape strikingly similar to the Lakal heart they possessed, yet vastly larger. At that moment, the Lakal heart in Cheng Ran's chest suddenly felt searing hot, the resonance stronger than ever. The void in his mind flared with a sharp, intense pain accompanied by fragmented images flashing rapidly, endless flames, deafening roars, and a rain of destructive light cascading down. He stifled a groan, bracing himself against the nearby rock wall, his face draining of color. Cheng Ran. Meng Ting rushed to support him. I am fine. Cheng Ran gasped, forcing down the turmoil in his mind and the weakness threatening to overtake him, his gaze fixated on the golden object within the giant skeleton's chest cavity. There is something there. It shares the same origin as this. Everyone realized they might have stumbled into a forbidden domain far exceeding their imagination concerning the true secrets of this island. This slumbering metallic beast, the mysterious underground space, and those fragments of creations alien to any known civilization. The origins of the Lakal heart, the source of Cheng Ran's enigmatic abilities, even the existence of the Silencers, might all find clues here. However, just as they attempted to approach the colossal skeleton for a closer look, an extremely faint, yet rhythmically pulsing, buzzing sound suddenly emanated from the darkness across the lake. That sound was anything but natural. The sense of threat emanating from the darkness across the lake. Stand guard. Elder Lei growled, his copper spear swiftly crossing, and Yanzhua, Ing Yan, and others swiftly drew their bows, the copper-tipped arrows glimmering with a cold sheen under the eerie blue crystal light. Cheng Ran fought to suppress the sharp pain and dizziness. The heart of Rakal in his chest burned with intensity, resonating ever more strongly with the enormous golden object nestled within the chest cavity of a distant beast skeleton, as if they were calling out to one another. This resonance seemed to interfere with his perception, preventing him from clearly detecting the trajectory of impending danger as he had before. The hum grew increasingly closer, accompanied by a subtle yet dense scraping sound reminiscent of metal dragging against the ground. Moments later, several dark figures slowly emerged from the shadows on the opposite shore. They were not Silencers. Their forms were even more bizarre, standing about half a person tall, their bodies displaying a dull metallic hue composed of a spherical core and multiple flexible, jointed metallic tendrils. They lacked distinct heads or facial features, instead possessing an irregularly shaped polyhedral crystal embedded in the front of their spherical bodies, emanating a colder, ethereal blue light that shared a common origin with the crystal clusters above. These metallic creations moved silently, the only sound arising from their tendrils scraping against the ground, producing a grating scrape that sent chills down the spine. What are those things? Yanzhua's voice trembled with disbelief. The enemies before them surpassed anything within their realm of understanding. Suddenly, the crystal on one of the metallic entities flared with light, and a slender, nearly invisible blue beam shot forth, aimed directly at Elder Lei, who stood at the forefront. Watch out! Cheng Ran instinctively shoved Lei aside just in time. Whoosh! The blue beam grazed Lei's shoulder, striking a rock behind him. There was no loud explosion. Instead, a fist-sized, smoothly edged pit appeared on the rock's surface, as if the stone had been erased from existence. Everyone gasped in shock. This bizarre method of attack wielded power far exceeding any known weapon. Scatter! Find cover! Cheng Ran shouted. It was evident that these metallic entities required aiming for their attacks, and could not fire continuously. The group immediately took cover behind the scattered remains of colossal beast bones and fragments of strange civilization that littered the lakeside. The metallic beings began to disperse their tendrils, allowing them to move with astonishing speed, firing ethereal blue beams that left terrifying holes in the rocks and bones. Cheng Ran leaned against a massive metallic rib, breathing heavily. He tried to focus to summon that cursed predictive ability, but the hollow sensation and intense pain in his mind made it impossible to concentrate, nearly causing him to reveal his position in a daze. Their weakness might be that glowing crystal. Meng Ting shouted from behind a twisted metal panel, having observed the entities closely. She noted that every time they fired their beams, the crystal's light would intensify significantly. Hearing this, Ing Yin peered from behind another bone bow drawn like a crescent moon, launching a copper-tipped arrow that whistled toward the crystal of one metallic entity. Clang! The arrow struck the crystal with precision, producing a sharp sound as it deflected. Only a barely perceptible white that remained on the surface of the crystal. Its hardness was beyond imagination. No good. It's too hard, Ing Yin exclaimed in frustration. The situation rapidly escalated into a dire crisis. Their attacks could not penetrate while the opponent's beams were lethal. More metallic entities surged from the darkness, their numbers exceeding 10. They coordinated seamlessly, using their tendrils to climb and leap with agility, launching attacks from various angles in an attempt to encircle them completely. Chung Ran's gaze darted around, desperately searching for any glimmer of hope. His eyes skimmed over the scattered remnants of civilization across the eerily calm black lake, ultimately fixating beneath the massive skull of the beast's skeleton. There, etched into the rock, was a pattern resembling the spiral symbols from the murals, yet more complex, embedded with numerous small holes. At the center of the pattern was a depression that bore an uncanny resemblance to the heart of Rakel he held. A wild thought flashed through his mind. Cover me. To that skeleton. Chung Ran shouted to Elder Lei, pointing toward the pattern's location. Though Elder Lei was perplexed, he immediately roared in trust, swinging his copper spear to draw the fire from two metallic entities. Yin Zhua and Ing Yin also fought fiercely, shooting to disrupt the actions of the other entities. Chung Ran took a deep breath and bolted from his cover, pouncing toward the massive skull of the beast like a cheetah. A blue beam whisked past his heel, melting a small pit into the ground. He reached the pattern, unhesitatingly pressing the searing heart of Rakel into the depression. It fit perfectly. At the moment the heart of Rakel embedded itself, the entire pattern seemed to come alive. The small holes within the intricate lines suddenly glowed with a soft white light coursing along the lines and rapidly filling the entire formation. Immediately the massive skull of the beast trembled slightly, and two radiant golden orbs akin to miniature suns erupted within its hollow eye sockets. An invisible, overwhelming pressure radiated from the beast's skeleton, spreading like a tidal wave. All the attacking metallic entities froze as if a pause button had been pressed, their movements halted. The ethereal blue crystals on their fronts flickered intensely, becoming extremely unstable, emitting chaotic, buzzing sounds. In the next moment, the golden light from the eye sockets swept across the entire space like a searchlight. Any metallic entity caught in its beam saw its core crystal dim and shatter instantly. Accompanied by a series of sharp explosions and sparks, these once feared killing machines collapsed to the ground, reduced to heaps of inert scrap. Silence descended upon the underground space, once more leaving only the heavy breathing and racing heartbeats of the group. All present were left dumbfounded, gazing at the astonishing reversal, their eyes wide with disbelief at the seemingly momentarily awakened beast's skeleton and at Chung Ran, who stood beside the formation, pale yet bright-eyed. The golden light in the beast's eyes gradually receded, ultimately extinguishing, restoring the prior silence. The formation's glow dimmed, but the heart of Rakel remained securely embedded in the depression, its dark golden sheen having deepened and become more subdued. Chung Ran sensed that the intense pain and hollow feeling in his mind had eased somewhat with the activation of the formation. Though it was not entirely alleviated, it was no longer unbearable. It felt as if a deeper, ineffable connection had been established between him, the heart of Rakel, and the mysterious skeleton of the beast. He stepped forward, carefully retrieving the heart of Rakel, holding it in his hand. This time it no longer burned, instead it radiated a warm, substantial sensation. The immediate crisis had been averted, yet more questions surged forth. Why were these metallic sentinels here? What were they guarding? What connection lay between this beast's skeleton, the ancient civilization, and the silencers? Meng Ting approached Chung Ran, glancing at the discarded metallic entities on the ground, and softly remarked, "The secrets hidden here are more astonishing than we imagined." Chung Ran nodded, his gaze shifting toward the still profound darkness across the lake and further back, where a previously obscured, dim passage leading deeper into the unknown started to reveal itself. "It seems we have merely scratched the surface of an iceberg." Silence once again enveloped the vast underground space, broken only by the faint ripples on the surface of the deep subterranean lake and the heavy breaths of the group, still unsettled from their recent ordeal. The metallic constructs, now lifeless and devoid of their former brilliance, stood frozen, like sculptures, silently recounting the brief, yet harrowing clash that had just transpired. All eyes were drawn to the heart of Laker in Chung Ran's hand, which seemed to have changed somehow, as they regarded the now quiet skeletal remains of the colossal beast with a mix of awe and fear. It had awakened at a critical moment, instantly dismantling their terrifying foes in a manner they could scarcely comprehend. Is this beast still alive? Yan Zhua's voice quivered as he gripped his bow tightly, pointing toward the hollow eye sockets of the giant. No, it has long perished, Chung Ran replied, feeling the warm, weighty feedback from the heart of Laker in his hand and the lingering hollow sensation in his mind. What remains is merely a power of protection, or perhaps a preordained program. He recalled the symbols added later to the mural, imbued with a sense of advanced technology. Meng Ting approached a discarded metallic construct cautiously, using the tip of her dagger to prod at its shattered crystalline core and twisted metallic tendrils. The craftsmanship of these constructs and those fragments, she pointed to the scattered remnants of civilization, as well as the symbols added to the mural, all share a consistent style. They belong to the same unknown civilization. And this beast may be even older than that civilization. Elder Lei wiped the cold sweat from his brow, still gripping his copper spear tightly. Regardless of what they are, this place is too dangerous. We must leave at once and inform the elder. But Chung Ran shook his head, directing his gaze toward the dimly lit passage that had just revealed itself behind the beast's skeleton. There's no time. Now that we've triggered the defenses here, I fear that the silencers, or something else, will soon be drawn to us. We must uncover what lies hidden here. Perhaps we can find a key to confront them, or the truth about this island. He paused, looking at Meng Ting. Moreover, the source of my questions may very well lie here. Meng Ting met his gaze, understanding the resolve in his eyes and the deep-seated fear of fading memories that lurked within. She nodded. I'll go with you. Elder Lei observed them, and then glanced at the still-shaken hunters behind them, gritting his teeth. Very well, let's uncover the truth. But we must be quick. After a brief moment to regroup and check their weapons, they resecured their torches. Chung Ran carefully stowed away the heart of Laker, sensing that after establishing a connection with the skeleton, this mysterious object had become a sort of key or proof of authority. They circled around the massive skeleton of the beast, heading toward the dark passage. The corridor was wider than the entrance, its walls smooth as mirrors, composed of a material neither stone nor metal. As they walked, their footsteps were strangely absorbed, creating an eerie silence. A pale blue glow emanated from within the walls, illuminating the path ahead. The passage did not go straight, but spiraled downward. After about a quarter of an hour, they entered a relatively small, circular stone chamber. At the center of the chamber stood a complex platform half embedded in the ground, made of a black metal and crystal, upon which floated a three-dimensional star map composed of countless luminous points, slowly rotating. Some points sparkled brightly, while others dimmed, connected by thin beams of light, forming a vast and unfamiliar starry canvas. In one corner of the star map, a particularly marked and enlarged model of a star system showcased a blue planet quietly spinning. Although the details were vague, the outlines of continents and ocean distributions caused Chung Ran and Meng Ting's hearts to nearly cease. This was unmistakably the embryonic form of Earth. Beside the Earth, another planet was highlighted in ominous dark red, accompanied by a twisted light tunnel seemingly forcefully opened, connecting the two star systems. Below the star map, the surface of the platform was etched with streamlined geometric scripts originating from the same source as the symbols added to the mural. This is... Meng Ting gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes filled with incredulous shock. The star map before them undoubtedly revealed the possibility of interstellar travel, and Earth was a coordinate point within it. A chill coursed through Chung Ran's spine. This island, these strange beings, and the remnants of their civilization. Could they all be of extraterrestrial origin? What about the silencers? Were they also outsiders? Or perhaps products of some experiment conducted on this island? He approached the platform, feeling the warmth of the heart of Laker surge again. Instinctively, he brought it close to an inconspicuous depression on the edge of the platform. Buzz. The platform. In the image, they glimpsed the surface of the dark red planet, covered in enormous structures pulsating like veins, its environment harsh. The scene then shifted to the twisted light tunnel, revealing sinister black warships resembling insectoid creatures traversing through it. The final image captured a chaotic battlefield set against the prehistoric world they inhabited. Despite the fragmented nature of the information, its revelations were earth-shattering. Interstellar war, an alien invasion, and this prehistoric island was astonishingly part of an ancient battlefield. The metallic beast was likely a defensive force resisting the... Just as the group was reeling from this monumental secret, clear, the pursuers had arrived, and there were far more of them than the previous metallic guards. They found us. Ing Yan's expression changed as he swiftly... Elder Lei immediately made a decision. Shizhu Hui Mao, hold the entrance. Delay them as much as possible. Chung Ran, Meng Ting, see if there's any... Yan Zhua, Ing Yan, find cover and prepare to ambush. There was no time to process the staggering information. Chung Ran quickly scanned the platform. Aside from the star map and the fragmented image, he noticed several differently shaped recesses and flickering contact points on the platform, but he had no idea of their functions. Meng Ting, however, spotted several palm-sized crystalline plates lying beneath the platform, their colors resembling that of depleted energy. Their material was similar to that of the core crystals from the metallic guards. She quickly picked them up and stuffed them into her pack. Perhaps Elder Sam can study these. The sounds of clashing weapons and the furious roars of Shizhu and Hui Mao erupted from the entrance. The battle was about to commence. Chung Ran tightened his grip on the bronze short sword, feeling the warmth of the heart of Laker and the surging sense of foresight along with the accompanying hollow thread in his mind. He knew that the real test was only just beginning. They not only had to carve a path to survival against an unknown number of enemies, but also bring back the astonishing secret that entwined the fates of two worlds. The cacophony of battle at the entrance of the passage surged like a violent storm, instantly filling the silent stone chamber. The roars of the Stonefoot and Greyfur intertwined with the clang of metal and the hissing of energy rays searing the air, creating a desperate symphony. Through the narrow passage, flickering azure rays and shadows of wielded copper spears were visible. Clearly, the two defenders were under immense pressure. They can't hold out much longer. Elder Lei's eyes were bloodshot, his copper spear poised to rush in for support. Lei, we can't fight Hedon. Chung Ran seized him, his gaze sweeping across the stone chamber before settling on the scattered wreckage of metal sentinels destroyed by the power of the giant beast. Block them at the entrance. The others immediately understood his intent. Though these metallic constructs were inoperative, their heavy and solid shells made excellent obstacles. Yin Zhua Yin and Elder Lei swiftly moved, straining to push the closest two pieces of wreckage toward the passage entrance. Chung Ran and Meng Ting joined in to help. The heavy metallic shells scraped against the ground, producing a jarring noise as they were laboriously shoved to the mouth of the passage, merging with the retreating figures of Stonefoot and Greyfur. Fall back, Elder Lei bellowed. Both Stonefoot and Greyfur were wounded. The ray had scorched Stonefoot's left arm, leaving it charred, while Greyfur's forehead bled. Responding to Lei's call, they managed to fend off an attack and staggered back into the stone chamber, joining the others to erect a temporary, albeit fragile, line of defense with the metallic wreckage. The attackers at the other end of the passage were evidently hindered by this sudden blockade. Several azure rays struck the wreckage, creating deep dents, yet failing to destroy it immediately. In that moment of reprieve, the group finally glimpsed the full extent of their foes. Not only were there those spherical, tentacled metal sentinels, but also several agile figures with pallid skin and cold gazes, the silencers. They wielded peculiar blades unlike the obsidian weapons seen before, shimmering with a faint energy glow as they attempted to climb over or push aside the obstructing wreckage. They're indeed working together. Yin Zhua gritted his teeth, releasing a copperhead arrow that whistled through the air, striking down a silencer attempting to vault over the debris. Yet the enemy's numbers far exceeded theirs. More metal sentinels and silencers gathered at the opposite end of the passage, energy rays and thrown blades raining down upon the metallic barrier, generating a relentless cacophony of impacts. The obstruction was swiftly being eroded and disintegrated. We can't continue like this. We'll be trapped here. Ing Yan's face turned pale, his quiver was already half empty. Leaning against the cold, slick stone wall, Chung Ran's mind raced. His gaze fell once more on the wrecked metal sentinels, particularly their shattered crystalline cores. Meng Ting had previously collected those energy-depleted grayish crystal panels. If only. A dangerously reckless thought flashed through his mind. Meng Ting, give me those crystal panels. Chung Ran urged urgently. Though Meng Ting was puzzled, she swiftly retrieved the few gray crystal panels from her pack. Chung Ran took them, feeling their icy touch devoid of any energy response. He inhaled deeply and forcefully pressed one against the cracked, but not entirely shattered crystalline core of a nearby metal wreck. The moment the gray panel touched the remnants of the core, a sudden transformation occurred. The gray panel began to absorb the feeble energy from the core, as if it were a sponge meeting water, its surface rapidly losing its pallor and glowing with an unstable, dangerous crimson light. Simultaneously, several tentacles of the wrecked metal thrummed violently, emitting crackling sparks. Fall back! Chung Ran shouted, yanking the now searing, ominous red panel from the wreck, and with all his might hurled it toward the most densely populated area of the enemy at the far end of the passage. The dark red panel traced an arc through the air. Time seemed to pause in that instant. In the next second, boom! The deafening explosion reverberated throughout the passage. A violent shockwave of energy surged forth, mingled with metal shards and searing gusts bursting from the passageway, like a tidal wave displacing and deforming the metal wreckage blocking the way. The silencers and metal sentinels at the forefront were instantly engulfed by the unexpected blast, torn to shreds before they could even scream. Enemies further back were thrown into disarray by the shockwave, their assault momentarily halted. The aftermath of the explosion even swept into the stone chamber, sending Chung Ran and the others reeling, their ears ringing as debris and dust fell from above. No one had anticipated that those seemingly useless crystal panels would transform into such a terrifying explosive upon contact with the residual energy core. The other end of the passage was plunged into a brief silence and chaos. Quick, charge out. Elder Lei was the first to react despite feeling his blood surge in response to the shock, knowing this was their only chance. He shoved aside the twisted metal barrier and was the first to plunge into the smoke-filled passage. The others. The heavy stone door thunderously closed behind them, completely sealing off the suffocating darkness and terror of the underground. The group collapsed onto the cold rocks, gasping for breath like fish out of water, their exhaustion from surviving the ordeal intertwined with the pain of lost companions spreading through the silent valley. The lifeless body of the gray-haired man was gently laid aside, while Shizhu knelt nearby, his broad shoulders slightly shaking in silence. Elder Lei's leg bore a gruesome wound, the dark purple blood soaking through the makeshift bandaging. His face was pale, yet he clenched his jaw tightly, not uttering a word. Sunlight filtered through the misty moisture, bringing a trivial warmth, yet it did nothing to dispel the chill that gripped their hearts. We must return immediately. Chung Ran forced himself to stand, feeling a void in his mind swirling like a vortex, relentlessly consuming his energy, his vision blurred at the edges. He knew all too well that what they brought back was not just news of casualties, but a secret powerful enough to overturn everyone's understanding. Meng Ting carefully examined Elder Lei's wound, reapplying clean water and the remaining herbs with a worried whisper to Chung Ran. The wound is poisoned, similar to the scent of the blood from that watcher, but more intense. My herbs can only suppress it temporarily. A heaviness settled in Chung Ran's heart as he nodded. He turned to Yin Zhua, and Ing Yin will take turns carrying the gray-haired man. We'll support Elder Lei and return to the tribe as quickly as possible. The journey back felt exceptionally long and arduous. The cautious exploration they had undertaken on the way there was replaced by a desperate need to escape through every small obstacle that had gone unnoticed before now felt like an insurmountable chasm. Each person was exhausted, their spirits stretched to the limit, every rustle of wind sending waves of panic through them, as if the ghostly silencers could leap from the shadows of the forest at any moment. When the familiar outline of the Golden Eye tribe finally appeared at the horizon, everyone was nearly spent. The hunters atop the watchtower spotted their ragged figures and the body they carried, and a piercing alarm drum echoed through the valley, shattering its brief tranquility. The village erupted in chaos. Clan members rushed from all directions, gasping at the sight of the injured party, the grievously wounded Elder Lei, and the cold body of the gray-haired man. Gasps of horror, cries of grief, and furious questions erupted simultaneously. Grief and panic spread like a plague. The High Elder Sam Im and other core elders quickly arrived at the square. Upon witnessing the scene, the High Elder's fingers on the staff turned pale, while Elder Sam hurried to examine Lei's injuries, his expression grave. Elder Im directed the women to carefully carry away the gray-haired man's body in preparation for the funeral. What happened? How could this? The High Elder's voice remained steady, yet his golden pupils churned with suppressed fury and shock. Chung Ran took a deep breath, forcing himself to concentrate, ignoring the persistent dizziness in his mind. He gestured for Meng Ting to bring out the two crucial crystal plates that had previously triggered the explosion, then recounted the sights and sounds of the underground space. The skeletal remains of colossal beasts, bizarre murals, metallic guardians, floating star maps, and the fragmented images of an ancient war as clearly and concisely as possible. He omitted speculations about Earth and interstellar travel, emphasizing that it was a vast war involving unknown civilizations and terrifying powers, and that the silencers were likely descendants or servants of the invaders from that war. As he spoke, the clamor in the square gradually quieted, everyone stunned by the bizarre and unimaginable information. An ancient war, metallic beasts, unknown civilizations. All of it sounded like the most absurd dream, yet the strange crystal plates in Chung Ran's hands, the bizarre wound on Elder Lei, and the sacrifice of the gray-haired man silently testified to the truth of it all. The relics of that war lie beneath our feet, and those silencers have never given up. They have always been searching, always purging. Chung Ran's voice grew hoarse from fatigue, but carried an undeniable force. We are not merely battling a hostile tribe, we are fighting against the embers of a war that has endured for countless ages. An oppressive silence enveloped the square. The sorrow etched on the faces of the tribespeople was gradually replaced by a deeper, more profound fear and confusion in the face of such unknown horrors. So, are we facing the enemies of the gods? A young hunter trembled in inquiry. No, Chung Ran decisively refuted, raising the bronze short sword in his hand, its blade reflecting a steadfast light in the sun. We are facing enemies. No matter where they come from or what powers they possess, when they threaten our homeland and harm our loved, once they become the foes, we must fight and conquer. That ancient war may have been grand, but the land beneath our feet and the people beside us are the realities we must protect at this moment. His words were like a stone thrown into still waters, creating ripples. Fear still lingered, but a fierce determination born from desperation began to ignite in the eyes of the tribe members. The High Elder slowly rose, his staff striking the ground with a dull thud, capturing everyone's attention. His profound golden gaze swept over Chung, ran over the faces of every tribe member. Chung Ran has brought back the truth as well as a warning. The High Elder's voice was steady and powerful like ancient rock. The enemy is more terrifying than we imagined, but our ancestors fought against colossal beasts and natural disasters, surviving on this land. Now we inherit their bloodline, and we inherit their courage. He pointed to the gray-haired man's body being carried away, his voice rising sharply. The blood of the gray-haired man will not be shed in vain. Lei's wounds will not be for naught. The silencers wish to annihilate us, and we will make them aware that the bones of the Golden Eye tribe are as hard as their cold metals. Fight! 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 It was Chung Ran observed the fervor in the crowd, feeling a sense of calm wash over him. Yet he knew that mere morale was far from sufficient. He turned to the High Elder and Elder Sam. Elders, these crystal plates contain powers we cannot comprehend. Elder Sam, please find a way to study them. Additionally, we must expedite the production of bronze weapons, improve our armaments, and reinforce all defenses. The enemy will not grant us much time. The High Elder nodded solemnly. From today onward, the tribe enters a state of maximum readiness. All resources will be prioritized for weapon crafting and defense construction. Sam, dedicate all your efforts to studying these items. Lead all the women to prepare sufficient medicines and food. Lei. He glanced at Elder Lei, weak from blood loss and toxins. You need to recover well. The tribe still needs your strength. Orders were issued one after another, and the entire tribe operated like a finely tuned machine, moving with unprecedented efficiency and determination. Grief was buried deep within, transforming into a more fervent flame in the forge, into the focused gaze of those sharpening weapons. Chung Ran and Meng Ting returned to their earthen dwelling, fatigue crashing over them like a tide. As soon as Chung Ran sat down, a wave of intense dizziness hit him, and he steadied himself against the wall to avoid falling. Your complexion looks terrible, Meng Ting said, anxiously supporting him. Did you use that power again? Chung Ran shook his head, then nodded, his voice weak. I didn't use it. Moreover, he gestured to his head, I feel even emptier. Meng Ting grasped his hand tightly, feeling the abnormal chill in his palm. We will find a way, we will, she said, her gaze falling on the bustling tribe members outside, her tone resolute. Now we have things we must do. Chung Ran followed her gaze, watching Yin Zhua and several young hunters demonstrate new techniques for bronze spears, seeing Elder Sam gather several old craftsmen around the two crystal plates, discussing them in hushed tones, and observing Elder, I'm leading the women as they laid out mounds of herbs to dry. The seeds of hatred had already been sown, and the clouds of war thickened. Yet in this perilous prehistoric world, the flicker of civilization would ignite a more resilient vitality in the struggle for survival and protection. The clouds of war had not dissipated with the bustle of the day, rather they hung heavily over everyone like an encroaching dusk in the valley. The hearth burned day and night, the sounds of clanging metal and crackling wood became the new backdrop of the tribe. The air was thick with the unique scent of charcoal and molten metal, along with a silent tension that pervaded everything. Chung Ran stood atop the newly constructed taller watchtower, looking down at his fellow tribespeople, who were busily engaged like a swarm of ants. The hunters practiced with their newly issued copper spears in the clearing, their movements still somewhat awkward, yet their gazes were intensely focused. Women sat in the square, twisting the resilient vines they had gathered into thicker, stronger ropes, or cutting animal hides into pieces for crafting leather armor with stone knives. The children, too, were mobilized, responsible for delivering messages and transporting small logs and oars. Everything seemed to be progressing positively. The strength of the tribe was coalescing and growing. Yet Chung Ran's heart felt ensnared by invisible threads tightening ever more. Just moments ago, he had attempted to explain a small technique to the craftsman responsible for forging copper arrows, a method to improve casting success rates by using sand of specific humidity to create molds. Yet as he spoke the crucial word regarding the sand's humidity, one he had learned not long ago from the tribe's elder potter, was abruptly erased from his mind by an unseen hand, leaving nothing but a jarring void. He stood there with his mouth agape, his gestures frozen in midair, awkwardly enduring the craftsman's confused gaze for what felt like an eternity, ultimately resorting to vague gestures, urging the other to figure it out himself. This was not the first time. Since returning from the depths, the sensation of memory being stripped away had become ever more frequent and vivid. It was no longer just the details of battles, everyday vocabulary, recent conversations, and even the name of a newly discovered herb that Meng Ting had mentioned just yesterday would inexplicably blur, requiring him to strain to recall and at times lead to complete forgetfulness. He gripped the rough wooden railing, his fingertips turning white from the pressure. This internal disintegration felt far more debilitating than facing any external enemy. The pride he had taken in his learning and adaptability was gradually being stripped away. Lost in thought again, Meng Ting's voice came from behind him as she ascended the tower carrying a bowl of steaming herbal soup. She observed Chung Ran's tense profile and the fatigue that could not be concealed in his eyes, understanding immediately. Chung Ran accepted the ceramic bowl, the bitter aroma of the soup wafting up to him. He did not drink immediately, but stared at the swirling dark brown liquid. "I just forgot a word again," he said softly, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible rasp. Meng Ting paused for a moment, then moved closer to him, sharing his gaze downward. "Elder Emu told me that the oldest singer in the tribe can remember hundreds of songs passed down from our ancestors, yet sometimes he suddenly forgets a melody. He said that memory is like stones at the riverbed. If the current is too swift, or if you dive too deep, some stones may be washed away or become temporarily invisible." She hesitated before continuing. "I've examined the crystal tablets you brought back, and Elder Sam is assisting as well. They indeed contain a peculiar energy, very faint, yet the structure. I cannot comprehend it. However, I am experimenting with different herbal combinations, hoping to find a way to stabilize your mind and mitigate that rushing sensation. In today's concoction, I added a new herb. I discovered the root of the calming flower." Chung Ran tilted his head back and drank the bitter soup in one go. The warm liquid slid down his throat, seemingly imparting a faint sense of calm, yet the emptiness in his mind remained. "Thank you," he said, looking at Meng Ting, whose faint dark circles indicated she too had been burning the midnight oil over her studies. "We can't rely solely on medicine. We must act faster before I become utterly useless." His gaze shifted to the newly cultivated fields at the village's edge. Those fields were the fruits of Meng Ting and Elder Emu's labor with the prehistoric wheat they had sown, now sprouting, slender ears gently swaying in the evening breeze. Though harvest season was far from upon them, that patch of green symbolized a hope that transcended the immediate struggles, a hope far more enduring. "Look at them." Meng Ting followed his gaze, a faint yet genuine smile appearing on her face. "No matter what we face, life will always find a way to thrive and grow. The tribe is the same. You bring not only crisis, Chung Ran, but also change. Look at those copper tools. Look at how everyone is now. Even without you, I believe the tribe will continue forward, perhaps more arduously, but never easily toppled." Her words were like a gentle breeze, momentarily dispersing the gloom in Chung Ran's heart. Indeed, he might gradually forget, but the knowledge he had brought, the spark he had ignited, had already taken root in this tribe. Once the process of civilization was set in motion, it gained its own resilience. Just then, Ali climbed up the tower, leaning on a wooden staff, looking somewhat anxious. "Chung Ran, Meng Ting, the elder asks for you. The patrol team has found new tracks on the eastern ridge, not those of the silencers, but rather signs of a large-scale movement of beasts heading towards the Blackstone Forest." A new development. Chung Ran and Meng Ting exchanged glances, recognizing the gravity reflected in each other's eyes. Beastly movements. Did this relate to the silencers? Or was there yet another threat emerging from this land that they were unaware of? Chung Ran took a deep breath, handing the empty bowl to Meng Ting forcefully, pushing down his worries about memory loss. "Let's go see." He stepped down from the tower, his stride still steady. No matter what lay ahead, no matter how long his memories might last, at this moment he remained the brain of wisdom for the Jintong tribe, and he had to move forward. Behind him, the fields glinted with golden edges in the afterglow of the sunset, with the grain ears just beginning to show, patiently awaiting the harvest. Inside the stone house of the great elder, the atmosphere was more solemn than ever before. The flickering light of the oil lamp danced upon the faces of several elders, Chung Ran and Meng Ting, illuminating the deep furrows of worry etched in their brows. The captain of the hunting team responsible for patrolling the eastern ridge, a composed man named Shanji, was meticulously reporting their findings. The footprints are numerous and varied: saber-toothed tigers, giant hyenas, and even packs of fearsome wolves. We've even spotted mammoth tracks and dung. They don't seem to be hunting, rather it appears they are fleeing. Shanji's voice was laced with incredulity. The direction is consistent, all heading deep into the Blackstone Forest, as if something there is attracting or perhaps driving them away. The Blackstone Forest. That place closely tied to the silencers. What about the timing? Are these traces fresh? Elder Lay sat on a low couch covered with thick beast hides, his injured leg carefully bandaged and immobilized. His complexion remained pale, but his gaze was as sharp as ever. Most of them were left in the last couple of days. They are very... Silence fell over the group. A mass movement of beasts. Is this the work of the silencers? Elder Sam said, fiddling with a piece of a gray detail. Can they drive the beasts away? Not necessarily. It could be that their activities in the underground ruins have disturbed the beast population dwelling deep in the forest. Or, he recalled, in any case the disturbance among the beasts, those displaced from their homes may surge. This conclusion weighed heavily. One silencer was already a formidable challenge. The great elder commanded decisively, his staff striking the ground with authority. Shanji, triple the personnel, keep watch day and night over the eastern ridge and the forest. Lay, you are responsible for coordinating the hunters. Reorganize all capable individuals to focus on fortifying the eastern pass. Sam, accelerate the research on those crystal shards. See if we can find a way to harness their power. Gather all available food and medicine. Commands were swiftly disseminated, and the entire tribe began to move with a renewed sense of urgency, as if driven by a whip. The defenses initially concentrated around the village began to extend eastward. More pits were dug, more deer fences were erected, and utilizing the natural terrain of the eastern pass, a taller and thicker wall of wood and stone began to take shape. Chung Ran fought against the dizziness and the emptiness of fading memories in his mind, pouring himself into the design of defenses and the improvement of weapons. He guided the craftsmen to enhance the shape of the copper spearheads, making them more effective for... Meanwhile, Meng Ting organized the women and elders to clear all available spaces in the village, hastily planting fast-growing tubers and wild vegetables. She utilized the knowledge of sprouting and composting she had learned from Elder Im to the fullest. At the same time, the tense preparations lasted for 3 days. On the evening of the third day, a series of urgent drumbeats echoed. Chung Ran, Meng Ting, and the few elders who could move quickly ascended the main wall to the east. In the distance, dust billowed from the ridge like a yellow wave. Countless dark shapes surged within the cloud, roaring and howling so loudly that even from afar their sounds were barely muffled. The vanguard of the horde had crossed the ridge and was rushing toward the valley entrance. Their numbers surpassed anything the tribe could have imagined. Prepare for battle. Elder Lay's voice rang out, amplified by the horn throughout the entire defense line. The hunters gripped their copper spears and longbows tightly, their breaths heavy, their eyes reflecting both fear and a resolute determination to protect their home. Chung Ran knocked a specially crafted heavy copper arrow, his gaze fixed on the foremost, exceptionally muscular saber-toothed tiger, its fangs curving like scimitars. He felt the faint warmth of the heart of Lakal in his chest, the hollow ache in his mind intensifying, but he forced himself to suppress it. Now was not the time to be distracted. The beast tide crashed against the outer pits and deer fences like a flood breaching a dam. A chilling chorus of roars erupted as the leading fearsome wolves and hyenas tumbled into deep pits, impaled by the sharp stakes below. Yet the beasts behind them trampled over their fallen comrades, relentlessly charging forward. Loose arrows. At Elder Lay's command, a rain of arrows descended from the walls. Stone-tipped and copperhead arrows mingled as they flew toward the horde. The copperhead arrows displayed their terrifying penetrating power, easily tearing through thick hides and spraying blood. However, the sheer number of beasts was overwhelming. As one fell, many more surged forward. Boom, boom, boom. A few massive mammoths thundered like moving mountains, disregarding the pits and deer fences, battering the newly built walls with their long trunks and gigantic tusks. The wooden and stone structure shook violently, debris cascading down. Aim for the eyes. Shoot. The low, uncanny hiss lashed through the air like an invisible whip, driving the already maddened horde into greater frenzy. Blood and death did not cow them. They only stoked a deeper, twisted ferocity. Several giant bear men reared and slammed their massive bodies against the wooden palisade, cracks spidered outward. A pack of terror wolves clambered over the corpses of their kin, claws raking the seams of the timbers as they scrambled upward, fetid saliva spattering the faces of the city's hunters. Shadows wheeled in the sky as prehistoric eagles with wingspans that dwarfed ordinary birds prepared to plunge. Their talons could rend scalp from skull. The defense teetered on the brink. A young hunter leapt onto the wall and was seized by a saber-tooth that chomped his shoulder. He was dragged screaming over the parapet and swallowed by the surge of beasts in an instant. Despair rose like an icy tide and began to gnaw at every heart. Hold the line. For the tribe. Lei Zhonglao roared hoarsely, bracing his bronze spear to stand, but his wounded leg betrayed him, and he stumbled, grasped fiercely by Yin Zhua at his side. Cheng Ran's vision grew blotched with darkness, and emptiness in his skull turned like a vortex ravenous for his mind. In his ears thundered the beast's howls, the anguished cries of comrades, the groan of strained timber, and above all the searing heat that pulsed from his chest, where the la air Hixin sat a burn, almost scalding the skin. There was no more time to hesitate. He flung his longbow to Ing Yin, and with the last shred of lucidity, shouted at Meng Ting and Lei Zhonglao, "Cover me. Buy me time." Without waiting for reply, he sprang backward and dove from the wall, landing in a relatively sheltered nook within the fortification. With his back against the cold, rough stone, hands trembling, he clutched the source of the heat at his breast. There was no leisure to weigh consequences, no strength to devise elaborate gambits. All he could summon was a primitive, absolute will. Like an offering, he poured his entire spirit into the La Ku Air Xian. A vibration blossomed from Cheng Ran, a wave of presence that expanded with brazen force. There were no discernible images, no ordered shapes. Only a pure oceanic pressure of authority fused with the savage will of primeval beasts, as if an ancient desiccated colossus had been roused and opened its icy eyes at last. This pressure did not press upon flesh, it struck at souls. The attacking animals froze as if the world had been halted. A saber-tooth remained mid-pounce, suspended in the air. A giant bear's roar choked in its throat. A terror wolf's climb was locked mid-claw. Even the eagles aloft seemed gripped by an unseen hand, emitting panicked keening. A terror born of being at the apex of the food chain, rooted in the instinct to survive, overwhelmed every compelled frenzy. Smaller beasts closest to Cheng Ran foamed at the mouth, convulsing and collapsing in utter cowardice. From the ridge where the uncanny hissing had originated, the sound cut off abruptly and was replaced by a short, scattered agitation. The battlefield fell into a peculiar, suffocating silence. It lasted only a handful of breaths. Then, as if awoken from a nightmare, the surviving animals emitted a keening more pitiful and terrified than before. Frenzied with pure fear and no longer driven by anything else, they turned and fled, trampling one another in blind flight, surging back toward the ridge as if retreating tide, leaving behind a carpet of wreckage and the coppery tang of blood. The beast tide ebbed. On the wall, the battered hunters stared at the routed horde with stunned disbelief. They had no breath to cheer. The weight of exhaustion and wound flooded them at once. In a shadowed corner beneath the wall, Cheng Ran slid down the stone and sat leaning against the rock. His complexion had the pallor of burned paper, faint crimson threaded from the corners of his eyes and nose. The La Cuillère Xian in his hands was a dim ember of light, its glow reduced to the pallor of a dying coal. He felt more than his mind emptied. His very soul seemed siphoned away, replaced by an unprecedented bone-deep weakness and cold. He wanted to tell Meng Ting, who hurried to him, that the stone might be failing, to urge caution, to say anything, but his lips moved with no sound. Sight blurred and darkened swiftly. Meng Ting's anxious face and the hastening figures around her thinned as if seen through thickening water and were finally swallowed by boundless black. Cheng Ran. Meng Ting flung herself beside him and touched his chilled skin and faint pulse. She took in his ravaged appearance and the La Cuillère Xian's nearly extinguished light. A cold hand seemed to squeeze her heart until she could barely breathe. From a pouch, she produced a silver needle carved from a fishbone and the best herbs she had, and set to work with trembling hands. Lei Zhonglao was supported over as well. Seeing Cheng Ran, the hardened elder's eyes reddened, and he slammed a fist into the rock beside him. Cheng Ran drifted in a void for a long time. Fragments of light and sound flitted through. Meng Ting's choked calls, the bitter tang of medicinal herbs, the low intonations of Sa Mu Zhonglao's chant, the tribe's muffled sobs, but they were like reflected images on water, untouchable. When he regained a thread of consciousness and forced heavy lids open, he found himself lying on the familiar kong of his earthen house. Outside, the night was silent, and a single sliver of moonlight fell across Meng Ting asleep by the hearth. Her eyes still bore traces of dried tears. Even in sleep, her brow was furrowed. He tried to move and felt as though his body had been dismantled and reassembled. Every muscle wailed, his head hollow and weak enough to draw him back into darkness. He raised a hand and touched his chest. The La Cuillère Xian remained, but its warm, weighty presence had all but evaporated. It felt cold, inert, like an ordinary stone. Sensing his stirring, Meng Ting bolted upright, and on seeing him awake was first stunned into silence and then dissolved into tears. She seized his hand, voice choked, "You're awake. You finally woke." Cheng Ran wanted to smile, but even that simple effort was agonizing. His throat was arid and rough, only a faint whisper came, "Water." Meng Ting rose quickly and fed him some lukewarm water from a clay bowl. "How long have I slept?" he croaked. 3 days. Meng Ting wiped her eyes and forced her voice calm. The beast tide has retreated. The tribe held, but losses are heavy. Lei Zhonglau's wound is stable. Sa Mu Zhonglao and Yi Mu Zhonglao are overseeing things. Cheng Ran listened in silence, relieved, and then overwhelmed by guilt. If he had been stronger, if he had not needed to summon that power. The stone. He looked at his chest. Meng Ting's expression darkened, and she shook her head. It seems to have almost no life left. Sa Mu Zhonglao examined it, and said the spirit inside may be exhausted. Her voice trembled, and she gripped his hand harder. While you were unconscious, you kept murmuring. You called out my parents' names and the names of your friends from the other life, your university roommates. Those were people from the world you told me about, right? Cheng Ran shuddered, his pupils contracted. Had he spoken them aloud? Those fragments of memory he had kept so close, last comforts and secret remnants of another life, had slipped free. Meng Ting watched his sudden pallor and the panic in his eyes. Tears fell again, not from sorrow alone, but from a deep, aching fear. You've forgotten, haven't you? You forgot that you told me you came from a place called Shanghai, forgotten the iron birds you described that could fly in the sky, forgotten the food you loved called huogua. You kept mentioning them in your sleep, as if asking what they were. She bent and pressed her forehead to the cool back of his hand, shoulders trembling. The stone protected the tribe, but it is consuming you, isn't it? Devouring the things that anchored you, your memories, your past. Cheng Ran lay there staring at the low smoke-darkened ceiling of the earthen house, feeling a chill deeper than any physical frailty spread from the depths of his heart, through limb and marrow. The cost was crueler than he had imagined. He had defended this land, and in doing so he was losing the tether to the other world, losing the very foundations that made him Cheng Ran. Outside the moon was cold. Inside only Meng Ting's stifled sobs, and Cheng Ran's hollow mute gaze filled the room. In the earthen dwelling, time seemed to stretch, elongated by Meng Ting's suppressed sobs and Cheng Ran's hollow silence. The moonlight moved silently, casting the shadows of the two onto the rough earthen walls, intermingling and separating. Cheng Ran could distinctly feel the strength in Meng Ting's grasp, that warmth and tremor being the only tangible thing he could hold on to in this void of coldness. Shanghai, Iron Bird, Hot Pot. He silently repeated these words, having heard them from Meng Ting, yet they stirred no ripples in his mind. They were like shadows glimpsed through a thick frosted glass, perceptible in their existence yet obscured in detail, failing to evoke any emotion. This complete forgetting was far more terrifying than hazy memories, representing a severing of roots, a silent proclamation that the self was being uprooted. He closed his eyes, no longer attempting to capture those fading phantoms, but instead concentrating all his remaining consciousness on the present sensations. The warmth of Meng Ting's palm, the coarse texture of the straw mat on the earthen bed, the familiar scent of herbs and smoke wafting through the air, and the distant sounds of patrols from the tribe outside. This place was real. The people here needed him. Time passed unmeasured, and Meng Ting's weeping gradually subsided. She lifted her head and wiped her face with her sleeve. Although her eyes were red and swollen, her gaze regained its determination. She rose and returned with a bowl of warm herbal soup, seemingly enriched with more calming herbs, its aroma even stronger. Drink the medicine first, she said, her voice still nasally, but remarkably steady. Elder Sam said your body is severely depleted and your spirit is damaged. You need a long period of quiet recovery. That stone. Do not touch it for now. Cheng Ran obediently drank the soup. He looked at Meng Ting, struggling to organize his words, ensuring each one was precise, avoiding the earlier blankness. I am fine. How is the tribe doing? We lost 17 warriors and many were injured. Meng Ting's voice grew somber. But the defense has held, and the beast horde should not dare to return in the short term. Elder Lei is overseeing the reconstruction and compensation. Elder Sam is studying the shattered crystal plates day and night, and Elder I'm is preparing medicines. Everyone is very grateful to you. Cheng Ran nodded silently. The cost was heavy. He struggled to sit up, but Meng Ting gently pressed him down. Your most important task now is to rest and recover, she said with an undeniable firmness. We will handle the matters outside. Seeing the unwavering resolve in her eyes, Cheng Ran ultimately relinquished the thought of rising. He indeed felt an unprecedented weakness, not just physically but a mental fatigue, as if he could sink back into that dark abyss of lost memories at any moment. Will I forget everything? He finally voiced his greatest fear, his voice dry. Meng Ting tightened her grip on his hand, her gaze clear and resolute. Cheng Ran, memory is important, but it is not everything. You taught us to make pottery, improve tools, forge bronze, and design defenses. This knowledge has already become part of the tribe. You saved ale, led us to find mineral deposits, drove back the beast tide. Everything you have done, the changes you brought truly exist here. She pointed to her heart, and then to the window. Even if one day you forget Shanghai, In hot pot you will still be the Chung Ran, who led the Golden Eyes tribe out of hardship, the family and brother we recognize. We will help you remember." Her words flowed like a gentle stream, nourishing Chung Ran's parched heart. Indeed, in the following days, Chung Ran adhered strictly to Meng Ting's instructions for rest. He no longer forced himself to recall memories, but tried to accept the current situation. Meng, Ale, and Yinzhua also visited, bringing fresh game or the latest news from outside. Chung Ran could feel his physical strength slowly returning, but the hollow area in his mind remained like an eternal scar, unchanged in size, though it no longer brought the intense dizziness and pain that it once did. It existed quietly, reminding him of what he had lost and urging him to look forward. During this time, Elder Sam visited him, once carefully examining the nearly dull heart of Lakel, ultimately shaking her head and telling Chung Ran that the spirit within had indeed fallen silent. Perhaps only by returning to its source could there be a chance for rekindling. However, she had not found any clear indications of the source within the murals and star charts of the underground space. On a clear morning 10 days later, Chung Ran felt significantly better and, with Meng Ting's support, took his first steps out of the earthen dwelling. The sunlight was somewhat blinding and the air was fresh. The tribe was still busy, but the atmosphere was no longer one of despair. The eastern walls were being reinforced, craftsmen were hammering away at bronze implements, and in the newly cultivated fields in the distance the prehistoric wheat had sprouted, more ears still small, but shimmering with vibrant green in the morning light. He saw Elder Lei leaning on a cane, directing the youths as they cleared the battlefield of remaining beast bones, preparing to use them to make new tools and weapons. Spotting Chung Ran, Lei paused for a moment before striding over and clapping him heartily on the shoulder, avoiding his weakened side, his voice booming, "It's good to see you awake. You scared us half to death." The firmness of that hand and the cheerful smile dispelled the last trace of gloom in Chung Ran's heart. Standing in the sunlight, he looked at the land he had helped build and fought for, gazing at the faces that regarded him as family. The anxiety and emptiness caused by his memory loss gradually replaced by a more profound, heavier sense of responsibility. The past may be blurring, but the future must still be forged by his own hands. He turned to Meng Ting, offering her the first smile since awakening. Though still weak, it was undeniably real. "Let's go see the wheat fields." The road ahead remained shrouded in mist, the threat of the Silent Ones unvanquished, and personal risks still lingered. Yet in this moment, hand in hand, they felt no fear. The morning light gently caressed the valley, transforming the night dew into a misty haze. Chung Ran, supported by Meng Ting, slowly walked along the ridge of the field. Beneath their feet lay freshly turned moist soil, imbued with the unique scent of plant roots and active microorganisms. The land cultivated under the guidance of Meng Ting and Elder Am was beginning to take shape, with fields crisscrossing each other. Although much of it remained bare, awaiting suitable seeds, a small area near the water source was already graced with several stalks of prehistoric wheat, their delicate heads swaying lightly in the breeze, akin to a tender poem inscribed by the earth. Chung Ran paused, his gaze fixed on the undulating greens. A peculiar sensation surged within him, not quite a memory, but rather an almost instinctual stirring, as if something deep within his blood was awakened by this vibrant vitality. He crouched down, his movements still somewhat sluggish, and gently brushed the slender leaf with his fingertips, feeling the subtle texture. "There. Growing well," he murmured, as though confirming something to himself. Meng Ting squatted beside him, closely observing his expression. Noticing the absence of familiar confusion or pain in his eyes, she exhaled with relief and spoke cheerfully, "Yes. Elder Im said that if this momentum continues, we might harvest our first batch of seeds in a little while. Though it's a small amount, it's still a beginning." Chung Ran nodded, his gaze drifting over the furrows towards the clan members laboring in the distance. A few half-grown children followed the elders, learning to loosen the soil with small wooden sticks. Several women carried clay pots, drawing water from the stream to irrigate the fields. Everything unfolded in an orderly manner, brimming with hope. The emptiness in his mind lingered, yet at this moment, gazing upon the fields they had painstakingly planned and cultivated together, a weighty sense of fulfillment rooted in reality temporarily overshadowed the void. "I remember. You mentioned that the land needs to lie fallow and different crops can be paired." He looked at Meng Ting uncertainly, the phrases fallow and pairing surfacing in his mind, carrying a vague imprint of knowledge from another world, yet the specifics remained hazy. A flicker of surprise crossed Meng Ting's eyes as she nodded vigorously. "Yes, fallowing allows the land to regain its strength, and intercropping, like planting legumes and grains together, can help the grains grow better. You told me all of this before," she added, carefully watching for his reaction. Chung Ran furrowed his brow, straining to recall, but only grasped a void. He shook his head, abandoning the pursuit of that elusive source, and instead focused on the present. Then, we can try over there. He indicated a slope that had yet to be tilled next year. Great. Meng Ting's smile blossomed like the dawn light. As long as he was still thinking and caring for the land, there was still hope. Yet calm moments are always fleeting. In the afternoon, while Chung Ran sat in the sunlight outside his dwelling attempting to carve a new arrow shaft with a dagger, one of the few activities he could safely engage in to help regain strength in his hands, Yinzhua and Ale brought troubling news. The patrol team had discovered a burned area at the edge of the forest to the northwest. It was not a natural fire. The signs were concentrated as if to quickly clear a section of land. More disturbingly, they found remnants of a temporary camp in the ashes that did not belong to the Jintong tribe or any known friendly tribes, along with several crudely made stone arrowheads differing greatly from their own copper ones. This is not the work of the silencers, Yinzhua asserted. Their weapons are more refined and strange. These stone heads are primitive, yet their crafting is peculiar, imbued with an impatient quality. A new enemy, or a tribe that had long remained hidden and undiscovered. Chung Ran set down the arrow shaft, feeling the fleeting calm in his heart tighten once more. He glanced at Meng Ting, who sat nearby studying the distribution of new herbs against the animal skin map. Meng Ting also looked up, meeting his gaze, her expression mirroring his solemnity. Can we determine their numbers and direction? Chung Ran asked. Ale shook his head. The traces are chaotic. There should not be. They headed northwest towards the mountains. Eagle Eye followed for a while, but the terrain there is the northwestern mountains. A region rarely ventured into even by the Jintong tribe, said to be filled with perilous ravines and traps. Increased patrols and vigilance. The tribe cannot withstand more enemies. Chung Ran remained seated, the sunlight warming him. Instinctively, he reached for the heart of Laku air at his chest, but his fingertips brushed only against the coldness of emptiness. The source that once brought him strength, faced with new threats, he could only rely on this body. A sense of powerlessness seeped in. Don't worry, Meng Ting's voice broke into his thoughts as she. The tribe is much stronger than before. And, she paused, glancing at the arrow. Her faith shone like a flicker of light. Indeed, he was still here. Despite the fragmented memories and diminished strength, he picked up the dagger and arrow shaft, once more continuing his work. His movements were slow but steady. He needed to recover as soon as possible, even if only partially. The tribe required the strength of every individual. That night, Chung Ran had a chaotic dream. There were no clear images, just fragmented sensations and sound bites. Tapping of keys, complex data scrolling on a screen, a sense of urgency and the need to solve problems, and a blurred figure clad in a white lab coat handing him a steaming cup of liquid while speaking of invigoration. He awoke abruptly, the earthen house shrouded in darkness with only the faint starlight filtering through the window. His heart raced within his chest, cold sweat forming on his brow. What was that dream? The sensations felt so foreign, yet bore an eerily familiar tinge. Unable to return to sleep, he lay awake until the fragments of that dream lingered like ghosts in his mind. Were they shadows cast? What significance did these remnants, incomprehensible yet troubling, hold? As the first light broke, he sat up, gazing at the gradually clarifying outlines of the fields outside. Memories might fade, but the instinct to solve problems seemed etched deep within his soul. No matter the source, what mattered now was addressing the impending crisis and protecting the land and the people around him. Those remaining sparks of hope, even if they could not illuminate the path behind him, might still guide him through the steps that lay ahead. In the northwest, the discovery of unfamiliar tracks sent ripples across the tribe, like a stone cast upon a lake that had yet to settle. The atmosphere shifted to one of vigilance. However, unlike the despair and panic felt during the beast tide and the encounters with the silencers, this time there was a steadiness born from weathered storms. Patrols increased in frequency and range, with particular focus on the mountains to the northwest. From the newly constructed lookout tower, the hunters' gazes were sharp as hawks, scanning the distant mountains and forests day and night. Chung Ran's body, under Meng Ting's attentive care and the healing properties of herbs, was recovering at a slow but steady pace. He no longer forced himself to recall the fragmented memories of his past, but instead channeled his energy into present tasks. Unable to participate in the strenuous construction of defensive fortifications, he focused on work that required patience and skill. He refined the arrow-making process, designing simple jigs that allowed for more standardized and quicker crafting of arrow shafts and fletching. He guided the craftsmen in experimenting with different copper-tin alloys, meticulously recording the hardness and toughness of each type, creating a solid foundation of knowledge without modern analytical tools. He even began sketching a more detailed map of the tribe's surroundings on smooth wooden boards, marking known water sources, mineral points, danger zones, and locations of the newly discovered tracks. These endeavors did not require the deep memories that could induce headaches and dizziness, they relied more on logic observation and repetitive experience. He discovered a natural acuity in these areas as concepts of proportion, structure, and mechanics felt like instincts buried deep within his veins, allowing him to apply them fluidly, without deliberate tracing of their origins. Meng Ting observed his changes with a sense of relief. She continued her explorations in agriculture and medicine, closely tending to the several stalks of prehistoric wheat alongside elderimo. The heads were becoming increasingly plump, and although true harvest was still a distant prospect, each bit of growth was a joy. She also discovered a type of moss growing near the hot springs known for its excellent moisture-absorbing and anti-decay properties and attempted to use it for herb storage. Days of calm and busyness passed, and one afternoon Cheng Ran was organizing the newly drawn map in front of his earthen dwelling while Meng Ting sorted and dried herbs nearby. Suddenly the lookout tower in the northwest sounded a warning drum, not of an enemy attack, but with an urgency that was unmistakable. They exchanged a glance and sprang into action. Cheng Ran grabbed the longbow leaning against the wall, though he could not yet draw it to full strength, while Meng Ting stuffed several packs of common emergency herbs into a leather pouch. Upon reaching the low wall on the northwest side of the village, they found Elder Lei and several hunters already there. From a distance, they saw 7 or 8 figures stumbling out from the edge of the forest. Their clothes were tattered, their bodies marked with evident wounds and blood, and their faces painted in dark earthy hues unlike those of the Jintong tribe. Armed with crude stone spears and wooden sticks, they were desperately fleeing toward the tribe. Not far behind them, billowing clouds of dust revealed a pack of ferocious wolves, their fangs bared and eyes glinting with menace, hot on their trail. "It's those strangers from the tribe," Yin Zhua exclaimed, recognizing their attire as matching the tracks found in the ashes before. "They are being hunted by the wolves." Ing Yin had already drawn his bowstring. To save or not to save. Their identities were unknown. It was uncertain whether they were friend or foe. Rushing to their aid could invite trouble. But witnessing their desperate flight from the wolves, particularly a frail boy at the back stumbling and on the verge of being overtaken by a fearsome wolf. "Fire! Drive the wolves away," Elder Lei commanded without hesitation, pointing his bronze spear forward. Having experienced the pain of the beast tide, he could not stand idly by while humans too were hunted by beasts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows rained down from the wall. A mix of copperhead and stone-tipped arrows shot toward the wolves. The sudden assault caused disarray within the pack. Several leading wolves were struck and howled in agony. The fleeing strangers were startled by the sound of arrows slicing through the air and the wolves' cries. Initially taken aback, they soon saw the Jintong tribesmen waving their arms atop the wall, urging them to run. A glimmer of hope ignited in their eyes as they exerted their last strength to dash toward the opening in the low wall. Cheng Ran, drawing his bow, aimed at a wolf attempting to bypass the rain of arrows and leap at the trailing boy. His arm strength had not fully returned, and although the arrow's speed was not swift, it was remarkably accurate, striking the wolf in the side of its neck with a soft thud. The beast yelped in pain and tumbled to the ground, under the cover of the arrows. The survivors of the Blackstone tribe were temporarily settled in a deserted earthen house on the outskirts of the village. Under the careful treatment of Meng Ting, an elder, their wounds were cleaned and bandaged. The warm meat soup and roasted taro provided by the Golden Eye tribe restored some warmth to their cold bodies. However, the terror and sorrow of their home being destroyed and their kin scattered could not be soothed in an instant. They huddled in the corners, their eyes still filled with deep vigilance and unease like frightened birds. Elder Lei Sam, as well as Cheng Ran and Meng Ting, gathered around the bonfire in the square, discussing how to deal with these uninvited guests. The night breeze carried a chill, and the firelight danced on their faces, reflecting their varied expressions. "Their injuries are severe, particularly that leader named Gu Fu, who has 2 broken ribs and needs a long period of rest," Meng Ting first reported. "From their condition and equipment, it really seems they have been fleeing and fighting for a long time, not pretending." Elder Lei stroked his bronze spear and said in a low voice, "I have examined their weapons. They are the roughest stone tools and wooden sticks, even worse than those used by the poorest hunters in our tribe. If they truly are scouts from the Blacktooth, then the cost is too great." Elder Sam was more concerned about the information from the other party, Blacktooth. "This name is unfamiliar. We know little about the Northwestern Mountains. If such a brutal raider tribe truly exists, it poses a significant threat to us. Perhaps we can extract more intelligence from them." Elder sighed. "They are all pitiful souls. Their tribe has been destroyed, they are displaced. Our Golden Eye tribe has also endured tough times and can empathize with that pain. Since we have saved them, we cannot just watch them die outside." Everyone's gaze ultimately fell on the Great Elder and Cheng Ran. The Great Elder was silent for a moment, then looked at Cheng Ran. "Cheng Ran, what do you think?" Your wisdom has always guided the tribe. Feeling the attention of everyone, Chung Ran took a deep breath, suppressing the slight dizziness that occasionally surfaced from overthinking. He organized his thoughts and spoke slowly. Harboring them has its advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that we can gather intelligence about the northwestern mountains and Black Tooth, gaining strength to counter potential external threats. Additionally, aiding the distressed aligns with the tribe's belief in mutual support. The disadvantage lies in the consumption of our food and medicine, the risk of internal conflict, and the possibility of them attracting Black Tooth retaliation. He paused before continuing, but driving them away would mean letting them perish, which contradicts the tribe's creed and may lead to resentment, even causing them to genuinely side with Black Tooth against us. Therefore, I believe we can temporarily take them in. He shifted his tone to propose a crucial condition. However, we cannot fully trust them. We need to define their activity range and send someone to observe them discreetly. They should earn food and shelter through labor such as helping to build defenses or participating in hunting and gathering. At the same time, we must extract information about Black Tooth and the northwestern mountains from them as quickly as possible. If they harbor ill intentions, they will eventually expose themselves. If they genuinely wish to integrate, they can quickly become an asset to the tribe. His analysis was coherent, weighing the pros and cons, while also providing specific execution plans. The elders nodded in agreement. The great elder finally made a decision. Let it be as Chung Ran suggested. Lei are responsible for organizing their work and monitoring them. Sam tried to communicate with them to gather intelligence. Im and Ming Ting ensure their injuries are treated, but control the consumption of herbs. With the resolution made, the group dispersed to make arrangements. In the following days, the Golden Eye tribe cautiously and methodically accepted this group of survivors from the Blackstone tribe. Gu Fu and the others showed no resistance upon learning they could be taken in, but would need to work in return. In fact, they appeared quite cooperative, eager to prove their worth. They were assigned to a team led by Yin Zhua, participating in the repair of the damaged wall on the eastern side. Although the Blackstone tribe members were poorly equipped, their years of living in the mountains endowed them with exceptional endurance, excelling in climbing and lifting heavy objects, working diligently. During breaks, they actively learned to use the tools of the Golden Eye tribe, displaying great curiosity and envy, especially towards the bronze tools. Elder Sam and Ale, who understood some languages from neighboring tribes, were responsible for communicating with Gu Fu. Initially, Gu Fu was very cautious and reserved in his speech. However, upon sensing that the Golden Eye tribe bore no ill intentions and provided genuine food and shelter, he gradually began to open up. Through fragmented conversations, Chung Ran and the elders pieced together more information. The Black Tooth tribe lived deeper in the northwestern mountains. They were fierce and warlike, worshipping a totem known as the Tooth of Consumption, frequently raiding nearby small tribes to plunder people and resources. They seemed to possess a unique method for rapid movement and stealth, coming and going like the wind, making them hard to defend against. The Blackstone tribe had been attacked one moonlit night by Black Tooth, and their fortifications were breached almost effortlessly. Gu Fu also mentioned that during their escape, they vaguely sensed the presence of another more mysterious and unsettling force lurking in the darkness besides the pursuers from Black Tooth. However, that feeling was fleeting, and he could not be certain. At this point, Chung Ran and Ming Ting exchanged glances, both thinking of the silencers. Could the activities of Black Tooth be related to those sinister entities underground? Chung Ran meticulously recorded this information on a wooden board. He found that when he focused on analysis and documentation, the emptiness of memory loss would diminish somewhat. It was as though the very act of mental operation served as a resistance against that encroachment. However, the good times did not last long. On the evening of the 5th day after taking in the Blackstone tribe members, while Chung Ran was helping to inventory a new batch of pottery, he suddenly felt a wave of intense dizziness, darkness clouding his vision, and he nearly collapsed. Fortunately, Meng Ting was nearby and caught him in time. What happened? Is it happening again? Meng Ting's voice was filled with concern. Leaning against her, Chung Ran took some time to recover before his eyes slowly faded. He shook his head, his voice weak. It's fine. Perhaps just a bit tired. Yet he knew deep down that it was more than mere fatigue. In that brief moment, he felt not only dizziness, but also a total blankness in his mind, forgetting entirely what he had been counting. This intermittent and increasingly severe memory lapse loomed over him like a guillotine slowly descending. Meng Ting looked at his pale face and did not press further. Instead, she silently tucked a stronger calming herb into his clothing. Keep one in your mouth at all times, it will help. Chung Ran nodded, but his heart felt heavy. The tribe was facing new unknown threats, while internally, they were also grappling with new unstable factors. Yet he once relied upon as the brain of wisdom might one day lose his functionality completely. He gazed westward where the setting sun cast its final glow upon the undulating mountains within which lurked the ferocious black tooth, and perhaps deeper secrets lay hidden. The road ahead was long and fraught with danger, and he must find a safer path for the tribe before he became utterly lost. Chung Ran's sudden bout of severe dizziness struck like a silent alarm bell echoing in the hearts of Meng Ting and several core elders. They understood clearly that the aftermath of Chung Ran's condition stemming from the heart of Raquel was far more troublesome and perilous than they had anticipated. He was not only the brain of wisdom for the tribe, but also a vital bridge connecting different systems of knowledge. His well-being directly impacted the tribe's future. The Grand Elder personally issued orders that strictly limited Chung Ran's work, forbidding him from engaging in any activities that might demand significant mental effort or provoke anxiety, ensuring he had ample time for rest each day. Important decisions and plans would now be initiated by him, outlining preliminary ideas and frameworks, which would then be collaboratively discussed, refined, and executed by Elder Lay, Elder Sam Meng Ting, and others. While this arrangement appeared to diminish Chung Ran's authority, it was in fact a necessary form of protection. Chung Ran recognized this reality and accepted the arrangement without stubbornness. He devoted more time to relatively calm observation, documentation, and guiding tasks. On this day, he sat beneath the shade of a large tree at the edge of the square with a wooden board spread out before him, sketching maps and recording information. Meng Ting was nearby, organizing freshly collected herbs, occasionally glancing at him to confirm his condition. In the distance, the eastern fortifications were bustling with activity. Under Elder Lay's command and the leadership of Yin Zhua and others, the tribespeople of the Jintong tribe and survivors from the Haishi tribe were laboring side by side. Although the Haishi tribe's bone axe was unable to partake in heavy labor due to injuries, its knowledge of the mountains and rocks proved invaluable. It provided numerous useful suggestions on how to utilize natural terrain to reinforce walls and select sturdier materials. His tribespeople were the main workforce, adept at swiftly processing timber and hauling large stones with agility and vigor. Initially, the two tribes experienced some awkwardness and estrangement, but through their shared labor, simple words and gestures, and a mutual recognition of the threats they faced, whether from the known silencers and black teeth or potential beast hordes, their barriers were gradually dissolving. Watching this scene, Chung Ran felt a slight sense of comfort. The collective strength was being effectively mobilized. He noticed a few young members of the Jintong tribe using copper axes to fell trees with far greater efficiency than the Haishi tribe's members using stone axes. However, the Haishi tribe had more experience in selecting suitable stones and utilizing leverage for transport. He picked up a charcoal pencil and noted on the board that perhaps they could try exchanging skills and organizing small-scale teaching sessions. "What are you looking at?" Meng Ting's voice interrupted his thoughts. Chung Ran pointed towards the working crowd and shared his observations. Meng Ting nodded after hearing him. "That's a great idea. Only through integration can we become stronger." Elder Am also mentioned that an elder from the Haishi tribe knows several herbs for treating injuries that we don't have here, and she's learning from her. As they spoke, Ale approached with two young men holding several newly crafted copper items, two improved copper spears with barbs and a small round shield edged with copper. "Chung Ran, do you think this works?" Ale handed over the copper spear and shield. "According to what you said earlier, we added barbs, making it harder to pull out. The shield has been reinforced with copper edges, just like the bone axe suggested, making it sturdier." Chung Ran took the items and examined them carefully. The craftsmanship of the copper spear was somewhat rough and the barb shapes were not perfect, but the concept was sound. The small round shield, while compact, had a reasonable structure and felt good in hand. He nodded in approval. "Good, continue to make more of these shields for the patrol." He refrained from suggesting more complex improvements to avoid slipping back into a state requiring deep thought. He was now more of an evaluator and guide, ensuring the overall direction was correct, while the specifics were left for those executing the tasks to explore and refine. Ale and his companions left elated by his affirmation. Chung Ran watched their departing figures, a complex emotion swelling within him. There was a sense of comfort, yet also a subtle sense of loss. He was transitioning from the forefront to the background, from Hansen creation to guiding the way. This shift was not easy for someone who had been accustomed to leading the tribe through knowledge and decisiveness. Meng Ting seemed to sense his thoughts and softly remarked, "You know, Elder Sam told me yesterday that several young people in the tribe, including Ale and Yin Zhua, have learned to first think of solutions themselves or discuss among a few before coming to ask for help when they encounter problems. What you've brought here isn't just pottery, copper tools, and fortifications. More importantly, it's a way of thinking. These ideas have already—" She pointed to her head and then gestured to the busy crowd around them. Chung Ran paused, then felt a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed, the transmission of civilization did not rely on how much knowledge one person possessed, but on whether that knowledge could transform into a collective ability and mindset. He might be gradually forgetting, yet he redirected his gaze to the wooden board, beginning to organize the intelligence provided by the bone axe and others regarding the black teeth in the northwestern mountains. He lined this information alongside previously discussed. It was a puzzle. He did not need to recall the original image, but simply position the existing fragments appropriately. At that moment, a hunter responsible for monitoring the northwestern direction rushed over to report. Elder Chung ran. We observed strange columns of smoke rising from the northwestern ridge. It's not cooking smoke, it's faint and bluish just in the direction close to where the bone axe mentioned the black teeth might be active. A new development. Chung Ran felt a slight tightening in his chest, but this time he forced down the impulse to analyze deeply and only instructed the hunter, continue monitoring, record the time of the smoke's appearance, its duration, and general direction. Meanwhile, strengthen patrols in that direction, but do not approach carelessly. He turned to Ming Ting, let's inform Elder Lei and Elder Sam. The collective wisdom would face this new fog together. And he, even if his memories flickered like a candle in the wind, would strive to safeguard this already blazing fire of civilization until the very last moment. The eerie teal smoke rising from the northwest ridge resembled a stone cast into a tranquil pond, sending ripples of alertness throughout the GoldenEye tribe. It was not the ordinary milky white of cooking smoke, nor the thick black of burning vegetation. This faint, almost spectral grayish hue stood out against the backdrop of lush mountains, exuding an inexplicable malevolence. News spread swiftly, and the atmosphere, which had just relaxed due to the smooth progress of their defensive works, suddenly became tense again. The Corps members gathered once more around the bonfire in the center of the square. Chung Ran sat beside Ming Ting, his face still somewhat pale, yet his gaze was unwavering as he made an effort to ignore the slight dizziness that occasionally washed over him from the flood of information. The smoke lasted less than half a stick of incense before dissipating on its own, reported the vigilant hunter. It was located at the edge of the area described by the bone axe, near a treacherous mountain hollow where Black Tooth might be active. Bone axe had also been summoned. Upon hearing the location and color of the smoke, his bronzed face twitched slightly, and a flicker of profound fear crossed his eyes. It is the mark of Black Tooth. His voice was hoarse, laced with uncontainable panic. They use this smoke to send messages, or to mark hunting grounds. That smoke is toxic. A prolonged exposure can cause dizziness. We saw similar smoke before our tribe was attacked. Toxic smoke. Marking. Hunting grounds. These revelations weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. If Bone Axe spoke the truth, then Black Tooth was not only brutal, but also possessed a degree of organization and the ability to employ special tactics. They viewed the territory of the GoldenEye tribe as a hunting area, and their intentions were clear. We must find out what they are doing. Elder Lei clenched his fists. The injury in his leg throbbed with agitation. We cannot wait for them to come knocking on our door. Proactive reconnaissance was imperative. But who to send? Where to go? Chung Ran pondered for a moment and turned to Bone Axe. Leader Bone Axe, are you familiar with that area? Can you sketch the general terrain or point out possible paths and dangers? Bone Axe hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. He picked up a branch and began to awkwardly draw on the soft earth. The lines he traced were crooked, yet one could barely discern the direction of the mountains, several major ravines, and the location of the hollow where the smoke had risen. He particularly indicated a hidden path near a cliff, claiming it was discovered by their Blackstone tribe during herbal foraging and might help avoid the usual routes taken by Blacktooth. I can lead the way. Bone Axe raised his head, determination shining in his eyes. Blacktooth destroyed my tribe and killed my kin. I must avenge this. I know this path is dangerous, but I am familiar with it. Chung Ran did not immediately agree. Bone Axe was injured, and his emotional state posed too great a risk to lead the team. He looked to Elder Lei and the others. I will take a team with Yin Zhua, Elder Lei said firmly. Leader Bone Axe, tell us the route and the dangers. We will scout it ourselves. You stay back and recover. Eventually, a reconnaissance team of 6 personally led by Elder Lei was quickly formed, consisting of Yin Zhua, Ing Yin, and 3 other elite hunters skilled in stealth and mountainous terrain. They equipped themselves with the best bronze spears and bows, bringing sufficient rations, clean water, and the detoxifying and healing herbs prepared by Ming Ting. Bone Axe conveyed everything he knew to Elder Lei as thoroughly as possible. Before their departure, Chung Ran pulled Elder Lei aside and handed him a small pouch filled with several pungent dried herbs specially prepared by Ming Ting. If you encounter the toxic smoke, wet a cloth with water and cover your mouth and nose. It will help for a while. He pointed to his head, forcing a somewhat strained smile at Elder Lei. Be careful, I might not be able to remind you in time like before. Elder Lei gave his shoulder a reassuring pat, the unspoken bond between them evident. Don't worry, the tribe is different now. Rest well and await our news. The reconnaissance team vanished silently into the mountain woods to the northwest, taking advantage of the last darkness before dawn. Once they left, the waiting within the tribe became excruciating. Chung Ran forced himself not to dwell on the potential dangers the reconnaissance team might face, redirecting his focus to preparations within the tribe. Under the guidance of Elder Sam and several seasoned craftsmen, the smelting furnace worked tirelessly, producing more bronze, prioritizing the creation of arrowheads and spear tips. The idea of skill exchange, proposed by Chung Ran, was swiftly implemented, with several skilled women of the Goldeneye tribe learning to identify and prepare new herbs from the older women of the Blackstone tribe. Meanwhile, the youth of the Blackstone tribe showed great enthusiasm for learning to use bronze tools. Yanjua's assistant was responsible for teaching them basic hunting techniques and weapon use. Meng Ting organized large-scale harvesting and drying of plants with insect-repelling and detoxifying properties, while also closely tending to the hopeful wheat fields. The ears grew increasingly plump, and it was estimated that in about a month they would harvest the first batch of extremely precious seeds. Chung Ran spent most of his time in the village, realizing that by observing and recording, he could better stabilize his mind. He sat at the edge of the square, watching his tribespeople at work, jotting down new discoveries and ideas on wooden boards, for instance, noting that a certain vine was exceptionally resilient, perhaps suitable for making sturdier bowstrings, or observing that a particular boy from the Blackstone tribe had a unique technique when throwing stones, demonstrating remarkable accuracy, which could be emulated. These fragmented thoughts, not involving complex deductions, were like sparks that he recorded for potential use in the future. On the afternoon of the third day, just as the sun was about to set in the west, a series of 3 short followed by a long bird call echoed from the northwest forest, a signal from the reconnaissance team indicating safe return. Everyone exhaled in relief and rushed towards the village entrance. Soon the figures of Elder Lei and the others appeared at the end of the path. They looked utterly exhausted, covered in mud and grass, yet their eyes shone brightly, filled with the excitement and gravity of uncovering a significant secret. "What did you find?" the elder inquired eagerly. Elder Lei gulped down a large mouthful of water and wiped his face, his voice quivering with suppressed excitement. "We've located it. That group of scoundrels has their lair just behind that hollow in a defensible cave. They are not many, perhaps around 30, but—" He paused, his expression darkening. "They are smelting copper." "What? Blacktooth is also smelting copper?" This revelation struck everyone like a thunderclap, leaving them astonished. "Did you see clearly?" Elder Sam asked anxiously. "Absolutely," Yanjua interjected, gesturing. "They have a crude earthen furnace smelting that greenstone malachite. We saw the flames and smoke from a distance. Moreover, while most of their weapons are still stone, a few leaders wield copper knives. They look bizarre, curved like the fangs of a wild beast." Blacktooth was not only brutal, but also possessed the knowledge of metal smelting. This implied they had the potential to produce stronger weapons, elevating their threat level drastically. Furthermore, Ing Yen added, his face pale. "When we approached to observe, we smelled a strong stench of blood. We saw them, they were." The news that the Blacktooth tribe also possessed the technology of copper smelting and conducted bloody sacrifices extinguished the flickering warmth that had briefly ignited in the Goldeneye tribe, fueled by the progress of their defensive works and the hope of harvesting ripe wheat. Beside the bonfire in the square, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as if one could wring water from it. The dancing flames illuminated faces etched with shock and anxiety. An enemy that was brutal, well-organized, and armed with metal weapons posed a threat far exceeding any crisis they had previously encountered. Panic spread like a silent plague among some tribe members, particularly those who had personally experienced the terror of the beast tide. "They may be fewer in number, but each one is a madman." Bone Axe's voice trembled with fear and hatred as he clutched his not yet fully healed rib wound. "They fight without regard for their lives, killing on sight. Many of our warriors have been killed by them." His words went unfinished, but the unspoken horrors were enough to send chills down everyone's spine. The great elder silently stroked the crystal atop his staff, his deep golden eyes scanning Chung Ran, Lei Sam, Im, and Meng Ting, finally settling on the restless crowd. He knew that any hint of hesitation or retreat at this moment could shatter the morale they had painstakingly built. "Silence." The great elder's voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority that instantly quelled the murmurs in the gathering. "The enemy is indeed ruthless, but we, the Goldeneye tribe, are no longer lambs waiting to be slaughtered." He paused, pointing towards the towering walls being reinforced, the gleaming copper spears in the hunters' hands, the incessant forges in the village, and finally to the well-tended fields nurtured by Meng Ting and Elder Im. "We have strong walls and sharp blades, wisdom and courage, and most importantly a homeland and hope that we must protect. If the Blacktooth comes, let them taste the might of our copper spears." The great elder's words rang out powerfully, striking the hearts of all present and dispersing some of the gloom, reigniting the flame of resistance. Yes, let's fight them. Defend our home. The tribe members raised their weapons, issuing a roar that suppressed their fear. Morale was temporarily stabilized, but specific strategies for response still needed to be agreed upon. The Great Elder turned his gaze towards the core group. Elder Lay spoke first, his tactical thinking direct and effective. They may be fewer, but their individual combat strength could be greater, so we cannot engage them heathen. My idea is to use our defensive works to draw them in. Utilize traps, deer enclosures, and the advantage of our walls to wear them down. Meanwhile, send a select team to flank them, raid their stronghold, burn their forges, and cut off their roots. This was a bold and risky plan centered on defending and counterattacking and striking at the source. Elder Sam pondered, the risks of a raid are significant. They are more familiar with the terrain. And that strange blue smoke and the live sacrifices. I can't shake the feeling that there may be forces behind them we do not know about. Those crystal panels. She glanced at Chung Ran, hesitating to continue. Chung Ran felt the weight of the gazes upon him. He took a deep breath, suppressing the slight dizziness that arose from intense contemplation. Realizing he could no longer engage in complex simulations, he focused on synthesizing existing information and proposing directional suggestions. The dawn mist had yet to dissipate, and a strange blue-green smoke column rose once more from the northwestern ridge. This time its duration was shorter, yet its color was deeper, reminiscent of a wounded beast exhaling toxic breath, particularly striking against the backdrop of the verdant mountains and forests. As the news spread, the atmosphere in the Jintong tribe, who had just endured a sleepless night, tightened to an unbearable degree. The hunters atop the lookout tower fixed their gaze on the direction where the smoke dissipated, their fists clenched. In the village, the last batch of stones for reinforcing the walls was stacked. The disguises near the traps were checked again, and women delivered bundles of sharpened copper-tipped arrows to the walls, filling the air with the sense of sulfur-damp earth and a silent urgency. Chung Ran stood beside a makeshift command platform behind the main wall, where the view was unobstructed, allowing him to survey the primary defensive directions to the east and north. His complexion remained pale, but his gaze was steady, striving to concentrate all his thoughts on the current situation. Meng Ting stood beside him, her skin filled with various medicinal herbs and bandages, her eyes frequently scanning him with concern. Same place as before. Elder Lay leaned on his copper spear, his leg injury preventing him from standing long, yet his voice remained loud and clear. It seems those rogues are fixated on us. The smoke is darker. Is it a warning? Or a summoning? Elder Sam furrowed his brow, unconsciously twisting a piece of dull crystal shard in his hand, trying to sense something from it, but yielding nothing. The bone axe was brought over by two tribesmen, and upon seeing the direction of the smoke column, he drained of color, gasping. It's a summoning. They are calling their comrades. Or conducting a greater ritual. We saw this dark smoke before our tribe was annihilated. A greater ritual. Summoning comrades. A chill swept through the crowd. If Black Teeth had more allies or were engaging in some malevolent ceremony to enhance their power, the threat facing the tribe would exceed all estimations. We can't wait any longer. A fierce glint flashed in Elder Lay's eyes. Rockclaw. Here. Rockclaw stepped forward, followed by 5 hunters, including Eagle Eye, and 2 brave warriors from the Blackstone tribe, who volunteered to guide them. Each bore longbows and quivers with copper knives at their waists, their faces painted with dark clay, eyes sharp as leopards about to pounce. Follow the plan. Move out. Find their lair and destroy the copper smelting furnace. If the situation turns dire, retreat immediately to save yourselves. Elder Lay commanded in a deep voice. Yes. Rockclaw nodded firmly without further words. With a wave of his hand, he led the 7-member team into the dense forest beside the village like phantoms, following the concealed path pointed out by the bone axe, heading northwest at a swift pace. As the ambush team departed, the pressure on the frontline defenses surged. Everyone understood that the main force of Black Teeth could appear at any moment. Chung Ran took a deep breath, forcing himself to ignore the dizziness that intensified in his mind due to tension. He glanced at the hunters atop the wall, most gripping traditional stone-tipped or bone-tipped arrows, with a limited number of copper-tipped arrows reserved for the finest marksmen. Copper-tipped arrows prioritized targeting the leader or the enemies attempting to breach the walls. He instructed the captain responsible for the eastern defense, his words somewhat slow but clear in intent. This was the most direct tactical instruction he could provide. Time passed slowly in the anxious wait. The sun grew increasingly fierce, making the stones atop the wall hot to the touch. The distant mountains were eerily silent, even the usual chirping of birds and buzzing of insects had vanished, as if all living beings sensed the impending bloodshed. Just past noon, as the sun and tension parched everyone's throats, a piercing whistle sharp, as stone scraping suddenly rang out from the eastern forest. Immediately after dozens of figures, the bronze battle axe sang through the air and came down again with a savage clang upon the wooden post of the low wall. Splinters flew. The notch that had been hammered at opened a little farther with each strike. The Haichi leader who wielded the axe wore spiral black and white paint across his face, twisted by excitement into something obscene. He issued a wordless roar, fetid spittle scattered from his lips like the snarl of a demon clawing out of the earth. Pressure on the parapet surged. A few hunters thrust spears to drive him back, but he swept them aside with a backhanded stroke. A bronze spear was chipped to a jag. Two Haichi warriors seized the breach and scrambled up shrieking as they leapt onto the wall with stone axes raised. "Hold them!" Lei Zhonglao cried, veins standing at his temples. Ignoring the pain in his leg, he hurled a bronze spear with all his might and pinned one of the Haichi who had just landed to the battlement. But the other had already reached the top, and in a frenzy of axe blows fell the young hunter, who could not avoid the blow. The stench of blood was thick enough to make one vomit. Chung Ran clenched his fists until his nails bit into his palms. A throbbing headache and a hollow, roiling emptiness in his skull threatened to swallow him. He saw the unstoppable Haichi leader. He saw the widening breach in the line, and beyond the chaos at the forest's fringe he caught again those fleeting pinpricks of pale green light. They moved between the trees as if alive, swift, elusive, indifferent observers of the slaughter. They were not Haichi. What were they? A probe from the Chenmos, or something else entirely? An irresistible animal compulsion to decipher the nature of that green light and to read the trajectory of the Haichi leader crashed through his mind like a runaway stallion. Cost. He no longer had the luxury to care. If the line broke, everything would fall. A raw bestial bellow escaped him, and then, as if an unseen dam had burst, all his spirit force poured outward into the cracked, long-dormant fissures of his perception. The world slowed and warped in his vision. The Haichi leader's motion of raising the axe lengthened and splintered before him. Tremors of muscle, a shift of balance, the blurred arc of the haft. Countless shattered, blood-tinged shards of possibility raked his consciousness like a blizzard. At the same time, the pale green lights at the forest edge, patterns of movement, and a strange rhythm that seemed to answer the pulses of the battlefield, inscribed themselves like cold code into his aching mind. Left wing 3 steps, throw spear interference, green light mark, fragments of thought forced out between his teeth in a hoarse, deformed whisper that scarcely sounded human. Meng Ting, standing beside him, heard the indistinct mutter and watched his face go paper white as blood seeped from the corners of his eyes. Her heart clenched as if gripped by ice. Chung Ran, stop! She screamed, lunging to grasp him, only to be shoved back a little by the violent psychic field radiating from him. In that instant, a breath in which battle might be resolved, a hunter nearest the breach, armed with a spare bronze short spear, caught Chung Ran's fixed, commanding stare as it swept toward the Haichi leader's left flank. Trusting without hesitation in Chung Ran's counsel born of past wisdom, the hunter hurled the short spear with everything he had. The throw was not meant to kill so much as to distract. The Haichi leader, poised to deliver a lethal blow, had not expected a spear to whistle in from the side and point at his unguarded ribs. He twisted to parry, axe cleaving the air in a shower of sparks. That momentary hesitation was all the defenders needed. 3 or 4 spears lunged up from different angles. A hunter brought down a prepared clay pot filled with scalding embers and broken stone, smashing it over the breach. A wet choked sound. A howl. The Haichi chieftain, though he deflected the small spear, was caught by a bronze spear at his thigh. Scalding ash and gravel rained into his face and on the heads of those trying to climb, and a chorus of frantic shrieks tore the air. The assault faltered. The leader lay grievously wounded. The Haichi frenzy was checked for the first time. The surviving warriors dragged their injured chieftain and the bodies of their dead back into the trees like a retreating tide, leaving a ruined strip of earth and an overwhelming coppery stench. The line held, for now. Relief that was half anguish rose from the parapet, raw and sobbing. But it was brief. All eyes turned to the command platform. Chung Ran slumped as if his bones had been plucked out. Meng Ting dropped to her knees beside him, futilely mopping the blood that welled again on his face with her handkerchief. Her cries were laced with a despair that cleaved the heart. His breathing was a mere whisper. His complexion had drained to the translucent gray of someone slipping away. More alarming still were his eyes, pupils unfocused, sightless to the world before him, as if they stared at some void only he could perceive. Chung Ran, look at me. Look at me. Meng Ting's voice trembled, tears splashing on his cold skin. His loose gaze shifted infinitesimally and settled on her. His lips moved. He forced out a sound so faint it was almost nothing. Green light. Not them. Data error. Those incomprehensible fragments were his last utterance, the spent mutter of a dying echo. His head sagged, consciousness fled. Meng Ting covered her mouth to stifle the scream that threatened to burst free and folded herself around his cooling body, feeling the faint stuttering beat of his heart that seemed poised to stop. Samu Zhonglao and Yimu Zhonglao hurried over. Their faces turned ashen at the sight. Samu Zhonglao crouched, and with trembling fingers pressed a hand to Cheng Ran's brow, searching the ragged, faint ripples of spirit within him. He looked then at the object still clasped in Cheng Ran's hand, the La Cuillere Gxian dull as common stone, and shook his head with a weight that needed no words. His spirit is exhausted, too much spent. This time, he did not finish. The implication stood stark. Lei Zhonglao was supported to the platform, and seeing Cheng Ran, so strong moments before now unmoving, could not hold back tears. He struck the post with a fist and left a bloody print. The price of victory was unbearably dear. Unnoticed by most in the northwest, the depth of the forest that had just borne the clash, those pale green lights as if a task completed faded away like will-o'-the-wisps into the dense shadows. The field grew temporarily still. A thicker fog of mystery and menace, however, had already settled in. Cheng Ran's unconsciousness cast a thick shadow over the Jintong tribe, which had just secured a hard-won victory. The joy of triumph had not yet been savored, replaced instead by deeper fears and anxieties. He was not merely the brain of the tribe, he was the pillar of support for many. Now that pillar had crumbled and panic surged like an undercurrent among the weary tribespeople. Meng Ting took it upon herself to place Cheng Ran in their earthen dwelling, where she kept a vigilant watch day and night. His breathing was weak and erratic, his body frighteningly cold. The herbal decoction she administered trickled down his chin for the most part, with only a meager portion swallowed. Elders Sam and I'm exhausted every method utilizing the tribe's rare herbs, said to calm the soul, even conducting ancient rituals of blessing. Yet Cheng Ran's condition showed no signs of improvement, as if his spirit had detached from its vessel, drifting to some distant and unreachable realm. His spirit has been depleted far too thoroughly, Elder Sam remarked after another examination, shaking his head gravely at Meng Ting, who sat by the bed with hollowed eyes. The power of the Heartstone seems to have come at the cost of burning his essence. Now that the Heartstone has turned mortal, his essence is nearly exhausted. He must rely on himself now to see if he can grasp that slim thread of life. Meng Ting gripped Cheng Ran's icy hand tightly, her nails digging into her palm, without feeling any pain. She gazed at his bloodless face, her mind echoing with the incomprehensible murmurs he uttered before losing consciousness. Green light. Data. Error. These words haunted her like specters, instilling a sense of deeper unease than facing the black teeth ever could. She knew Cheng Ran had perceived something, sensed an understanding far beyond ordinary comprehension, which had compelled him to pay such a harrowing price. The tribe could not afford to lose him. She could not afford to lose him. Meng Ting forced herself to regain her composure. Cheng Ran had fallen, but she remained. She had to hold on for him and for the tribe they both cherished. Stepping outside the earthen dwelling, the sunlight stung her eyes. In the square, Elder lay limped on an injured leg, directing the tribespeople in clearing the battlefield and repairing the damaged walls, while the scent of blood still lingered in the air. The tribespeople worked silently, their eyes devoid of their former luster, filled instead with confusion and fear. Miss Meng Ting, Cheng Ran. Elder Lei rushed over upon seeing her, his voice hoarse. He's still unconscious, Meng Ting replied, her tone oddly calm, yet her tightly clenched fists betrayed the turbulence within her. Elder Lei, the tribe needs stability now. We must strictly implement the defense strategies Cheng Ran devised. The walls need to be reinforced stronger than before, and we must prepare more arrows. She paused, scanning the faces of the tribespeople who had quietly strained to listen, and raised her voice, imbued with an unwavering authority, as if Cheng Ran's will was being conveyed through her. Cheng Ran fought until the very last moment to protect the tribe. He needs rest now, but we cannot falter. The Black Teeth have merely retreated for the time being. They may return at any moment. We must strengthen the tribe to honor his sacrifices and safeguard our home. Her words acted as a potent elixir, reviving the nearly parched hearts of the tribespeople. Yes, their esteemed Cheng Ran had fallen, but they were still here. They had to inherit his will and protect this place. Yes, we cannot let Cheng Ran's sacrifices be in vain. Reinforce the walls. Prepare arrows. Fight back against the Black Teeth. Who am I? Where is this? Cheng Ran's hoarse and bewildered voice pierced through Meng Ting's last vestiges of strength like an icicle. She gazed into his vacant eyes, where the calmness and wisdom of the past had been replaced by a newborn's purity and fragility, along with a complete unfamiliarity with the world around him. An overwhelming despair seized her momentarily, nearly choking her. But it was only for an instant. She inhaled deeply, forcing down the lump in her throat, and the sting in her eyes gripping his icy hand even tighter, as if to transfer her warmth and strength to him. "You are Chung Ran," she declared with an undeniable firmness despite her slight tremor. "This is the Jin Tong tribe, our home. You were injured and have been asleep for a long time, but now you are safe. Chung Ran, home." He repeated the two strange words, his brow slightly furrowing in contemplation. His gaze remained lost, yet he seemed not averse to Meng Ting's voice or touch. Meng Ting felt a slight relief. Thankfully, he had not lost his basic recognition and response. She carefully supported him, helping him sip some warm water. His swallowing was somewhat clumsy, but he managed. In the following days, Meng Ting devoted most of her energy to Chung Ran. She refrained from mentioning anything that might confuse him, patiently repeating the most fundamental information: his name, her name, that they were in the Jin Tong tribe, and that they were companions. She showed him the sunlight outside, the earthen houses, the bustling tribe members in the square, and the lush forests in the distance. Chung Ran resembled a child newly learning to recognize the world, silently observing everything. He exhibited an instinctive curiosity towards the crude stone tools, pottery, and bronze spears, handling them with a sense of wonder, though his eyes exhibited no flicker of familiarity. He walked somewhat unsteadily, needing Meng Ting's support. When the tribe learned of Chung Ran's awakening, they first rejoiced, but upon discovering his amnesia, they fell into a deeper silence and lamentation. However, their glances at Meng Ting and Chung Ran were filled more with sympathy and support. Elder Lei, dragging his injured leg, came to see him once. The tough man's eyes grew red as he observed Chung Ran's bewildered state, ultimately just patting Meng Ting's shoulder heavily, conveying a world of unspoken understanding. Life in the tribe did not come to a halt because of Chung Ran's misfortune. Under the joint leadership of Elder Lei, Elder Sam, and Meng Ting, the repair of defenses and the crafting of weapons continued. The survivors from the He Chi tribe, equipped with their knowledge of the mountains and resilient spirit, became a valuable asset to the tribe. Yet the shadow from the northwest lingered ominously. The patrol reported that after the He Chi retreated, there had been no further activity. The valley that had once risen with smoke had returned to eerie silence, but this unnatural calm only bred more unease. That afternoon, Meng Ting guided Chung Ran on a slow stroll at the village's edge, helping him familiarize himself with the surroundings. As they passed an open space, a group of young people practiced throwing stone axes, the blades striking the tree trunks, serving as targets with a dull thud. Chung Ran halted, his gaze fixated on the spinning stone axes. His expression shifted from mere confusion to a flicker of something subtly awakened. He released Meng Ting's hand and slowly approached a corner piled with discarded items where a few abandoned stone axes with cracked handles lay. He picked one up, weighing it in his hand, his fingers unconsciously tracing the texture of the handle and the angle of the blade. Then, to Meng Ting's and the young people's astonishment, he awkwardly yet accurately adjusted his grip and swung his arm with sudden force. Whoosh, thud. The stone axe flew in a trajectory far steadier and sharper than any thrown by the other youths, sinking deep into the target. Even deeper than their previous attempts. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Chung Ran stared at the axe embedded in the tree, a fleeting flash of understanding crossing his eyes, perhaps unnoticed even by him, before it was once again replaced by greater bewilderment. He looked down at his hand, seemingly confused about what had just happened. But Meng Ting's heart raced with exhilaration. Instinct. This was the battle instinct deeply rooted in his muscles and soul. Even with his memories lost, these indelible marks forged through countless trials had not been entirely erased. She hurried forward, not seeking explanations, but gently holding his hand and softly saying, "Well done. Let's go look at something else." A new glimmer of hope ignited within her. Though memories might be irretrievable, as long as his instincts remained, he could still relearn and become a pillar of strength for the tribe. Perhaps the journey would be incredibly arduous, but at least the path was not entirely severed. In the evening, the core members gathered again. Chung Ran was brought by Meng Ting, sitting quietly beside her, listening to the discussions. His gaze remained mostly vacant, yet occasionally, upon hearing words like defense, weapons, and He Chi, a faint focus would momentarily flicker in his eyes. "We can't just wait," Elder Lei said, striking the ground with his bronze spear. "The He Chi must be plotting something. The Rock Claw team's ambush hasn't reported that green light mentioned by Chung Ran before he fell unconscious. I believe it holds significance. It seems to have insight into the battlefield and may even influence. We must uncover what it is." The bone axe hesitated before speaking. "In our tribe's ancient legends, deep within the northwestern mountains, besides the He Chi, there are mentions of shadows lurking in darkness, capable of controlling beasts," their eyes glowing. "We used to think of it as mere stories to scare children, but now shadows, glowing eyes, controlling beasts." The group's hearts sank once more. if there was indeed a more sinister and powerful presence behind the Heiqi. Chung Ran, who had remained silent, suddenly moved slightly. He lifted his head to gaze toward the mountains in the northwest, gradually shrouded in dusk. Deep within his hollow eyes, something dimly flickered like a candle flickering in the wind. He parted his lips, barely audible syllables escaping. Danger, not just one side. Meng Ting's gaze snapped to him. Though the words were vague, they carried a prophetic warning. Everyone held their breath, looking at Chung Ran. Yet he lowered his head, once more returning to his previous day's demeanor, as if that utterance had been mere unconscious muttering. But those words resonated like a stone cast into stagnant waters, stirring great ripples in each heart. Danger, not just one side. The fog ahead appeared denser and more perilous than they had imagined. The ambush team led by Yin Zhua vanished into the depths of silence, as if stones sinking into the sea, leaving no trace for several days. This oppressive stillness was far more disquieting than the direct assaults of Blacktooth. A palpable anxiety permeated the tribe with every rustle of the wind, causing the sentinels perched in the watchtower to tense. Chung Ran's unconscious murmur, danger, not just one side, cast an inescapable shadow over everyone's hearts. Chung Ran remained silent and bewildered. Meng Ting brought him around the tribe each day, teaching him to recognize the most basic things. He learned slowly, his gaze often vacant. Yet occasionally, when he came into contact with weapons or witnessed his tribesmen rehearsing defensive formations, a fleeting, almost instinctive focus would flicker in his eyes. He no longer asked, "Who am I?" It seemed he had accepted the identity of Chung Ran and the current environment, albeit through a dense and impenetrable fog that separated him from this world. That morning, while the thin mist had yet to dissipate, 3 urgent bird calls followed by a prolonged note suddenly pierced the tranquility from deep within the northwestern forest. Yin Zhua's team had signaled, encountering danger, emergency retreat. The direction of the signal was not where the previous smoke had risen from the lair of Blacktooth, but slightly further west, near an ancient forest known as the Shadow Woods. Elder Lei, who had been guarding the main wall, suddenly sprang to his feet. His leg injury caused him to stagger, yet he paid it no mind, barking orders with urgency, "Quick! Prepare to assist the team. Direction Shadow Woods." The waiting rescue team, already on standby, rushed out of the village, led by a Lei, speeding toward the source of the signal. In the village, everyone's hearts were in their throats. The Shadow Woods was a forbidden place. Even the most seasoned hunters of the tribe avoided, rumored to be perpetually shrouded in miasma, its terrain complex like a labyrinth, home to various strange venomous creatures and ferocious beasts. How could Yin Zhua and his team have ventured there? What had they encountered? The wait grew increasingly agonizing. Supported by Meng Ting, Chung Ran stood against the wall, gazing toward the darkened woodland to the northwest, which appeared particularly grim in the morning mist. His brow furrowed unconsciously, and his lips moved slightly, as if he wished to speak, but could not form coherent words. Meng Ting held his hand tightly, feeling the icy sweat seeping from his palm. "Don't worry, Lei and the others have gone," she whispered, more as a reassurance to herself. Chung Ran slowly shook his head, his gaze unwavering from the direction of the Shadow Woods. In a tone that seemed to laboriously excavate each word from the ruins of his memory, he spoke haltingly, "There is not right. The light is alive. Watching. Alive. Watching." A shiver ran down Meng Ting's spine as she instantly recalled Chung Ran's mention of the green light before he lost consciousness, as well as his previous murmurs. Could it be that Yin Zhua and his team had not encountered Blacktooth, but rather those eerie entities that emitted green light? At that moment, the silhouettes of the rescue team appeared at the edge of the forest. They were helping, even carrying several individuals, members of Yin Zhua's team. But while 8 had set out, only 11 or 12 returned, including the rescuers, and every one of them was injured, looking utterly disheveled. The team quickly made their way back to the village. Yin Zhua bore deep claw marks that exposed bone, his face pale from blood loss and an indescribable terror. Ing Yin was being supported by 2 others, his arm grotesquely twisted, his gaze still clouded with lingering shock. Even more alarming, they had brought back a captive, a small figure not of Blacktooth, with skin so pale it was nearly transparent, smeared with dark green mud. The person curled up, trembling, emitting incomprehensible. The pale-skinned captive, whose eyes glowed with an eerie emerald light, was confined alone in a reinforced stone cavern, guarded day and night by Elder Sam and several of the tribe's most composed hunters. This being, provisionally designated the Emerald-Eyed, was profoundly photophobic. It huddled motionless in a corner, refusing all food and water, emitting only a low insectal moan, a sound both mournful and alien. Occasionally, it lifted its pallid green gaze, revealing raw terror mingled with an unfathomable hollow bewilderment. After uttering his cryptic warning, When the moon is full, greater peril awakens. Chung Ran lapsed once more into deep unconsciousness. This time no fever raged, no convulsions racked his frame. He simply slept, profoundly, utterly, as though that single utterance had drained the last fragile ember of his newly kindled consciousness. Meng Ting sat vigil beside him, her heart clenched with anguish, yet powerless to intervene. At the heart of the village, the elders and hunters gathered again in Elder Sam's stone chamber, the repository of curiosities and forgotten relics. Oil lamp flames flickered softly, casting long, trembling shadows upon the walls, mirroring the unease that coiled through the room. "We have drawn nothing from it," Elder Sam said, shaking her head. She had tried every ancestral method of communion, intoned sacred syllables, offered calming incense. But the emeraldite only recoiled further, shrinking deeper into itself. Its mind is fractured, not like that of a rational being, nor even of a cunning beast, yet it wields tools, hunts in concert. A paradox wrapped in dread. Yin Zhua and Ing Yin recounted the ambush in meticulous detail, figures slipping through mist like phantoms, swift beyond reckoning, their eyes burning with that same sickly green luminescence, weapons carved from bone, yet honed to lethal sharpness, attacks precise, ruthless, executed with uncanny awareness of the forest's shifting veils. "They do not see us," Ing Yin added, his voice still taut with memory. His broken arm had been splinted with care by Elder yet his hands trembled faintly. "It is as if they sense us, through some other channel entirely. We stand exposed in daylight, they dwell unseen in shadow. Utterly at their mercy." Elder Lei's face was ashen. Leaning heavily on his bronze spear, he rasped, "The black-toothed beasts press upon us from the north, and now these specters lurk within the Valewood. Danger wears many faces." Chung Ran spoke truth. "We must uncover the nature of these emerald-eyed ones, and what precisely they mean to awaken." Gufu stood silent for a long while, then spoke, his voice dry as autumn leaves. "Our oldest chants speak of the ancient shadow slumbering beneath the earth, a force stirred only by the confluence of starlight and moonlight, heralding calamity. When the moon is full, could that be the hour? Moon full, ancient shadow, awakening, calamity." These words resonated with chilling precision, echoing Chung Ran's warning, the captive's origin and the Valewood's unnatural stillness. A suffocating urgency seized every throat. Time, it seemed, was slipping through their fingers like cold sand. "We will not wait to be devoured." Meng Ting rose. Her voice, hoarse from sleepless nights and unrelenting worry, carried the weight of irrevocable resolve. "We move first. Before the full moon rises, we enter the Valewood, not as prey, but as seekers. We will unearth its secrets. At the very least, we will sever the thread of their awakening." "How?" Elder Lei demanded, eyes narrowing. Yin Zhua and his hunters were nearly undone. "That would breathe ill omen." "We hold a key," Meng Ting replied, her gaze turning toward the stone cavern where the captive lay. "It cannot speak, but its very existence is a cipher. Elder Sam, among your studies of crystal tablets and ancient murals, have you ever encountered symbols, inscriptions, or motifs linked to these emerald-eyed beings, or to rites of awakening?" At her words, Elder Sam's clouded golden eyes gleamed, faint but unmistakably sharp. Without hesitation, she strode to the chamber's inner recess and retrieved a wooden chest swathed in thick, weathered hide. Inside rested her life's labor, fragments of painted rock, painstakingly copied glyphs, and, cradled with reverent care, several ancient bone tablets etched with intricate winding paths. "These were found generations ago," she explained, laying the tablets before them. The carvings were rendered in a script so archaic it bordered on abstraction, serpentine lines interwoven with stark symbolic forms. "Discovered in a fissure opened by a great earthquake. For centuries we believed them mere records of migration routes. But now," her finger traced 3 subtle marks, each resembling either a gnarled, twisted tree or a lidless, watchful eye, then pointed toward the direction of the Valewood. "Their placement aligns precisely with the forest's innermost sanctum. And this," her fingertips settled upon a central motif, a circular altar-like form encircled by concentric spirals, bears striking resemblance to the sigil Chung Ran described near the colossal skeletal remains beneath the earth. A collective breath caught, stilled, hanging suspended in the lamplight. Ancient legacy, subterranean enigma, the Valewood's dread silence, now bound together by these unassuming slabs of bone. "Is this the map?" Elder Lei whispered, his voice taut as a drawn bowstring. "It is," Elder Sam affirmed, her tone unwavering. "It charts a path deep into the Valewood, to the heart where the awakening may unfold." A map meant direction, purpose. Even amid peril, it was better than wandering blind. "I lead the party." Yin Zhua surged upright, ignoring the protest of his wounded body. "We go prepared, torches ablaze, herbs to repel miasma and venomous things, following the tablet's guidance without deviation." No, Ming Ting said, calm, unyielding. I go. Chung Ran has fallen. His duty falls to me. I know the forest flora, its contours, its deceptions, and more importantly, she glanced toward the earthen hut where Chung Ran slept still and distant. Someone must remain here should he wake. After fierce deliberation, the expedition was formed, 8 souls led by Meng Ting, Elder Sam, to decipher the tablets and confront whatever arcane forces might await. Ale seasoned in stealth and battlefield command, and 5 of the tribe's most gifted trackers, hunters who moved like breath through undergrowth, who read wind and root and moss as others read words. They bore replicas of the bone tablets, ample provisions, potent antimiasmatic salves, and, per Chung Ran's final instruction before collapsing, their small leather shields coated in a reflective obsidian black clay designed to deflect that unsettling emerald light. On the cusp of dawn, Meng Ting stepped into Chung Ran's humble dwelling. She bent over him, her lips brushing his temple, a soft, solemn benediction. Wait for me, she murmured. I will return with answers. Our home, the tribe, shall not fall. Then beneath the indigo hush before sunrise, the 8 vanished into the Valewood, a primordial thicket so dense it seemed to drink light itself. Back in the village, silence returned, but it was no longer passive. It was charged with focused anticipation, with the quiet, ironclad certainty of those who have burned their bridges behind them. Elder Lay directed the people with renewed vigor, reinforcing palisades, digging trenches, mounting watchtowers, transforming the settlement into a compact, defiant fortress ready to withstand assault from any quarter. And Chung Ran, deep in slumber, stirred faintly, his brow furrowing as though sensing across the veil of unconsciousness the lone figure threading through peril, and the vast shapeless shadow he had glimpsed once half revealed behind the mist. The full moon drew nearer, day by day, hour by hour. The name of the shadowy forest is not without merit. Towering ancient trees layer upon one another, blocking most of the sunlight, with only a few grim green specks filtering through the gaps, weakly cascading onto the thick, decades-old layer of humus beneath. The air is thick with a rich blend of decaying plant matter, damp earth, and a strangely sweet and metallic scent inhaled into the lungs with a sticky chill. The silence around is terrifying, devoid of the usual chirping of insects or the calls of birds, leaving only the rustling of leaves beneath their feet and the sound of their own hurried heartbeats and breaths. Meng Ting walks in the center of the group, tightly clutching a bone map, replica drawn by Elder Sam, her sharp gaze sweeping over the surroundings. Ahead, Alai moves stealthily like a cat, bow in hand, his ears occasionally twitching to catch any unusual sounds. The other 5 hunters fan out, vigilantly watching the mist-laden depths of the forest, gripping their shields coated with reflective mud and poisoned bone spears. According to the guidance of the bone map, they must traverse a dried riverbed already covered in moss and vines, advancing deeper into the woods. The markings on the map are ancient and abstract, difficult to decipher, and Elder Sam can only make rough estimates based on cardinal directions and notable terrain features. Stop! Alai suddenly raises his fist, signaling the group to halt. He crouches down, parting a cluster of enormous serrated ferns to reveal the damp soil beneath. There amidst the mud are several indistinct non-beast footprints, long and narrow with distinct toes, characteristics that match the description of the Greeny tribe given by the rock claw. They've been here not long ago, Alai whispers, his expression grave. Meng Ting steps forward to examine the tracks, her heart tightening slightly. The Greeny tribe truly is active deep within this forest. She gestures for everyone to be more cautious. The deeper they go, the thicker the mist becomes, reducing visibility to less than 20 paces. The shapes of the surrounding trees morph into increasingly bizarre forms. Some trunks twist like struggling human figures, others are covered in scars resembling eyes. The strange, sweet, and metallic scent in the air grows stronger, inducing a sense of mild dizziness. This smell, it might be toxic. Meng Ting immediately retrieves prepared sachets made from various purging herbs from her pack, distributing them to the others. Keep it under your tongue, it will refresh your mind. At that moment, one of the hunters on the flank suddenly gasps, pointing towards an exceptionally dense thicket to the left. Over there, there's light. Following his direction, the group sees faint glimmers of pale green light between the bushes, flickering like will-o'-the-wisps. It's the Greeny tribe. Almost as soon as the light vanishes, a faint yet spine-tingling rustling sound emerges from the encroaching mist, as if countless entities are rapidly approaching. Form up, back to back. Alai commands sharply. The 8 quickly converge, forming a small circle, protecting Elder Sam and Meng Ting in the center, shields facing outward, weapons poised toward the source of the sounds. The mist swirls and shadows as swift as lightning flicker within. Using the cover of trees and fog, they launch attacks from various angles. Sharp bone claws tear through the air, bringing with them a foul wind. Block them. Alai's bowstring twangs as an arrow whizzes forth, striking one of the attacking shadows with unerring precision. The figure emits a piercing shriek, crashing to the ground, struggling for a moment before becoming still, revealing pale skin and faint green pupils. The battle erupts instantaneously. The Greenie tribe's assaults are quick and eerie. They do not seem to rely solely on sight, and can accurately find the gaps in the hunter's defenses even amidst the thick fog. Claws clash against copper spears and leather shields, producing a grating sound that sets teeth on edge. The reflective shields prove crucial as the occasional glint of light seems to disrupt the Greenie tribe's senses, causing momentary hesitations in their attacks. Protected within the circle, Meng Ting lacks combat ability, yet her mind races. She focuses intently on the bone map while observing the surrounding terrain and the attack patterns of the Greenie tribe. They're driving us toward that direction. Meng Ting suddenly points to an area marked with spiral patterns on the map, then gestures towards a slightly elevated slope to the left. Over there, the core area marked on the map is in that direction. They're trying to prevent us from getting closer, or they want to force us into a specific place. Upon hearing this, Ally immediately adjusts their strategy to the slope, cover each other, and charge. Don't linger. The group begins to fend off attacks while laboriously moving toward the slope. The Greenie tribe's assaults grow more frenzied, yet they seem hesitant, unwilling to approach too closely to the area near the slope. Finally, they scramble up the slope without incident. Surprised, they find the mist above has thinned considerably, revealing a relatively open area. At the center of this area stand several massive stone pillars covered in moss and strange runes. Surrounding them is a low, ancient altar that seems to blend into the mountainside. The design of the altar bears a striking resemblance to the center of the bone map and the patterns depicted in the underground murals. Scattered around the altar are pale skeletal remains, some human, others from various beasts, still bearing marks of gnawing teeth and some form of corrosion. The sweet and metallic scent in the air peaks, here seemingly emanating from the altar itself. This is it. Elder Sam gazes at the altar and the runes on the pillars, his voice filled with awe. An ancient place of worship, the core of the awakening ceremony. However, the altar is empty, showing no signs of an ongoing ceremony. They haven't started. Or are they waiting for the full moon? Meng Ting speculates. Just then, Ally notices something at the edge of the altar. Half buried in the earth, a rusted metal shard, its material and craft strikingly similar to the fragments of ancient civilization they found in the underground ruins. Ancient civilization, the Greenie tribe, a sacrificial site. The clues seem to grow clearer, yet more elusive. Suddenly, a deep, resonant roar unlike that of the Greenie tribe echoes from the depths of the forest on the other side of the slope. The power behind that sound sends a shiver through everyone's hearts. Immediately after, the ground trembles slightly. Upon hearing this roar, the Greenie tribe appears startled, their attacks abruptly halting, and they retreat into the mist like a receding tide, vanishing without a trace. On the slope, only Meng Ting and her companions remain, facing the ancient altar, the mysterious runes, and the ominous, unknown roar resonating from the depths of the forest. Their exploration has yielded significant discoveries, but it seems they have also awakened a far more terrifying presence on this land. The deep, commanding roar resonated like a tangible shockwave, leaving an echo in the ears and causing hearts to skip a beat. The sweet metallic scent wafting across the slope seemed to crystallize momentarily in the wake of that growl. The once ferocious Greeneed clan retreated into the thick fog as if lashed by an invisible whip, vanishing without a trace, leaving behind only chaos and the hurried breaths of the onlookers. What was that just now? A hunter's voice trembled as he gripped his bone spear, his hand slightly quaking. The ancient power and pressure contained within that roar surpassed any beast they had ever known. Ally scanned the direction from which the roar had come with keen vigilance. The fog remained dense, obscuring all vision. I don't know, but it definitely wasn't the Greeneed clan. They seemed afraid of it. Meng Ting suppressed the racing of her heart and refocused on the altar and stone pillars before her. She crouched down, meticulously examining the surface of the altar. It was no ordinary rock, its touch was icy, imbued with a jade-like quality. The runes etched upon it were twisted and ancient, echoing the style of the bone map and subterranean murals. At the center of the altar lay an irregularly shaped recess, its edges stained with a deep brown, long-dried residue. Elder Sam dipped her fingertip into the recess stain and brought it to her nose, her face instantly contorting in horror. It's blood. Very ancient blood, but it's not just one type, it's mixed with human and beast blood along with something else. A scent I can't quite describe. She scrutinized the runes on the stone pillar, her murky golden eyes filled with shock and disbelief. These symbols, part of their meanings are bind, absorb, transform. This altar isn't for worship, it resembles more of a prison and a means to siphon some kind of power. Imprisonment. Siphoning power. This conclusion sent a chill down everyone's spine. coupled with Chung Ran's warning of awakening. Could it be that this altar contained some terrifying entity, and that the Greeneed clan, along with the possible Black Teeth, sought to use blood sacrifices during the full moon to awaken or release? Meng Ting's gaze fell upon the rusted metal fragment Alai had discovered. She picked it up. It was heavy in her hands, its edges sharp. Despite being covered in rust, the exquisite craftsmanship was evident far beyond what this era could achieve. Ancient civilization. They built this place to imprison something. The Greeneed clan and the Black Teeth want to break this prison. The clues seemed to coalesce, yet the truth was even more chilling. We must destroy this altar, Alai declared solemnly, raising the stone axe in his hand. Do not act rashly, Elder Sam hastily interjected. The structure of this altar is complex and interconnected with the ley lines. Forcibly destroying it could trigger unpredictable consequences, possibly even releasing whatever is inside. Moreover, that roar we just heard. The entity within the altar might still be alive. An ancient entity that was alive and imprisoned. A wave of cold swept over them all. At that moment, one of the hunters on guard suddenly whispered urgently, "The fog. It's thickening, and something is approaching." The mist around them began to churn violently, as if it were a living entity rolling and converging towards the slope. Within the fog, a spine-chilling rustling sound echoed, once more, now more intense than before, mingled with a deep, indistinct murmuring reminiscent of countless voices in a dream. Retreat. We must return the way we came, Meng Ting commanded decisively. Their exploratory goal had been achieved. They had confirmed the presence of the core area and the altar and discerned the general intentions of the enemy. Remaining here was far too perilous. The 8-member team quickly retraced their steps, hurrying toward the forest's edge. The dense fog pursued them relentlessly, the eerie murmurs shadowing their every move as if countless eyes were watching them from within the mist. The silhouettes of the Greeneed clan flickered in and out of sight again, but they seemed constrained in some way, no longer attacking directly, merely trailing behind as if hurting. The retreat proved to be more arduous than their entrance, with immense psychological pressure weighing heavily upon them. Each individual felt as if they were fleeing under the gaze of some colossal presence. When they finally burst forth from the shadowy forest and beheld the familiar scenery of the valley and the outline of the distant village, everyone felt as if they had returned from another world, nearly collapsing in exhaustion. The news brought back by Meng Ting's team struck the Golden-Eyed clan like another heavy blow following their recent battle. The ancient prison, the living horror, the blood sacrificed to awaken it during the full moon. All of this far exceeded the scope of a typical tribal conflict. Chung Ran remained in slumber, oblivious to it all. However, the tribe had no time for panic. Under the leadership of Elders Lei and Sam alongside Meng Ting, all resources were mobilized. Defensive structures were reinforced to the utmost, and every copper mine was tirelessly smelted and forged into weapons. Meng Ting and Elder Im led the women in preparing vast amounts of oil-rolling logs and herbs to counter potential toxic mist and strange powers. The survivors from the Blackstone clan also fully integrated into their ranks their knowledge of the mountains and resilience, becoming invaluable assets. The entire tribe was like a taut bowstring awaiting the final moment. While sleeping, Chung Ran occasionally twitched, his brows furrowed, as if he were battling unseen foes even in his dreams. Each time Meng Ting sat by his side, she would hold his hand softly, informing him of the tribe's preparations, even if he could not hear her. Days passed, and the moon gradually swelled in the sky, resembling a cold, indifferent eye watching over the ant-like struggles in the valley. The night of the full moon finally arrived. The silvery moonlight bathed the valley, cloaking all in a chilling radiance. Yet beneath this beautiful moonlight lurked boundless peril. The village was brightly lit, and all capable fighters climbed atop the walls, gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes fixed on the direction of the shadowy forest to the northwest and the distant mountains beyond. In the deathly silence, a sudden blaze erupted from the direction of the shadowy forest. Not just a single flame, but a conflagration. Immediately following, a low, eerie drumbeat and the frenzied howls of countless Black Teeth warriors echoed ominously. Almost simultaneously, at the edge of the shadowy forest, the thick fog surged once more, and glimmers of green light twinkled like stars, far outnumbering any previous sightings. The Black Teeth and the Greeneed clan had chosen to launch a simultaneous attack from two directions against the Golden-Eyed clan. The true test awaited them this night. The crisp moonlight, silver and liquid, flooded the valley in blinding clarity, yet cast upon it the long, chilling shadow of imminent death. From the northwest edge of the shadow wood, countless green eyes flickered like will-o'-the-wisps through roiling mist. Low guttural murmurs entwined with the rustling of unseen branches, a dissonant prelude that set Teeth on edge. Farther still, the Blacktooth tribe's frenzied howls and uncanny drumbeats echoed like war drums against the hearts of every defender. A pincer assault, worst fears realized. Hold fast. Fall back to assigned positions. Elder Lay's roar cut through the rising panic. Leaning on his bronze spear, he stood immovable behind the main wall, his wounded leg barring him from the front line, yet his presence alone anchored the faltering resolve of all. To the east, Alei and Rockclaw, still recovering but resolute, bore the brunt of the Blacktooth's frontal charge. Logs and boulders were stacked along the parapet. Hunters drew their bows, copper-tipped arrows gleaming coldly beneath the moon. Having survived the last slaughter, their eyes held less terror now, only a glacial, unblinking fury. To the north, facing the Shadowwood, directly Mengting and Elder Sam held command. Their defense was far more perilous. Not only must they contend with the elusive Green-Eyed, but also guard against an insidious mind-warping force rumored to dwell within the mist. Torches burned brighter here, their flames clawing at the fog. Hunters raised leather shields coated in reflective mud, standing rigid as statues carved from vigilance. At the village's heart, Eldarim led the elders and women, preparing vast quantities of herbs, clean water, and bandages, establishing makeshift infirmaries. All eyes remained fixed on the two fronts. The air itself had thickened into iron. Tum, 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 a woo. The Blacktooth struck first, like a black tide surging forward. Dozens of warriors' faces daubed with grotesque pigments charged the eastern palisade, brandishing stone axes and bronze blades, shrieking with voices stripped of humanity. They advanced without regard for life, trampling fallen comrades, hurling bodies against the wall, hacking at wooden barricades with savage, unrelenting fury. Loose arrows, at Alei's command, shafts fell like monsoon rain. Copperhead bolts pierced crude armor with terrifying ease, blooming crimson with each impact. Yet the Blacktooth came in waves. Fallen warriors were instantly replaced by fresh, fiercer ones. Soon brute strength tore open breaches at weak points in the wall. Figures vaulted over the ramparts, plunging into brutal hand-to-hand combat. The eastern front dissolved into a maelstrom of close-quarter slaughter, roars clashing steel, wet rending of flesh, and dying cries merging into one deafening cacophony. Rockclaw bellowed as he drove his bronze spear through a Blacktooth warrior who'd just crested the wall. Alei fired with lethal precision, targeting only those commanders striving to widen the gaps. Almost simultaneously, movement stirred in the northern mist. The fog churned violently, and from its depths erupted shadows swift as phantoms. No longer relying solely on bone claws, some Green-Eyed now bore crude blowguns, carved from obsidian black bone. Fwip, fwip, fwip. A dense volley of slender, faintly acrid bone needles rained down from the haze, fine as cattle hair, deadly as fate. Shields up. Mengting's voice rang clear. Reflective mud-coated shields snapped upward. Most needles thudded harmlessly against leather. Yet a few found cruel angles, striking hunters too slow to evade. Instantly, numbness and searing pain flared at the wounds. Beware, the needles are poisoned. Elder Sam shouted, directing attendants to drag the stricken backward and administer prepared antidotes. The Green-Eyed fought with eerie versatility, vanishing into mist and foliage, reappearing without warning. While their blowguns harassed from concealment, others scaled the walls with terrifying speed, closing in with razor-sharp bone claws. Their pale green irises, lit by moon and flame, shone with something utterly alien, cold, ancient, and unfeeling. Mengting stood atop the wall, not a warrior but a mind honed to crystalline clarity. Her gaze swept the battlefield, her voice steady and precise, redirecting archers, reinforcing weak sectors, warning of poisoned darts and stealthy climbers emerging from shadowed nooks. She became the unwavering pulse at the heart of the northern line. Battle raged in full fury. The Golden-Eye tribe, a lone vessel adrift in a tempest, bucked violently between the Blacktooth's raging surf and the Green-Eyed's treacherous undercurrent. With every passing moment, lives fell. Blood stained the ramparts crimson, cries of agony rose without cease. Just as a breach on the eastern wall teetered on collapse, Blacktooth warriors swarming inward, several hunters encircled and overwhelmed. HRR. A low, resonant growl, not loud, yet piercing as a blade through silence, erupted from the village center. It came from Chung Rant's earthen hut, where he had lain unconscious. Then, a figure staggered forth. Chung Ran, awake, walking, here. His face remained pallid, his gaze clouded with the haze of convalescence, but his spine was straight, unbent. His eyes swept across the carnage, across the snarling hordes, and within those hollow orbs something kindled. He did not rush toward either front. Instead, he stumbled toward the sacred hearth, the eternal flame burning at the village's core. In stunned silence, he plunged his bare hand into the pile of ochreed clay beside the fire, mineral-rich earth used for kindling, and scooped a handful. Without hesitation, he smeared it across his bare chest with trembling fingers, crude, uneven, yet radiating an aura primordial and untamed. The shape bore unmistakable kinship to the glyph etched on Elder Sam's bone tablet, the sigil of banishment and deterrence. Then he lifted his face to the cold full moon, and unleashed a second cry, longer, deeper, forged not of rage nor dominion, but of raw human defiance, the unbroken will of one who stares into the abyss and refuses to blink. That sudden act, the resonant cry, the primal sigil, seemed to strike a chord in some unseen cosmic order. The black-tooth attackers froze mid-lunge, their eyes flashing with instinctive doubt. The green-eyed, hidden in mist, shrieked, shrill, discordant, panicked, their assault faltering, their coordination unraveling, as if Chung Ran's very existence disrupted the fabric of their power. The reprieve was brief, but vital. It gave the crumbling line time to regroup. Counterattack. Drive them back. Elder Lei seized the moment, his voice raw with command. Morale surged. Defenders fought with renewed ferocity, hacking down invaders who had breached the wall. Having done all this, Chung Ran swayed, his strength spent, and collapsed backward. Mengting, watching him intently, lunged forward and caught him before he struck the ground. He gazed up at her, his pupils unfocused, reflecting only her anxious face. His lips moved, weak fragmented syllables escaping. Fire, sigil, protection. Then darkness reclaimed him. But this time, the fire he had ignited would not die. The blood-soaked night of the full moon entered its most grueling phase of attrition. Through sheer tenacity, hard-won tactical discipline, and Chung Ran's instinctive enigmatic power, sparking like flint on steel, the GoldenEye tribe held fast to their home. Yet all knew the true trial had only just begun. Deep within the Shadowwood, bound by an ancient altar, something older and vaster still waited, unseen, unspoken, and utterly unchained. Chung Ran fell into unconsciousness once more, yet his instinctive roar and the ancient twisted runes on his chest ignited the battlefield like sparks thrown into boiling oil. Amidst the frenzied howls of the Black Tooth, warriors, a trace of bewilderment seeped through, causing their assault to falter momentarily. The Green-Eyed clan at the edge of the shadowy woods emitted a cacophony of shrill cries, their chaotic rhythm disrupted, and the eerie whispers that shadowed them diminished considerably. This precious moment of respite was seized keenly by Elder Lei and Alai. Kill. Elder Lei's bellow resounded like thunder, his arms straining against the copper spear, veins bulging with exertion. The morale of the defenders surged, unleashing a remarkable strength as they brutally cut down the Black Tooth warriors who had surged onto the wall. Logs and rocks fell like rain, temporarily stabilizing the crumbling eastern defense. To the north, Mengting suppressed her impulse to rush to Chung Ran's side, knowing she must remain composed. Observing the chaos among the Green-Eyed clan, she immediately recognized an opportunity. Torches. Throw them forward. Disperse the fog, she commanded loudly. More torches were hurled towards the edge of the shadowy woods, the burning oil splattering onto the damp vegetation, hissing as it met the moisture. Though it could not ignite the forest, it effectively cleared a portion of the thick mist, revealing more of the concealed figures of the Green-Eyed clan. The hunters seized the moment, shooting arrows with precision. After a few short cries, the Green-Eyed clan's offensive was noticeably thwarted as they slowly retreated into the forest. While the dual pressure eased drastically, everyone understood that this was merely a temporary reprieve. The enemy had not retreated, they were merely regrouping. Mengting and Elder Sam hurried to Chung Ran's side. He lay in Mengting's embrace, his breathing faint, the reddish-brown runes on his chest glowing strikingly in the moonlight, pulsating faintly, as if alive, creating a stark contrast against his pale face. These runes are a variant of the ancient guardian mark. Elder Sam scrutinized closely, his eyes filled with astonishment. How could he? Has he, after losing his memory, touched upon a more ancient legacy buried deep within his bloodline? Forget about that for now. How is he? Mengting asked anxiously, her fingers trembling as they brushed against his nostrils. His body is extremely weak, and his spirit has been depleted far beyond what it was before. But strangely, there seems to be an exceedingly faint yet remarkably resilient will supporting him within his heart, a power awakened by these runes. Elder Sam's tone grew grave. We must take him back immediately for rest. He can bear no further stimulation. Without hesitation, Mengting instructed others to carefully carry Chung Ran back to the earthen hut. She cast a deep glance at the temporarily stabilized line of defense and shouted to Alai and Elder Lei, "This area is in your hands. I will tend to him. Keep in touch through the drum signals." Back in the hut, Mengting placed Chung Ran on the bed, gently wiping the cold sweat from his forehead and the runes on his chest with warm water. The runes felt slightly warm to the touch, as if truly drawing some power to protect him. Holding his icy hand, a mix of emotions surged within her. He had forgotten everything, yet in the direst moment, he instinctively stood up once more to shield the tribe. "How many secrets do you truly hide?" she whispered, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. Meanwhile, the battlefield had descended into an eerie stalemate. The Black-Tooth warriors retreated beyond the range of arrows, regrouping with predatory gazes. The Greeneed clan from the direction of the shadowy woods vanished into the mist, no longer launching attacks, but the lingering fog and ominous whispers remained. Elder Sam ascended the northern wall, peering into the depths of the shadowy woods, his expression growing increasingly heavy. "They are waiting for the moment when the moonlight is at its peak. The power of the altar is intensifying." As if to affirm his words, a clearer, more soul-chilling low growl emanated from the direction of the ancient altar deep within the shadowy woods. This time, even the Black-Tooth warriors in the east stirred restlessly, seemingly fearful of the sound. The moon hung high in the sky, its cold light illuminating the valley in stark detail, yet casting an ominous blood-red hue over all. Under the blood moon, disaster loomed. Inside the earthen hut, Chung Ran's body trembled violently, once again more fiercely than ever before. He curled up, unconsciously gripping the beast's skin on his chest tightly, his knuckles whitening from the tension, and suppressed hissing noises escaped his throat, as if he were battling an unseen force. Meng Ting held him tightly, feeling his coldness and tremors. "Hold on, Chung Ran, hold on," she repeated, unsure if she was comforting him or bolstering her own resolve. In the suffocating wait, a faint rustling sound suddenly arose from the ground beneath a secluded section of the wall in the northwestern corner of the village near the shadowy woods, as if something were being dug up. The hunters guarding that area immediately became alert, raising their torches to investigate. There at the base of the wall, the earth was shifting, and suddenly several pale hands coated in dark green mud burst forth from the ground. The Greeneed clan. They had dug a tunnel attempting to infiltrate the village from below. Enemy attack. Underground. The hunters' cries shattered the brief silence. A new crisis had descended in the most unexpected manner. The grating subterranean scratching, emanating from beneath the base of the wall, slithered like a serpent's tongue across taut nerves. The Greeneed tribe had chosen the most insidious and hardest-to-detect method of assault tunnel warfare. "Seal the tunnel mouth." Ali's roar erupted from the east. Unable to leave his post, he could only entrust his northern comrades with the desperate task. The nearest hunters reacted instantly. Several long spears plunged downward into the freshly breached earthen aperture, accompanied by shrill, agonized shrieks, as pale hands recoiled violently. Yet the soil collapsed inward, revealing a pitch-black tunnel wide enough for a man to pass through at the wall's foundation. More earth spilled forth from within. The Greeneed were not relenting. "Pitch! Bring pitch, now!" Meng Ting's voice cracked with grim resolve. She knew full well, if these uncanny foes breached the interior, the already crumbling defense would shatter in an instant. A hunter sprinted forward, clutching a clay jar brimming with viscous, pungent pitch. He upended it into the opening, and a torch followed, arcing downward. Whoosh! Flames blazing orange and edged with acrid black smoke erupted violently from the hole. From the depths rose screams so harrowing they defied human utterance, followed by the nauseating stench of seared flesh. Yet this repelled only one breach. Almost simultaneously, two other locations, more secluded with looser soil, in the village's northwestern quadrant, echoed with identical scraping sounds. They had dug not one, but multiple tunnels. "Split up, seal them all. Not a single one may open." Meng Ting forced calm into her voice, rapidly deploying her dwindling forces. With manpower stretched, ever thinner pressure on the northern ramparts surged. Outside the wall, the Greeneed and the Blacktooth alike seemed to sense the subterranean tremors. The mist churned a new blowgun, darts flew thicker and faster, and climbers scaled the ramparts with renewed ferocity, pinning down defenders atop the wall. The struggle for control of the tunnel mouths grew savage and merciless. Hunters thrust spears blindly into darkness, hurled stones to choke the passages, doused them with pitch and fire. Beneath the earth, the Greeneed fought with fanatical abandon. Bone claws flashed from shadow, poisoned darts hissed upward. One by one, hunters vanished into the holes or crumpled, struck by venomous needles. Meng Ting stood guard beside one aperture, gripping a sharpened wooden stake. A bone claw lashed out, unexpectedly gashing her forearm, a searing wound that burned like fire, but she clenched her jaw and drove the stake deep. A muffled thud echoed from below. Around her, kin fell one after another. Before her yawned those black, hellish mouths, each a silent herald of annihilation. Cold despair coiled in her chest. At this rate, they would be bled dry. Then, another upheaval. Boom, rumble, rumble. A deep subterranean thunder shook the valley. No mere explosion, but the sound of something vast beyond comprehension straining against its ancient cage. The entire gorge trembled. Torches atop the wall flickered wildly, pebbles and dust rained from the parapets. Hunter and black-toothed warrior alike froze mid-motion, Greeneed and defenders both stunned into stillness by the sheer majesty of the earth's wrath. The entity imprisoned beneath the ancient altar, roused perhaps by the zenith of moonlight or by the battlefield's carnage and surging blood heat, had begun its fiercest resistance yet. Then came the wave, an invisible psychic tide, primordial, feral, brutal, and threaded with unmistakable anguish, sweeping over the field like a tsunami. Af! Hunters and black-toothed soldiers with weaker wills clutched their heads and screamed, eyes wild with disorientation and dread. Even the Greeneed shrieked more shrilly, more chaotically, their digging faltering markedly. Inside the earthen hut Chung ran, until now unconscious, jolted awake. But this time his gaze held no vacancy, only excruciating torment and fierce, unyielding struggle. His eyes locked onto the northwest as though piercing walls and earth alike fixated upon the monstrous presence battering its prison. The ochre-red sigil upon his chest blazed with scorching intensity, so hot it singed the hide beneath him, sending up wisps of acrid smoke. No, you must not emerge. His voice was a ragged, guttural growl. Veins bulged along his temples as he marshaled every last vestige of consciousness. Not to attack, but to hold back, waging a silent, desperate war of will against that distant, terrible force. Above ground, the oppressive dread rising from the depths clashed with Chung Ran's unconscious protective resistance, forming a fragile, eerie equilibrium. The Greeneed tunnel assault ground to a halt outside the wall, enemies staggered in confusion. This sudden reversal granted the golden-eyed tribe a slender, vital breath. Now fortify the tunnels. Hurry. Meng Ting was first to recover, swallowing nausea from the psychic shock, shouting orders with raw urgency. Hunters sprang into motion, piling stones, logs, even enemy corpses, into every breached aperture, sealing them with frantic, feverish haste. Yet all knew the balance was fleeting. Should the buried entity break free, or should the moon's power wane, or the Greeneed and Blacktooth regain their composure, their doom would descend absolute and irrevocable. The blood moon hung high, cold and implacable, watching over the valley, cloaked in death and despair. The battle was far from over. The terrifying roars and crashing sounds from beneath the ground gradually subsided, yet the invisible mental pressure remained heavy as a thick cloud, suffocating every heart with waves of nausea and dizziness. An eerie silence fell upon the battlefield. The black teeth ceased their howling, and the Greeneed tribe hid in the mist, halting their attacks. Even the wind seemed to stagnate. Only the crackling of burning torches on the walls and the stifled groans of the wounded signified that time had not stood still. Inside the earthen house, the glow of the runes on Chung Ran's chest began to fade, the burning sensation receding, yet he did not lapse back into deep unconsciousness. His eyes remained open, his pupils unfocused, not reflecting the initial pure bewilderment, but rather mirroring a distant and fragmented sight. His lips moved silently, uttering barely audible syllables intermittently. Coordinates, locked, energy overload, cage protocol, activation failed. These words were incomprehensible to anyone present, yet they sent a jolt through Elder Sam, who stood nearby. She grasped Meng Ting's arm tightly, her voice trembling with excitement. He is reciting the ancient language. The very language of the builders recorded in those murals and crystal tablets. He is remembering, not the memories of our world, but fragments of memories from outside. Meng Ting's heart clenched. Outside. Was it that world he had once described with iron birds and hot pots? Hadn't those memories been devoured by the heart of lacquer? Could it be that in this state of mental exhaustion, instinct had led him to touch upon deeper imprints, ones that even that stone could not entirely erase? At that moment, Chung Ran's vacant gaze slowly shifted to Elder Sam's face, as if he were peering through her to witness scenes from eons past. His voice remained fragmented, but now carried an indescribable sorrow and responsibility. Observer, lost contact, ecological weapon, running rampant, Tao Tai seal, cost. Tao Tai, seal, cost. Elder Sam felt as though struck by lightning, ancient ballads, fragments of murals, the markings on bone tablets, and Chung Ran's current murmurs collided and fused within her mind. I understand, she exclaimed, her eyes ablaze with horror and realization. This island is not a natural prehistoric world at all. It is a prison that confines an ancient ecological weapon codenamed Tao Tai. The Greeneed tribe and possibly the Black Teeth, they are either corrupted by the leakage of Tao Tai's power or remnants left behind by an ancient civilization out of control, guardians, or cleaning protocols. On the night of the full moon, the prison's energy fluctuates at its weakest moment, and Tao Tai and its minions instinctively attempt to break free from their seal. This shocking truth left Meng Ting and the hunters around her dumbfounded. The land they had inhabited for generations was in fact a cage. The enemies they faced were imprisoned monsters and uncontrolled wardens. Chung Ren seemed to have exhausted his strength, his gaze once again hollow, slipping into unconsciousness. Yet the message he left behind acted as a key, opening a door to despair, but also possibly to the only glimmer of hope. If this is a prison, there must be a way to control it. The ancient civilization could not have left behind a cage without a backup plan. Meng Ting forced herself to calm down from the shock, her mind racing. Chung Ran mentioned coordinates, energy protocol, and the formation he activated underground. The key. The heart of lacquer along with the runes on him might be part of the key. She immediately turned to Elder Sam, saying, "Elder, we must re-examine all records of the ancients and the tribe, the murals, the bone tablets, and those crystal fragments. Look for any information related to control energy node seal cores." She then glanced out at the silent battlefield and the cold blood moon. We still have time. The moment of greatest moonlight has not yet passed entirely, and it seems the recent onslaught from Tao Tai has also drained some of its power, affecting the enemies outside. This is our last chance. Hope flickered like a candle in a storm, weak, yet resilient, reigniting fiercely. Elder Sam immediately rallied all who could decipher the ancient symbols, rushing toward the accumulated relics. Meng Ting swiftly made her way to the command position, knowing that she needed to buy time for Elder Sam and stabilize the morale of the troops. She climbed the wall, gazing down at her weary tribe's people, their eyes filled with fear and confusion. Taking a deep breath, she summoned all her strength to shout, "Tribespeople, what we face is neither gods nor invincible monsters. It is a prisoner confined here. Our ancient ancestors were able to imprison it, and so can we seal it once more. Lord Chung Ran has shown us the way. Take up your weapons not for desperate resistance, but to protect our homeland, to give our elders time to find a way to victory. The Golden Eye tribe will never yield." Her voice carried a penetrating power, transforming the fear brought by the truth into courage to confront reality and a sense of duty to protect. The tribespeople looked into her resolute eyes, listened to her resounding words, and their confusion and despair gradually morphed into a determined resolve. For the tribe, to protect our homeland. Scattered calls coalesced into a steadfast wave. Meanwhile, progress was reported on Elder Sam's side. They discovered a previously overlooked crystal fragment engraved with a star map, which bore a complex energy flow diagram that partially matched the structure of the runes on Chung Ran's chest, directing toward the underground ruins and the altar in the Shadow Forest. There may be more than one control node. The underground ruins serve as the main control, while the Shadow Forest altar is one of the energy interfaces of the prison. Elder Sam's voice was charged with excitement. We need to simultaneously destroy or control both nodes in order to stabilize the seal anew. A two-pronged battle, and in the midst of the enemy's encirclement, delving into the most dangerous core area. The light of hope had ignited, but the bridge to survival was paved with courage and sacrifice. As the moonlight slanted, the final battle was about to commence. The information deciphered by Elder Sam was like a torch igniting in the darkness, illuminating the sole possible path to survival while revealing the abyss that lay ahead. They needed to simultaneously control or destroy two critical nodes, the underground ruins and the altar of the Shadow Forest. This meant they had to split their forces and venture into the enemy's lair even as danger loomed all around them. Time was of the essence. The moonlight had begun to wane slightly, and although the terrifying pressure from below had diminished, it still lingered like a wounded beast gasping in the dark, ready to erupt at any moment. There was no time to hesitate. A decision had to be made immediately. They'll go to the underground ruins, Meng Ting declared resolutely, her gaze sweeping over the others. Chung Ran and I have been there before, so we are relatively familiar with it. Moreover, controlling the heart of Lakel and the formation may hinge upon it. She glanced at the unconscious Chung Ran, her eyes filled with unwavering trust and determination. I will handle the Shadow Forest altar. Elder Lei pushed away the clan members who were helping him, the copper spear in his hand trembling slightly, his voice hoarse but resolute. This old body can still fight one more time. Yin Zhuaying, Yin, you will accompany me. Gufu, you are familiar with the mountains and forests. I need you to guide us. No, your leg. Meng Ting immediately objected. I want die. Elder Lei growled, a fierce battle spirit igniting in his eyes that belied his age. The survival of the tribe hinges on this moment. Even if I have to throw this old body onto the altar, I will shatter a few stones. Alei stepped forward without hesitation. I will guard the eastern defense. As long as I am here, not a single black tooth will cross the low wall. Behind him, all the remaining hunters stood tall, their eyes reflecting the same resolve. Elder Im quietly distributed the best healing salves and invigorating herbs to the two teams about to set out. Meanwhile, Elder Sam meticulously sketched a detailed representation of the energy nodes and potentially related ancient symbols onto light bark, handing it to Meng Ting and Elder Lei. The formation in the underground ruins may resonate with the heart of Lakal. Try to guide it using the residual essence from Chung Ran's blood. As for the Shadow Forest altar, destroy its structure to interrupt the energy absorption. Be extremely cautious of the backlash from the nodes. Elder Sam urged rapidly, each word heavy with significance. Their farewells were brief, devoid of excessive words, though all the concerns and hopes coalesced in their steadfast gazes and tightly clenched fists. Meng Ting selected 4 of the most capable and relatively terrain-savvy hunters chosen by a Lei, carrying the unconscious Chung Ran on her back. He was essential for activating the ruins formation. They quietly set off along a concealed path behind the village, heading straight toward the entrance of the underground ruins they had previously discovered. Elder Lei, despite his still healing wounds, led Yin Zhua, Ing Yin, and Gu Fu along with 3 other valiant hunters. Together, they moved like shadows into the night, once more plunging into the shadow forest that had devoured countless lives. The village was entrusted to a Lei and the remaining clansmen for defense. Though they faced the ever-watchful Black Tooth and the hidden Green Eye clan lurking in the mist, the pressure remained unrelenting. Yet they understood that their steadfastness was the foundation for the 2 teams, risking everything in the depths of despair. Meng Ting's team faced considerable difficulties during their journey. Although Chung Ran was not heavy, carrying him along the rugged mountain path drained their strength significantly. One hunter in the front used a stone axe to clear the obstructing vines, striving to maintain silence. Everyone remained on high alert, wary of potential dangers emerging from any direction. Fortunately, perhaps due to the overwhelming consumption of energy from the previous attack of the Taoye, or perhaps because the main force of the Green Eye clan had been drawn away by Elder Lei's group, they faced no immediate threats and arrived once more at the canyon, concealing the stone door. The familiar heavy stone door remained tightly shut, surrounded by an eerie silence. Meng Ting signaled for the hunters to lower Chung Ran, stepping forward to caress the cold stone, then looked back at Chung Ran, whose brow was still furrowed in unconscious tension. "We need to get inside," she murmured, as if speaking to the stone door, or perhaps to Chung Ran. She attempted to push the door, but it did not budge. One hunter took out tools, searching for a mechanism, but came up empty-handed. Meng Ting's gaze fell upon the runes on Chung Ran's chest. As they approached the stone door, the runes seemed to emit a faint, almost imperceptible glow. Intrigued, she carefully supported Chung Ran and gently pressed his hand against the recess where the heart of Lakal had once been embedded. At the moment Chung Ran's palm made contact with the indentation, a low, resonant hum echoed, as if rising from the depths of the earth. The originally dim patterns on the stone door suddenly glowed with a gentle white light. Then, with a soft click, the heavy stone door began to slowly open a crack. They had succeeded. Even in unconsciousness and with fragmented memories, Chung Ran's connection to the ruins remained intact. At the same time, a violent explosion resounded vaguely from the direction of the shadow forest, accompanied by a burst of fiery light. Elder Lei and his team had evidently already engaged the enemies guarding the altar. After the stone door, the darkness and silence one might expect did not emerge. Instead, a faint hazy glow, seemingly emanating from the very rock itself, illuminated a broad, downward-sloping passageway. The air flowed freely, carrying with it a long-forgotten coolness infused with mineral and some decaying fragrance, offering no sense of stuffiness. Meng Ting felt a measure of calm settle within her. At least she did not have to worry about breathing. She signaled for one of the hunters to scout ahead while she and another person carefully supported the still unconscious Chung Ran. The remaining 2 members of their team took up the rear, and the 5-person group cautiously stepped into this unknown ancient relic. The walls of the passage were smooth, clearly not formed by nature, but rather exhibiting signs of excavation and polishing. The material was similar to that of the stone door outside, feeling cold and hard to the touch. Occasionally, they could make out the faint remnants of colorful murals long since faded and difficult to discern, depicting stars, rivers, and some abstract forms of life. The style was archaic and mysterious, resonating with the bone plate symbols studied by Elder Sam. The passage extended downward, its gentle slope still demanding considerable physical effort, especially with Chung Ran on her back. Meng Ting could feel his weight and the faint rhythm of his breath, intertwining her anxiety with a sense of responsibility, urging her onward. Time seemed to stretch as they walked. Suddenly, the scouting hunter halted and whispered, "Meng Ting, there's light ahead, it appears. We've reached the end." Everyone perked up, quickening their pace. At the end of the passage lay a vast hemispherical cavern. The ceiling was studded with countless crystals, emitting a soft white light akin to stars in the night sky, illuminating the entire space. In the center of the cavern stood a circular platform raised above the ground and intricately inscribed with a massive magical formation, its complexity far exceeding anything they had encountered in the underground space. At the heart of the formation there was a distinct depression shaped perfectly to accommodate the now dull heart of Raquel that Chung Ran possessed. Surrounding the formation were 8 smaller, uniquely shaped stone pedestals, all of which were empty. "This is it," Meng Ting murmured, her gaze sweeping over the grand and mysterious sight, her heart awash with awe. Could this be the main control node sealing the Taotai? Supporting Chung Ran, she slowly ascended the platform, standing before the depression at the center of the magical formation. She attempted to place the dull heart of Raquel into the hollow where it fits snugly. However, the formation showed no reaction. The crystals remained silent. "It won't work. The energy is depleted." Meng Ting's heart sank. As expected, things would not proceed smoothly. She recalled Elder Sam's admonition. Try to guide it with the residual aura in Chung Ran's blood. Hesitating for a moment, she finally steeled herself using a bone needle she always carried to gently pierce Chung Ran's fingertips, squeezing out a drop of crimson blood that fell onto the heart of Raquel, resting in the hollow. The moment the blood touched the stone, a faint, almost ethereal resonance echoed as if from a distant time and space. That drop of blood was slowly absorbed by the stone, and at the same time the twisted rune on Chung Ran's chest glimmered with a faint blood-colored light. Immediately the lines of the central magical formation began to light up, starting from the depression, as if injected with thin blood, emitting a dim, intermittent red glow. The light spread slowly along the lines, its pace lethargic and unstable, as if it could extinguish at any moment. There was a reaction, but the power was far too weak. Not enough, nowhere near enough. Meng Ting watched the flickering light of the formation akin to a candle in the wind, her anxiety mounting. It was evident that Chung Ran could not provide any more aura, and the heart of Raquel itself was exhausted. Just then she noticed that with the faint activation of the central formation, vague luminous symbols began to appear above the 8 empty pedestals surrounding it. These symbols bore a striking resemblance to the markers from Elder Sam's energy node diagrams. 8 nodes. Need energy to activate. A flash of inspiration struck Meng Ting. Could it be that activating these 8 nodes was necessary to provide sufficient energy to the main formation? But from where would they draw that energy? They had nothing resembling the heart of Raquel. As she pondered desperately, the cavern suddenly quaked violently. The crystals in the ceiling flickered erratically and debris began to rain down. In the distance a clearer, more frenzied roar echoed. It was the Taotai. It seemed to sense the faint activation of the control node, becoming increasingly agitated. Simultaneously, the sounds of shouting and explosions drifted in from outside the relic, indicating that Elder Lei and the others were embroiled in fierce combat. Time was running out, and they were in a precarious situation. Meng Ting's gaze fell once more on the glowing rune on Chung Ran's chest. A bold and daring thought arose within her. Since Chung Ran's aura could activate the formation, might the rune itself, born from his instinct and embodying a protective, will contain some dormant power, yet to be fully awakened? Could it be possible to temporarily substitute for the energy of the nodes? She had no other choice. "Help me get him to the first pedestal," Meng Ting instructed the hunter. She chose a pedestal whose symbol somewhat echoed the structure of the rune on Chung Ran's chest. Supporting Chung Ran, she gently placed his hand on the pedestal. At the same time, she covered her palm over the rune on his chest, closing her eyes and focusing entirely on her intent, attempting to connect with and awaken the indomitable will and protective heart that remained within Chung Ran. "Chung Ran, help me help everyone. We need strength," she silently implored in her heart. At first there was no response. Chung Ran's body remained cold, and the glow of the rune continued to dim. But Meng Ting did not give up. She recalled the moments they had shared since their first meeting, from initial wariness to fighting side by side, from him imparting knowledge to his warning just before he fell unconscious. The shared feelings of protecting their tribe and cherishing one another surged within her like a warm current flowing through her palm into Chung Ran's chest. Suddenly, Chung Ran's body jolted. The ochre rune on his chest became scalding hot. A surge of heat radiated outward from his palm and chest. Buzz! The stone pedestal beneath his hand erupted in a stable and intense red light. The symbol above it solidified, instantly blazing like a flame. It worked. One node had been activated. However, the surge of power seemed to exhaust Chung Ran's last vestiges of potential. He emitted a muffled groan and coughed up a small mouthful of blood, collapsing completely into Meng Ting's arms, his breath growing even weaker, as if a candle was about to extinguish. Chung Ran. Meng Ting's heart twisted with pain, tears streaming down her face. But she knew this was not the time for sorrow. She stifled her grief, glancing at the other 7 still dim pedestals, then back at the nearly lifeless Chung, ran a sense of resolve flooding her heart. He could take no more risks, the rest must be done by her. Yet she had no runes, no heart of Raquel. What could she use to activate them? Her gaze fell upon her palm, which had just been stained by Chung Ran's blood and was now overlaid with the rune. It seemed to still carry a trace of the faint aura shared with. Perhaps this is the key. She gently entrusted Chung. She pressed her palm firmly against the icy surface of the pedestal. Protect the homeland. Protect him. With my will I shall inherit your lingering fire. Outside, Elder Lay leaned heavily on his bronze spear, gasping with each ragged breath. Every inhalation searing agony from the deep, bone-exposed gash beneath his ribs. His grizzled beard and brows matted with sweat, blood, and mud lent him a haggard, broken appearance. Yet within his clouded golden eyes still burned an unquenchable flame of defiance, fixed unwaveringly upon the receding emerald glow emanating from the direction. The open ground surrounding the altar lay in ruin. Yin Zhuan knelt on one knee, a shattered bone spear embedded deep in his shoulder, the crimson stain spreading across half his torso as he struggled, teeth clenched and fingers trembling to wrench it free. Ing Yin slumped against a reniched stone pillar, his face ashen, his left arm bent at a grotesque, unnatural angle, clearly fractured anew, while cold sweat beaded his brow. Of the 3 warriors Bone Axe had brought from the Blackstone tribe, only one remained standing. The other 2 had fallen forever upon this accursed earth. Even Bone Axe himself bore fresh wounds, gashes laid bare to the bone, and now pressed strips of torn cloth hard against a pulsing wound in his thigh. They had paid a near total price, 6 lives surrendered, to reach the altar's edge. Yet the ancient stone structure proved impervious. Copper axes struck sparks, but left only faint white scars. Boulders hurled with desperate strength merely chipped its surface. As despair tightened its grip and they prepared to ignite their crude fire thunder, a volatile mix of sulfur and tallow meant to consume altar and attackers alike. The emerald-eyed ones withdrew without warning, retreating like a tide, obeying some unseen, irresistible command. Clean, swift, absolute. They withdrew. Yin Zhua finally wrenched the spear free, a bloom of scarlet arcing into the air, and stifled a groan, sprinkling Elder Im's proprietary hemostatic powder onto the wound with shaking hands. No idea. Elder Lay's voice was hoarse, his gaze sweeping over the carnage over his comrades' ravaged forms. Not a trace of triumph in his heart, only a leaden weight of foreboding. They did not flee from us. Something greater stirs. Was it the entity beneath the earth rising at last? Or had Meng Ting and her team succeeded at the ruins? Either way, the hour had reached its most perilous precipice. We must return, now. Elder Lay forced himself upright. Pain lanced through his leg and ribs, dimming his vision. The tribe needs every hand. Leaning on one another, bearing the bodies of their fallen, they limped back toward the village. One step, then another, each stride a testament to shattered will and stubborn endurance. 7 had marched forth, 5 returned, all grievously wounded. They had departed as blades honed for sacrifice. They returned as tattered banners barely holding aloft. When their exhausted silhouettes emerged at the village's outer rim, a lie and the waiting clansfolk surged forward, only to freeze at the sight of their ravaged state, dread settling cold and heavy in every chest. Elder Lay, you. A lie rushed to support him. Leave us. Elder Lay brushed aside the helping hand, urgency sharpening his voice. Any word from Meng Ting? What of Chung Ran? And this village, what is the state of things here? Alai reported swiftly, no message has come from Meng Ting. After Chung Ran entered the stone gate sealed behind him, its interior remains unknown. Here the Blacktooth still prowl the periphery, though no large-scale assault has resumed. The emerald-eyed ones have likewise withdrawn into the woods, but the mist lingers undispersed. The situation remained opaque, yet this fragile respite was precious beyond measure. Quickly, take Elder Lay and the others for treatment. Alai directed the clansfolk, then issued further orders: reinforce all damaged fortifications. Inventory arrows and log-rolling defenses. Now? The village deep within the subterranean ruin inside the... When she wrenched open her heavy eyelids, she found herself lying upon a cold stone platform wrapped in a hunter's fur cloak. Chung Ran lay beside her, still unconscious. Yet his breathing had steadied, and the sigil upon his chest now pulsed with a calm, steady luminescence, no longer flickering erratically, as if on the verge of extinction. She pushed herself up, surveying the chamber. Of the 8 stone pedestals, 3 now glowed with a soft, unwavering crimson light, like faithful sentinels encircling the central dormant master array. The remaining 5 stood silent and dark. Memory flooded back, the fierce resonance she'd forged between her own will and Chung Ran's lingering aura igniting the second pedestal. But when she attempted the third, an indescribable exhaustion, deep as the soul's marrow, hollow as a starless void, had swallowed her whole. She hadn't even touched the pedestal before darkness claimed her. Miss Mingting, you're awake. The hunter beside her whispered elated. You've been unconscious for nearly an hour. Well. Her voice was raw. Her gaze drifted to the 3 radiant pedestals, then to the mute central array, and to the inert, unresponsive Laker heart. Understanding settled quietly within her. 3 pedestals yielded insufficient energy to awaken the master control. We tried, another hunter said, tone subdued. We placed our hands upon the others, focused our minds as you instructed, but nothing stirred. Mingting nodded. She had expected as much. That resonance, so rare, so delicate, seemed to demand a singular spiritual attunement. Perhaps only someone bound to Chung Ran or to the ruin itself could trigger it. Her success likely stemmed from the extraordinary bond between them, and from the purity, the unwavering resolve of her protective vow. These hunters, brave and loyal as they were, could not pierce that veil of arcane intimacy. Then, must they truly wait for Chung Ran to awaken? Yet his condition offered no such certainty. Her eyes fell upon his sleeping face, his brow etched with a sorrow too profound to name, his features drawn by an exhaustion that seemed older than time. Gently she took his cold hand in hers, feeling the faint, steady flutter of his pulse. Any movement outside? She asked. There was violent trembling, terrible roars, but now all has fallen still, the hunter replied. The stone gate remains sealed. We cannot exit, and hear nothing beyond it. They were severed from the world, trapped within these walls with an incomplete array and its unconscious architect. Time crept forward, each second burning like coals beneath bare feet. Mingting approached the 4th pedestal again, yet the moment she gathered her focus, a sharp, nauseating wave of pain lanced through her skull. Her spirit had not yet recovered from its prior expenditure. Was there truly nothing left to do but wait? Just as despair began to coil around her heart, like creeping ivy, Chung Ran's throat emitted the faintest, dreamlike sigh. Mingting leaned in instantly. Chung Ran, can you hear me? His eyelids trembled violently, then with agonizing slowness parted just a sliver. This time his gaze held none of the infantile innocence of his first awakening, nor the tortured struggle of his earlier warnings. Instead, it carried a depth unfathomable, ancient as the star-choked void weighted with eons of weariness, and beneath it all a quiet, terrible clarity. His eyes moved deliberately across the 3 glowing pedestals, across the dim, silent master array, and finally came to rest upon Mingting's anxious face. His lips parted. His voice was little more than breath, yet each syllable rang with crystalline precision. Energy, insufficient, requires a catalyst. A catalyst? What catalyst? His gaze lifted slowly, toward the softly luminous crystals embedded in the cavern's vault, and then, as if piercing stone and sky alike, toward the distant heavens. Moon, light, and blood, oath. His voice faded, dissolving into silence, then sank once more beneath the crushing tide of exhaustion, drawing him back into unconsciousness. Moonlight and blood oath. Mingting went utterly still. Moonlight, yes. Tonight was the full moon, its radiance at its zenith. But blood oath. A vow sworn in blood. Whose blood? What vow? She raised her eyes to the sealed stone gate, as if she could feel through the rock the eerie silver-crimson luminescence of the night beyond. Had Elderlay succeeded? How fared the tribe? How much time remained? Within the cavern, the 3 pedestals pulsed softly, casting gentle, ruddy light upon Mingting's face. Thoughtful, resolute, already tracing the contours of the only path forward. Chung Ran's faint yet distinct words, Yuehui Yu Shue Shi, sliced through the darkness like a bolt of lightning, illuminating Mingting's tumultuous thoughts, while simultaneously presenting her with a heavier choice. However, Shue Shi, those weighty 2 characters, caused her heart to tighten abruptly. To use blood as a guide to swear an oath. It sounded like some ancient and was this, Shue Shi, not merely a matter of blood sacrifice? Miss Mingting, what should we do now? A hunter asked, gazing at the still main magic array, and the time slipped away second by second, and no one knew the state. Mingting took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm. She could not afford to panic. She was the only one. Rising to her feet, she swept her gaze across the 8. The energy was insufficient. A vague thought began to take form in her mind. This magic array, this relic, seemed not to be a mere lifeless structure. It responded to specific will and resonance. Chung Ran's blood and protective will could illuminate the pedestals, and her beliefs and bonds could do the same. Thus did Shue Shi imply the necessity for a more intense, focused collective will, something that could guide the energy of the moonlight into the magic array. She approached the tightly shut stone door, pressing her palm against its cold surface. The stone door was heavy, isolating the interior from the exterior, yet Chung Ran had managed to open it, indicating a link with the energy of the relic. We need moonlight, Mingting said, turning around with conviction. Let's try to open the stone door, or find another place where we can draw down the moonlight. The hunters immediately dispersed to search within the cave. Soon one of them discovered a few exceedingly fine upward extending cracks on an inconspicuous rock wall at the cave's edge, allowing a faint cold glow distinct from the crystal light to seep through. Here, it seems to lead outside. Meng Ting hurried over to examine it closely. The cracks were too narrow for anyone to pass through, yet their position and orientation appeared meticulously designed. She looked up at the dome. The distribution of the glowing crystals seemed chaotic, but upon closer inspection, they faintly surrounded the area of these light-emitting cracks. These cracks could be a channel for guiding the moonlight. Meng Ting's mind cleared. The ancient builders had evidently considered the issue of energy replenishment. But how could they utilize these channels? They were too narrow, allowing only a trickle of moonlight to seep through. Sure. Meng Ting murmured, her gaze returning to Chung Ran, then to the several battered, yet resolute hunters beside her. A bold and tragic plan gradually crystallized in her mind. She stepped to the center, standing before the silent main magic array and the Lakel's heart, facing the direction of the faintly glowing cracks. Everyone, her voice echoed in the still cave, clear and calm. I believe I understand what Chung Ran meant by sure. It may require not just one person's blood and will, but a covenant from all of us. With this land, with everything we wish to protect. Her eyes scanned the group, resolute and clear. With our blood as the guide, with our vow to protect our homeland, never to yield, or let the power of the moonlight ignite the fire of hope. Will you join me in this oath? There was no hesitation, no retreat. The remaining 4 hunters, including one who was seriously injured, stepped forward in unison, their right fists striking their left chests with a solemn vow. I willing to follow Miss Meng Ting, Lord Chung Ran, swear the blood oath to protect our homeland undeterred by death. The sound resonated in the cave, echoing like the clang of metal. Tears welled in Meng Ting's eyes, but were quickly suppressed. Drawing forth a sharp bone knife she carried for cutting herbs, she hesitated not a moment, carving a deep gash into her left palm. Crimson blood surged forth, dripping onto the cold ground with a soft thud. She placed her bleeding palm gently on the edge of the central magic. I, Meng Ting, swear by my blood to uphold as her. Then the 4 hunters without hesitation cut into their. The pillar of light shot into the sky for about the duration of a stick of incense, gradually retracting and dissipating, leaving only the gentle glow emitted by the crystal dome and the stable array on the platform flickering like a breath, silently maintaining the suppression of the terrifying presence in the distance. In the cavern beneath, amidst the wreckage, there was a stillness that spoke of survival after disaster. Meng Ting sat slumped on the ground. The wound on her left palm had been carefully bandaged with a clean cloth by the hunters, yet the weakness from blood loss and exhaustion surged over her like a relentless tide. She leaned against the cold stone platform, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Chung Ran, who remained unconscious beside her. His breathing had steadied significantly, his complexion no longer the ghastly gray of death. The runes on his chest glowed steadily and gently, as if he had become one with the entire array. Meng Ting, the stone door. It seems it can be opened. One of the hunters cautiously pushed against the previously sealed heavy stone door, realizing it was no longer as immovable as before. Wait a moment, Meng Ting's voice was weak, but clear. We are unaware of the situation outside. Rushing out blindly could be dangerous. Everyone should rest first to regain their strength. She needed time to think and to assess Chung Ran's condition. The explosion of light had temporarily resolved the imminent threat of destruction, but what came next? The Taodai had only been suppressed, not eliminated. Had the Greeneed clan and the Black-Tooth tribe scattered, or were they lurking in the shadows? What was the extent of the casualties within the tribe? All of this remained uncertain. She signaled for the hunters to take turns resting, while she forced herself to remain alert, carefully observing both the array and Chung Ran. She noticed that the brightness of the 8 bases seemed to subtly correspond with the pulsing rhythm of the central heart of Laker, and at some point Chung Ran's breathing had synchronized with this rhythm. It was as if he himself had become a part of this vast sealing system, a living node maintaining balance. This realization filled her with both relief and concern. She felt reassured that Chung Ran's condition seemed to stabilize under the influence of the array. However, she worried that he might become eternally bound here. Time passed, perhaps an hour, perhaps longer, when faint voices and hurried footsteps echoed from outside the cavern, accompanied by a familiar and anxious call. Meng Ting. Lord Chung Ran, are you in there? It's a lie. The hunters perked up. Meng Ting indicated for them to open the stone door. The heavy stone door slowly creaked open, and Alai rushed in, flanked by several tribesmen. Upon seeing the scene within the cavern, especially the stable array and the unconscious but steady breathing Chung Ran, Alai visibly relaxed, his face lighting up with incredulous joy. Wonderful. You're safe. That pillar of light, it was you. Alai spoke excitement, causing him to stumble over his words. What's the situation outside? Meng Ting interrupted him, voicing her most pressing concern. Alai quickly composed himself and reported after the pillar appeared, the green mist in the forest dispersed, and all those green-eyed monsters fled. The people of the Black Tooth tribe ran into the depths of the mountains as if they had seen a ghost. Elder Lei and the others have returned, though badly injured. They are all alive. The tribe held on. Despite her expectations, hearing the confirmation eased the tension that had gripped Meng Ting's heart, and an overwhelming fatigue and sense of dread washed over her, nearly causing her to falter. Meng Ting. Alai rushed to support her. I'm fine. Meng Ting waved her hand, taking a few deep breaths. Take us back. Chung Ran needs better care. Leave 2 people here to guard and report any changes immediately. As Meng Ting and the still unconscious Chung Ran were escorted back to the village, they were met with tearful cheers and reverent gazes from the survivors. The soaring pillar of light was regarded as a miracle, and the 2 who had invoked it, Meng Ting and Chung Ran, had almost become totems in the hearts of their people. The village was permeated with the heavy scent of blood and smoke. Damaged walls, charred wood, and corpses not yet cleared away bore witness to the ferocity of the recently concluded battle. Yet in the eyes of the survivors, beyond the sorrow, there was a newfound resilience born from having faced destruction and emerged unbroken. Elder Lei Yin Zhua, Ing Yin, and others. The morning light pierced through the thin mist, scattering golden rays across the valley. Chung Ran awoke to the familiar scent of earth and grass in the air. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of the familiar thatched roof, and Meng Ting, who lay beside him on the bed, her eyes shadowed, with faint dark circles, breathing evenly. He did not stir immediately, instead lying quietly, sensing the slow, somewhat sluggish, and weakened flow of energy within him. His mind, no longer engulfed in the panic of an absolute void, upon waking resembled a vast wilderness shrouded in thick fog, where occasional indistinct shadows flickered past, yet nothing could be grasped with certainty. He remembered his name was Chung Ran, that he was in the Jintong tribe, that Meng Ting was an exceedingly important person, and that they had just endured a fierce battle. Yet these recognitions floated like oil on water, lacking the deep roots of memory to anchor them. His gaze fell upon Meng Ting's weary, sleeping face, and a blend of tenderness, dependence, and confusion quietly blossomed within him. He recalled the last image before losing consciousness, her resolute and determined gaze, the pillar of light piercing through the soul, and a resonance intimately connected to her and this land. These feelings were imprinted more clearly than the blurred fragments of memory. He attempted to move his fingers. The subtle movement roused the lightly sleeping Meng Ting. She suddenly lifted her head, and upon seeing Chung Ran's eyes open and gazing at her, her expression was one of disbelief. The eyes that had once been wise and calm, now seeming hollow and dazed, appeared to have been cleansed by a clear spring, still clouded with a hint of confusion, yet now focused and warm. You are awake. Meng Ting's voice trembled with a tinge of disbelief as she instinctively reached out to feel his forehead, which was cool to the touch, no longer the icy or burning sensation of before. Chung Ran watched the glimmer of tears welling up in her eyes, and the cautious way she touched him stirring something soft within him. He parted his lips, his throat dry, his voice hoarse, and I'm awake. He paused, struggling to organize his thoughts for clarity. Are you? All right. How is the tribe? He did not ask, who am I, nor where is this? These questions seemed no longer significant, or perhaps the answers had already been imprinted in a deeper way within his present awareness. Tears finally slipped down Meng Ting's cheeks, but they were accompanied by a smile. She shook her head vigorously. I'm fine, and the tribe has held strong. Everyone is well. She hurriedly got up, bringing him fresh water that had been warmed by the hearth, carefully lifting him to help him drink. The warm water soothed his parched throat and seemed to clarify his muddled thoughts. Leaning against the fur that Meng Ting had propped up for him, he gazed through the humble window of the earthen house at the world outside. He saw figures bustling in the sunlight, heard faint sounds of hammering and conversations, and the air was filled with the aromas of cooking smoke and herbs. Everything felt busy and full of life. What's happening outside? He asked. They're rebuilding our home, Meng Ting explained softly, summarizing the events that had transpired during his unconsciousness. The enemy's retreat after the beam of light, the tribe's casualties, the current restoration efforts, and the formal integration of the Haishi tribe. She refrained from mentioning his painful struggles while unconscious and the cryptic murmurs, nor did she elaborate on the details of the blood oath, simply telling him that they had temporarily repelled the enemy with the power of the ruins. Chung Ran listened quietly, his gaze falling upon the small scabbed scratch on his palm left from when Meng Ting had drawn blood, and subconsciously, he touched the rune area on his chest that seemed to pulse softly and sync with his heartbeat. He did not inquire about the details, as if those processes were obscured behind frosted glass, unclear, yet the outcome, survival of the tribe, the well-being of everyone, was vivid and certain. I want to go outside and see. He looked at Meng Ting, his gaze questioning yet imbued with an unwavering resolve. He could not remain here lying down. Even with fragmented memories, he was still Chang Ran, a part of this land. Meng Ting gazed into his eyes, which rekindled a glimmer that belonged to Chang Ran, her heart a mix of emotions. She did not stop him. Instead, she carefully draped a thick fur coat over him, supporting him as they slowly stepped out of the earthen house. The sunlight was somewhat blinding, and Chang Ran squinted slightly. The village before him seemed to correlate with the fragmented images in his mind, yet was different in many ways. The walls were being reinforced, new timber erected, and the open spaces displayed more animal skins and herbs drying in the sun. Upon seeing him emerge, the people halted their tasks, casting looks of surprise, reverence, and some complex concern. A lie rushed over his face, alight with unmasked joy. Lord Chang Ran. It's wonderful that you can get up. Chang Ran looked at him, a vague image of a young hunter skilled in archery surfacing in his mind. He nodded, his voice still somewhat weak, yet clear. Thank you for your hard work, Eli. Simply uttering a name brought a sigh of relief to both Eli and Meng Ting beside him. His ability to recognize people signified that his cognitive abilities were returning. Chang Ran's gaze swept over the busy crowd, landing on the distant wheat field now ready for harvest, shimmering with golden green under the sun. The vibrant green seemed to flow into the arid wilderness of his memory like a clear spring, bringing an indescribable sense of peace and longing. He raised his hand, pointing at the wheat field, saying to Meng Ting, that is very important. Meng Ting followed his gaze, her eyes sparkling with reassurance. Yes, that is our hope, the ancient wheat discovered by you and Elder Im, and it's almost ripe. Chang Ran remained silent, quietly gazing at the wheat field for a long time. The sunlight cast a faint golden halo on his slightly pale face. Though he had lost his past memories, certain elements rooted deep within his soul. His pursuit of knowledge, his desire for order, and his appreciation for life and hope seemed not to have perished, but rather to have emerged tenaciously from the ruins like those wheat sprouts reaching for the light. He did not attempt to force any recollections, but simply felt the warmth of the sun, the gentle breeze, the scent of earth, the warmth of those around him, and the resilient vitality of this land. The road ahead remained shrouded in fog, and the wilderness in his mind still lay empty. Yet at least a spark had been reignited, illuminating the fertile ground beneath his feet that needed protection. And perhaps the future awaited them just beyond this field, soon to be harvested, ready for them to cultivate together. Chang Ran's body recovered with slow, unwavering certainty. Though his memories remained shrouded, like a vast plain veiled in dense, impenetrable mist, the knowledge embedded in instinct, his intuitive grasp of tools, his innate comprehension of structure, his visceral sense of danger, emerged first like resilient roots breaking through rubble to sprout tender green shoots. He no longer contented himself with passive observation. While Meng Ting and the elders busied themselves managing internal tribal affairs, allocating supplies, calming unrest, restoring order, Chang Ran turned his attention outward to the mountain forests and narrow mountain passes beyond the settlement, terrain freshly stained by blood, where peril still lingered unresolved. Sunlight pierced the canopy, dappling the forest clearing with shifting gold. Crouched upon the earth, Chang Ran held a supple hardwood branch in one hand, and with a flint blade honed to razor sharpness, meticulously stripped away bark and extraneous twigs. Eli and two other young hunters knelt beside him, wrapped and silent. Observe here, Chang Ran said, his voice still hoarse but steady. He gestured to the curving length of wood taking shape in his palms. The arc must flow naturally, no fissures, no flaws. Grooves are carved at both ends to secure the cord. He lifted a length of cord prepared nearby, woven from pounded tree bark and twisted sinew, and demonstrated the precise method of binding. Lord Chang Ran, is this a bow? Eli asked, curiosity flickering in his eyes. He recalled the longbow Chang Ran had wielded before, yet this bore little resemblance. Not quite. Chang Ran shook his head. Then he picked up a shorter, more resilient branch, bent it deftly, and aligned its ends with the grooves on the first piece. With practiced precision, he lashed them together using the sinew cord, forming a massive taut-shaped frame humming with latent tension. This is a beast trap, or more precisely a spring-triggered snare. He signaled the hunters to assist as he carefully positioned the device beside a well-trodden game trail, concealing it beneath layers of dry leaves and loose soil. Next, he anchored the cord's free end to the bent trunk of a slender, highly elastic sapling, a natural spring, and rigged a delicate trigger mechanism, a small wooden sliver seemingly placed at random, yet calibrated so that the slightest pressure would dislodge it. When a beast steps here, he pointed to the trigger, the sapling snaps upright, yanking the frame shut with tremendous force. Its leg will be seized instantly. inescapable, unyielding. As he spoke, he inspected each component with quiet intensity, verifying sensitivity and structural integrity. Ali and the others stared breathless. Their traditional snares were pits dug into the earth or simple nooses strung across paths. Never anything so ingenious, so elegantly harnessed from nature's own elasticity. This trap proves especially effective against medium and small-sized beasts, even capable of wounding a terrorwolf's leg, slowing its advance. Chung Ran rose, brushing with dust from his palms. Its efficacy hinges upon two things: flawless camouflage and exquisitely balanced triggering. It must lie directly on the animal's inevitable path, yet bear no trace of human artifice. The trigger must be both acutely sensitive and utterly stable, immune to wind or rustling grass. Guiding the hunters along likely invasion routes beyond the settlement, he then adapted his knowledge to the terrain, installing several distinct traps: a falling stone trap, concealed atop steep slopes and narrow passes, anti-cavalry stakes, sharpened wooden posts half buried in the earth angled toward approaching threats, and a tripwire crossbow fashioned from resilient vines, short-ranged yet devastating at close quarters. This knowledge surfaced not as recollection but as revelation, as if drawn forth from a deep, clear spring within his mind. He required no conscious effort. His hands and thoughts moved in concert, assembling optimal solutions with effortless fluency. As he demonstrated each device, he explained its underlying principle, construction nuances, ideal deployment conditions, and inherent limitations. His tone calm, measured, as though describing nothing more extraordinary than the turning of seasons. A trap serves not only to kill, but to warn and defend, Chung Ran remarked, watching the hunters work intently. Along secondary trails, one may install alarm devices, mechanisms designed solely to produce sound, inflicting no harm. Often sound proves more potent than violence. Ali and the others absorbed every word, their eyes alight with reverence. Lord Chung Ran might have forgotten his past, but the hard-won wisdom of survival, forged in experience and etched into bone and sinew, remained wholly intact. In the days that followed, Chung Ran increasingly joined the tribe's defensive reconstruction within the limits of his recovering strength. He instructed hunters how to exploit topography for overlapping fields of fire, how to reinforce earthen walls to better withstand assault, and even began drafting plans for an outer perimeter defense, anchored to water sources and natural elevation, comprising layered traps, watchtowers, and rudimentary fortifications. These actions did not restore memories of Shanghai or Hot Pot, yet they earned something deeper: the tribe's unfeigned trust, not merely as the mind of wisdom who had summoned divine signs, but as a guide whose presence promised survival in a world bristling with unseen perils. Meng Ting observed all this with quiet, complex solace. She saw the focused brightness in Chung Ran's gaze when he taught, its quiet certainty, its anchoring sense of purpose. True, he still gazed into the campfire, sometimes eyes clouded with fleeting bewilderment, but most often he was engaged, adapting, building. That evening, Chung Ran and Meng Ting walked together to inspect the ripening wheat field. Heavy golden-red ears swayed gently in the amber light of sunset. In another 10 days harvest should begin, Meng Ting murmured, her voice soft with hope. These seeds embodied their future sustenance, stability, continuity. Chung Ran knelt, scooped a handful of soil from the field's edge, and rubbed it between his fingers. He studied the plumpness of the wheat heads with careful attention. The soil's fertility appears to be waning. After harvest, we'll need crop rotation, or some means to replenish its vitality. He spoke the words as if reciting an axiom, effortlessly, inevitably. Meng Ting's breath caught. Tentatively, she asked, "Do you remember how to restore it?" Chung Ran furrowed his brow, pausing in thought. After a moment, he replied, uncertain, yet clear: rotting vegetation, wood ash, and animal manure, blended, fermented. Yes, that should suffice. His speech was halting, yet the core knowledge emerged unbroken. A spark of delight lit Meng Ting's eyes. Even agricultural wisdom had not been lost. At that moment, a signal pierced the twilight. The sentry stationed atop the newly built watchtower. The scouting party had returned from checking the traps and brought back an unexpected prize. Chung Ran and Meng Ting exchanged a glance and strode swiftly toward the village gate. It was Yin Zhua's squad. They carried several hares and a sizable deer, taken by the snares, but also 2 captives, 2 emaciated hollow-eyed youths of the Blacktooth tribe, clad in ragged hides, their faces smeared with faded black pigment that peeled away to reveal pallid, malnourished skin. They had been discovered attempting to cross a zone crisscrossed with crude tripwires, too weak with hunger to resist capture. Their appearance instantly tightened the air. Suspicion and hostility rippled through the gathering crowd. After all, the Blacktooth tribe had launched a frenzied assault upon them only recently. Chung Ran stepped forward, halting any impulsive reaction from his people. He studied the trembling youths closely. They were scarcely 13 or 14, barely more than children. Armed with nothing but scraps of hide, their imitation blacktooth markings now smudged and pathetic against their gaunt features. "You are not warriors?" Chung Ran asked, modulating his voice to gentleness, though he knew they might not comprehend. The elder of the two seemed to grasp his meaning, or perhaps sensed the absence of immediate threat and summoned courage. With stiff, awkward gestures and fractured guttural syllables, he stammered, "Hungry, searching, food, tribe, gone. Great Fong mad. Great Fong." Chung Ran turned to Meng Ting and Gu Fu. Gu Fu's expression darkened. That may be what they call their fiercest, most unhinged chieftain. It sounds as if their tribe has fractured. Something dire has occurred within. Chung Ran paused, thoughtful. Then he addressed Ali. "Give them food and water. House them separately. Treat them with dignity, no cruelty." He understood these youths were more than captives. They were fragments, perhaps pivotal ones, of intelligence concerning the Blacktooth tribe's present state, and possibly of deeper truths hidden within the northwestern mountains. Responding to such fragments demanded not just strength but discernment and dialogue. Night deepened. Chung Ran stood atop the repaired low wall, gazing toward the northwestern peaks now swallowed by silence and shadow. Traps were laid. Defenses strengthened. Wheat ripened. The tribe edged tentatively toward stability. Yet these two unexpected youths were like stones cast into still water, ripples spreading outward, reminding him that external threats remained far from vanquished and the land's secrets ran deeper, darker, more intricate than any knowledge he yet possessed. Within his mind the fog stirred, slightly faintly, and a quiet, crystalline notion surfaced. Survival was not merely resistance against beasts, against enemies, but understanding this land and the people who dwelled upon it. The two boys from the Blacktooth tribe were temporarily housed in an abandoned earthen cellar at the edge of the village, guarded by two hunters. Chung Ran ordered some roasted taro and fresh water for them. Initially, they huddled in the corner like frightened cubs wary of the food. Yet driven by the instinct of hunger, they eventually devoured it ravenously. Chung Ran did not rush to interrogate them. He needed more time to observe. He stood a short distance from the cellar, his keen eyes scanning the two youths. Their fingernails were packed with black dirt, and their hands and feet bore the calluses of long labor, but they lacked the specific calluses typical of warriors accustomed to wielding weapons. Although fear reflected in their eyes, there was an absence of the numbness and ferocity that came from years of bloodshed. They resemble slaves, or the lowest tier of laborers. Chung Ran quietly shared his assessment with Meng Ting and Ali. If Dia has gone mad, as the translation of the bone axe suggests, there may be severe turmoil within the Blacktooth tribe. Meng Ting nodded in agreement. If their core is in disarray, it could be an opportunity for us to understand them better and even mitigate some threats. Chung Ran pondered, but we must not let our guard down. Ali increased the patrols, focusing particularly on the northwest, especially at night. I fear that internal strife in the tribe may drive more of these escapees, or worse, something more dangerous, towards us. In the days that followed, Chung Ran devoted more of his energy to enhancing the tribe's survival skills and fortifying their defenses. The absence of his memories did not impair his sharpness in this regard, rather it allowed him to concentrate more on immediate needs. He led a group of hunters and women to a dense bamboo grove near the tribe. "Bamboo is a wonderful resource," he explained while chopping selected thick bamboo stalks with a stone axe. "The hollow sections can be fashioned into water containers, vessels, or even irrigation pipes. The resilient bamboo skin can be woven into baskets and mats, while split bamboo strips can be bound together to make bows and arrows." He demonstrated how to select bamboo of the right age. Too young would crack easily, too old would be too hard, and how to skillfully chop at the nodes to avoid splitting. He also taught them to identify certain specific vines, those with rough skins and long fibers. This vine, when soaked and beaten, has fibers more resistant to decay than animal sinew. It is excellent material for making bowstrings and ropes. He guided them on how to collect and process these natural resources. While instructing the making of a new batch of arrows, he improved the method of attaching the fletching. "The feathers can't just be glued on randomly," he said, picking up a carefully trimmed plumage. "Select hard feathers from the wing or tail, shape them appropriately, and then symmetrically adhere them to either side of the arrow shaft's end. The angles must match to ensure the arrow flies straight." He even fashioned a simple clamp from clay to hold the shaft and feathers in place, making the process more standardized and efficient. These seemingly trivial bits of knowledge accumulated gradually, significantly enhancing the tribe's productivity and survival capabilities. The tribespeople, observing the finely crafted tools and weapons in their hands, grew increasingly confident in Chung Ran. Though he spoke little, he rebuilt the embodiment of wisdom through his actions. Meng Ting, meanwhile, focused on the several stalks of primitive wheat that were on the verge of ripening. She spent almost every day by the fields closely monitoring the changes in the ears of wheat. She noticed that some plants had tiny yellow spots on their leaves, raising her alarm. It could be a nutrient deficiency or perhaps disease. She called for Chung Ran and Elderine. Chung Ran crouched down to carefully examine the leaves and the soil around the roots. Though he could not recall specific plant pathology, knowledge and instinct told him this was not merely a nutrient issue. Isolate these spotted plants from the surrounding healthy soil, he suggested. Sprinkle limestone powder, discovered during their previous pottery firing, around the diseased plants, and see if it can halt the spread. Additionally, during harvest, these spotted ears of wheat must be stored separately and never used as seeds. This was the simplest form of isolation and disease prevention, stemming from an observation and reverence for the natural order. During this time, Chung Ran visited the two black-toothed boys a few more times. He had the obvious guards removed, keeping watch from a distance, and he noticed that the slightly older boy occasionally watched the tribe's people. Chung Ran did not confront him. Instead, he instructed Meng Ting. One morning, a hunter stationed at the highest lookout tower in the north. Everyone's hearts raced. Chung Ran, Meng Ting, and Alai immediately climbed the tower. Following the hunters pointed direction, the smoke's reach was vast, seemingly enveloping the entire mountain. That's not a forest fire, Alai said gravely. The smoke from is it in the direction of the Black-Tooth tribe? The bone axe was brought forward. He gazed at the smoke column. It's from their stronghold. It's as if something large is being burned. Chung Ran's brow furrowed as he stared at the smoke. He had no recollection of similar sights, but this unusual phenomenon, combined with the earlier information from the fleeing boys, hinted at a significant upheaval in that area. The ripples from this upheaval could likely affect them, who had only just begun to find their footing. Heighten vigilance in all directions, especially at the Northwest Pass, Chung Ran commanded firmly. Narrow the patrol range to avoid contact with any unidentified large forces. Alai, select the most cunning and adept hunters at camouflage to advance to a safe distance and observe the movements around the smoke. Report any findings immediately. No one is to approach. He paused, looking at Meng Ting and the bone axe. We need to find a way to extract more information about Diya and the current situation of the Black-Tooth tribe from those two boys. The sooner the better. The unknown thick smoke loomed like a massive question mark in the sky, ringing out like a warning bell. The Jintong tribe, having just welcomed a brief respite, was once again swept up in the surging undercurrents of the roiling column of blackish-yellow smoke on the northwestern horizon hung like a drawn blade above their heads, tightening once more the fragile calm that had only just settled over the Golden-Eyed tribe. This was no ordinary smoke. It was an omen, a grim proclamation of some violent, perilous upheaval unfolding far away. Chung Ran stood atop the watchtower, gazing unblinking at that defiled expanse of sky. A wind from the northwest carried with it a faint, acrid breath, charred wood mingled with something unspeakably putrid. His brow furrowed deeply. Though memory remained shrouded in mist and instinct forged in countless brushes with death, now shrieked its warning with unmistakable clarity. The column's position matches the coordinates Bone Axe gave us for the Black-Teeth's lair, Meng Ting said beside him, her voice grave. But its scale is monstrous, not the work of mere tribal skirmishes. Chung Ran nodded, his eyes never leaving the distant haze. They are burning something vast, or perhaps something we cannot even comprehend is taking place. He paused, then turned to Ale. Have the scouts been selected? They have, Ale replied. Hawkeye and two others, the most skilled in stealth and disguise. They've already departed, keeping distance and using terrain for cover. Good. Chung Ran drew a slow, deliberate breath, anchoring himself in stillness. Panic would not solve this. He must wield every resource, every fragment of intelligence with precision. We'll go see the two youths. Returning to the earthen cellar where the Black-Teeth boys were held, Chung Ran brought only Meng Ting and Bone Axe, the latter fluent in their tongue. He dismissed the guards to a distance, then knelt before the youths, placing before them a small clay jar filled with freshly drawn warm sheep's milk. The boys huddled deeper into the corner, flinching as the trio entered. Yet when the rich, creamy aroma rose from the jar, the elder boy's throat convulsed involuntarily. Chung Ran said nothing, only watched, silent and steady. Meng Ting, speaking slowly and gesturing, simply asked through Bone Axe translation, that great smoke far to the west, do you know what it is? The boys exchanged glances, eyes wide with raw terror. The elder glanced at the jar, then at Chung Ran's face, calm, outwardly unruffled, and seemed to make a decision. With grimy fingers he pointed northwest, then mimed frantic, tearing motions with both hands, his features contorted in abject horror. From his throat came guttural, bestial sounds. Ha! Great tooth. Mad. Kill. Sacrifice. Burn. He stammered, then jabbed a finger toward the smoke again, clutched his head, and trembled violently. Bone Axe paled as he translated. He says, Great Tooth has gone mad, slaughtering for sacrifice, burning vast things, Perhaps people, perhaps other things. Though they had braced themselves, hearing such blood-soaked truth spoken aloud sent a chill down Meng Ting's spine. Cheng Ran's expression darkened further. Sacrificial slaughter on this scale, mass conflagration, was no mere internecine strife. Sacrifice to whom? Cheng Ran asked, each word measured incisive. The boy shook his head bewildered. Then, as if recalling something, pressed his palms together in prayer, sank into a kneeling bow, and pointed downward, his face suffused with awe so profound, so incomprehensible, it bordered on sacred dread. To what lies beneath? Cheng Ran and Meng Ting locked eyes, shock flashing between them. Their thoughts converged instantly upon the entity sealed deep within the ruins Tao Tai. Could the Black Teeth's frenzied rites be tied to it? At that very moment the earth trembled. Not the violent, shuddering impact of Tao Ye's earlier assault upon its seal, but a low, continuous subterranean pulse, as though something immense stirred slowly, deliberately, from unfathomable depths. Dust sifted silently from the cellar's ceiling. The two youths screamed, locking themselves in a terrified embrace. Cheng Ran shot upright and bolted outside. The vibration intensified, not yet destabilizing, yet undeniably present, a deep, visceral, thrumming rising from the bedrock itself, heavy with foreboding. Is it coming from the ruins? Meng Ting asked, stepping out beside him, voice taut. Cheng Ran shook his head, scanning ground and waterways with sharp, searching eyes. No. The tremors feel diffuse, as if the land's own veins are disturbed. He dropped to one knee, scooping up a handful of soil, then strode swiftly to the stream bordering the village, studying the current with meticulous attention. Look here, he said, indicating faint new damp marks along the bank. The water level is falling, ever so slightly. And there, he pointed toward a distant slope. Those trees, their alignment has shifted minutely. Such changes were nearly imperceptible, visible only to eyes honed by extraordinary perception and an intimate, almost symbiotic awareness of the natural world. The land's veins disturbed. Meng Ting murmured, puzzled. Beneath the surface lies no silence, Cheng Ran replied, his tone heavier than ever. There flow water veins and breath veins, currents of energy beyond our naming. This conflagration, this slaughter sacrifice, they may not merely serve worship. They may be a vile ritual, wrenching, draining the land's vital force itself. These tremors, this receding water, these are the first harbingers. He lifted his gaze sharply toward the smoke-choked northwestern sky. In his eyes flickered sudden understanding and deeper dread. They are shaking the very bones of this land. We must stop them, for even if Tao Tai remains bound, the earth itself may become barren, hostile, unfit for life. The implication struck them all like ice water. Their enemy was not merely committing atrocity, they were poisoning the wellspring of existence. Cheng Ran issued orders without hesitation. Immediately assemble teams to inspect every water source. Mark all fluctuations in level. Reinforce filtration and patrols upstream. Guard against contamination or poison. Meng Ting, mobilize crews to reinforce dwellings and fortifications near cliffs and steep slopes. Anticipate landslides or rockfalls triggered by tremors. Bonax, you know these forests. Let a detachment along our borders, especially upwind, to clear and dig fire breaks. No flame from the northwest shall reach our homes. And all others, harvest the wheat fields with urgency. Burn and deeply bury any blighted stalks. Prioritize threshing and storing healthy grain. We must stockpile enough food to endure whatever comes. Each command rippled outward, precise and urgent. The tribe responded like a single, finely tuned instrument, swift, coordinated, resolute. Though Cheng Ran's past remained veiled, his mind, forged across lifetimes of accumulated knowledge and hard-won experience, now revealed its full, formidable architecture, systematic, adaptive, unflinching in crisis. He personally inspected the tribe's principal wells and streams, teaching villagers how to construct layered filtration systems. Fine sand at the base, activated charcoal, a byproduct of pottery firing in the middle, and clean, coarse hemp cloth laid atop. He even directed the digging of emergency seepage wells near water sources, silent insurance against drought or contamination. When overseeing firebreak construction, he insisted not only on clearing surface brush, but on deep plowing, creating broad bare earth barriers, and ensured ready piles of damp soil and stored water stood nearby, prepared to smother any stray embers. Night fell. Against the blackness, the smoke column loomed more grotesque than ever, a jagged maw opening onto hell itself. The tremors ebbed and swelled, a ceaseless reminder danger had not passed. It coiled patient and deep. Cheng Ran and Meng Ting stood upon the repaired rampart, watching that accursed sky. In Cheng Ran's hand, unconsciously turning, rested a smooth river stone, warm, polished by time and current gathered that afternoon at the stream's edge. If the land's veins are truly severed, Meng Ting whispered, her voice trembling just faintly, what then? Chung Ran was silent for a long moment, gazing at the scattered campfires glowing like fallen stars across the settlement. Then softly, he answered, rivers may reroute or vanish. Springs may turn brackish. Soil may bleed its fertility, and worse, the earth itself may shudder apart. He paused, then turned to her. Firelight danced in his eyes. But we will not yield. So long as a single ember of hope remains, we hold this place. This is our home. His voice was quiet, but unshakable. That resolve did not spring solely from duty. It arose from something deeper, a bond quietly forged, not of memory, but of shared labor, shared peril, shared breath upon this soil. Smoke choked the sun. Crisis advanced step by relentless step. Yet the hoof-fire of the golden-eyed tribe had not died. It had passed, steadily surely, into the hands of a new generation of guardians. They could not foresee what lay ahead, but they had chosen with clarity and courage to defend this hard-won earth, this fragile, vital ground. For 3 whole days, thick smoke rose from the northwest, staining the horizon like a festering wound. Accompanying this was a sporadic, dull rumble emanating from deep within the earth. It did not crack like thunder, but resembled a caged giant beast restlessly clawing at its confines. Each subtle tremor tugged at the pulse of the earth, setting the nerves of every member of the Jin Tong tribe on edge. Chung Ran stood atop the newly reinforced low wall, his palm pressed against the coarse stone surface, feeling the nearly imperceptible, yet omnipresent vibrations. He closed his eyes, attempting to capture the pattern and source of the tremors, but his mind was shrouded in chaos. Memories remained locked away, yet this body's acute awareness of its environment and its instinctive insight into danger became increasingly vivid. The water level has dropped by an inch. Meng Ting's voice came from behind him, laced with concern. She had just returned from the creek, her skirt smeared with wet mud. Elder Am also mentioned that several moisture-loving herbs in her garden have started to wilt. Chung Ran opened his eyes and gazed toward the encroaching jungle surrounding the tribe. The disturbance in the ley lines affects more than just water, he said solemnly. Plants detect the earth's energy more keenly than we do. Inform everyone to be extra cautious when foraging for wild vegetables and fruits in the coming days. Avoid any plants with unnaturally curled leaves or a strange dull appearance. They may be toxic. At that moment, hurried footsteps and panicked shouts erupted from the eastern edge of the village. Shizhua, the hunter in charge of setting traps along the mountain woods, came tumbling back, his face pale and breathless. Lord Chung Ran, Miss Meng Ting, the beasts in the forest, they have gone mad. A chill ran down Chung Ran's spine, and he immediately gathered people to head toward the source of the commotion. Before they reached the forest's edge, chaotic roars and sounds of fleeing animals reverberated from within. Through the gap, their eyes glowed red, ignoring the traps and warnings set by the hunters, and several makeshift deer enclosures had been violently breached. What's happening? Ali arrived with the patrol team, gasping at the chaotic scene. Chung Ran's keen gaze swept over the throng of beasts, then shifted to the trembling earth beneath his feet, and he understood. It's the tremors and smoke. The persistent, abnormal vibrations and that ominous presence in the distance have disrupted their instinct to sense danger, igniting primal panic. They are fleeing for their lives, but they don't know where the threat lies, turning them into headless flies. This phenomenon seemed vaguely familiar to him from fragmented memories. It was called mass panic response. We must stop them, Rock Claw exclaimed, clutching his still healing wound anxiously. If we let them rampage like this, they will destroy our outer traps and defenses, and may even charge straight into the tribe. You cannot stop them, Heaton, Chung Ran replied, coolly rejecting the brute force approach. The frightened beasts possess tremendous strength, and we lack sufficient manpower. Forcing a confrontation would only lead to unnecessary casualties. He quickly surveyed the surrounding terrain. This was a relatively narrow valley flanked by steep slopes which already had some obstacles in place. It was one of the primary routes for the beasts to enter the tribal area from the east. Ali, he commanded, take your team and quickly dig a shallow trench across the valley here. It doesn't need to be deep, but it should be wide, at least 5 paces. Use those sharpened wooden stakes we prepared and angle them into the ground with the tips facing outward. Dig a shallow trench. Ali questioned, puzzled. How could a shallow trench possibly stop rampaging beasts? It's not to stop them, but to guide and slow them down. Chung Ran clarified. Frightened animals instinctively avoid obvious instability underfoot. The shallow trench combined with the stakes will cause them to subconsciously slow down and seek the safer path. Rock Claw, take your team and immediately gather fresh branches with leaves. The more the better. We need those with strong scents like camphor or pine. Though the full intent of Chung Ran's plan remained unclear, trust compelled everyone to spring into action. Hunters and capable tribespeople mobilized wielding stone axes and bone picks, swiftly forming a trench about 5 paces wide and knee-deep at the valley's entrance, with sharpened stakes jutting from the bottom, glinting ominously. Meanwhile, a large quantity of fragrant fresh branches and foliage was cut down and piled nearby. Now, Chung Ran directed, "Heap these branches on our side of the trench to form a low wall. Don't pack it down or it should remain loose." Though the chaos among the beasts had been temporarily subdued, the persistent tremors from beneath the earth and the ominous thick smoke rising from the northwestern horizon acted like invisible chains, tightly constricting the throat of the GoldenEye tribe. The air was increasingly saturated with the stench of char and decay, causing the stream's water level to drop at a visible rate, revealing unsightly bands of yellow-brown mud along the once clear banks. Panic spread silently like a plague. The tribe members, when fetching water, gazed at the dwindling stream with expressions filled with helplessness and concern. Water is the source of life, but without a stable supply, the tribe's very existence was in jeopardy. Chung Ran stood by the stream, observing the receding waterline with a furrowed brow. The fog of memory still hung thickly, yet his sensitivity to survival resources felt instinctive. He crouched down, pinching a handful of damp river mud, then lifted his gaze toward the distant mountains where the vegetation appeared denser. "The surface water is diminishing, but the earth is not entirely parched," he spoke, as if addressing Meng Ting beside him, yet also clarifying his own thoughts. "The tremors have disturbed the earth's veins, possibly redirecting some underground rivers or blocking spring outlets. We must find a new water source, or rejuvenate the old one." He gathered the key members, including Alai Yinzhua and Gu Fu, who were well acquainted with the surrounding mountains and forests. "We cannot afford to wait." Chung Ran's voice was calm, yet undeniably powerful. "Alai, take a team upstream along the stream to explore. Pay close attention to both sides of the cliffs for any new, even the slightest seepage points or rocks that may have fallen and blocked the original outlets. Yinzhua, your injuries are yet to heal properly. Bring along a few nimble youths, and try digging shallow wells in the nearby low-lying areas, particularly where the vegetation is lush, to see if there's any groundwater reserve. Gu Fu, you know the terrain best. Take me around this valley to examine the areas where the rock faces show unusual cracks or spots that remain moist year-round with thick moss." The group set off as ordered. Chung Ran, accompanied by Gu Fu and Meng Ting, ventured onto the path of exploration. He did not rush blindly, but instead carefully observed the mountain's contours, the colors of the rocks, and the distribution of the vegetation. "Look over there." Gu Fu pointed to a shady cliff in the distance covered in a thick layer of dark green moss. Despite the signs of drought, that patch of moss still appeared damp. "That rock face seems perpetually moist." Chung Ran hurried over and placed his palm against the cold, wet rock. A faint, almost imperceptible chill seeped through the stone's texture. He signaled for Meng Ting and Gu Fu to be silent, then pressed his ear against the moss-covered rock. After holding his breath for a long time, just as Meng Ting thought he would find nothing, Chung Ran suddenly opened his eyes wide. "I hear water." His voice trembled with suppressed excitement. "It's very behind this, there may be an underground river or a spring source sealed by the rocks." The discovery invigorated Meng Ting and Gu Fu. "Can we dig it out?" Gu Fu asked eagerly. Chung Ran shook his head, tapping the hard rock. "The stone is too thick and the structure is unclear. Blindly digging could trigger a collapse or completely block the water source." He pondered for a moment. There might be more than one outlet for the underground river. Chung Ran approached. "Dig down here." He demonstrated how to use a sturdy stick as a lever to move larger stones, how to dig with a sharp-edged flat stone like a shovel, and how to transport the excavated soil with tightly woven baskets. He also taught them to recognize soil layers, the top layer being humus with lighter-colored soil beneath it. If they encountered darker soil with moisture or a distinct odor, they might be nearing a water vein. The digging continued for more than half a day, sweat soaking everyone's backs. Just as spirits were beginning to wane, a young hunter struck down with a shovel and suddenly felt a void of resistance. A rush of cool air surged from the ground. "Water's coming. It's wet mud," he shouted excitedly. Chung Ran rushed over, carefully clearing the surrounding loose soil, revealing a small hole just large enough for an arm to reach in, from which cool water droplets continuously oozed. Though the flow was minimal and far from solving the tribe's water crisis, it undeniably confirmed the existence of an underground water source. "Don't dig too large." Chung Ran stopped the tribe members who wanted to enlarge the opening. "Let it seep naturally for now, and well observe the flow rate. Meanwhile, mark and protect the area to prevent contamination." With this encouraging find, they returned to the tribe. Meanwhile, Alai's team brought back news as well. Indeed, there were several small landslides upstream, blocking some of the stream's spring sources. They were attempting to clear them, though, with little effect. Yinzhua's shallow wells yielded minimal water as well. The situation remained dire, but at least they had found direction and glimpsed hope. That night by the campfire, Chung Ran used charcoal to sketch a rough map of water source distribution on a smooth wooden board based on the day's findings. He marked the increasingly dry main stream, the blocked springs upstream, the newly discovered seepage points, and several potentially promising low-lying areas. Our water sources resemble a great tree, Chung Ran explained to the gathered tribe members, pointing at the board. The main stream is the trunk, and now the trunk is thirsty. What we must do is to clear the blocked roots the upstream springs find deeper and more stable main roots the underground rivers, and gather all the tiny fine roots shallow seepage. He turned to Eli. Clearing the blockages upstream requires manpower and tools. Prioritize clearing the spots that appear easiest to unblock and may yield the most water. Stay safe and be cautious of secondary landslides. Next, he faced Yinzhua. Continue digging the shallow wells, but shift focus toward water retention. Dig deeper beside the outlets and construct small reservoirs with compacted clay walls on the inside, covering them to reduce evaporation. Finally, he looked at Gu Fu and several elder hunters. Tomorrow we will expand our search along the mountainside for more seepage points similar to today's find. Every drop of water could save a life, revive a seedling. His words were clear and specific, breaking down the vast crisis into small actionable goals. The tribe members looked at the clear illustration on the board, listened to his organized plans, and the panic in their eyes gradually transformed into focus and determination. In the dead of night, Chung Ran stood alone on a low wall, gazing at the starry sky above the northwestern region, still shrouded in thick smoke. The tremors beneath seemed to have eased slightly, yet they had not ceased. He understood that finding water was merely a temporary delay of the crisis. The true source of their plight lay still beneath that burning land. Meng Ting quietly approached him, draping a thick pelt over his shoulders. "There will be a way, right?" she asked softly, her voice imbued with unwavering trust. Chung Ran did not turn. His gaze remained sharp as an eagle's, fixed on the distant horizon. He had lost his memories of the past, yet in this perilous land, he had rediscovered the meaning and value of existence. "Yes," he replied softly, his voice low but laced with resolute determination. "There will be." The starlight illuminated his sharply defined profile and the land beneath him that he had vowed to protect. The crisis loomed large, but the wisdom and resilience of the Golden Eye tribe, much like the quiet underground currents, would ultimately find a path to break through the surface. The newly discovered seepage point, though weak in flow, resembled the first crack carved into a parched riverbed, bringing with it a crucial glimmer of hope. Chung Ran's theory of the water source tree transformed the abstract water crisis into a clear and actionable picture, significantly stabilizing the anxious hearts of the people. At dawn the following day, the entire tribe operated efficiently according to Chung Ran's directives. Ali led the strongest team, equipped with improved tools. A crowbar, with its hard wooden end heated and bent into a hook, and his stone pick, bound at the edges with sharp flint shards. They ventured once more to the upstream area where a landslide had blocked the spring. Chung Ran had specifically instructed them to first observe the mountain structure during their cleanup, avoiding loose rocks, and starting from secure angles to carefully leverage and shift the obstructing boulders, never acting recklessly. Additionally, he stationed guards to watch for falling stones from above. Meanwhile, Yinzhua busied himself with the women and older children in several low-lying areas showing signs of seepage. They followed Chung Ran's teachings, first digging a deep pit with a diameter roughly the size of two people embracing until they encountered moist soil or seepage. Then they mixed fine sticky riverbed clay with chopped dry grass, repeatedly pounding it before carefully applying it to the pit walls and bottom, forming a thick, impermeable mud shell. This process required immense patience, as the shell had to be applied evenly without gaps, otherwise the stored water would quickly leak away. Finally, above the water reservoir, they built a simple thatched roof using wooden sticks and thick reeds to minimize evaporation from sunlight. Chung Ran himself, accompanied by Meng Ting, Gu Fu, and several seasoned hunters, re-entered the forest for a more in-depth exploration. Their objective was to find more stable sources of water and closely monitor other changes that might arise from land disturbances. This time Chung Ran observed more meticulously. He not only scrutinized the mountain's rocky formations, but also paid attention to the most subtle signs of nature. "Look at these ants." He squatted on a hillside, pointing to a stream of black ants hurriedly migrating uphill. "They are relocating their nests and eggs. This usually indicates a change in the underground water level or a foreboding of underground anomalies. Their nests may be damp or unsafe." He gestured towards a clearing in the woods where this water candle grass has shallow roots, but can only flourish near underground water sources. Exploring in the direction of their growth greatly, he even taught them to judge by listening. Quiet. That might be the sound of water vapor seeping through cracks in the rocks. These pieces of ancient survival wisdom, narrated clearly and calmly by Chung Ran, seemed to open a new window for the hunters to perceive the world. They learned to emulate Chung Ran, bending down to place their ears close to the ground, feeling the soil's moisture with their fingertips, and discerning the faint scent of water vapor and earth in the air. By the end of the day, their efforts bore fruit. They discovered 3 more seepage points in similar rock walls, with one showing a significantly greater flow than the one found the previous day. More importantly, Gu Fu halted before a hidden crack in the mountain completely covered by vines. "There's wind here." Gu Fu cleared away the thick vines, and a cool breeze laden with moisture blew from the crack. "It's quite cool with water vapor. It might be deep inside." Chung Ran approached, carefully examining the direction of the crack and the texture of the rocks. The fissure was narrow, barely allowing one person to squeeze in sideways, and the interior was pitch dark and unfathomably deep. He picked up a small stone and tossed it inside, straining to listen. After a long pause, a very faint plop echoed back as if the stone had fallen into water. "There's space below and water," Chung Ran deduced, "but this crack is too dangerous, the structure unclear. We cannot enter recklessly." He had a noticeable marker placed at the crack's mouth to record the location. As they returned to the tribe, their bodies weary, yet filled with accomplishment, the sunset had painted the horizon red. Alii also brought good news, a smaller blockage upstream. Though the water flow was minimal, it elicited sincere. Yanzua's first reservoir project of digging and applying. The spark of hope was gradually gathering. However, just as night was about to descend, the hunter stationed at this time the signal did not indicate an enemy attack, but Chung Ran and Meng Ting. They saw the 3 scouts from the Eagle Eye team emerging from the forest. Their faces bore none of the calmness they had when they set out. Instead, they were marked by a ghostly terror. "Lord Chung Ran, Miss Meng Ting." The Eagle Eye scout rushed to the foot of the tower, barely catching his breath as he exclaimed, "Smoke! The source of the smoke column. We saw it. The Black Teeth people, they are burning the mountain. Not just the forest, they are burning the entire mountain. And on our way back we saw many corpses, not just animals, piled like small hills." The news brought back by Ing Yen struck the core of the Golden Eye tribe like a bucket of ice water splashed into a boiling pot, instantly igniting chaos among the elders and leaders. Burning mountains. A mountain of corpses. The words conjured a grim and unsettling vision that far surpassed the horrors of tribal warfare. The elders and captains turned pale. Even the usually composed Elder Lei, whose injuries had only recently begun to heal, clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. While they might not fully comprehend the implications of the black stones, burning, the actions of burning mountains and piling up corpses alone had already breached the very limit of survival. It represented the destruction of their life-sustaining forests, the desecration of life, and an incomprehensible malicious ritual. They are desecrating the mountain spirits. They are cutting off our paths to survival. An old hunter's voice trembled with rage and fear. "Are you sure the entire mountain is burning? What's the fire like?" He pressed for more details. "It's as if the wind. It blows from the northwest towards the southeast." He pointed in the direction of the tribe, his expression growing darker. The northwest wind. This meant that the thick smoke and the potentially drifting embers were heading straight for the valley where the Golden Eye tribe resided. Chung Ran's heart sank. He immediately turned to Meng Ting and Elderim. "Quickly organize all the women and children to make as many masks as possible from damp burlap. Inform everyone that if they see ash falling from the sky or smell a stronger odor, they must cover their mouths and noses with wet cloths and stay indoors with doors and windows tightly shut." He turned to Alai and Yinzhua. "Cover all water sources immediately. Ensure the newly excavated reservoirs are well protected. We cannot let the falling ash contaminate our drinking water. Patrol teams must keep an eye on the woods. This large-scale, unusual burning might drive more wild beasts desperate and frantic to flee the fire and assault our defenses." The directives were issued swiftly, and the tribe's nerves, which had just begun to ease with the discovery of new water sources, tightened to the breaking point. No one questioned the orders. All understood the gravity of the situation. It was not just a distant calamity, but an imminent threat. However, the real nightmare descended the following morning. As the first rays of dawn struggled to pierce through the increasingly thick haze, the people were horrified to discover that the sky was not showering them with familiar rain, but with a persistent drizzle of black raindrops, heavy with the acrid scents of char and sulfur. The rain was murky, stinging, and sticky against their skin. It left unsightly stains on the leaves and grass, and soon the once clear streams were covered by a layer of dark foam. Black rain. It's black rain. Panic spread through the tribe like wildfire. For a primitive tribe that relied on nature and revered the heavens, this unnatural black rain was a harbinger of divine punishment. Chung Ran stood in the rain, allowing the filthy droplets to soak his hair and clothes. He extended his hand to catch a few drops, bringing them to his nose. The pungent smell of burning residue, mixed with sulfur, churned his stomach. His face turned a shade of pale, and though he couldn't recall the specific terms like acid rain or environmental pollution, a deep-rooted fear of ecological catastrophe gripped him. This black rain was poison. It would contaminate the land, taint the water sources, and kill crops and livestock. Everyone, get back indoors. Do not come into contact with the black. The black rain persisted for 3 days. The sky appeared as if it had been smeared by a colossal brush dipped in ink, shrouded in a perpetual gloom. The rain transformed from an initial torrential downpour into a relentless drizzle infused with a corrosive odor seeping into the ravaged land with insidious persistence. Streams had turned into murky sludge while a nauseating oily film floated atop the surface of newly dug reservoirs. The wheat ears left inadequately shielded began to show extensive signs of mildew and withering under the continuous assault of the polluted rainfall. A palpable sense of despair permeated the tribe. People huddled in their rudimentary shelters, listening to the monotonous patter of the rain against the roofs, watching the once vibrant valley gradually lose its color. The stored clean drinking water was rapidly depleting under strict rationing, while hunting and gathering had nearly ceased. The lingering scent of sulfur and burnt matter served as a constant reminder of the bizarre catastrophe they were enduring. Chung Ran's cheeks visibly hollowed, his eyes carrying the weight of exhaustion, yet his spine remained resolutely straight. He worked tirelessly, reinforcing filtration systems, inspecting every water storage point, and teaching the people how to collect relatively clean rainwater from rock depressions or large leaves using clay pots and stone slabs. He even attempted to create more intricate portable water filters using layers of fine sand charcoal and clean burlap, distributing them to those required to venture outside on tasks. Remember, any water brought back from outside, no matter how clean it looks, must be boiled. His voice, hoarse from days of shouting and inhaling foul air, resonated with unwavering determination in every corner. Meng Ting tended to the women, tirelessly caring for the wheat fields sheltered under makeshift awnings. They delicately wiped the leaves with soft animal hides and used sharpened sticks to gently remove the moldy heads, striving to preserve this last glimmer of hope. Elder Emu rummaged through her herb stores, seeking plants that might possess detoxifying or purifying properties, brewing them into medicinal potions for the tribe members exhibiting mild discomfort. The waiting was excruciating. Each day, people unconsciously gazed toward the northwest, yearning for news from Team Ale, yet dreading the possibility of worse tidings. On the evening of the 4th day, as the intensity of the black rain slightly diminished, the sky remained ominously dark. A strange sound emanated from the perimeter traps of the village. Not the triggering of beasts, but a rhythmic faint tapping. It's them. Ale and the others have returned. The watchful hunter signaled. Chung Ran and Meng Ting rushed out. Through the hazy curtain of rain, several figures, barely distinguishable from the mud, staggered into view at the village entrance. 5 had departed, but now only 3 returned. Bone Axe and a young hunter named Shurjen. All 3 were tattered, covered in mud and burns. A grotesque wound marred Ale's temple, crudely bandaged with rags, still oozing blood. Their eyes were vacant, lips cracked, teetering on the brink of collapse. Water, bring water. Clean water. Chung Ran immediately commanded, assisting Meng Ting in ushering the 3 into the nearest shelter. After gulping down a few sips of warm, repeatedly filtered and boiled water, Ale finally caught his. Chung Ran's decision to venture into the ruins was akin to a massive stone cast into still waters, stirring the last ripples of hope within a tribe steeped in despair. No one voiced opposition, for they all understood that in this moment of relentless black rain and looming threats, plunging into the wilderness was akin to walking a razor's edge. Yet they were equally aware that this was the only path that might lead them to a breakthrough. Meng Ting refrained from dissuading him. Instead, she quietly began her preparations. With the last few relatively intact pieces of tanned leather, she worked through the night to fashion 2 rudimentary cloaks, sealing the seams with melted pine resin in hopes of fending off the insidious black rain. She filled 2 leather water pouches with the little remaining clean water that had been filtered and boiled multiple times, and wrapped the dried meat and storable tubers in oilcloth. Elder M contributed several precious herbs from her collection, reputed to invigorate the mind and ward off miasma, ground into powder for the 2 to carry. Be careful, she said as she tightened the cloak's straps around Chung Ran, her voice quivering. The myriad emotions swirling in her heart crystallized into these simple 4 words. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet she stubbornly held them back. Chung Ran gazed at her, gently brushing away a speck of mud clinging to her hair tips, and nodded. No further words were exchanged, their unspoken understanding suffused the air. Ali struggled to join them, but Chung Ran firmly held him back. Guard the tribe and wait for our return. In the end, only Chung Ran and Meng Ting set forth on this perilous journey into the unknown. Bone Axe, despite its injuries, guided them to the edge of the dense forest leading to the ruins canyon, indicating several relatively concealed paths. As soon as they left the relatively clean area of the tribe, the corrosive effect of the black rain became increasingly palpable. The rain pattered against their leather cloaks with a dull thud while the ground beneath their feet turned exceedingly muddy and slippery, each step requiring utmost caution. The once familiar forest trails, now shrouded in the gray-black curtain of rain, felt foreign and fraught with danger. Chung Ran led the way, wielding a sharp and long stick, both as a tool for probing the path ahead and for support. He moved with remarkable caution, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. Avoid puddles that appear dark or have froth. These are places where the black rain has pooled and the toxicity may be heightened. He taught her to identify several types of moss and lichen that could survive in harsh conditions, explaining their roots can absorb some toxins, but they also accumulate them. Do not touch them lightly, and do not use them to judge water quality. As they passed through a low-lying area, Chung Ran suddenly halted, signaling Meng Ting to be silent. Not far ahead, a few prehistoric deer lay motionless in the mud, their bodies stiff and blackish, red blood oozing from their mouths and noses, clearly having succumbed to poisoning from severely contaminated surface water. Even the scavenging insects were sparse around the carcasses. The balance of nature was being swiftly disrupted. They circumvented the area of death, opting to move along higher ground where more rock was exposed. Chung Ran occasionally crouched to observe the texture and orientation of the rocks, feeling their temperature and moisture with his hands. The earth veins are disturbed and the energy of the land. After the stone gate, it was not the familiar tranquility and glow. A frenzied heat rushed towards them, as if a slumbering behemoth were struggling and gasping in the throes of a nightmare. The crystalline light of the cave's dome was no longer stable and gentle. Instead, it flickered wildly, like a malfunctioning star, casting bizarre reflections and contorted shadows throughout the space. The air was thick with a pungent scent of ozone mingled with the acrid smell of rock friction, making it hard to breathe. Most alarming was the massive magic circle in the center of the cave. The once stable flow of energy had turned chaotic, its light fluctuating erratically like the pulse of a dying patient. The brilliance of the 8 pedestals also flickered unpredictably, as if they might extinguish completely at any moment. At the core of the formation, the heart of Laker glowed with an ominous dark red hue, as if thick magma were bubbling within, resonating with the distant turmoil of the earth veins. The energy here has been severely disrupted. Chung Ran's voice. He felt the searing heat of the runes on his chest growing clear. Meng Ting followed closely behind her, vigilance scanning the surroundings. She noticed new fine cracks appearing on the cave walls and this place isn't safe either, we must hurry. He forced himself to ignore the dizziness in his mind caused. The closer he got, the stronger the pressure of the chaotic energy. It's resisting. Or perhaps it's being pulled by some force. He tried to place his palm on the runes near the core, hoping to sense buzz. A violent burst of energy surged back. Chung Ran grunted, staggering backward, his arm numb. Chung Ran, Meng Ting exclaimed, rushing to support him. I'm fine. Chung Ran shook his head, his complexion paling. The balance of the magic circle has been disrupted, it's protecting itself, refusing to connect. He glanced around, his gaze ultimately resting on the flickering pedestals. The main control node is interfered with. Perhaps we can start from the auxiliary nodes to try stabilizing part of the energy, just as we did before. He chose the pedestal closest to them, whose light was relatively stable. This time, he didn't rashly touch it with his hand. Instead, he unfastened the water pouch from his waist. Water can guide energy and to some extent calm agitation, he explained while carefully pouring clear water evenly into the rune-carved groove of the pedestal. The clear stream spread along the ancient markings, and strangely, as the water flowed, the erratic light of the pedestal seemed to stabilize slightly. But that was far from enough. Chung Ran looked at Meng Ting, his expression serious. We need a stronger guidance and soothing. My blood, and we were able to stir it last time, perhaps this time. We can also try to calm it, but I need your help. Meng Ting immediately understood his intent, showing no hesitation as she took out a bone needle she always carried. How much? Not much, just a few drops mixed with the water. Chung Ran pointed to an inconspicuous flower petal-like indentation at the center of the pedestal. Drop your blood there, then, just like I did last time. Focus your thoughts, not to trigger, but to soothe. Imagine calm lake waters, envision solid mountains. Meng Ting complied. She pricked her fingertip and let several drops of crimson blood fall into the indentation, mixing with the clear water. Then she gently placed her hands over the cold stone surface of the pedestal, closed her eyes, and concentrated on dispelling the chaos around her and the anxiety within. Only the purest, most resolute thoughts of protection and tranquility remained in her mind. At the same time, Chung Ran placed his hand on the edge of the pedestal, guiding his own breath, which was faintly connected to the ruins in harmony with Meng Ting's will. Initially, the pedestal merely trembled slightly, the light still chaotic. But gradually, as their wills converged, the mixture of blood and water seemed to come alive, radiating a soft, life-infused glow. This gentle light began to slowly soothe the turbulent energy veins within the pedestal. A quarter of an hour passed, then half an hour. Time slipped by in a silent and tense struggle. Sweat soaked their foreheads. Chung Ran's face grew paler, and Meng Ting's lips lost their color from biting. Finally, the pedestal's light stabilized, emitting a soft white halo. Though its brightness was far from its peak, it showed no signs of collapse. They both let out a long breath, nearly exhausted. Yet they understood this was merely the beginning. There were still 7 pedestals to stabilize, along with the most core and agitated center of the formation. Let's rest a moment. We need to regain our strength. Chung Ran leaned against the pedestal, taking out some food and water to share with Meng Ting. In this chaotic energy environment, their physical exhaustion was far greater than usual. However, just as they were about to catch their breath and attempt to stabilize the next pedestal, the entire cave suddenly shook with a force more intense than ever before. Boom! A rock the size of a millstone plummeted from the dome amidst the frantic flashes of light, crashing onto the edge of the platform and sending debris flying. Following that, more small stones fell like rain. Be careful! Chung Ran abruptly pulled Meng Ting toward him, shielding her with his body as they ducked beneath a relatively stable area near a pedestal. The tremors persisted for several breaths before gradually subsiding. Amid the swirling dust, Chung Ran and Meng Ting awkwardly raised their heads, discovering several new cracks in the cave, and the pedestal they had just stabilized flickered once again, evidently shaken. In the distance, the ominous tremors from the northwest, representing destruction and madness, seemed clearer and closer than ever. The situation within the ruins was deteriorating rapidly alongside the escalating external crisis. They felt as though they were on a giant ship about to sink, desperately patching the leaking hull, while the storm outside grew more ferocious. Chung Ran wiped the dust from his face and looked at the still bubbling heart of Laker, a hint of resolve flashing in his eyes. Traditional methods were too slow, and time, it seemed, was no longer on their side. He had to find a faster, more direct way to reconnect, or rather persuade this ancient magic circle to become a barrier against the forces of destruction once more, rather than being assimilated or even aiding in their ambitions. With sparks of hope, they faced the looming abyss threatening to spiral out of control. After a violent tremor, the air inside the ruins was thick with a choking dust. The glow of the crystal dome flickered like a dying firefly, casting eerie shadows in the precarious cave. The echoes of falling debris had yet to fade when a distant, ominous rumble heralding destruction grew increasingly clear, resonating like a death knell against the hearts of Chung Ran and Meng Ting. Time had become the most luxurious commodity. Chung Ran steadied himself against the pedestal and surveyed the chaotic platform. The previously stabilized pedestal flickered once more, and the dark red glow of the heart of Lakel at the core of the array pulsed ominously. Conventional methods of stabilization were too slow and inefficient. In this rapidly collapsing environment, they felt as if they were trying to scoop water from a breached dam with a clay pot. They had to find the source. They needed to understand the true connection between this array and the ley lines and the origin of the impending doom. His gaze traversed the restless array, venturing deeper into the cave where he had not previously examined. Amidst the frantic flickering of light and shadow, he noticed an area near the inner wall where the rock texture was distinctly different, more orderly, its surface seemingly covered with a thick, faded mural and some kind of engravings. Let's check that out. Chung Ran urged Meng Ting, carefully avoiding the newly formed cracks and loose stones on the ground as they approached the inner wall. As they drew closer, the engravings became clearer. These were not random paintings, but a series of relatively orderly patterns composed of intricate abstract symbols and lines resembling star charts, records. They covered the entire expanse of the broad rock wall, most of which was shrouded in thick dust and calcification, rendering it obscure. However, at one point near the bottom, perhaps due to age or the recent tremors, a small patch had peeled away, revealing clearer engravings beneath. Chung Ran crouched down and brushed aside the lingering dust. Meng Ting leaned closer, holding a small piece of luminescent moss given by Eldarim for dim lighting. What lay before them was a complex pattern composed of several concentric circles and radiating lines, with a central symbol that bore a resemblance to the heart of Lakel, albeit more intricate. Scattered around the design were peculiar characters they could not comprehend. Below the pattern, several relatively representational reliefs depicted a sequence of images. The first image, countless twisted lines representing chaotic energy, surged from the depths of the earth, battering a luminous barrier supported by several nodes the array. The barrier oscillated violently, its light dimming. The second image, the center of the barrier representing the location of the heart of Lakal, turned dark red, as if tainted, establishing a bizarre connection with the black, twisted lines emerging from the earth's depths. The third image, a simplified map illustrating specific mountains and rivers, with one point distinctly marked shimmering faintly. The fourth image, from the marked point, a pure beam of light shot forth, injecting into the center of the barrier, dispelling the dark red hue, suppressing the twisted lines, and stabilizing the barrier once more. These four illustrations struck Chung Ran like a lightning bolt, slicing through the fog of confusion in his mind. Though he still could not decipher the characters, the vivid imagery nearly perfectly corroborated and elucidated the predicament they were facing. The ley lines are in turmoil, impacting the array. The core of the array has been tainted and the energy has been siphoned, even exacerbating the turmoil. We need to find that marked point to use its power to purify the core and restore balance. Chung Ran's voice was hoarse with excitement as he pointed to the fourth image. This point, it could be the key. Meng Ting grasped the meaning of the illustration, her eyes sparkling with hope. Where's this point? Can we identify which mountain or river it is? Chung Ran scrutinized the third image once more. The map was exceedingly rudimentary, showing only rough geographical outlines and several symbolic markers. The marked point was located near the confluence of a sprawling mountain range and a winding river, accompanied by a swirling symbol. Swirl. Chung Ran muttered, straining to recall the corresponding geographical information. The fragments of memory remained chaotic, but an intense intuition blended with his observations of the surrounding terrain over the past few days directed him toward a particular location. It's Echo Valley. Meng Ting suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the river's meandering path and the mountain's shape on the map. Look, the curve of the river and the outline of the ridge resemble Echo Valley, which is a day's journey southwest of our tribe. The swirling symbol. Deep within the valley there indeed lies a profound pool where the water creates a whirlpool. The elders of the tribe say it is the eye of the mountain god, and we are usually forbidden from approaching it. Echo Valley, the eye of the mountain god. The target of their hope became startlingly clear. At that moment, the entire ruin trembled violently once again, as if resonating from the depths of their souls. More intense than any previous quake, the heart of Lakal erupted with blinding crimson light, illuminating the entire cave as if it were submerged in a sea of blood. The glow from the 8 pedestals dimmed to the brink of extinction, as if they would extinguish entirely in the next moment. The ceiling echoed with the agonizing sound of tearing rock as larger boulders began to fall. This place is going to collapse. Run. Chung Ran seized Meng Ting's hand, charging toward the stone door from which they had come without hesitation. They escaped amid falling debris and distorted shadows, narrowly slipping through the gap of the stone door that was about to be blocked by falling rocks. Boom! A thunderous crash erupted behind them as a massive stone fell, sealing the door completely. The entire canyon trembled in the aftermath. Chung Ran and Meng Ting collapsed onto the muddy, slippery ground, gazing at the completely blocked entrance, their hearts racing with trepidation, yet imbued with a sense of determination, as if they were ready to stake everything. Returning to the ruins was no longer an option, but they had found their direction. Echo Valley, the eye of the mountain god. Chung Ran wiped the rain and sweat from his face, his gaze sharp as a blade. We must head there immediately. But your body, and this black rain. Meng Ting looked at Chung Ran's pale face, and the relentless downpour of dark rain filled with concern. We can't afford to hesitate. Chung Ran struggled to his feet, looking toward the southwest. Every moment we delay, the ley lines are further damaged, and the array may be irreparably tainted. We must take the risk. He retrieved a charcoal pencil wrapped in animal hide and a flattened wooden piece from his belongings, quickly sketching the rudimentary map he had just seen from memory, marking the location of Echo Valley and the swirling symbol. Let's go. Return to the tribe and prepare. We leave at once. Chung Ran's tone brooked no dissent. Through the starry night, fraught with danger, they pressed on. But this time they were no longer blindly seeking hope. They held in their hands an ancient map that might lead to salvation. Although the path ahead remained shrouded in dark rain and uncertainty, the guiding spark of direction had been reignited within them, clearer than ever before. The journey back to the tribe proved even more arduous than the trek out. The relentless black rain not only deepened the mud underfoot, but also transformed low-lying areas into perilous swamps. The once solid path was submerged beneath murky waters, its depths uncertain. The air was thick with the acrid stench of sulfur mingled with decay, each breath searing the lungs. Chung Ran and Meng Ting supported each other, taking each step with utmost caution. The long wooden stick in Chung Ran's hand had evolved from a mere tool for probing and support into an instrument for testing the ground's stability. He instructed Meng Ting to watch for bubbles and floating debris on the water's surface. If fine murky bubbles suddenly appear beneath a calm surface, or if dry leaves linger without sinking, it's likely that mud or quicksand lies below. We must not tread there. They opted for higher ground where rocks were exposed or the roots of vegetation were securely entwined. When they encountered waterlogged areas, Chung Ran would first probe with the long stick, ensuring the ground was relatively firm before allowing Meng Ting to swiftly pass over the confirmed spots. Conserve your strength, regulate your breathing. Chung Ran's voice was faint amidst the downpour, yet remained steady. Inhale through your nose, exhale slowly through your mouth to avoid inhaling too much tainted air. He felt his chest tighten as if grasped by an invisible hand, his head throbbing from the chaotic energy and harsh conditions, yet he suppressed it, focusing all his attention on the path ahead and Meng Ting behind him. Along the way, they stumbled upon a small herd of prehistoric antelopes, equally frantic in their flight. These creatures, usually gentle and agile, appeared panicked, their eyes glazed over. A few bore dark red stains around their mouths and noses. They ignored Chung Ran and Meng Ting, blindly fleeing in the opposite direction of the black smoke. They know. That is the dead end, Meng Ting murmured, watching the direction of the disappearing antelopes. Chung Ran remained silent, tightening his grip on her hand. An overwhelming sense of urgency surged within him. Animals often sense disaster with greater acuity than humans. Their escape confirmed the dire deterioration of their situation. When the familiar yet dilapidated outline of the tribe finally emerged through the gray-black rain, both of them were nearly drained of their last ounce of strength. Ali, stationed atop the wall, spotted them from afar and immediately rushed out to assist. Back in the relatively safe village, there was no time for rest. Chung Ran quickly gathered all core members. He placed the wooden shard inscribed with a rough map at the center and swiftly articulated the discoveries from the ruins. The contamination of the magic circle intensified geological disturbances and the singular hope leading to the Echo Valley, Eye of the Mountain God. We must head to Echo Valley immediately to locate the key that might purify everything. Chung Ran's voice bore an undeniable resolve despite his pallor and slight swaying from exhaustion. I'll go with you. Ali stepped forward, his wounds still unhealed, yet his gaze was unwavering. No. Chung Ran shook his head, scanning the faces around him. The tribe needs you to stay behind. The black rain hasn't ceased, dangers abound. Someone must oversee the situation here and defend against any potential threats. Meng Ting and I will go. He glanced at Elder Lay, gravely injured Sam, drained of energy, and Elder, I'm along with the fearful Bone Axe and others. This journey values precision over numbers. A larger group would only increase the risk of exposure and hinder our movement. The tribe is our foundation. We cannot afford any loss. In the end, no one could sway his decision. All understood this was their only hope, a gamble that risked everything. Meng Ting quietly prepared her final gear. She filled her water pouch with the last bit of clean water and wrapped the dried meat and tubers more securely in oilcloth. She gathered the remaining finest flints and fire-starting materials from the tribe, carefully encasing them in waterproof leather. Elder M divided all the available herbs with detoxifying, anti-inflammatory, and invigorating properties into small packets and stuffed them into their packs. Promise you'll return. Elder M held Meng Ting's hand, his eyes cloudy and voice choked with emotion. Meng Ting nodded, earnestly gripping his hand tightly in return. There was no grand farewell, only silent gazes and heavy hopes. Chung Ran and Meng Ting donned their simple rain cloaks, once more resolutely stepping into the path obscured by black rain and uncertainty, heading southwest. This time their goal was clear, Echo Valley. Based on Meng Ting's recollections and Chung Ran's drawn map, they first needed to traverse a relatively flat meadow soaked by the black rain, then enter the undulating hills, ultimately reaching the valley embraced by mountains. The journey across the meadow was already fraught with difficulty. The black rainwater pooled beneath the grass, creating countless hidden traps. Chung Ran advanced cautiously, nearly probing each step. He taught Meng Ting to identify certain sedges that thrived in wetlands and had particularly developed root systems. Step along their root clusters, it's relatively safe. Occasionally birds heavy with the rain plummeted to the ground, flailing in the mud before falling still. The entire meadow was eerily silent save for the sound of rain and their labored breaths. Upon entering the hilly terrain, the challenges evolved into complex topography and unstable rock faces susceptible to tremors. They were forced to frequently detour, walking along ridgelines, exposed yet at least avoiding the perils of landslides or falling rocks. Chung Ran remained vigilant, observing cracks in the mountains and the stability of the rocks, always choosing the safest paths. Their provisions and clean water dwindled rapidly. Despite extreme conservation efforts, the physical toll of the harsh environment far exceeded normal limits. By the evening of the second day, their fresh water finally ran out. Chung Ran halted in a wind-sheltered rock crevice, carefully examining the seepage on the rock face. He dipped his hand and sniffed it, and cautiously tasted a tiny amount with his tongue. There's a faint astringency and a sulfur taste. It cannot be drunk directly, he concluded. He instructed Meng Ting to collect some relatively clean large leaves and fashion them into a funnel shape, resting it on a clay pot. Then he took out a portable water filter bag and carefully directed the seepage into it, allowing it to filter through multiple layers before it dripped into the pot. This is the only option, he said, looking at the slightly murky liquid settled at the bottom of the pot. We must boil it before drinking. The harshness of survival was starkly laid bare in that moment. As night fell, the black rain showed no signs of abating. They found a narrow cave to shelter in, blocking most of the entrance with rocks, leaving only a small vent for air. With the last bit of dry fire-starting material and flint, Chung Ran managed to kindle a small fire, not only for warmth, but also to boil the hard-won, oddly flavored filtered water. The flickering flames cast a soft glow on their weary and haggard faces. Outside loomed the endless black rain and darkness, while inside flickered faint hope and the warmth of their closeness. How much farther? Meng Ting leaned against the cold rock wall, her voice hoarse. By the firelight, Chung Ran unfurled the now slightly blurred wooden map, carefully comparing their traveled route with the surrounding terrain. If our direction is correct, we should see the entrance to Echo Valley by tomorrow. His voice was low, tinged with a barely perceptible tension. Hope was within reach, yet unknown challenges loomed ahead. Side by side, could they find the legendary Eye of the Mountain God before total destruction engulfed them? The answer lay ahead in the valley shrouded by mountains and mist. The faint glow of the campfire flickered in the narrow cave, barely dispelling the bone-deep chill and the despair brought by the relentless black rain outside. The boiled water, tainted with an odd taste, offered little relief for their parched throats, failing to soothe the fatigue and discomfort that had accumulated deep within their bodies from days of arduous travel and harsh conditions. Chung Ran leaned against the cave wall, eyes closed in a semblance of rest, yet the slight furrow of his brow and the quickened pace of his breaths betrayed that he was not truly asleep. The faint but distinct warmth radiating from the runes on his chest seemed to form a painful connection with the restless energy of the earth far away, reminding him of the urgency of time. Meng Ting curled up beside him. Even in her dreams, her hand instinctively clutched the small pouch filled with herbal powder, the last gift from Elder Im and one of their few safeguards in this dire situation. Before dawn, the two awakened. They swallowed the last few bites of tough, flavorless jerky and carefully divided the remaining boiled water between them, stepping once more into the world shrouded by murky rain. According to the map and yesterday's journey, Echo Valley should lie just ahead. However, as they approached their destination, Chung Ran grew increasingly cautious. He meticulously observed the changes in the surrounding vegetation, straining to catch any unusual sounds carried by the wind. Look at these ferns, he pointed to a patch of plants growing in the shadow of the rocks, their leaf edges displaying an unnatural charred blackness. They are extremely sensitive to the toxins in the earth and air. The level of pollution here seems more severe than on our way. Meng Ting noted that the area was eerily silent, devoid of the chirping of insects or birds. Even the most resilient moss had largely perished, leaving behind only some dark, twisted lichen clinging to the rocks, exuding an air of decay. They trudged along a dry riverbed scoured by mountain floods and strewn with gravel. This path led more directly towards the valley, yet it also harbored the lurking danger of another flood. Chung Ran remained vigilant, constantly monitoring the clouds overhead and any signs of movement upstream. If you hear a rumbling sound like distant thunder or feel unusual vibrations in the ground, do not hesitate. Run immediately to higher ground, he instructed Meng Ting. In the wild, predicting natural disasters often proved more critical than dealing with beasts. At noon, after struggling over a ridge littered with loose stones, the view ahead opened up, but their hearts sank instantly. Before them, two towering mountains loomed like the arms of a giant, cradling a vast valley, Echo Valley. Yet at the entrance to the valley, a massive fresh landslide had completely blocked the way. The murky mud, tangled with broken trees and boulders, formed an almost insurmountable barrier, sealing off their access to the valley. Hope seemed to be buried beneath the cold mud at that moment. Meng Ting gazed at the enormous obstruction, a flicker of despair flashing in her eyes. Chung Ran stepped forward in silence, scrutinizing the structure of the landslide. The mud had not yet fully dried and the edges still writhed slowly, indicating that the event had occurred not long before. There is still a chance. Chung Ran's voice shattered the suffocating silence as he pointed at the steeper, more exposed rock faces on either side of the landslide. We cannot go through the front, we can try to circumvent it from the side. The rock wall, though steep, looks relatively stable, providing footholds and handholds for climbing. This was undeniably a risk. Normally, scaling such rock faces required professional skills and gear, let alone in the midst of pouring rain with the walls slick and treacherous. He'll go first. Chung Ran removed his cumbersome cloak, donning only a fitted leather jacket. He chose an area rich in crevices that appeared relatively easier to tackle. First, he carefully examined the depth of the cracks and the solidity of the rocks, testing them with his hands to ensure they wouldn't give way with a mere tug. When climbing, keep 3 points of contact and move one at a time, he demonstrated while explaining to Meng Ting below. Maintain your center of gravity close to the rock face and look for those patches of old moss or firmly rooted shrubs to leverage your weight. They provide better grip. Every step must be secure. Do not blindly chase speed. He moved slowly and steadily like a gecko navigating the slick rock face. His fingers gripped the crevices tightly while his toes sought out tiny protrusions. The rain blurred his vision, forcing him to frequently shake his head or wipe his shoulder against it. Several times loose stones slipped beneath his feet, eliciting gasps from Meng Ting, but he always managed to find a new solid point before losing balance. Finally, without incident, he reached the top of the landslide. He lowered a rope made of bark and pulled Meng Ting and their belongings up one by one. Standing at the summit of the landslide, the scene of the valley unfolded before them. In stark contrast to the decay and desolation outside, the valley retained large expanses of comparatively intact greenery. Although many plants showed signs of illness, they were still alive. More astonishingly, at the center of the valley, a body of water glimmered faintly under the dim light, a reflection of what must be the eye of the mountain god pool. Hope reignited. The two cautiously descended the gentler slope on the other side of the landslide into the valley. Their feet touched soft but no longer muddy ground, and they breathed in air that, though still tinged with an odd scent, was much fresher than the outside. A fleeting moment of disorientation, as if they had stepped from the edge of hell into a sanctuary. They did not rush toward the pool immediately, but instead surveyed their surroundings with vigilance. The valley was eerily silent. Apart from the sound of rain, there was no sign of life. Chung Ran crouched down, scooping a handful of soil and examining the nearby vegetation. The land and water here seemed to be less affected. Perhaps it is due to the unique topography that has created a relatively independent microenvironment. They moved towards the pool. The closer they got, the more they sensed a faint, refreshing vapor distinct from the sulfurous stench outside. The pool was not large, irregularly round, and the water appeared exceptionally clear, contrasting sharply with the murky streams outside. Most intriguingly, a noticeable whirlpool had formed in the western part of the pool, slowly rotating, as if an invisible funnel lay at the bottom. This must be the eye of the mountain god, Meng Ting exclaimed, her voice filled with excitement. However, Chung Ran's expression grew more serious. He noticed that near the edge of the crystal-clear pool, close to the whirlpool, something appeared to be submerged at the bottom, scattered regular-shaped stones. No, they resembled objects that had been artificially carved, seemingly covered with ancient symbols akin to those on the ruins. In the heart of this hopeful place, traces of an ancient civilization lay hidden. Chung Ran's heart raced. He sensed that the key to purifying the earth's veins might not solely reside in the water itself, but also in these submerged artifacts that shared origins with the ruins. The spark had guided them to their destination, yet the true challenge and answers appeared to lie concealed beneath the depths of this profound, almost sentient water. They needed to discover a way to reach the secret at the center of that whirlpool. Beneath the clear pond's surface, scattered stone artifacts etched with ancient symbols lay, like dormant prehistoric codes, silently narrating their intricate ties to far-off ruins. A whirlpool slowly rotated at the pond's center, stirring the water and producing a deep, rhythmic sound akin to the steady breathing of the earth. This, eye of the mountain god, was no stagnant water. It was connected to the earth's veins, serving as a relatively pure energy node in this murky domain. Hope was tantalizingly close, yet Chung Ran's vigilance peaked. The more pristine the location, the more it seemed to attract formidable predators in this perilous prehistoric world, drawn to drink or nest. "He'll dive in to investigate first," Chung Ran declared, shedding his heavy leather coat and top, revealing a well-defined torso marked by numerous old scars. Stretching his stiff limbs, he scanned the tranquil pond's surface with sharp eyes. Apart from the whirlpool, nothing seemed amiss, which only heightened his unease. "Be careful," Meng Ting warned, handing him a finely sharpened bronze dagger. She gripped the long staff Chung Ran had fashioned for her, standing alert on the shore. Her rainwater trickled down her smooth cheeks and elegant neck, pooling at the collar of her garment, embodying a raw, captivating beauty. As Chung Ran accepted the dagger, his fingertips accidentally brushed against Meng Ting's hand, momentarily freezing both of them, a subtle spark seeming to flicker through the damp, cold air. Quickly averting his gaze, he took a deep breath and slowly submerged himself in the water. The pond was icy, yet it possessed an oddly invigorating purity. Enduring the chill, he opened his eyes wide, swimming toward the stone artifacts settled at the bottom near the whirlpool's edge. Visibility underwater was decent. He attempted to approach, however, just as his fingers were about to graze its surface. Crash! A massive dark figure resembling a withered tree trunk erupted from the murky depths below. The water surged violently. A gaping maw filled with jagged conical teeth lunged toward his waist with blinding speed. A prehistoric crocodile. Its size dwarfed the norm, with dark red scales and eyes ablaze with ferocity. Chung Ran's hair stood on end in an instant. In a split second, relying solely on instinct, he exerted force in his waist, executing an arduous twist in the water while pushing off a larger stone tablet with his feet. Crack! The crocodile's teeth scraped past his side, missing their target, the deafening clash of its jaws echoing even underwater. The tremendous force propelled Chung Ran away, narrowly escaping the fatal bite. Yet the danger was far from over. The crocodile thwarted swung its robust tail like a giant whip, stirring the dark currents once more, its massive body shifting with astounding agility as it turned to lunge at the still unsteady Chung Ran. On the shore, Meng Ting's heart raced in terror. Water splashed violently, murk expanding. Chung Ran! She cried out in panic, without a second thought, raising her spear and hurling it toward the center of the tumultuous water, where the crocodile's dark red back was faintly visible. Her throwing motion was graceful, yet filled with fierce determination, her body curving like a taut bow. Whoosh! Thud! The spear struck the crocodile's relatively vulnerable back armor seam. The pain elicited a deep, thunderous roar from the beast, momentarily stalling its movements. Underwater, Chung Ran seized this precious opportunity. His lungs burned, oxygen nearly depleted, yet he forced himself to remain calm. He spotted the spear Meng Ting had thrown, the crocodile's head rising slightly in pain, revealing its relatively weak throat. Now was the moment. He pushed off with his legs, his body shooting forward like an arrow charging toward the crocodile. The bronze dagger in his hand glinted in the dim water, aimed deep into the crocodile's gaping, partially closing throat. Thud! The dagger plunged nearly to the hilt. Scalding beast blood erupted, staining the water crimson. The crocodile thrashed violently in a desperate struggle, its massive body rolling and twisting, churning the pond like boiling water. Chung Ran clutched the dagger, being tossed about like a leaf in a tempest, but grit his teeth and refused to let go. On the shore, Meng Ting felt frantic. She watched as the pond turned red, the crocodile's thrashing growing more intense. She grabbed a stone from the ground and hurled it recklessly at the crocodile, her graceful form becoming even more agile in her urgent actions. Finally, the crocodile's struggles began to wane, and it floated on the water's surface motionless. Amid the murky blood, Chung Ran struggled to surface, coughing violently, greedily gasping for air. His face was pale, a deep gash from the crocodile's teeth bleeding profusely at his side. A pillar of light ascended from the eye of the mountain god, piercing through the murky clouds like a sword that shattered the darkness. A gentle, purifying force radiated outward, causing the black rain that fell in the valley to noticeably lighten, while the nauseating scent of scorched sulfur was gradually replaced by a refreshing mist. Even the sickly plants seemed to unfurl their leaves a bit. The light of hope had truly descended. However, the wound at Chung Ran's side remained strikingly grievous. Although the enveloping pure energy slowed the bleeding and dulled the pain, the deep injury that exposed bone and the significant loss of blood could not be recovered in a short time. Meng Ting looked at Chung Ran's pale face and his tightly pursed lips, overwhelmed by concern. She carefully supported him, allowing him to lean against a stone tablet that emanated a soft glow. "We must return quickly." Chung Ran's voice was weak, yet resolute, his gaze directed northeast where the tribe was located. "The pillar can only temporarily purify and stabilize this valley. The true source lies with the Blacktooth tribe. We need to unite the tribe's strength, harness the power of this stone tablet and the eye of the mountain god to stop them." Meng Ting nodded, but her worry for Chung Ran's condition overshadowed her thoughts. "Your injury. You can't travel any further." Chung Ran attempted to move, but an excruciating pain shot through his abdomen, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. He knew that in his current state, forcing his way through the perilous wilderness would not only slow them down, but also pose an extreme danger. He might become a burden. After pondering for a moment, his gaze fell on the massive corpse of the giant crocodile nearby, then swept across the dense vines and bamboo forest surrounding them. "Help me. Cut some sturdy vines and bamboo." He gestured to Meng Ting. "We can make a stretcher. You'll have to pull me back." This was the only feasible plan at the moment. Without hesitation, Meng Ting grabbed Chung Ran's bronze dagger and headed towards the bamboo grove. She selected the thick, resilient bamboo that had grown for over 2 years, carefully cutting them down with the dagger. Chung Ran leaned against the stone tablet, enduring the pain as he guided her on how to choose materials, how to use the natural curvature of the bamboo to construct the stretcher frame, and how to extract the strongest old vines, securely binding the frame together using specific knotting techniques. Cover the bottom of the stretcher with thick, soft grass and banana leaves to absorb shock. Chung Ran instructed intermittently. Meng Ting was quick to learn and moved with agility. Sweat soaked her temples, clinging to her cheeks, and her focused expression made her look exceptionally captivating. She turned back to check on Chung Ran from time to time, her eyes filled with concern and determination. Just as Meng Ting was about to gather enough bamboo, a rustling noise suddenly emerged from the nearby bushes. It was not the wind, but rather something approaching quickly. Be careful. Chung Ran's pupils constricted, and he tried to stand, but the movement pulled at his wound, forcing him to groan and sit back down. Meng Ting reacted swiftly, turning sharply with the dagger in hand, vigilantly watching the swaying bushes. In the next moment, 3 creatures resembling wolves, but equipped with saber-toothed tiger-like sharp fangs and dark purple fur, suddenly leapt out. Their eyes were blood-red, drool dripping from their mouths, fixated on Meng Ting and the corpse of the giant crocodile behind her. These were saber-toothed wolves, a pack-hunting, ferocious, and highly sensitive prehistoric predator. Clearly, they had been drawn by the scent of the giant crocodile's blood. The 3 saber-toothed wolves spread out in a fan formation, crouching low and growling threateningly, inching closer with each step. Meng Ting's heart raced, but she knew that she could not retreat now. Chung Ran was gravely injured, and she was their only fighting force. Taking a deep breath, she positioned the dagger horizontally across her chest, locking her gaze onto the. Chung Ran was carried back to the tribe, immediately receiving the most meticulous care from Elder Im and the knowledgeable clansmen. They cleaned his wounds, applied the finest hemostatic herbs, and carefully bandaged him with disinfected linen. The soothing effect of the pure light beam seemed to aid his recovery. Although he remained weak, he did not develop a high fever, and there were no signs of his wounds worsening. This was a rare stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Meng Ting was nearly exhausted, but after hastily tending to her own bruises and fatigue, she immediately immersed herself in more pressing matters. She carefully placed the stone tablet, which emitted a soft glow and pure energy, in the center of the village next to the ever-burning sacred fire. Strangely, when the tablet touched the ground and came into contact with the light of the sacred fire, the runes on its surface seemed infused with vitality, their glow becoming more pronounced. A gentle yet steadfast purification force field emanated from the stone tablet, enveloping nearly half of the village. The clansmen within the area immediately felt their breathing ease, the acrid scents lingering in the air significantly diminished, and even the persistent, unsettling tremors seemed somewhat subdued by this newfound power. Hope descended upon everyone for the first time with such vivid clarity. This tablet can purify the polluted ley lines, Elder Sam exclaimed, tracing the ancient carvings on the tablet with trembling fingers. Although its range is limited, this proves our direction is correct. The power of the Eye of the Mountain God can indeed resist that force of destruction. After sleeping for an entire day, Chung Ran finally regained consciousness. Leaning against a thick fur-covered bed, he listened to Meng Ting and Alai report on the situation. Upon hearing about the changes brought by the tablet, the dullness in his eyes reignited with sharpness. "Is the light beam still there?" he asked hoarsely. "Yes." Meng Ting nodded affirmatively, pointing outside. Although obscured by the eaves, the towering pure light beam was still visible, defiantly confronting the black and yellow smoke rising from the northwest. "It's like a beacon, almost like a declaration." Chung Ran nodded, slightly struggling to sit up, but Meng Ting gently pressed him back down. "Don't move. Just tell us what you need," she said, her tone imbued with undeniable concern, the warmth from her fingertips comforting Chung Ran. "A map," he said. Meng Ting quickly retrieved the wooden map depicting the Echo Valley and the Black-Tooth tribe's territory. Chung Ran's fingers slowly traced the map, finally landing on the burning fissure that marked the lair of the Black-Tooth tribe. "The light beam has stabilized the Eye of the Mountain God node, temporarily halting the spread of pollution. But unless we eradicate the source, it's like merely blocking a breach in a flood." His analysis was clear and coherent despite his weakness. "We must take the initiative. While the light beam remains, and while they may be distracted by this phenomenon, disrupt their ritual." This decision tightened everyone's hearts. To proactively attack that hellish entrance. "How do we strike?" Alai asked in a deep voice, a fierce determination igniting in his eyes. He was tired of being on the defensive. Chung Ran's gaze swept over the map, eventually settling on a winding river between the Jintong tribe and the Blacktooth tribe. We cannot cross the burning forest directly, that would be suicide. The only route is along this river, circumventing it through the downstream area, approaching their lair from the side or rear. He pointed to a section downstream. Here the river widens and the current is relatively gentle. We need to construct sturdy rafts to cross. Building rafts and launching a riverine assault. This was a bold and risky plan. They'll gather people to chop wood. Yezhua volunteered eagerly, his injuries having healed significantly. No, Chung Ran shook his head. Chopping trees makes too much noise and risks alerting them. We need a more discreet approach. He turned to Meng Ting and Alai. Collect all usable idle wood in the tribe. Broken beams, discarded tool handles, even the bones of that giant crocodile. Use them as the framework. Then go to the riverbank and cut. The rugged and sturdy wooden raft quietly floated on the murky river, its structure built from the bones of giant crocodiles, buoyant wood, and resilient vines, appearing both primitive and dependable under the dim light of the sky. A pure beam of light rising from the Echo Valley stood defiantly between heaven and earth, creating a stark contrast with the menacing black and yellow smoke columns to the northwest, offering a faint glimmer of direction for this uncertain expedition. Chung Ran's injuries prevented him from participating in this venture. He had to remain in the tribe to oversee operations, relying on his gradually recovering strength to command from afar and on the purifying power of the central stone tablet to hasten his recovery. He meticulously relayed every detail he could think of regarding crossing the river and dealing with potential dangers to Meng Ting and Alai. Drift downstream to conserve energy, but be sure to control your direction. Use the long poles I've had you install to adjust your course, avoiding the hidden rocks and whirlpools in the river. Stay vigilant for any disturbances on the water and along the banks. A raft of this size is the most conspicuous target on the surface. If you encounter formidable aquatic beasts, do not engage, prioritize your safety, and use the river's current to escape. Once you reach the opposite bank, choose a concealed spot to disembark and immediately send out scouts. Do not rush in recklessly. His voice remained weak, yet his gaze was sharp, and each word carried immense weight. Meng Ting and Alai nodded solemnly, engraving each instruction into their hearts. Ultimately, a team led by Alai comprising 10 elite hunters well-versed in water navigation, including Yin Zhua and Ing Yin, along with Meng Ting, who insisted on accompanying them, totaled 12 individuals boarding the raft that bore the tribe's hopes. Meng Ting carried with her some emergency medicinal herbs and a smaller rune-inscribed stone for emergencies. As the raft departed the riverbank, it began to drift downstream with the slightly turbulent waters. On the shore, Chung Ran, supported by his tribesmen, watched them disappear around a winding bend until they were out of sight. Only then did he withdraw his gaze, turning towards the increasingly thick smoke column in the northwest, his brows furrowed. The journey on the river began more smoothly than anticipated. The raft structure was solid, buoyancy good, and Alai and the hunters skillfully maneuvered the long poles to steer clear of several obvious submerged rocks. The banks were lined with decayed forests ravaged by dark rain, silent to an eerie degree, broken only by the sound of flowing water and the poles slicing through the surface. Meng Ting stood at the center of the raft, alertly observing her surroundings. Her heartbeat quickened, not merely from worries about the dangers ahead, but also due to the heavy responsibility on her shoulders and the lingering thoughts of the person left behind in the tribe. She subconsciously touched the small leather pouch wrapped in oilcloth that Chung Ran had insisted she bring, containing sketches of potential traps and mechanisms he had drawn from memory. "Watch ahead," shouted Ing Yin, the lookout, pointing towards the river ahead. Not far off, the water's flow suddenly grew chaotic, forming a massive, slowly rotating whirlpool, as if something beneath the surface was stirring. At the edges of the whirlpool floated torn remnants of trees and several bloated pale beast carcasses. "Go around. Stay away from the whirlpool," Alai ordered immediately, and the hunters strained against the poles, attempting to steer the raft toward the opposite bank. However, just as the raft was about to skim past the edge of the whirlpool, a sudden change occurred. With a resounding splash, several thick, dark red tentacles covered in suckers surged violently from the center of the whirlpool. Like gigantic serpents accompanied by a foul-smelling vapor, they lunged toward the raft with lightning speed. The tentacles were lined with ghastly white bone spurs glinting ominously in the dim light. It was a prehistoric giant squid, a terrifying creature typically dwelling in the deep sea, now appearing in the inland rivers due to environmental upheaval. "Watch out," Alai bellowed, thrusting his spear at one of the approaching tentacles. The spear struck, yet it was as if it had plunged into resilient rubber, failing to penetrate. The tentacle recoiled in pain, tightly wrapping around Alai's spear, almost dragging him into the water with its immense strength. Simultaneously, other tentacles lunged toward the others on the raft. One ensnared Yin Zhua's ankle, violently slamming him against the water's surface. Another coiled around Meng Ting's waist. Meng Ting's pupils dilated. Almost instinctively, she leaned back and drew the bronze dagger at her waist, striking fiercely at the terrifying tentacle. The raft bearing its shaken passengers at last reached its designated landing site, a secluded river cove downstream from the Blacktooth tribe's ancestral stronghold, concealed by dense reeds and toppled ancient timber. The air hung thick with sulfurous acridity, and the stench of charred flesh overpowering even the river's briny tang. A column of ochre-black smoke coiled on the horizon, unnervingly close beneath it. A subterranean rumble thrummed, ceaselessly punctuated by distant frenzied howls, relentless, grating, nerve-shredding. Meng Ting's back wound had been hastily dressed with hemostatic anti-inflammatory herbs carried in her satchel, but each breath still wrenched agony from her ribs, leaching all color from her face until she resembled carved alabaster. Yet she refused Ali's urging to remain behind, insisting, instead, on joining the advance. "I know plants," she whispered, voice trembling faintly with pain, yet eyes unyielding. "I can guide us through safe paths and recognize hidden perils. And only I fully understand Chung Rant's maps." Ali studied her resolute expression and knew protest was futile. He simply instructed Yin Zhua to watch over her closely. They slipped soundlessly into the reed marsh. Towering, desiccated stalks, blighted by the black rain, stood brittle and skeletal, yet offered perfect cover. Ali dispatched Ing Yin and another hunter renowned for stealth as scouts tasked with probing ahead and neutralizing any concealed sentries. Chung Rant's wilderness stealth techniques now proved indispensable. They trod lightly upon damp, yielding earth, choosing footfalls amid thick foliage or deep shadow, avoiding open ground entirely. Ali taught them how to move with the wind, to mute their passage, and how to read avian flight patterns and shifts in insect song as omens of human presence. "Watch your step," Meng Ting murmured, wincing as she pointed to a faint, glistening trail snaking across the mud. "That is the slime trail of the rot swamp snail, found only where water is poisoned and oxygen scarce. Avoid shallow pools and mires nearby." She also identified several black-mutated toxins, leaves shimmering with an ominous metallic iridescence, strictly forbidden to touch. After nearly a li of cautious progress, Ing Yin signaled danger with a sharp avian cry. All froze and melted into concealment. Ali and Meng Ting crawled forward on elbows and knees, meeting Ing Yin behind a curtain of reeds. As they parted the stalks, the sight beyond stole their breath. Before them lay a clearing utterly consumed. Scorched earth, charcoal-blackened stumps, ash-choked silence. At its center rose crude stone totems hewn like gaping maws of ravenous beasts, daubed with dried pitch-black blood and strung with desiccated animal bones, and unmistakably fragments of human remains. The stench of iron-rich gore and putrefaction rolled off the site in waves, nauseating even at a distance. And at the clearing's edge, where the land sloped toward the mountain's flank, stood the source of Ing Yan's warning: two Blacktooth warriors, stocky, broad-shouldered faces smeared with flaking black and white pigment. They leaned idly against a carbonized tree stump, seemingly on guard. Their eyes were hollow-glazed, not with fatigue, but with the profound vacancy of minds long steeped in ritual madness, dull, cruel, unblinking. In their hands rested crudely knapped stone axes, yet their waists hung pouches of indeterminate hide. "Only 2 centuries," Ing Yin breathed. "They're lax. Shall we?" He slid a finger across his throat. Ali scanned the terrain meticulously, then shook his head. "No, we cannot risk alerting them. Kill them, and the alarm spreads before we draw breath. Our objective is the heart of their rite, to learn what profanity unfolds there, and how to unmake it." His gaze settled on the mountainside behind the centuries, a fissure widened by crude excavation, exhaled waves of heat and miasma. Flickering firelight danced within, deeper still, inhuman shrieks and heavy rhythmic thuds echoed forth, the unmistakable threshold to the Blacktooth's unholy sanctum. "We must enter," Ali declared, voice low and taut. "But how?" "Without drawing notice." Meng Ting's eyes fell upon the rank, foul-smelling vines clinging to the clearing's perimeter, vines she recognized from her own tribe's borders, Cho Changpu, the stink flag iris. Its viscous sap emitted a pungent, acrid odor capable of masking human scent, and it grew with tenacious, suffocating speed. Gritting her teeth against the stab of pain, she edged toward a cluster, severed several thick stems with her dagger, and smeared the acrid, milky sap onto their hides, especially their boots and lower limbs. "This will veil our scent," she whispered. "Then we flank left, crawl behind the blackened rubble and fallen trunks. Blind spots abound there." It was audacious, a gamble on olfactory deception and topographical cunning. They obeyed without hesitation. The stench was suffocating, yet necessity silenced complaint. Like lizards over scorched earth, they flowed along the margins of ruin, hugging shadows cast by burnt timber and jagged stone, inch by agonizing inch toward the fissure's yawning mouth. The stinkirous scent held true. The sentries remained oblivious, slack-jawed, and vacant. Yet just as they neared the threshold, catastrophe struck. HSSSSSS. From a mound of ashen debris erupted a serpent, thick as a man's forearm, scaled and bruised, crimson crowned with a fleshy coxcomb-like crest. Its triangular head snapped upright, ruby tongue flickering, cold vertical pupils locking onto Aliai's face. Jiguan Huafusha, the cock-crest fire viper, a venomous relic of prehistoric dread drawn here by the land's corruption. Their path was severed, utterly. To retreat would expose them to the sentry's line of sight. Every pulse hammered in their throats. Aliai froze, muscles locked. He knew the viper's strike was faster than thought. Slowly, deliberately, his hand drifted toward the stone axe at his belt, preparing for a desperate, likely fatal lunge. Then, grace under extremity. Meng Ting, positioned slightly behind the vanguard, bore down on pain and terror alike. With agonizing slowness, she drew a small leather pouch from her tunic, the insect-repellent powder gifted by Eldarim. She dared not raise her arm. Instead, she dipped a fingertip into the fine granules and flicked them gently into the air. A whisper of herbal pungency, sharp, clean, alien, drifted upward. The viper recoiled almost imperceptibly. Its raised head tilted back, its tongue stilled mid-flicker. That single suspended heartbeat. Aliai exploded forward, not at the beast but past it, rolling hard into a deep, ash-filled gully beside the path. His voice cracked low and urgent. Go. Now, flank it. Ying Yin and Yin Zhuang moved as one, darting wide, then vanishing into the gully's shelter. With the aid of another hunter, Meng Ting threw herself sideways, barely clearing the viper's strike zone before collapsing into the trench. Enraged, the creature hissed, a guttural volcanic sound, but lingered, coiling warily, repelled still by the lingering scent of Elder Im's remedy. It did not pursue. The gully sloped downward, feeding directly beneath the fissure's entrance. Though heat and stench intensified here, they were for now safe. Leaning against blistering rock, they gasped sweat, slicking their brows and backs. They had arrived, not at a cove nor a clearing, but at the very maw of hell. Within the rift, firelight pulsed erratically. Wails and percussive thunder echoed with dreadful clarity, as if legions of damned souls screamed in unison. Aliai turned to Meng Ting. Gratitude and raw relief shone in his eyes. She shook her head. I am unharmed. Then lifted her gaze past him into the fissure's abyssal throat, where darkness pooled like spilled ink and malice seeped from the stone itself. The ember had crossed the threshold unseen. Now the true trial began. They must descend into the heart of this abyss, unveil the Blacktooth's blasphemous rite, and find the means to shatter it. Each step forward would tread the razor's edge of annihilation. The fissure's entrance gaped like the ravenous throat of some primordial beast, scorching air thick with the stench of sulfur, blood, and charred flesh surging forth in suffocating waves. The cavern walls glowed a sullen crimson from the infernal light, within casting jagged, writhing shadows that twisted and leapt like tormented spirits trapped in eternal convulsion. From the abyss echoed a cacophony of inhuman shrieks, thunderous impacts, and frenzied incantations, a dissonant symphony designed to shatter reason. Ale drew a slow, searing breath of the poisoned air, steeling himself against the churning nausea and the primal dread coiling in his gut. He glanced back, just once, at Meng Ting, her face pale, but her gaze unflinching, then at the remaining hunters behind them, weary, yet grips tight on their weapons, resolve etched into every line of their bodies. Stay close. Move in silence. Watch your feet. In your head, he murmured, voice low and taut, barely more than a whisper that trembled faintly against the narrow stone walls. Like infinitesimal parasites slipping into the gut of a slumbering leviathan, they descended, cautiously, deliberately, along a steep, treacherous passage littered with loose scree and viscous, unidentifiable filth. Every motion bore the precision of Chung Rant's teachings, toes touching first, weight shifting with glacial slowness to avoid dislodging stones, breath drawn in shallow, near-silent rhythms, eyes sweeping ceaselessly, forward, backward, above, below, scanning for ambush, for trap, for the subtlest tremor of peril. The tunnel did not run straight, but coiled and branched like a serpent's dream, twisting, doubling back, splitting into shadowed forks. Ale chose his path by instinct, honed in countless hunts, following the densest tangle of footprints, the thickest miasma of corruption, the loudest chorus of unnatural sound. Meng Ting, though racked by sharp pain in her back and assaulted by the acrid, eye-watering reek of the air, studied the walls intently. Deeper they went, and deeper still the rock yielded to crude, hand-chiseled niches. Within them rested grotesque totems carved from black stone, contorted, asymmetrical, radiating ancient malice. Around them lay desiccated or freshly severed remains, human and bestial alike, offered up in unspeakable rites. These totems, she whispered, her voice trembling, not with fear alone, but with the strain of revelation, match the pillars outside. Yet they are older, twisted beyond recognition. They do not worship merely the tooth of devouring, but something older, something hungrier, something far more deliberate in its evil. Then, Eagle Eye leading the vanguard froze. His fist shot up rigid as flint. Ahead the passage opened into a broad, jagged bend, beyond which pulsed firelight and the feverish din of ritual. Ale signaled the others to press flat against the wall. Then, like smoke given form, he glided forward, soundless, weightless, to the edge of the turn and risked a single cautious glance. What he saw turned his blood to ice. Beyond the bend yawned a colossal cavern, a hollowed-out heart of the mountain itself. At its center gaped a chasm so deep no bottom could be discerned, its pit roiling with viscous, dark-red magma, or something worse, a sentient, seething fluid radiating unbearable heat, and an odor so vile it clawed at the throat and scorched the mind. Around its rim stood titanic totems, monstrous gaping maws carved from obsidian-black stone, each entwined with thick, pulsating vines of bruised violet, neither plant nor sinew, but something alive, throbbing with slow, rhythmic hunger as they plunged downward into the abyss. Dozens of warriors and shamans of the Blacktooth tribe whirled about the chasm in ecstatic frenzy, faces daubed in greasy pigments that shimmered like demonic masks in the firelight, eyes rolled white with rapture and ruin. And with each howl, each stamp of bare feet upon the scorched earth, they hurled bound captives, men, women, prehistoric beasts, into the churning depths. Plunk, hisses. Each body sank without resistance. Only a brief, oily ripple of fresh plume of sulphurous yellow-black smoke rising to swell the colossal column already choking the cavern's vault. And from the abyss the shrieks and impacts grew louder, clearer, hungrier. Not anguished, sated. They feed it, Ale breathed, drawing back, his voice raw with revulsion and dawning horror. They feed it, with life itself. Now he understood the ceaseless tremors, the black rain. Not mere byproducts of fire and decay, but the thrumming pulse of a profane liturgy strengthening the sealed entity beneath. The Tao Tai, or rather the sliver of its essence that had bled through the seal. We must stop them. Yen Zhua snarled, knuckles white around his weapon, fury blazing in his eyes. How? Eagle Eye countered, voice dry as ash. We are 7. They are dozens. And that pit. He stared at the roiling crimson expanse, feeling its annihilating heat, even from afar. Nothing falls in and rises again. Ale's mind raced, calculating, discarding, refining. A frontal assault was suicide. Only cunning could prevail. His gaze swept the cavern, its architecture, its flaws. The chamber was no natural formation. Its walls bore tiers of hewn platforms and narrow walkways. Blacktooth tribesmen moved across them, tending the pulsing vines, pouring thick tar-black oil onto the totemic mouths to feed the flames. And from the vaulted ceiling hung massive stalactites, some slender, some thick, as ancient oaks. Many visibly fractured, precariously balanced. See those stalactites? Ale pointed upward, and the vines, connecting the totems to the pit. Meng Ting followed, his gaze blinking against the vertigo, studying with clinical focus. The violet vines grew from the chasm's rim, coiling around the totems like arterial conduits, siphoning the energy of sacrifice, channeling it downward, feeding the thing below. And directly beneath several critical nodes, where vines converged, where shamans clustered most densely, hung those unstable looming spears of stone. You mean, trigger a collapse? Exactly, Ale said, eyes sharpening like blades drawn from sheaths. Sever the veins. Kill the priests. Sow chaos. That is our only opening. But how? They stood below. No angle, no leverage, no tools capable of shaking the ceiling. Then, faint, alien wrong. A skittering chitter-chitter echoed from the passage above. They looked up. Clinging to crevices in the rock, 3 enormous bats. Hairless, scarred, eyes burning crimson, scrabbled frantically, wings rasping against stone. Corrupted by the same malign force saturating the cavern, they were unhinged, twitching, ready to snap. A spark ignited in Ale's mind. Chung Ran had once spoken of bats attuned to ultrasonic frequencies, how certain tones could drive them into violent, disoriented frenzy. He turned to Yen Zhua, pointing to the hollow bone whistle hanging at his belt. Yen Zhua, blow it. Shrillest note possible. Now. Yen Zhua hesitated for half a heartbeat, then obeyed without question. He raised the whistle, inhaled deeply, and blew. Shriek. The sound tore through the passage like a shard of glass hurled into the skull, piercing, metallic, agonizing. It drowned out even the distant ritual's roar. The effect was instantaneous. The 3 bats shrieked, not in fear but in agony, and launched themselves wildly into the air, careening off walls, wings beating in blind panic. Their shrieks, their chaotic flight, stirred something deeper in the darkness, something more. From the tunnel's black throat surged a tide, hundreds then thousands, of crimson-eyed bats driven mad by the resonance pouring forth like a flood of living shadow hurtling toward the cavern's open mouth. Now move. Ale commanded voice a whip crack in the sudden terrible lull before the storm. The swarm struck like divine wrath. Chaos erupted. The bats drawn to heat and movement dive-bombed the nearest sources, blacktooth shamans and warriors, tearing at exposed flesh with needle-sharp fangs, slashing with hooked claws. Screams pierced the air, not of ritual ecstasy but of raw animal terror. What is that? Get them off me, damn you. The ceremony shattered. Incantations faltered. Torches were dropped. Bodies stumbled, collided, fell. And in that pandemonium, amidst the battering wings, the frantic shrieks, the tremors shaking the very stone, several of the weakened stalactites at the critical nodes groaned, cracked, and surrendered. With a thunderous crunch, one colossal spear of stone plummeted, straight onto the largest totem, shearing it cleanly in two. Thick violet vines snapped like overstretched tendons, spewing viscous, foul-smelling crimson ichor. Another smaller stalactite struck the cluster of shamans, crushing two, instantly scattering the rest in bloody disarray. Chaos deepened. Panic became contagion. Ale's eyes blazed. Now we go? To the heart of the right, or to its end. Like shadows given purpose, the Sparkfire squad melted into the maelstrom, slipping past screaming figures, darting beneath flailing wings, vanishing into the deeper dark. Toward the source, the nexus of hunger, of power, of ancient waking evil. The true trial had only just begun. The chaos within the cave, ignited by the bats, continued to swirl. A cacophony of frenzied howls intermingled with the shrill cries of bats and the thunderous crashes of falling stalagmites, creating a hellish tableau. Under the leadership of Alai, the Xingho squad moved like shadows, skirting the edge of a blade, seizing the valuable moments of turmoil to stealthily advance deeper into the cave toward the area thickest with malevolent energy. They deftly avoided the terrifying pit at the center, churning with dark crimson fluid, and swiftly traversed a narrow platform carved along the cave wall. Beneath their feet lay searing rocks, and the air was laden with the acrid stench of sulfur and blood, nearly materializing with each breath, which felt like swallowing flames. Meng Ting gritted her teeth against the searing pain in her back and the discomfort in her lungs, closely following Alai, her sharp gaze scanning the surroundings for any potential control nodes or the core of the ritual. The passage began to incline upward, and the temperature seemed to drop slightly, yet the oppressive aura of chaotic evil grew ever heavier. The niches on either side became more densely packed, with the twisted totems within them becoming increasingly grotesque. From the depths of some niches, faint, almost whispering sounds of writhing could be heard, sending shivers down their spines. "Be careful of the sides," Alai whispered. "There might be something inside." No sooner had he spoken than a shadow suddenly lunged out from a nearby niche. It was a scorpion-like creature the size of a hunting dog, covered in a dark red exoskeleton with sharp pincers and compound eyes. It moved with incredible speed, targeting Meng Ting, the most injured member of the team. "Watch out!" Yen Zhua reacted swiftly, swinging down his stone axe with a fierce gust of wind. Clang! The axe struck the creature's shell, producing a sound akin to metal clashing against metal, leaving only a white mark. The scorpion-like beast let out a sharp hiss of pain, its tail tipped with a ghostly blue toxin, lunging toward Yen Zhua like a bolt of lightning. In that critical moment, Yen had already drawn his bow, releasing a poison bone arrow that accurately struck the relatively vulnerable junction of the creature's compound eyes. Thud! Greenish fluid erupted. The creature emitted a wailing scream, tumbling back into the depths of the niche. A sense of dread lingered among them. Within this infernal cave, even the smallest creature posed a lethal threat. "Move quickly. Don't linger," Alai urged. He noticed a flicker of light up ahead, distinctly different from the rest, emanating a stable, yet eerie sense of order. When they finally burst forth from the treacherous passage, the sight before them left everyone in awe once again. This was a relatively small chamber devoid of a roiling lava pit in its center, replaced instead by a circular altar made of black stone covered in intricate grooves. Surrounding the altar stood three towering totems of ferocious, beastly jaws, their eyes embedded with gemstones, emitting a ghostly green glow fixated on the center of the altar. Suspended above the altar was a mass approximately the size of a grinding stone, constantly shifting between dark red and pitch black, a living mass of flesh. Or perhaps a gigantic pulsating heart. Countless dark purple energy veins extended like blood vessels from the altar's grooves, connecting to this heart, which in turn linked through thicker energy conduits to the terrifying entity deep within the cave. A few black-toothed shamans adorned with elaborate bone ornaments and painted with bizarre symbols encircled the altar, engaged in a deeper, more concentrated chant and dance. Their movements carried an unsettling rhythm. With every wave of their bone staffs and stomp of their feet, the heart pulsed more vigorously, pumping more dark purple energy into the depths below. This was the energy transfer core, sustaining and amplifying the destructive ritual. Destroy it, Ali commanded without hesitation. If they could shatter this core, the ritual would undoubtedly be interrupted, and the entity beneath would be deprived of energy, perhaps allowing it to be suppressed once more. However, surrounding the altar were not only powerful shamans, but also 4 exceptionally tall blacktooth guards, their eyes hollow and puppet-like, wielding massive black stone battle axes, with edges shimmering, with ghostly light radiating an oppressive aura. A direct assault would be akin to throwing an egg against a stone. Ale's gaze swiftly scanned the entire chamber. The altar transmitted some form of energy through several thick stalactites hanging from the ceiling, which were etched with runes similar to those on the altar's grooves. In one corner of the chamber lay a pile of those black stones that emitted dark smoke when burned alongside jars filled with viscous black grease. Yinzhua. The altar collapsed, its core shattered, like pulling the final keystone from the arch of the demon cavern. A cataclysmic tremor erupted from the earth's depths, violent and unrelenting. The cavern groaned under unbearable strain. Boulders rained from the vaulted ceiling like hailstones, fissures tore across the floor in jagged, intersecting gashes. The great pit, once churning with viscous crimson fluid, lost its arcane anchoring and began to boil and spurt violently. Scalding fetid liquids surged forth, igniting everything flammable in its path. Run! This place is coming down, Ali roared, voice raw with urgency. He seized Ming Ting, who staggered on trembling legs, and dragged her back along the path they had come. Yinzhua and Ingyan followed close behind, deflecting falling debris with their weapons, carving a desperate passage through chaos. Behind them, the cavern had become a true inferno. Deprived of the ritual core's control, the primordial horror slumbering beneath the earth convulsed in furious backlash, its power lashing out in unbridled torrents. Within that confined maelstrom, the remnants of the Haichi tribe, shamans and warriors alike, were swallowed whole, crushed beneath collapsing stones, scoured by molten spray, obliterated by surging arcs of wild energy. Their cries of despair were cut short one after another as ruin consumed all. The flight was tenfold more perilous than the infiltration. Passages warped and crumbled under seismic spasms, searing gusts and toxic fumes choked the air, blurring vision into haze. Meng Ting's wound on her back burst open anew with every stride. Blood soaking through crude bandages, each breath a blade twisting in her ribs, her sight dimming at the edges. Only sheer will and Ali's iron grip kept her upright. Hold on, we're almost there. Ali's voice rang beside her, firm, commanding, unyielding. He felt the tremors racking her frame, sensed the slow ebb of warmth from her skin. His heart hammered with dread, but he pushed forward, relentless. The passage ahead is blocked. Yinzhua cried, desperation cracking his voice. Before them, the corridor, once clear, was sealed by colossal boulders, leaving only a narrow, impassable slit. Find another way. Ali commanded instantly, eyes darting to a side tunnel they'd earlier dismissed, narrower, dripping with cold moisture, half submerged in foul, knee-deep water, thick with silt and decay. They plunged in. The walls glistened with damp slime, the water stank of rot. But calamity struck anew. The tremors had awakened something else. HSSSSSS. From crevices and murky pools poured swarms of blind cavern centipedes, pale fist-sized horrors armored in segmented chitin, bristling with barbed limbs and needle-sharp mandibles. Exquisitely sensitive to vibration and venomous enough to paralyze in seconds, they swarmed over Boots' calves, thighs. F. One hunter screamed as several latched onto his calf. Instantly his limbs locked, he toppled backward into the reeking muck. Don't stop, use the torches. Ali bellowed. He ignited his last spare torch and swung it wide. Light and flame made the photophobic creatures recoil, just long enough. They beat at the writhing mass, clinging to their bodies, trampling over fallen comrades, and crawling hordes alike, pressing forward through horror. Each strike splattered viscous ichor, each cry marked another soul extinguished. When Ali finally hauled Meng Ting, limp breath shallow, out of that drowned death tunnel with only Yinzhua and Ingyan staggering behind him, the 12 who had entered now numbered 4. All bore wounds. Meng Ting hovered at the threshold of oblivion. They dared not pause. Following memory alone, they fled toward the riverbank and the raft hidden among the reeds. Behind them, entire mountainsides slumped in thunderous cascades. The land itself seemed to wail as it broke apart. At last the raft appeared, still silent, adrift in the tall grasses. Quick, on board. Ali's voice was little more than a ragged whisper. They laid Meng Ting gently at the raft's center. Yinzhua and Ingyan took up poles and thrust with desperate strength. The vessel slid onto the river, now swollen, turbid, and raging with unnatural force, carrying them homeward. Silence settled over the return journey, not peaceful, but hollow, heavy with survival's bitter weight. The blackened ichor plume still stained the sky, yet its fury had abated, fraying, thinning, losing coherence. The ceaseless quaking had ceased entirely. Only the river roared, swollen by upstream collapse. Yinzhua and Ingyan took turns poling, vigilant for submerged threats stirred awake by the cataclysm. Alii knelt beside Meng Ting, dampening her cracked lips with cool water, examining the ruin of her back. His eyes bloodshot, his jaw clenched against grief he could not name. How long passed no one knew, until at last the familiar silhouette of their village emerged on the horizon. Every soul aboard the raft held their breath. At the village's heart, the pure, unwavering column of light, born from the Shan Xinjiyan, still rose steadfast and luminous. Around its base, beyond the outer ring of dwellings, stood not just the Jintong people, but far more. Strangers, two clansmen from other scattered tribes armed with crude spears and shields, gathered around Chung Ran and the elders, gazing northwestward where the smoke pillar dissolved and the earth stilled. Chung Ran stood at the fore, leaning on a hastily carved staff. His face remained pallid, yet his spine was straight as tempered steel, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, never wavered from the river's curve. When the battered raft came into view, the rigid line of his jaw softened, just once. The raft grounded. Alii staggered ashore, Meng Ting cradled in his arms, unconscious, breathing faint as moth-wing tremors. Yinzhua and Ingyan leaned on each other, limping behind. Master Chung Ran, we succeeded. Alii's voice broke. Gently, he laid Meng Ting upon a spread bearskin. Chung Ran's eyes fell first upon her ashen face, then upon the shocking crimson bloom spreading across her back. His heart seized, as if gripped by an invisible fist. He stepped forward without hesitation, ignoring his own wounds, dropped to one knee and pressed trembling fingers to her throat. A pulse, faint but present. Elder Yim. Now. His shout held a tremor he did not recognize, a raw edge of fear. Elder Yim and the tribe's healers rushed forward, lifted Meng Ting with reverent care, and bore her swiftly toward the finest earthen lodge. Only then did Chung Ran rise. His gaze swept over the scarred, diminished Starfire squad, 3 survivors hollow-eyed and bleeding, and then toward the distant ruined massif where the demon cavern had lain buried. Finally, his eyes returned to the radiant column of light. He drew a slow, deep breath, settling the storm within. To Alii, and to every soul gathered on the bank, he spoke, voice low but resonant, carrying effortlessly across the hush. You have done it. The demon cavern is destroyed. The ritual severed. The earth's veins have quieted, for now. A pause. But this is only the beginning. Though the Haichi tribe lies broken, it may yet endure. This land bears deep wounds, and healing takes time. And we, his gaze hardened, sweeping across every face before him, not only his own people, but also those strangers from distant, beleaguered hamlets, now standing shoulder to shoulder with them. We must grow stronger. We must unite, every hand willing to grasp ours, to guard this hard-won peace and rebuild what has been lost. At near total cost, the Starfire squad had delivered victory, and with it a fragile, vital reprieve. For the first time, hope did not shimmer like mirage. It burned steady and real over soil long scarred by sorrow. Yet all understood, to raise homes from rubble, to bind fractured loyalties, to stand ready against threats that might yet return. That would be a longer war, a fiercer trial. Chung Ran's eyes drifted once more toward the lodge where Meng Ting had been carried, and in the quiet of his heart he swore it. The Starfire would not die. Its edge would only sharpen. For this land, and for the woman whose courage had defied death, whose fate was now irrevocably entwined with his own. The aftershock of the demon cavern's collapse receded like a tide, withdrawing into silence, until only stillness remained. The black rain that had choked the heavens for so long ceased at last, its malevolent ritual severed. Torn asunder by the pure, luminous beam emanating from the mountain god's eye, and by winds sweeping in from unknown realms, the foul, sulphurous clouds parted, revealing for the first time in ages a pallid, yet merciful sun, its light falling like divine grace upon this ravaged land. Gathered around the ancient stone stele at the village's heart, its gentle, purifying aura radiating like a quiet heartbeat, were the survivors of the golden-eyed tribe, along with refugees from smaller clans who had fled the cataclysm or been rescued en route by the Spark Squad. Though the air still carried the acrid sting of sulfur and char, though the earth lay scarred and broken, its streams clouded, and its flora withered, something fragile, yet tenacious, stirred among them, hope, green and tender, pushing through fissures and stone. Yet hope cannot fill an empty stomach nor stitch a wound shut. Meng Ting remained unconscious, laid upon a pallet in the finest earthen hut, tended day and night by Elder Yim and several women versed in herbal lore. Her back bore a grievous wound. Blood loss had been severe, compounded by prolonged inhalation of noxious vapors. Whether she would awaken, and when, remained uncertain. Chung Ran leaned upon a crutch, visiting her daily, sitting beside her sleeping form, watching the delicate curve of her pale cheek, listening to the faint but unyielding rhythm of her breath. In his chest burned a fire forged of sorrow, remorse, and a love too profound for words, a flame fiercer now than memory itself. He could not afford to dwell in private longing. His people needed leadership. Survivors needed direction. Battling weakness and the lingering pain of his injured leg, he assumed command, with Ale and the elders standing steadfast at his side. The first imperative was sustenance, food, and water. The black rain has ended, he declared before the assembled villagers in the recrowded plaza, his voice hoarse, but resonant with unwavering authority. Yet the land and streams remain poisoned. To drink untreated rainwater or stream water is to invite death. All collected water must undergo triple filtration, through fine sand-activated charcoal, and finally boiling. No step may be omitted. Elder Yim will teach you to identify mosses and barks that purify water. Adding them during filtration enhances efficacy. He assigned Ale to lead able-bodied hunters, armed with refined weapons and newly designed snares and rockfall traps devised by Chung Ran, into the outer mountain forests where contamination was lighter and the black rain's blight less severe. Target small to medium-sized herbivores that travel in herds. Avoid apex predators whose behavior may have turned feral due to environmental corruption. Observe closely. Animals with clouded eyes, erratic movements, or necrotic lesions on their hides are forbidden. Do not approach them. Withdraw immediately. His gaze then settled upon the gaunt newcomers, the women and the adolescents who stood wide-eyed and weary. Yinzhua, you and your team shall craft more lay primitive plows, and bone hoes following the diagrams I provided. We shall cultivate new fields near the village within the purifying reach of the mountain god's eye's light, where the soil bears the least taint. He personally selected the sites, instructing the young in fire-clearing techniques, to eradicate weeds and insect eggs, in digging drainage ditches, to prevent stagnation, and in composting, blending wood ash decomposed veg. This land has suffered grievously. It demands rest and replenishment. We must cease our old ways of mere extraction. Now we learn to give. He cupped damp soil in his palm and held it aloft before the youths gathered around him, eyes raw with trauma, yet alight with hunger for understanding. These teachings rose unbidden, as if memory were not lost, but remembered anew. Defense, too, required vigilance. Hawkeye oversaw the reinforcement and heightening of the village. Drawing upon intelligence gathered by the Spark Squad, Chung Ran redesigned the traps, adding spring-loaded wooden stakes and deceptively camouflaged chain snares, specifically to counter remnants of the Blacktooth tribe, or prehistoric beasts warped by residual dark energy. That afternoon, as Chung Ran guided several youths in using the potter's wheel, supported by Ale, Chung Ran ascended the tower. On the distant slope, 7 or 8 tusked beasts, bovine in stature, yet crowned with saber-toothed fangs, their matted fur caked with grime, wandered aimlessly. Their eyes glowed crimson. They slammed their heads against boulders and trees, trembling with frenzied agitation. They are tainted by lingering malign energy, Chung Ran assessed. Rationality gone, pure aggression. They must not reach our fields or our homes. He issued swift orders. Ale, take archers. Engage at distance. No close combat. Target eyes and joint tendons. Yinzhua, deploy lassos and trip lines. Prevent any charge. The skirmish unfolded with precision and efficiency. Under Chung Ran's calm command, the hunters exploited terrain and honed skill, dispatching the beasts well beyond harm's reach, preserving life and labor alike. This small crisis became a quiet revelation for the newcomers, proof of Chung Ran's strategic clarity and of the Golden-Eyed tribe's disciplined resilience. Belonging once tentative began to take root. As dusk fell, the village exhaled. Its bustle softened into quietude. The central steel bathed the encampment in a gentle golden lume. Smoke curled from hearths, carrying the humble scent of stew and the sharp medicinal tang of herbs. Chung Ran returned once more to Meng Ting's hut. Elder Yim had just changed her dressings. Meeting his gaze, he gave a slow, silent shake of the head. No deterioration, but no improvement either. Chung Ran sat beside the pallet. Outside, starlight pierced the thinning veil of cloud, mingling with the amber glow of campfires and the steady radiance of the steel. Do you see? He murmured to her unconscious form. We are rebuilding, even in the eyes of those who joined us. New life. He smoothed a stray strand from her brow. His touch awakened soon. Meng Ting, this fertile land needs you. Our new fields need your knowledge and your hands. And I, he paused, voice dropping low, unguarded. True, I need you. Stars held their breath. Fire crackled softly. Upon ruins, order stirred anew. From cracked earth, life strained toward the light. The spark had reignited. not blazing yet, but steady, unwavering. Though the road ahead stretched long and veiled in uncertainty, those who bore the flame walked with resolve, hearts aligned. From this wounded sacred soil, they would forge sharper blades, and together illuminate the path forward, unknown, arduous, radiant with promise. The first true rays of dawn pierced through the thin clouds, casting a warm glow over the bustling village of the GoldenEye tribe. The persistent dark rain that had cast a shadow over the land finally dissipated, and although the earth remained scarred, the remnants of charred remains and decay lingered in the air. The warmth and light brought by the sun were enough to lift the heavy burdens that weighed upon everyone's hearts for days. The purifying aura emanating from the central stone monument mingled with the sunlight, infusing the core of the village with an exceptionally fresh atmosphere. New fields were opened up within the area, influenced by the light, the marks of the recent burn still visible, while the turned soil exuded vitality. The hunting team, led by Ale, had already set out in the early morning, armed with improved traps and clearer instructions provided by Chung Ran. Meanwhile, Yinzhua oversaw the new survivors as they learned to use plows and bone hoes clumsily, yet earnestly leveling the land. Chung Ran's leg injury and Meng Ting's unconsciousness remained two lingering shadows over this scene of revival. Leaning on a cane and supported by Ale, Chung Ran carefully examined the newly dug irrigation channel. Water sources were critical to the rebuilding effort, as the polluted land required a significant amount of clean water for washing and irrigation. The slope of the channel needs further adjustment. Chung Ran pointed at a section of the slightly flattened ditch. The water flow is too slow. Silt will easily settle breeding pests. Remember, only flowing water can remain clean. He instructed his tribesmen on how to use a horizontal line by observing the water level in a ceramic bowl to roughly gauge the slope, and how to set up simple filtration boxes made of bamboo and gravel at key points along the channel. His gaze occasionally drifted towards the earthen house where Meng Ting lay. Elder Im had told him that Meng Ting's wound had not worsened and her high fever had subsided, but there were still no signs of consciousness, as if her mind had sunk into a deep darkness, unwilling or unable to return. This uncertain waiting felt more excruciating than facing ferocious beasts or enemies. In the afternoon, Chung Ran summoned all the key members of the tribe along with several leaders from the newly joined smaller tribes to hold a meeting in the clearing beside the stone monument. He needed to consolidate their strength and clarify the direction moving forward. Though the demon lair has been destroyed and the geological disturbances temporarily quelled, the threat has not been eradicated. Chung Ran's voice was calm, yet imbued with a steady strength born from near-death experiences. Remnants of the Black-Tooth tribe may still be lurking, and the beasts driven mad by pollution roam freely. More importantly, this land will take a long time to regain its vitality. Relying solely on any one of us will make survival difficult. He scanned the crowd, his eyes sweeping over faces filled with hope, reverence, and a hint of anxiety. From today onward, there will be no distinction between GoldenEye, Blackstone, or Riverbank. Here we are all one tribe, the Pangu tribe. We share food, defend against enemies, cultivate this fertile land together, and safeguard our home. Pangu tribe. El was the first to raise his voice in fervor. Pangu tribe, echoed Yinzhua and the others in quick succession. The newly joined leaders exchanged glances, and finally, under the guidance of Bone Axe, the former leader of the Blackstone tribe, and an elder from the Riverbank tribe named Watergrass, they all pounded their chests in salute, signifying their submission and recognition. This unified name represented true amalgamation and a new beginning. Chung Ran immediately began allocating tasks and delineating responsibilities. Those skilled in Chung Ran himself would oversee everything while concentrating on technological improvements and strategic planning. Order was swiftly established amidst the ruins. However, tranquility is often fleeting. Just as night fell and most tribesmen concluded their day's work, gathered around the enemy attack, panic surged through the crowd as, "Not humans," shouted the hunter on watch from the lookout tower. "It's beasts. Many of them. They're heading for the newly cultivated fields to the east." Chung Ran's heart sank. The eastern fields close to the forest were the new plots that protect the fields. Hunting team, defense team, follow me. Chung Ran wanted to join them, but was firmly held back by Elder Im. "You can't exert yourself with that leg injury. Stay here and direct." Chung Ran gritted as he immediately called out to the signaling hunter, "Tell Ale not to engage directly. Use traps and fire to drive them away. Fields can be replanted, but we cannot afford to lose lives." His orders were quickly relayed. Clearly, the number of beasts attacking exceeded expectations. Just then, something even more alarming happened. A few swift creatures resembling wolves, but covered in festering sores with eyes oozing slime. These plague hyenas had breached the outer defenses, using their keen sense of smell to charge directly towards the heart of the village where the injured and the women and children were gathered. Their targets seemed to be block them. The number of warriors inside the village was limited, and they immediately engaged in a fierce struggle with the plague hyenas. But these mutated hyenas were exceptionally cunning and fast, their claws laden with poison. A young hunter caught off. The carcass of a rot plague hyena lay sprawled outside the earthen hut, its dark crimson blood stark and vivid beneath the mingled glow of starlight and campfire. Chung Ran knelt on one knee, leaning heavily on a blood-smeared crutch. His leg throbbed with searing agony, and the violent exertion moments before had left his temples pulsing, his brow drenched in cold sweat. Yet his gaze remained fixed, unwavering, on the threshold of the hut, locked upon a pair of eyes just now opening, beautiful, dazed, stunned, eyes alight with the fragile wonder of survival. Meng Ting had awakened. She lay upon the heated brick bed, her face still as pale as rice paper, her lips cracked and dry. Yet her eyes, clear as stars rinsed by rain, though weakened, had regained their focus. She saw Chung Ran kneeling outside, saw the wild elation blazing in his eyes, the raw anxiety, and that profound, long-suppressed emotion she had never dared to name. She saw, too, the slain rot plague hyena, and in that instant understood everything. Their gazes met. The air stilled, thick and suspended. Distant cries of battle, the dying howls of beasts, all receded into a muffled, indistinct murmur. In that breathless hush, there existed only the two of them, reflected perfectly tenderly in each other's eyes. Chung Ran longed to speak. To verify this was no fever dream born of sleepless vigil, to rush forward and clasp her close, to feel the living warmth of her against his chest. But the moment he shifted, white-hot pain lanced through his leg. He stifled a groan, his body swaying. "Don't move." Her voice was barely a whisper, hoarse, threadbare, but carried an unshakable tenderness. She had seen the crude bandage on his thigh, seen the anguish twisting his features. Then, suddenly, the clamor from the eastern edge of the village surged. Aliai's furious bellow pierced the night, tangled with the beast's frenzied roars. Clearly the defenses at the terraced fields were buckling, perhaps already breached. Chung Ran snapped back to awareness. The tribe's peril was not yet past. He drew a deep, steadying breath, forcing down the tempest of emotion churning within him. He held Meng Ting's gaze one last time, a look layered with quiet reassurance, unspoken vow, fierce protectiveness, and the immutable weight of duty. Without sound, his lips shaped two words, silent yet unmistakable: "Wait for me." Then, jaw clenched, he braced himself on the crutch and rose, slowly, agonizingly, inch by tortuous inch. He did not glance back. Turning resolutely, he limped eastward toward the blazing firelight and thunderous shrieks of battle, his silhouette stark and solitary against the leaping flames, yet unbending as bedrock. Meng Ting watched until his figure vanished beyond the corner of the hut's field of view. Only then did a single scalding tear escape her lashes, vanishing instantly into the furs beneath her. Her heart overflowed. Fear subsided, gratitude bloomed, and something deeper, quieter coiled like a living vine around her ribs, tightening until each breath grew precious, deliberate. She knew she had lain unconscious for days, and in that time Chung Ran and the tribe must have endured trials beyond imagining. Outside, Elder Im and the woman hurried forward, carefully dragging away the hyena's corpse, sprinkling ash over the bloodstains, then sealing the door once more, muffling the chaos beyond. "You've awakened at last, child." His aged eyes shimmered with tears. It was Chung Ran. He kept watch over you, heedless of his own wounds. Just now, it was he who. Meng Ting softly squeezed the elder's hand. Acknowledgement, gratitude, understanding. She closed her eyes, gathering the faintest reserves of strength, feeling the deep, insistent ache radiating from her back. She knew she could do nothing, not yet. But those two words, "Wait for me," burned in her mind like a candle in utter darkness, kindling an unshakable resolve. She would recover, swiftly. To the east, at the terraced fields, battle raged at its fiercest. The assault was not led by a single species, but by a frenzied, heterogeneous horde, beasts driven mad by lingering malign energies and ravenous hunger. There were tusk beasts, thick-skinned and fearsome-fanged, shadow-claw leopards, swift and lethal in ambush, and, most terrifying, several hulking burr-sized creatures never before seen, scale-hide ursines armored in overlapping plates and wielding bony whip-like tails. Aliai's hunters fought desperately behind newly laid traps and hastily erected wooden barricades. Arrows sang, spears thrust. Beasts fell impaled in pit traps or skewered by spring-loaded stakes. Yet others, trampling fallen kin, hurled themselves relentlessly against the line. Firelight flickered across faces streaked with sweat, blood, and grime. Tense, resolute, unyielding. Chung Ran arrived, just as a scale-hide ursine roaring smashed through a section of barricade. Its massive claws sent a hunter flying. Aliai roared, veins bulging at his temples, rushing forward with Chung Ran's eyes swept the field, swift, calculating. Too frenzied. Though racked with pain, Chung Ran raised his voice. Soft, all forces, Fall back in order to Yinzhua. Take your men and ignite the prepared stink cap. Hurl the bundles into the rear of the pack. The order was executed without hesitation. Hunters ceased direct resistance, retreating in disciplined simultaneously. Flaming bundles heavy with thick acrid smoke billowed forth, immediately taking effect. Many beasts, especially the centraliant shadowclaw leopards and certain tusk beasts, hesitated, recoiling, sneezing violently, their coordinated assault fracturing into chaotic flailing. Now, archers, concentrate fire on the lead scalehide ursines' eyes and nostrils. Relieved of immediate pressure, the hunters steadied, loosing arrows with lethal precision, each shaft finding its mark in the vulnerable sensory organs of the thick-skinned ursines. Thwip. OARRGGH. One ursine reeled, blinded and bleeding from multiple arrow wounds, to its face, howling in torment as it spun wildly, crashing into its own kin, scattering the formation. The beast, tied, fractured, faltered, lost cohesion. Hold the line. Do not pursue. Maintain position. Chung Ran's voice, calm and unwavering, anchored the ranks. For another half hour, roughly the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the battle raged. Disorganized, leaderless, and reeling from the smoke and targeted strikes, the horde finally broke, fleeing wounded and confused back into the ink-black embrace of the mountains. Silence descended, thin, fragile, heavy with smoke, iron-rich blood, and ragged, shuddering breaths. Ali wiped gore from his face and strode to Chung Ran's side. Seeing the pallor beneath the sweat, the exhaustion etched deep into his features, he spoke low and grave. Chung Ran, are you well? We owe our survival to your command. Chung Ran waved a dismissive hand, signaling endurance, not injury, his gaze drifting toward the village's center. Clear the field. Tend the wounded. Reinforce the defenses. Post rotating watches tonight. No lapses. He knew this was only the first storm. This land remained treacherous, fraught with unseen perils. And Meng Ting's awakening had added a new profound dimension to his burden, one both tender and weighty, sweet as honey, solid as stone. Through fire and trial, true embers endure. In the crucible of peril, genuine devotion reveals itself, not in ease, but in sacrifice. The nascent Pangu tribe, forged anew in blood and flame, was slowly honing its own unbreakable edge. And between Chung Ran and Meng Ting, the gossamer veil of unspoken longing had at last been pierced, not by gentle touch, but by the sharp, clarifying edge of life and death. The road ahead stretched long and uncertain, but walking it together they would face every tempest undaunted. Dawn bled across the eastern horizon, dissolving the last wisp of acrid smoke into the morning mist above the golden-eyed tribe. No longer that, but now the Pangu tribe. The night's fierce battle had left devastation in its wake. Wooden palisades along the eastern fields lay splintered, carcasses of beasts, snapped arrows, and congealed blood littered the earth. The air hung thick with the coppery tang of blood and the bitter, charred scent of scorched vegetation. Chung Ran had not slept. His leg wound, aggravated by last night's desperate flight, swelled and throbbed unbearably, yet he bore it in silence, leaning on Ali's steady arm as he walked the ravaged village. First he visited the wounded 7, injured 2 gravely, but thanks to Elder Im's skill and the care of those among the tribe, who understood healing arts, all now clung firmly to life. Then he stood at the edge of the trampled fields, gazing at the ruined furrows where tender shoots had never broken the soil. His brow furrowed deeply. The fields can be leveled anew, Ali murmured, sensing his unease. And we still have reserve seed. Chung Ran nodded, but his gaze drifted beyond the fields, to the silent, brooding expanse of forest. Clear the battlefield. Gather all beast carcasses for burning, bury the ashes deep to stave off plague. Repair the palisade today. Every breach must be reinforced with pits and sharpened stakes. His voice was weary yet unyielding. And double the patrol rotations. Night watches atop the watchtowers must be manned by 2 at all times. He knew well that last night's assault had been but a blind surge of instinct-driven beasts. The true threats, the remnants of the Heichi clan lurking and vengeful, or something older, fiercer, more primordial, still waited unseen in the shadows. The tribe was newborn, its foundations fragile. A single misstep could unravel everything. Once these orders were given, he could no longer resist glancing again toward the quiet earthen hut. Meng Ting's awakening had been like a meteor streaking through darkness, brief, radiant, piercing the tight knot of his anxiety. But first order had to be restored. When he stepped once more into the herb-scented chamber, dawn light filtered through the gaps in the hide curtain, casting dappled gold upon the packed earth floor. Meng Ting sat propped against the head of the Kong, cushioned by soft, dried grass and supple pelts. Elder Im had just finished rebandaging her wound. Her face remained pale, yet her eyes, clear, calm, luminous, had regained their former depth. Beneath that serenity, however, lingered something softer, something Chung Ran could not quite name. How do you feel? he asked, lowering himself onto a wooden stool beside the Kong. His voice dropped without thought, his gaze settling on the thick hemp wrappings encasing her shoulder and back. Much better, she whispered, weak yet laced with quiet relief. Elder Im says the wound shows no signs of corruption and the fever has broken. Only the blood loss remains. Rest is what I need. She paused, lifting her eyes to him, letting them trace the exhaustion etched into his features, then drift down to his visibly pained leg. And your leg. A minor injury, he dismissed, lightly shifting the subject. Last night your warning came just in time. Without it our losses would have been far greater. He meant that fleeting moment when, even unconscious, she had sensed danger and opened her eyes before the storm broke. She shook her head, faintly a ghost of a wry smile touching her lips. I did nothing. You held the home together. Her gaze passed beyond him as though it could pierce the earthen walls, to where others labored, clearing corpses, mending fences, rebuilding lives. These days I lay unconscious. You bore the weight alone. Her words were soft, yet they brushed his heart like a feather. Watching the delicate sweep of her lowered lashes, he recalled her descent into the maw. Without hesitation, her unwavering stance beside him at the water's edge, the sleepless nights he'd spent pacing beside her still form gripped by dread. 1,000 thoughts tangled in his throat, until only one emerged, simple and absolute: it is enough that you are awake. Silence settled, not hollow but warm, resonant, alive with unspoken understanding. Sunlight crept slowly across the floor, motes of dust spiraled in golden columns. It was Meng Ting listened intently, her expression shifting, now startled, now tenderly relieved. When he spoke of his resolve to merge the scattered clans, to rebuild not as fragments, but as one people, her eyes gleamed with quiet affirmation. You chose rightly, she said softly. Here solitude is fragility. Unity is survival. But unity demands responsibility, he replied, his gaze darkening with gravity. We require more food, safer dwellings, stronger defenses. And above all, how do we weave together souls, shaped by different tongues, customs, and memories? It requires time, she mused, her professional instincts stirring, and method. Soil regeneration calls for crop rotation and enrichment. I may identify wild flora capable of accelerating purification. Each tribe possesses distinct knowledge of hunting and gathering. And the children, perhaps they might learn plant identification and toolmaking together, cultivating shared identity from the earliest years. Her reasoning flowed with crystalline clarity. Even in frailty, watching the focused line of her profile, Chung Ran felt a thought. He was no longer alone, bearing the world's. Here stood a mind that met his on equal ground, a spirit that leave these matters until you are stronger. For now your only task is to heal. Rising, he drew from his tunic a small towel. This is for you. They say it soothes the spirit. He placed it gently beside her pillow. Awkward, tender, without. Meng Ting stared at the stone resting beside her fingertips. A delicate flush rose to her cheek. She knew without doubt that something vital had taken root between them. Outside, Chung Ran inhaled the crisp morning air deeply. Even the ache in his legs seemed to recede. Ali directed workers repairing the palisade. Yin Zhao guided newcomers clearing stones and carcasses from the fields. Ing Yin kept vigilant watch from the tower's height. Order, resilience, motion. He approached the central stone steely, placing his palm flat upon its warm, softly glowing surface. Pure energy flowed gently, soothing his frayed nerves. Lifting his eyes, he gazed upward, toward the celestial pillar of light, still bridging heaven and earth. His resolve hardened. Chief Ali said, approaching with a shadow of concern. While clearing the eastern forest's edge, we found traces, not made by beasts. Chung Ran's gaze sharpened. What kind of traces? Footprints, deliberately obscured. And this? Ali extended a sliver of torn hide stained with dull crimson, not blood but dye, its edges ragged as if ripped from cloth. Chung Ran accepted the fragment, turning it over, fingers tracing the coarse, brutal texture of its tanning. It bore the unmistakable hallmark of the Heiqi, their chaos, their savagery stamped into leather itself. His brow tightened. Last night's assault had not been mere bestial frenzy. In the darkness, other eyes watched, hungry, calculating, patient. Full daylight now bathed the land, scarred yet brimming with promise. The Pangu tribe's new day had begun, and the call to rebuild echoed across the fields. And though shadows still coiled at the edges of vision, the smooth white stone nestled in Meng Ting's palm, and the quiet mutual recognition blooming between two hearts, lent Chung Ran and all who labored beside him a deeper, steadier courage. Upon this fertile earth they would build, not as individuals but as one people, laying stone upon stone, memory upon memory, until their civilization stood unshaken. Dawn's golden light bathed the Pangu tribe in serene clarity. The chaos and coppery tang of last night's violence faded gradually beneath the rhythm of labor and the gentle rise of cooking smoke. Shattered palisades were replaced with stout, freshly felled logs. Newly dug pits bristled with sharpened hardwood stakes at their depths. Trampled furrows in the fields were smoothed anew and sown with a resilient blend of seeds, collected from diverse tribes, as if each grain carried an unyielding vow to live. Chung ran, his legs still bandaged, and Tinder remained seated near the stone stele at the village's heart, directing operations with quiet authority. The stele, retrieved from the eye of the mountain god, glowed with a warmer, softer luster in the morning sun. Its purifying aura seemed subtly strengthened by the gathering presence of the tribe, lending the central precinct an ineffable freshness, as though air itself had been distilled. In his palm, he turned a fragment of dark red beast-thigh, its surface coarse and brittle. His gaze sharp as a peregrine's swept over those gathered beside him, Ale Rocklaw and Meng Ting. Pale but steadier, now wrapped in a supple doeskin vest, seated upon a wooden stool thickly padded with furs placed there expressly for her. The footprints were deliberately brushed over with branches. Chung ran, said, voice low and measured, yet the indentations run deep. More than one person passed here. This dye, it is the blood flame herb, unique to the Haichi tribe. When dried, its sap yields this indelible crimson. Meng Ting examined the fragment closely. The tanning method is crude, harsh, uneven, leaving the hide stiff and prone to tearing. A hallmark of Haichi craftsmanship. They do have remnants still at large. A heavy silence settled, not merely over the memory of last night's beasts, but over the chilling possibility that what had transpired was not frenzy, but calculation, a probing, a reconnaissance cloaked in shadow. They cannot number many, Ale observed, knuckles whitening as he clenched his fist. Otherwise they would not have lingered only at the periphery, hiding their passage so carefully. Are they waiting for our vigilance to slacken, or for something else? Whatever they await, Chung Ran replied, closing his fingers around the hide fragment, we will not wait passively. His eyes moved across the group. Ale, reduce the hunting party's range to 5 li around the village. Prioritize erasing all anomalous traces. If Haichi remnants are encountered, capture them alive where possible, if not, eliminate them without hesitation. Hawkeye, extend your scouts outward, but no farther than 10 li. Focus especially on the northwest, the old trails leading toward the Haichi's former territory. Watch for startled birds, unnatural animal movements, any sign of concealed intent. He paused, then turned to Meng Ting. His tone softened just slightly. Internal order and daily labor must remain unbroken. Rocklaw, you oversee. No woman, child, or elder may stray beyond 100 meters of the village without explicit permission. Meng Ting. His voice held warmth, quiet certainty. Your body has not yet mended, but your knowledge is unmatched. Begin compiling a compendium, every edible, medicinal, or utility. Sketch simple, clear illustrations so others may learn to recognize them at a glance. In the newly tilled fields, the division of duties was precise, balanced. Meng Ting felt the weight of his trust and warmth. She nodded, solemn and sure. I understand. As for the soil, I recall a moss called Fei. When mixed into earth, it slowly enriches it. There is also Gu Ding Tung, the nitrogen-fixing vine, whose root nodules draw nourishment from the air. Though the exact species may not exist here, her expertise shone, not with flourish, but with quiet. Her proposals. Chung Ran's eyes flickered with quiet admiration. Chung Ran leaning lightly on his crutch, with Meng Ting offering gentle, almost imperceptible support, made his way slowly toward the newly cleared fields for closer inspection. The plots lay east of the village, backed by a low rolling hill and fronted by a winding stream. A site chosen with deliberate care, water, abundant, elevation sufficient for drainage and defense. Yet the land was undeniably barren. The excavated earth gleamed a sickly yellow, riddled with pebbles and grit. Observe this soil, Chung Ran murmured, kneeling and scooping a handful. He rubbed it between his fingers, coarse, crumbly, lacking cohesion. Poor structure. Weak water retention. Poor nutrient holding capacity. Sowing directly would yield meager returns. Meng Ting mirrored his gesture, suppressing the faint twinge in her shoulder as she studied both soil and surrounding flora. It is impoverished, but not irredeemable. She pointed to clumps of hardy wild grass clinging to the field's edge. Plants thriving here possess deep, tenacious root systems, ideal for binding loose earth. We could conduct controlled burns of selected weeds. Wood ash is rich in potash. And downstream along the stream's bend lies a marshy depression, rich in silt and decomposing aquatic vegetation. That sediment is nature's finest fertilizer. We should organize crews to dredge and transport it back. As she spoke, she sketched quick, lucid diagrams in the dust with a slender branch. Layered composting, fermentation of manure and plant matter, symbiotic cycles of decay and renewal. Sunlight caught the fine strands of her wind-tousled hair, casting a tender, luminous halo across her focused profile. Chung Ran watched her, listened to the clarity, the precision, the quiet fire of her intellect, and felt the taut knot of external threat within him loosened, softened by the sheer vital pragmatism of her knowledge. "Proceed as you've outlined," he said, then added, voice steady but grave, "but take great care dredging that marsh. Stagnant waters harbor leeches, venomous insects, and sometimes crocodiles." "I understand," she replied, and then her gaze caught on several unassuming plants at the field's margin, slender stems bearing tiny violet blossoms. She approached carefully, knelt, and studied them intently. A quiet delight lit her face. Ziyuning, purple cloud orchid. An exceptional green manure. Its roots host nitrogen-fixing bacteria. We can gather its seed, broadcast it widely, and later plow the mature growth directly into the soil. It will transform the land. Knowledge was power, and here on this raw, untamed earth, Meng Ting's botanical wisdom was among the most precious resources imaginable. Chung Ran watched the light kindle in her eyes at discovery, and found unbidden the corner of his mouth lifting. Yet tranquility proved fleeting. From the ridge above, a young sentry's sharp, piercing bamboo whistle shattered the calm, the signal for a medium-sized threat. Both Chung Ran and Meng Ting snapped their heads upward. At the forest's edge atop the hill, a powerful, dappled form flashed, muscular, swift, unmistakable. A saber-toothed tiger. Meng Ting breathed color draining from her cheeks. A sovereign predator of the ancient world, keen of scent, lethal in motion. "Do not panic," Chung Ran commanded, stepping swiftly before her. Though hampered by his injured leg, his posture was unyielding, his eyes locked on the tree-line. He scanned the terrain, open ground, the stream behind them, fields to either side. No high cover, no defensible height. "It may simply be passing," he murmured, already lifting the oxhorn horn suspended at his throat. Its deep, urgent call echoed across the village. "Or it may have marked us as prey." Almost at once, a guttural roar erupted from the woods, low, resonant, vibrating with primal dominion. The striped figure reappeared, not charging but poised at the forest's rim, observing them from above. Cold vertical pupils assessed, calculated. Gleaming fangs caught the sun like polished obsidian. It was measuring distance, angle, timing, the perfect strike. Tension coiled, unbearable. Chung Ran tightened his grip on the crutch. Its humble would absurd against such majesty, but his gaze did not waver. Behind him, Meng Ting felt the rigid tension in his back, saw the fine sheen of sweat at his temple. Her heart hammered, yet she held her breath, fingers closing tightly around the smooth, warm white stone amulet nestled against her chest. Time stilled. Then, the tiger lowered its haunches. Muscles bunched, sinews coiled. The prelude to the leap. At that razor's edge of annihilation, footsteps thundered. Voices shouted. Ale burst onto the scene, flanked by 7 hunters armed with spears and bows, sprinting with desperate speed. The tiger paused, weighed the odds. With a frustrated growl, it whirled, its massive frame melting seamlessly into the dense undergrowth, vanishing as if swallowed by shadow. The immediate danger receded. Ale and his men skidded to a halt. Seeing Chung Ran and Meng Ting unharmed, his shoulders dropped with palpable relief. "Chieftain, are you both unscathed?" "We are," Chung Ran replied, waving a dismissive hand, but his eyes remained fixed on the forest's dark mouth, his brow furrowed. "It withdrew, but not permanently. That ridge is now a high-risk zone. No one enters without sufficient numbers and arms." He turned to Meng Ting. Her pallor had deepened, yet her eyes remained steady, clear. A quiet reassurance settled over him. "Were you frightened?" She shook her head, slipping the amulet back beneath her tunic. "You were here." A simple sentence, yet it struck him like a physical force. He looked into her eyes, saw absolute trust, unguarded reliance, and felt a new gravity settle within him, fierce, protective, irrevocable. Gently, he took her cold fingers in his, held them for a heartbeat, brief, firm, charged with unspoken vow. "Let us return," he said, voice restored to its customary calm. "This place is no longer safe." Sunlight still gilded the fields, tender green shoots pushed through the dark earth, vital, hopeful. Yet shadows moved, the silent tread of predators, the unseen watchfulness of enemies. They were the ever-present counterpoint to life's fragile bloom, reminders of the land's unrelenting harshness. And yet, shared peril had forged deeper bonds. Unspoken affections, quietly kindling, now glowed with quiet intensity. Their shared purpose, to build, to safeguard, to root civilization in this wild soil, drew them closer, tighter, inseparable. They knew the road ahead would be steep, strewn with thorns and teeth. But they would walk it together, step by deliberate step, laying stone upon stone, seed upon seed, until the wilderness bowed not to conquest, but to care. The sudden appearance of the saber-toothed tiger rippled through the newly established order of the Pangu tribe like a stone cast into a still lake. Although that vibrant figure ultimately vanished into the mountains and forests, its cold gaze and low growl were deeply imprinted in the hearts of those who witnessed it's serving as a stark reminder that this seemingly tamed land was still fraught with peril. Chung Ran's leg injury prevented him from undertaking long journeys, yet the tribe's safety could not be compromised. He summoned Ale and Eagle Eye to the stone tablet, where a rudimentary topographic map, sketched in charcoal, lay before them. The hilly areas must be thoroughly understood. Chung Ran set his finger resting on the region representing the eastern hills dense with foliage and complex terrain. The saber-toothed tiger would not appear at the periphery without reason. Either its territory extends this far, or something deeper within has driven it here or attracted it. We need to ascertain the specifics, assess the threat level, and identify possible safe paths or potential resources. Alesh's expression grew serious. Leader, do you mean we should actively scout the area? Not a large-scale entry, but rather a small elite team lightly equipped primarily for reconnaissance to avoid confrontation. Chung Ran replied, his gaze sweeping over Ale and Eagle Eye. Ale, select 3 of the most alert, forest-savvy, and skilled hunters. Eagle Eye, you will lead the team. Remember, your role is to be eyes and ears, not swords. Document all unusual signs, animal droppings, tracks, gnaw marks, abnormal sounds, and unique plant distributions. Especially note any signs of the Black-Tooth tribe's activities, linking them to those remnants of animal hides. Understood. Eagle Eye nodded firmly. His expertise in tracking and stealth made this task well suited to him. Take this. Chung Ran pushed over several small bundles wrapped in thick animal hide. Inside are the insect repellent powders prepared by Meng Ting, antidotes for common toxic plants, and potent hemostatic herbs. In case of danger, prioritize your safety and withdraw immediately. That afternoon, led by Eagle Eye, 4 elite hunters vanished into the dense woods of the eastern hills like shadows. The atmosphere within the tribe grew increasingly vigilant. Patrols intensified, and the watchtower's gaze sharpened. Meanwhile, Chung Ran, along with Meng Ting and Yin Zhua, focused on internal construction and fortifying defenses. Meng Ting's back wound had healed well enough for her to conduct light guidance and identification tasks. In a relatively safe area on the village's outskirts, she established a small demonstration plot, personally instructing the women and elders responsible for farming on how to compost and how to identify and transplant fertile moss and purple vetch. See, this fertile moss thrives in damp, shady places, usually growing on the backs of stones or near decaying tree roots. When collecting it, be sure to take a thin layer of humus soil beneath, which increases the chances of survival, Meng Ting explained as she crouched down, carefully prying up a patch of dark green moss with a bone shard. Her movements were gentle and focused, sunlight casting a warm glow on her slender, yet upright back. Chung Ran, not far away, was instructing Yin Zhua and another group on reinforcing the village's western fence. He had them dig a shallow trench outside the fence, filling its bottom with sharpened bamboo stakes that had been hardened by fire and covering them with light branches and fallen leaves to create a makeshift trap. The trench shouldn't be too deep, but wide enough to prevent large beasts from easily leaping out. The bamboo stakes should be angled upwards to increase lethality. The covering should appear natural, not overly deliberate, he explained, demonstrating how to set up the camouflage. Though his leg injury prevented him from doing the work himself, his commands and demonstrations remained precise and effective. At that moment, a young boy responsible for fetching water from the creek rushed in, breathless and panic-stricken. Leader, it's bad. The creek. There are so many weird bugs. They hurt when they bite. Sister, a chow has been bitten. Her leg is swollen. Chung Ran and Meng Ting exchanged a glance and immediately hurried to the creek. They found several